This is already my third time reading through the Naruto Shippuden manga. Every time I reach the part where the Uchiha clan meets their tragic end, I just can't help but grumble. If I had been there, it definitely would have brought the Uchiha's 3 pairs of Mangekyo together and forced a complete showdown with the Hidden Leaf. With that much power, why bother worrying about so-called rules? Isn't Itachi Uchiha being way too self-sacrificing? And besides, does the leader of the Leaf really have to be Hiruzen Sarutobi, who decided he was the only option? As I complained, drowsiness crept over me, as if some overwhelming force was dragging me away, all the strength leaving my body in an instant. At that very moment, the manga in my hand seemed to become a black hole, sucking me in with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, I vanished without a trace. Only the door at home, left swaying, and the manga seemingly gone without a shadow. When I groggily opened my eyes, fierce voices of debate surrounded me. Clan leader, the time has come to take action. The Uchiha clan has always been loyal to the Leaf, but how has the village treated us? They forced us out of the village's center, made us move to this remote edge. This is clearly their way of isolating us. That's right, leader. We've given so much for the Leaf. How can we accept such treatment? Enough arguing. You see, the clan head, Fugaku, is deep in thought. So we live a little further out. But is that reason enough to rebel? If the Leaf really meant to marginalize us completely, would they have left policing the village in our hands? You're being too rash. If this mutiny fails, do you think the Uchiha will ever be able to stand in the Leaf again? That would push us into utter ruin. I listened, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Uchiha, rebellion, none of it made sense to me. As I looked down at my hands, I realized I was wearing tactical gloves, my knuckles clenched tight. Suddenly, a flood of foreign memories surged into my mind, overwhelming me. I had become Uchiha's son of Uchiha Fugaku, younger brother to Uchiha Itachi, and the second eldest after Uchiha Sasuke. Born into the clan leader's family, I had the best education, but with Itachi shining so brightly, I was all but invisible within the clan. When people met me, they'd either say, "So you're the clan leader's son?" or ask, "Aren't you Itachi's younger brother?" Rarely did anyone mention my name. I grew accustomed to hiding in the shadows of my father and elder brother, shutting myself off from the world. After coming to terms with reality, I understood that I had truly traveled to another world. It was now the 55th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. There were only 10 days left until the Uchiha clan would be wiped out. But I was just a genin. Could I really command these people? How could I make my father, Fugaku Uchiha, listen to my opinion? In his heart, I was nothing compared to my brother Itachi, perhaps even less than Sasuke. At 12, I hadn't even awakened my sharingan, and people constantly compare my talents with my brother's. The thought alone filled me with awkward frustration. Just as I stood there, burdened with worry and at a complete loss, a clear, melodious voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the invincible power system. Your abilities are currently quite low. As such, you will now receive an SSR character card. Since this is the invincible system, your first card has to be extraordinary. Drawing now. It was as if everything around me froze. People stopped right where they were, unmoving. At the same time, a massive roulette wheel appeared before my eyes, and my heartbeat surged. My God, system, have you come to save me? Are you also fed up with this storyline? Host, please spin the wheel and draw your character now. If you do not act within 10 seconds, your beginner reward will expire. I immediately fell silent, stepped forward quickly, placed my hand on the roulette, and spun it with all my might. The wheel whirled at lightning speed, countless names flickering before my eyes. I had no idea how much time passed before the pointer finally came to a halt, right on the name Madara Uchiha. For a moment, I was paralyzed with shock. Madara Uchiha? Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Madara Uchiha template. Fusion will now begin. Please keep your mind clear, or the system will abort the process. Before the system finished speaking, a surge of overwhelming energy flooded into my body like a rushing torrent. Azure chakra engulfed me, and I felt like a leaf tossed in a vast ocean, on the brink of shattering apart. System, how much longer? Am I done yet? I couldn't help but ask in agony. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's calm countdown echoed. As the energy finally faded, I gasped for breath in relief. I looked down at my arms, veins bulging in stark relief. Clenching my fist, it felt as if I could punch straight through the air itself, maybe even crush boulders with my bare hands. Ding! Congratulations, host. You now possess all of Madara Uchiha's strength. Next, you will fuse with his combat skills. Before the words had faded, a wave of excruciating pain crashed over me. I screamed, clutching my head. My skull seemed to swell, as if it were being forcibly packed with torrents of new knowledge, cracks threatening to split it open. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system intoned once again. As the fusion finished, the pain dulled somewhat, but my head still throbbed. Instinctively, I gave it a little shake. System, can you make the next fusion less painful? Maybe a painless version? I rubbed my temples, feeling absolutely miserable as I asked. That's possible. However, it would take 200 days to complete. What do you think? The system replied coolly, its tone icy and indifferent. The moment I heard that, I gave in right away. All right, I admit defeat. I'll just endure it for now. Power is what matters most at the moment. The system let out a snort of disdain, completely ignoring my complaints. Now, issuing a new task, argue against Uchiha Shisui. Note, according to the author, Shisui is still alive at this point. The reward will be distributed based on your performance, with the contents unknown. Failure will result in erasure. The system's mechanical voice resounded once more. My expression changed instantly. Was there something wrong with this system? Not only would I be punished for failure, I'd be wiped out entirely. Frustration welled up inside me, but I didn't dare say a word out loud. Sensing my emotions, the system mocked me. I can hear what you're thinking. Are you dissatisfied? No, not at all. I'm thrilled. Completely satisfied, big brother system. I hurried to placate it. Since I'd already ended up in this world, I might as well go with the flow. After all, things here were far more exciting than in my previous life. Time resumes its normal flow. The argument in the hall resumed, with voices rising all around. Uchiha Fugaku still sat calmly at the head of the table, unperturbed. Those who spoke earlier were all members of the Uchiha clan, each putting forth different opinions. At this moment, the Uchiha's radical and moderate factions faced their first true clash. While the debate wasn't decisive, it was enough to help both sides build momentum for future Elder Council meetings. In truth, relations between the two factions had once been relatively peaceful, up until the Nine Tails attack 6 years prior. That incident claimed the life of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who died subduing the beast. During the attack, the village's root division ordered the Uchiha clan to stay put and not provide any support. In the aftermath, some in the village grew suspicious, accusing someone of using the sharingan to control the Nine Tails, and called for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to return to office. The village elders also began investigating the cause of the Nine Tails rampage. Some believed the Uchiha clan engineered the entire event to threaten Konoha. Others argued that every Uchiha stayed within their compound that night and couldn't possibly be involved. But with Danzo Shimura, Kohru Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado, the Hokage's close advisors, casting repeated doubts, the voices defending the Uchiha gradually fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi soon issued an order. The Uchiha clan will relocate to the outskirts of the village, far from the political center, and be kept under close surveillance by the ANBU. If there are any signs that the Uchiha clan is making contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, execute them on the spot. No hesitation. This ruthless order quickly spread throughout every clan except the Uchihas. Under such heavy pressure, the other families swiftly distanced themselves, cutting ties with the Uchiha and rarely dealing with them anymore. The Uchiha themselves only knew that they had been relocated to the outskirts of the village. They were completely unaware of the secret orders handed down afterward. Returning his scattered thoughts to the present, Uchiha Zhan found himself surprisingly aligned with the hawkish faction's arguments. He couldn't understand it all. With 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan at their disposal, how could they possibly lose this battle? Why had his father chosen to back down? Was it out of fear? But what kind of man would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan if he were so timid? He gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, who sat with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. At that moment, a ninja rose to his feet, his movement commanding the attention of everyone present and plunging the once noisy hall into sudden silence. Clan head, I have some thoughts I'd like to share. Uchiha Shisui knelt upon one knee, paying his respects to the Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku opened his eyes at once, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Speak freely, Shisui. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Fugaku could sense the chakra surging within Shisui, every bit as powerful as his own. That could only mean that at this very moment, Shisui too had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. If Shisui endorsed a violent uprising, then his close friend, Fugaku's eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, would almost certainly join him. With 3 Mangekyo wielders fighting side by side, the resistance of the Hidden Leaf would hardly be worth mentioning. Yet Shisui's next words made Fugaku's expression darken. Disappointment tightened his heart. Honor clan leader, I believe the second Hokage promoted our ancestor, Uchiha Kagami, because he wanted the Uchiha to truly become a part of Konoha. Later, when we were entrusted with the police force, It showed just how much the village valued and trusted our clan. During the Nine Tails rampage, it's true that the Uchiha used the sharingan to control the beast. That sparked fear and distrust among the village leadership. It was only natural. If we genuinely want the Uchiha to become a true part of the village, resorting to force is the most unwise path we could take. Even if we were to win in the end, both we and Konoha would be left gravely weakened. The Land of Fire is rich and fertile, but the other four great ninja villages are casting hungry eyes in our direction. Should the Uchiha emerge victorious, a shattered Konoha would never stand against the coming storms. Shisui's words were well-reasoned and clear. Many in the room who favored peace nodded in agreement, visibly moved. What Shisui said makes a lot of sense. We must approach the current situation with caution. The elder of the Dove faction, Uchiha Sogi, voiced his support. The hawkish members remained silent, not because they agreed with Shisui's point of view, but simply because there was now no one within the faction strong enough to challenge him. Among the Uchiha, respect had always been reserved for the powerful, and at this moment, Shisui's standing was second only to Fugaku. Even Fugaku's own son, Uchiha Itachi, already influenced by Shisui, had openly declared his support for him. As a result, the hawkish faction could do little more than shout slogans, powerless to offer any real resistance when it truly mattered. Having listened to everything Shisui said, Fugaku's face remained unreadable, but inside, he felt a deep sense of despair. With both of the clan's Mangekyo Sharingan wielders now choosing to align themselves with Konoha, he realized he was all but powerless to reverse the tide. Shisui aimed to protect both the clan and the village, but Fugaku couldn't help but wonder, if things continued in this direction, would the Uchiha be gradually devoured by Konoha, until nothing was left? Already, Uchiha shinobi had been murdered in the line of duty by rude operatives, who then stole their eyes. Though there had not yet been many such victims, the message was unmistakable. Konoha had already turned the blade toward the Uchiha. To wait passively for fate to decide would only mean gradual extinction. Suddenly, Uchiha Zhan stood up, drawing every eye in the hall to him. Fugaku, startled by the abrupt action, found his thoughts interrupted and turned a questioning gaze to Uchiha Zhan. Zhan bypassed Fugaku and strode directly toward the hawkish member seats. "Little brother, come back here, don't make trouble," Itachi called out, a deep frown settling on his brow as he fixed his gaze on his sibling. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhan stopped in his tracks, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "So it's you, my dear brother." There was open defiance and mockery in Zhan's tone. Itachi found his attitude unbearable. Taking a deep breath, he called out again, "Little brother." "Please call me Zhan," came the curt reply. And in that instant, chakra surged from him, a mighty blue force rippling out to fill the entire Uchiha assembly hall. So intense was the chakra flow that it sent Fugaku's robes and hair fluttering in its wake. Shisui instinctively stepped back half a pace, while Itachi, unprepared, was driven 7 or 8 steps backward by the shockwave. Itachi stared at his brother in utter disbelief. Never had he imagined Zhan had grown so powerful. Shisui, too, fixed his gaze on Zhan, pupils narrowing as he caught a clear glimpse of the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern swirling in Zhan's eyes. Had people of this era truly known Uchiha Madara, they might well have believed he had returned from the dead. "Big brother, do you still have something to say?" Zhan asked, making his way to the leader of the hawkish faction. He set his sights upon the faction's current head. The other person was briefly stunned, then his face lit up with wild delight. He immediately offered up the seat of honor, stepping back to take his place behind, demonstrating utmost loyalty. Uchiha Zhan seated himself at the head of the table, wearing a look of disdain as he glanced at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Everything said just now was utter nonsense. Before Uchiha Zhan could say a word, having only just gathered his thoughts, one of the members from the Hawk faction loudly echoed in support. "Nonsense. Sheer nonsense." Uchiha Zhan pulled at the corner of his mouth in slight embarrassment, then fixed his gaze sternly on Uchiha Shisui. "Shisui, how much do you really know about the grudges from the Warring States era? Or have you only read Konoha's official history books? Don't you understand that history is always written by the victors? Do you truly believe that under the leadership of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha could ever truly become part of Konoha? Let me tell you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, may sound like a paragon of virtue and benevolence, but in truth he's no more than a slogan-shouting politician with no real achievements, leaving nothing but a mess for his successors to clean up. That's right, when he was young, he did achieve some merit commanding in the Second War. But what then? They won the war and still ended up paying reparations to the hidden sand village. Tell me, what could possibly have been going through his mind? Uchiha Zhan slammed the table forcefully to punctuate his words. Shisui was momentarily caught off guard, then quickly focused himself, trying to organize his thoughts. At that moment, Itachi spoke up, his voice urgent. "Brother, don't speak ill of the Lord Hokage." Itachi's protest seemed to ignite the others present. Many of their kin, their crimson sharingan eyes glowing, now stared at him with obvious chilliness. "How many times have I told you? Call me Zhan." Uchiha Zhan snarled, still burning with anger. He picked up the table and hurled it directly at Itachi. Itachi's pupils shrank. With lightning reflexes, he drew his sword and cleaved the table in two, splinters scattering with a sharp sound. His hand trembled slightly. He couldn't help but feel astonished at Zhan's strength. What incredible force! Itachi thought to himself. Shisui spoke up at once. "Zhan, I believe the Hokage's decision was merely to demonstrate Konoha's tolerance and magnanimity as a great nation. The Hidden Sand Village is a small, resource-poor country. They never had a stable economic foundation to begin with. In calming the sand, the Hokage must have simply judged it as a matter of political necessity." As he spoke, he looked Uchiha Zhan straight in the eye. Their brief clash of chakra just now made it clear to Shisui how formidable Zhan truly was, perhaps even stronger than himself. Precisely because of this, when faced with someone of such strength, Shisui was willing to listen humbly and openly discuss opposing views. What sort of political situation is this? Is Hiruzen Sarutobi really as wise as they say? Using the resources of our village to appease Tsunagakure. Can he honestly say that's not a mistake? We lost so many of our clan in the war, countless dead and injured. As Hokage, shouldn't he be fighting for Konoha's interests rather than compensating the enemy? This approach is beneath even a 6-year-old's understanding. At least a child knows that if someone bullies you, you ought to defend yourself, not reward them for it. Though Uchiha Zhan's words were blunt, even bordering on crude, each line struck straight at the heart of the matter. His forceful questioning left Uchiha Shisui suddenly bewildered, as if, perhaps, Zhan's arguments weren't without merit after all. When you learn to shift your perspective and consider things from alternate angles, so many problems reveal themselves in an entirely new light. For the first time, Uchiha Shisui found himself scrutinizing all he'd learned with this new mindset. "Shisui, you're just too naive. You believe whatever people tell you. Have you ever wondered what really caused Elder Kageme's death?" Uchiha Zhan asked, his tone calm and measured. A sudden shock flashed in Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Kagami was his grandfather, the elder he'd felt closest to all his life. The official account was that he'd fallen honorably while carrying out a mission, killed by a formidable enemy. Yet from the gravity of Uchiha Zhan's words, the truth clearly wasn't so simple. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but frown. "Zhan, what exactly are you getting at?" Outwardly, he sounded like he was rebuking Zhan, but his real intent was to shield him. For by now, some of the elders who favored peace wore clear anger on their faces. Those who sided with Konoha's leadership could not tolerate anyone openly challenging their faith in the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Old man, your problems are the biggest of all. When I'm done addressing everyone else, we'll deal with you." Zhan turned to point directly at Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's lips twitched. Inwardly he wondered, what problem could I have? What is this rebellious boy up to? Could he be trying to force a coup? And with his eldest son present, how did it become Zhan's turn to speak up? If Zhan had known Fugaku's thoughts, he might well have burst out laughing, then pointed straight at Uchiha Itachi and declared, "Brother, rain or shine, I'll be waiting for you now at Naka's shrine. Winner becomes clan head, loser walks away as a traitor." But enough digression. Uchiha Zhan rose and walked to stand before Shisui, looking down at him. Ever since gaining Madara Uchiha's power, his stature had become astonishing, towering with strength. He fixed his gaze on Shisui, so intense that sweat broke out across Shisui's back. In this moment, the pressure emanating from Uchiha Zhan was overwhelming, even greater than that of the clan head, or possibly the third Hokage himself. Had Shisui not just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have buckled under that force already. "Shisui, Danzo Shimura was the one who took your grandfather's eye. That mission back then, it was all a plot he orchestrated with the Hidden Sand Village. Otherwise, why do you think Danzo always keeps his right eye wrapped up? And remember, didn't Senior Kagami destroy his own left eye, leaving his right socket empty?" Uchiha Zhan's words hit Shisui like a blow, causing him to stagger back in disbelief. He stared wide-eyed at Zhan, his voice low and shaken. Impossible. That can't be. Everything he believed had been upended in that moment. Never had he imagined that Danzo, the ever-stern man who had voluntarily retreated into Konoha's secretive route, would stoop so low, conspiring for power with outside enemies, utterly without scruples. "You've gone too far, little brother, to throw such accusations at the Hokage's advisor. You know how serious a crime that is?" Itachi glared fiercely at Zhan. Zhan merely let out a cold, disdainful laugh. He extended his hand toward Itachi, and in an instant, a ghostly blue skeletal arm materialized from thin air, closing around Itachi and trapping him. How many times do I have to say it? Call me Zhan. Can't you understand? When I'm speaking, don't you interrupt me. All you offer are empty political platitudes. You have no clue about the real truth. Zhan's tone was icy and unrelenting. Caught in the spectral grip, Itachi couldn't even use the body replacement jutsu. All he could do was fume helplessly, anger flaring in his eyes. The whole Uchiha clan gasped in shock at the spectacle. One of their strongest, so easily subdued by the ever-unassuming Zhan? No, he'd never been unremarkable. He'd simply concealed his true power from everyone. The Mangekyo Sharingan's brilliance in his eyes, the overwhelming force of Susanoo. Such power was dazzling, awe-inspiring. Fugaku's anxiety was written plainly on his face. He knew his son could be rebellious, but this surely didn't warrant a death sentence. He hastened to intervene. Enough. Zhan, after all, Itachi is your brother. Do you truly intend to kill him? Zhan's body gave a faint tremor. At last, he let out a deep sigh and slowly lowered his hand. Freed at last, Itachi gulped in much-needed breaths. He braced himself, preparing to summon Susanoo in self-defense, but was stopped by a single look from Shisui. Zhan saw every subtle gesture exchange between them. Nothing escaped his sharp gaze. Itachi, too, realized he'd lost control of his emotions. Under Shisui's steady, resolute gaze, he chose restraint, quietly stepping aside, no longer uttering another word. At that moment, the hawkish faction erupted in exhilaration, celebrating their leader's first decisive victory with undisguised enthusiasm. Uchiha Zhan paid no attention to their emotions. Instead, he kept smiling at Uchiha Shisui and said, I know it's hard for you to believe me. In fact, you could tell the Hyuga clan about Grandpa Mirror's chakra nature and color. Let them use their Byakugan to examine Shimura Danzo. Then the truth will become clear. Although Shisui remained skeptical of Uchiha Zhan's theory, he committed this idea to memory. He remembered clearly that his grandfather's chakra had always been warm and green, brimming with vitality. Sometimes, a series of coincidences makes one instinctively suspicious. Combined with how confidently Uchiha Zhan expressed his views, the seeds of doubt in Shisui's heart only grew deeper. Back to the main point. Your central argument just now was that the second Hokage wanted the Uchiha clan to be integrated into the Hidden Leaf, giving us the duties of the police force, correct? As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan returned to his seat. His subordinates quickly brought over another table and placed it in front of him. The whole crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Uchiha Zhan propped his legs up on the table, folded his hands behind his head, and sat comfortably back in his chair, with his gaze fixed on Uchiha Shisui. Shisui nodded seriously, replying, What are your thoughts? His demeanor was earnest. Though he was loyal to the leaf, that didn't mean he believed everything at face value. He thought deeply about each point. Uchiha Zhan gave a cold chuckle. Then let me ask you this. What are the actual duties of the Konoha police force? Investigation, arrests, and interrogations. Shisui answered immediately. Uchiha Zhan's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think these are noble tasks? That they safeguard Konoha's security and order? Shisui nodded, feeling that Zhan's questions were fair. But his response only earned a few scoffs in return. The truth is, as long as the police force is made up solely of the Uchiha, it creates a barrier between us and everyone else. Whenever we get involved in a dispute, people always question our fairness. Even an ordinary villager can accuse us of excessive force and misconduct. Are there any real facts behind such accusations? Not really, but others rarely see it that way. This naturally breeds coldness and suspicion. In the end, ask yourself, why didn't he entrust such a powerful department to another family, but gave it to the Uchiha? Why? Shisui was stunned. He suddenly sensed that Zhan's next words might be bold, perhaps even enough to overturn everything he thought he knew. Because the Uchiha are prideful by nature. Everyone is too absorbed in the glory of the Warring States era. We disregard skepticism without a care, too uninterested to offer any explanations. Even when wronged, we just endure in silence. And some even think bearing it stoically is admirable. Don't forget, where did that so-called glory come from? It was Madara Uchiha who fought for it, piece by piece, with his own power. It was never meant for you to come here and be humiliated, then sit on your high horse, detached from everyone else, and lost in self-admiration. As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan kicked over the table with a sudden, forceful motion. The table hurtled straight toward Uchiha Sogi. His face turned ghostly pale. At his advanced age, there was simply no way he could avoid it in time. In a flash, Uchiha Shisui formed a hand sign. He triggered his body flicker technique, appearing instantly in front of the dovish leader Sogi, drawing his kunai and splitting the oncoming table cleanly in two. Zhan, what do you think you're doing? If we're going to debate, then debate properly. Why resort to violence? Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brows, recognizing that Zhan seemed to have lost control of his emotions. Zhan let out a cold, derisive chuckle. I just can't stand him. You tell me, am I wrong? Sogi, face drained of color, slumped to the ground. Several members of the dovish faction rushed to help him up. Once he'd regained his composure, he shot Zhan a sharp glare, then looked to Uchiha Fugaku. Clan head, Uchiha Zhan has attacked his own clansmen, showing a volatile and violent disposition. I propose that we revoke his right to participate in these meetings, Sogi said calmly. Fugaku hadn't even had a chance to respond when members of the hawkish faction could no longer hold back. Sogi, what right do you have to complain? Frankly, we went easy on you just now. What if you've been killed on the spot? Don't forget, it was the clan that raised you, and yet you pledge your loyalty to the village? Everything you eat, everything you wear, didn't the clan provide all of it? If you're so brave, then destroy your own eyes and go beg for a place in Konoha's high council. Go on, do it. Was Zhan wrong? The Uchiha clan's glory. Did you doves really earn it by your endless concessions? That honor was fought for through blood and grit. The Hawks might be hot-tempered, but their loyalty was always to the clan, and their unity was unbreakable. If Zhan was wrong, they'd argue with him. But as long as he made sense, they would never back down. No matter the conflict, they'd see it through to the end. Sogi's face went even paler. He hadn't expected the hawkish faction to be so radical now, while the doves, despite their obvious discontent, found no voice for a real argument. Inwardly, he ground his teeth, his anger at the Hawks matched only by his disappointment in the doves' weakness. Of course, he would never count himself among the weak. After all, people are seldom able to see their own shortcomings. The corners of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched in the faintest smile, though he quickly recovered his stern demeanor. Enough. No more squabbling. Let's hear the rest of Zhan's analysis. Zhan glanced at Fugaku, and in Fugaku's eyes, he caught the same bright flicker of anticipation. Uchiha Zhan gave a faint smile and continued. Shisui, have you ever considered that the second Hokage might have deliberately set the Uchiha clan into a vicious cycle? Think about it. By isolating us, pushing us to the outskirts, haven't we slowly drifted away from the village's core and ultimately lost our sense of belonging? Let's look at it from another perspective. Everyone always talks about the importance of sharing benefits. If the police force is controlled solely by our Uchiha clan, wouldn't that breed resentment and jealousy among the other families? Have you thought about any of this? Uchiha Zhan fixed his gaze on Uchiha Shisui. At that moment, Shisui felt as if a great weight was pressing on his shoulders, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He had always believed the second Hokage valued the Uchiha. But now suspicion crept in. Was there a hidden agenda behind the second's decisions? Perhaps even calculated scheme? Shisui parted his lips, but found his throat parched and words lost to him. At that instant, Uchiha Itachi interjected coldly. These are nothing more than your own speculations. The second Hokage was renowned for fairness and integrity. In the end, the title of Hokage passed to the third, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, not kept within the Senju clan itself. Don't you know? The next generation of the Senju, Rope Tree and Tsunade, were just 7 or 8 years old at the time. Could you really expect a child that young to take on the Hokage's mantle? And besides, how can you be sure Tobirama Senju was entirely selfless? Did you ask him yourself? Perhaps these suspicions are nothing but rumors. Can't you form your own judgment? Honestly, it's frustrating to listen to. Uchiha Zhan could only pinch the bridge of his nose in resignation at Itachi's response and let out a sigh. Itachi's emotional outburst was clear in his piercing stare at his younger brother, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Itachi, Shisui's voice rang out in admonition. Hearing his friend's gentle reproach, Itachi fell silent at once, withdrawing into quiet. Zhan glanced over, quirking the corner of his mouth. He had always sensed there was something unusual in the bond between Shisui and Itachi. Could the rumors have some basis, after all? Unable to help himself, strange and exaggerated fanfiction tales popped unbidden into his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Yet Shisui suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, but now was not the time for wandering thoughts. Focusing on Zhan again, he asked, then, assuming your theory holds true, how do you explain the Nine Tails incident? I believe it's your logic that's unclear. During the Nine Tails attack, every member of the Uchiha clan, the clan leader included, was within our compound in the village. If that's the case, what possible connection could the Uchiha have with the Nine Tails incident, when all of us were clearly on Konoha territory? So why did they never pursue an investigation into outsiders? but instead always cast suspicion in our direction? Is it truly because they fear our strength? Or is there a secret they're desperate to keep hidden? You never consider things from this angle. Instead, you think we should just swallow our anger and endure a period of hardship, hoping things will eventually pass. But why should we have to bear these indignities? During the Nine-Tails incident, Konoha explicitly barred us from assisting, and afterwards pushed our clan out from the center of power, forcing the Uchiha into the margins. I want to ask, on what grounds? You can ask every Uchiha present here today, not just the Hawks, even the Doves. Are you telling me none of them are disappointed by how Konoha has treated us? Uchiha Zhan's words carried a force that was impossible to resist. At that moment, the eyes of the hawkish members burned with unspoken fury. They already regarded Uchiha Zhan as their true leader. If he were to demand that Fugaka step down right now, they would stand with him without a moment's hesitation. For years the Hawks had stifled their frustrations, spurned not only by the village, but also coldly received by their own kin upon returning. Wasn't everything they did for the sake of the Uchiha clan? Now that a genuine leader had emerged, one with a Mangekyo Sharingan and a potent mix of ambition and strength, who wouldn't rally behind him? On the other hand, the Doves hung their heads. Even if they convinced themselves their choices were rational, sometimes even persuading themselves that the village's suspicions had reason, and were all for Konoha's good, how could their hearts not ache when their own children were shunned at school? Even in daily life, be it running missions or something as simple as shopping for groceries, they were constantly singled out, all because of the Uchiha name. Didn't that sting? Zhan's words awakened wounds deep within them, memories they'd rather forget, and shattered the false sense of security they'd managed to build. Many of the Doves slowly raised their heads, drawing breath with newfound resolve. The first one stepped toward the Hawks' ranks, then turned to face Uchiha Sogi. Leader, forgive me. Lord Zhan is right. I don't want to live like this anymore. He slipped off his jacket, revealing a torso crisscrossed with scars. One vicious scar stretched from his left shoulder all the way to his abdomen. My name is Uchiha, a former Jonin. As you can see, these scars came from missions for Konoha and the Third Great Ninja War. I love the Hidden Leaf, but I love my clan even more. Everything I've done was out of hope that my children wouldn't have to go to war, wouldn't have to struggle as we have. But what's the reality? We're excluded by the villagers, our kids ostracized at school. I tried to comfort myself that it was all for the village, but why? Why should our children have to endure such injustice? Just because our name is Uchiha. What exactly have the Uchiha done wrong? Back when Konoha was founded, could Hashirama Senju truly have united all the clans without the Uchiha by his side? We are the descendants of heroes, not criminals. So, from this day forward, I will no longer be part of the Dove faction. With these words, Uchiha Hawk tore the insignia from his sleeve and threw it to the ground. This act instantly struck a chord with many present. The members of the Hawk faction were visibly stirred, their jaws clenched in excitement. At the same time, some of the Dove faction began to step over and join the ranks of the Hawks. Before long, only 3 remained with the Doves: Uchiha Sogi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Behind Uchiha's son, a crowd of Uchiha supporters now stood, united in their cause. Uchiha Sogi lowered his head, fully aware that after today, the Dove faction was Uchiha in name only, a fading shadow of its former self. Uchiha Shisui felt a deep shock. Never in his life had he witnessed the Uchiha clan so tightly knit together. Hawk's words from just moments ago continued to echo in his mind. He found himself questioning, are my actions truly the right ones? Is this really the treatment the Uchiha deserve? Aren't we, after all, the descendants of heroes? At this moment, his heart began to waver, shifting, little by little, from loyalty to the village towards solidarity with his clan. Uchiha's son stepped in front of him and said, Shisui, before you think of yourself as a villager, never forget your family name. You are Uchiha, one of the twin pillars that founded Konoha, the Senju and the Uchiha. After a brief pause, he continued, I believe that, back then, Elder Kagami also wished for the Uchiha to truly become part of Konoha, but never in such a humiliating way. The position of Hokage was meant to be within the reach of our Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Uchiha Sen's gaze sharpened with a resolute fierceness. Shisui was caught off guard, momentarily unable to guess what his grandfather had truly desired. Yet inside, the foundation of his beliefs had started to tremble. Perhaps the Uchiha weren't meant to go on living in such humiliation after all. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi spoke up, Shisui, don't forget, we are Konoha's Uchiha. His words instantly sparked irritation among those around them. Shisui quickly regained his composure. He looked Uchiha's son in the eye and replied earnestly, I will consider your viewpoint, but only after I discover the truth behind my grandfather's death will I make my decision. Son nodded in understanding, casting a cold, mocking glance at Uchiha Itachi before extending his hand to Shisui. I'll investigate with you. That Danzo, his strength is nothing special, but when it comes to cunning, even 10 of you couldn't match him. Shisui nodded in agreement. All right. Seeing this, Itachi couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. As for the matter of informing, with Shisui present, and given that he's about to take action against Danzo Shimura, there was little need for concern. Itachi, Uchiha, and Shisui shared a close bond. Naturally, Itachi would never betray his comrades. Although Shisui was still hesitant, Itachi Uchiha made no unusual moves. However, if the Uchiha clan truly chose the path of rebellion, Itachi would surely inform the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To Itachi, the interests of the village would always come before the private interests of his clan. In his heart, Itachi believed that the Uchiha clan could be sacrificed, but the Leaf Village must not suffer any harm. If Fugaku Uchiha ever learned Itachi's true thoughts, would he kill Itachi on the spot? Then again, perhaps not. In the way things originally unfolded, Fugaku never even resisted. He was slain by the hand of his most trusted son in a single stroke. As he saw the situation gradually improve, Uchiha Zhan finally let out a breath of relief. Fugaku Uchiha rose to his feet and said, "Since that's the case, let's wait for Shisui's report. These few days won't make a difference either way. Everyone, get back to training. Do not let it guard down." With those words, he strode toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused. "Zhan, come to my room later." And so, with only 10 days left before the night of massacre, the Uchiha clan hastily concluded their debate over whether to seize power in the Leaf Village by force. Though this meeting ended abruptly, it succeeded in bringing the clan together for the first time in 6 years since the Nine-Tails attack. Only a rare few still felt out of place. Uchiha Sauni, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. As the meeting ended, clan head Fugaku Uchiha was the first to leave, but the others remained where they were, their gazes all turning to Uchiha Zhan. Fugaku's footsteps faltered for a moment. He glanced back at those gathered, his expression unreadable, lingering especially on Uchiha Zhan, with a look that seemed to carry some deeper meaning. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Zhan declared, "It's getting late. I suggest everyone heads home and get some rest. I, Uchiha Zhan, give you my word. In all dealings with the Leaf's top brass, I will never back down, never compromise, and never submit." "Yes," came the resounding reply, and in the next instant, the ninja melted away into shadows, vanishing from the clan hall. Fugaku Uchiha also turned and left. His retreating figure seemed to touch lonely beneath the corridor's eaves. This solitary scene struck a chord within Uchiha Zhan, but he knew that now was no time to reveal any sign of weakness. After all, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Sauni were still present. Uchiha Zhan looked at them with a smile and said, "What's the matter? Aren't you leaving yet?" He turned to walk away, his long hair fluttering behind him, a playful expression lingering on his face, as if he were looking at a few insignificant people. "Zhan, when did you become this strong?" Uchiha Shisui asked, his tone tinged with confusion. In the past, when he and Itachi often visited Fugaku's house, he had seen Uchiha Zhan several times. Back then, Zhan always seemed like someone easily overlooked, an unremarkable figure who greeted everyone with hesitation and deference. In the end, Shisui realized that he had never truly seen who this person was. Now, the chakra radiating from Uchiha Zhan was likely enough to surpass even the Hokage. "Just now," Zhan replied with a smile. The corner of Shisui's mouth twitched faintly, and he muttered to himself, "Who are you trying to fool?" Still, since this was clearly the other's secret, Shisui knew better than to press further. Only Uchiha Itachi, his brow furrowed and voice tinged with annoyance, spoke up, "Zhan, if you don't want to explain, then just say so. Why mess with Shisui?" "Think about it however you like," Zhan said with a helpless shrug. To be honest, he didn't believe it himself, but there was nothing he could do about it either. A vein bulged slightly at Itachi's temple as he made up his mind to give this arrogant younger brother a proper lesson. A lesson in how one was supposed to behave before an elder brother. This time, Shisui didn't step in to stop Itachi, for he too was burning with curiosity about the true extent of Uchiha Zhan's strength. Suddenly, a chime sounded softly in Zhan's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Refute Uchiha Shisui. Mission rating, SSS. Reward, skill, indomitable body, incomplete form. Each time you take damage, reduce it by 10%, up to a maximum reduction of 100%. Because he feared death, the system had specially granted him a defensive skill." A glimmer of excitement flashed through Zhan's eyes. This was a powerful ability indeed. The corners of his lips curled upward, as if he had already begun envisioning unique ways to make use of it. Then, with a mischievous grin, he raised his middle finger at Itachi. Itachi was caught off guard for a moment, unsure of what this gesture signified, but it was clear it wasn't friendly. Zhan, I formally challenge you. Itachi's gaze turned icy, and he prepared to form the opening seals for their duel. But Zhan simply waved his hand with indifference. This gesture made Itachi's eyes flash with contempt and disdain. As expected, he thought, all bluster when it comes down to action, backing away at the slightest confrontation. Shisui, however, sensed there was more beneath the surface. He stood aside and watched Zhan's reaction silently. Itachi, I think we should move to the training grounds instead of fighting here, Zhan said calmly. After all, this is the Uchiha clan's council chamber. It would be troublesome if we damaged anything. Itachi Uchiha paused for a moment, realizing that Uchiha Zhan had a point, and nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll be waiting for you at training ground number 7. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant, dissolving into a swirling cloud of crows that quickly disappeared without a trace. If Uchiha Zhan only had the abilities of a genin, witnessing this scene might have frightened him. But after merging with Madara Uchiha's template, this so-called crow clone technique was nothing noteworthy in his eyes. When one's chakra reaches a certain level, and with the power of the mangekyō sharingan, most ninja techniques become easy to see through. Shisui Uchiha didn't leave immediately. He continued to watch Uchiha Zhan from the shadows. He saw Uchiha Zhan give him a thumbs up, and in the very instant Shisui blinked, Zhan, too, vanished without a trace. Shisui's expression changed, astonished that Zhan could slip away in the blink of an eye and without a sound. But he collected himself quickly. Since he knew the destination, he immediately performed the body flicker technique and sped toward training ground number 7. When Shisui arrived, he found Itachi waiting for him, who greeted him with a gentle smile. Shisui, would you mind serving as referee for this match? Shisui glanced at Zhan and nodded lightly. No problem. Then, turning directly to Zhan, he spoke with earnestness. Zhan, rest assured, I promise to remain absolutely impartial, overseeing this duel with the honor of the Uchiha clan as my guarantee. Zhan nodded in response. Since Shisui had pledged the clan's honor, it meant his fairness was beyond doubt. Once Zhan gave his consent, Shisui raised his hand. 3, 2, 1, begin. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Zhan's lips. He lifted his hand and slapped his own chest 10 times in quick succession. A rhythmic thud, like distant drum beats, echoed through the training ground. Itachi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did his little brother lose his mind? Why would he start by pounding on his own chest? At that moment, a system prompt resounded in Zhan's mind. Ding. Damage reduction. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. A confident smile spread across his face. Everything was in place. Now, the real battle was about to begin. Itachi couldn't make sense of Zhan's actions, but his instincts as a ninja told him that seizing the initiative was crucial. He drew his long sword, leveling it at his brother. Foolish little brother, today you'll learn a vital lesson. In this world, even the mangekyō sharingan isn't enough. Relying on your eye techniques alone will never defeat a true warrior forged in countless battles. With those words, he lunged forward, rapidly closing the distance, and raised his sword high to strike down at Zhan. What happened next was entirely unexpected. Zhan neither dodged nor attempted to block, instead standing perfectly still. Itachi's pupils constricted as he hurriedly tried to pull back, realizing too late that he could only soften his swing at the last moment, cutting its force in half. The blade sliced down toward Zhan's shoulder. Are you out of your mind? Get out of the way, shouted Itachi Uchiha. His true intention was merely to teach his younger brother a lesson, not to really harm him. Zhan Uchiha, however, continued to watch Itachi with a smile. The blade came down and struck Zhan's shoulder, ringing out with a clear metallic clang and sending sparks flying. Even though Itachi had already drawn back much of his strength, he still could not keep the blade from landing in the end. Yet the expected sound, the tearing of flesh, never came. Instead, only the sharp, resonant chime of metal against metal filled the air. A burst of sparks scattered. Itachi stared in bewilderment at his younger brother. Was this really the timid, often bullied boy who used to cry in secret? Moreover, what kind of training had Zhan's body undergone to render him completely impervious, even to a blade? Itachi, did you skip a meal? Where did you learn swordplay? Was it from the sensei's wife? Come on, that was way too soft. Zhan teased, letting his words ring in Itachi's ears. For a moment, both Itachi and Shisui stood frozen in astonishment. Only Zhan was quietly pleased with himself. So, it turns out, attacking myself does count. Alert! Warning! Attempt to exploit system loophole detected. Host is attempting to exploit system loophole. After this battle, The system will update the indomitable body function to fix the loophole that allows self-attacks to be effective. Zhan's smile collapsed in an instant. He grumbled inwardly at the system's pettiness. It's not my fault you didn't notice your own bug. Why shouldn't I use it to my advantage? You're just stifling your host's creativity, aren't you? System. After the loophole is patched, you'll get compensation. A Uchiha Blaze fan will be awarded. Hearing this, Zhan's eyes instantly lit up. The Blaze fan was no trivial reward. Yet, to Zhan's mild surprise, Itachi didn't react with anger to his taunt. Instead, he sheathed his sword and stepped back, putting some distance between them. In battle mode, Itachi's mind was sharper and calmer than ever. That last blow had only been a test, and the result was clear. Zhan's physical strength was on another level. Even bladed weapons couldn't leave a mark. Facing an opponent like this, Itachi knew perfectly well that taijutsu was useless. At least his own taijutsu wasn't nearly enough to break through Zhan's defenses. He had encountered situations like this before, but he remained confident that victory would ultimately be his. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Itachi's hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. Serpent goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. The sequence complete, he instinctively tilted his head back and drew in a deep breath. Then, with explosive force, he exhaled a massive ball of fire. The blaze tore through the night like lightning, painting all three of their faces in flickering shades of crimson. Shisui's face betrayed a trace of worry, while Itachi's expression was intensely focused, and Zhan wore a faint, cold smile. The grand fireball shot forth like a roaring meteor, racing toward Uchiha Zhan and stirring up a violent gust of wind. The heat wave whipped Zhan's long hair wildly. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. With a light leap, Uchiha Zhan vaulted 4 meters into the air. Moving with striking speed, he wove the hand signs. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger. His speed was far greater than Itachi's, barely lifting his hands before 5 fireballs erupted from his mouth, speeding straight toward Uchiha Itachi and his own grand fireball. Itachi's face changed instantly, for even the smallest of those 5 fireballs matched the size of his own. The others were larger still. With the Mangekyo Sharingan active, he could even see the flames within each fireball, churning like molten lava. The first fireball from Zhan's Phoenix Fire Jutsu collided with Itachi's grand fireball head-on. A deafening blast followed. The 2 masses of flame dissolved into the air. Itachi immediately halted his chakra flow. Since the fireballs canceled each other out, pressing the attack was pointless. Glancing up, Itachi saw that 4 enormous fireballs blocked every avenue of retreat, hemming him in from all directions and deepening the weight of his gaze. Zhan's Phoenix Fire gave Itachi not a single moment to breathe. The fireballs howled toward him, unstoppable. Itachi clenched his teeth, knowing there was no escape, forced to unleash his final defense. Resolve blazed in his eyes. A crimson chakra erupted, swirling and gathering around him, swiftly taking the form of a scarlet skeletal frame that encased his entire body. Susanoo. At that moment, blood seeped from his left eye. The roaring onslaught of Zhan's Phoenix Fire slammed into Itachi. In an instant, Susanoo manifested, shielding him from the righteous inferno. Enduring the fierce attack, Itachi gritted his teeth and withstood the pressure of the jutsu. Though Susanoo had blocked the offensive, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A metallic taste surged in his throat, but he forced it down. As the attack waned, Itachi's silhouette emerged slowly from the lingering smoke. The vivid crimson skeleton still enveloped his figure. With its oppressive presence, the Susanoo radiated menace. Now Itachi's eyes glinted with the Mangekyo Sharingan, fixed unwaveringly on Zhan. When he was certain Zhan wasn't pressing the assault, Itachi dismissed Susanoo and closed his left eye. A wave of scorching, stinging pain swept over him, making his body tremble imperceptibly. Zhan caught that detail, sharp as ever. With a soft sigh, Zhan thought to himself, as expected, this guy pushes himself beyond the limits of his strength, stubborn even to the point of self-inflicted suffering. Itachi, let's leave it at that. You've lost. Shisui Uchiha appeared before Itachi in a flash. Itachi wanted to protest, but the scorching fireball from earlier had left him struggling to speak. He could only look at his brother with a complex, unreadable gaze. To Shisui, this battle was nothing more than friendly sparring among the clan's prodigies. There was no need to unleash the power of the Mangekyo. He admitted to himself that, whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu, he couldn't surpass on. Are you giving up already? Zhan Uchiha said with a laugh. I'm just getting warmed up. Shisui nodded, conceding the match. This round is yours. Even I might not outdo Itachi in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. One could say right now you are the strongest in the Uchiha clan. Shisui regarded Zhan with a complicated expression. But Zhan just shook his head calmly. Being the strongest doesn't matter. What matters is maintaining your state. Tomorrow, you still need to report to Danzo. With that, he turned to leave. After a few steps, he paused and, making sure everyone could hear, added one more sentence. Afterward, he ignored whatever reaction Shisui and Itachi had and headed straight for home. In his memory, only his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, never looked down on him or considered him a burden. Mikoto always found creative ways to cook delicious meals just to make him happy. And of course, there was that slightly foolish yet close older brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Most of the ninjutsu Sasuke knew, he had learned from Zhan himself. Itachi, because of his umbu duties, was constantly busy with missions. Days off in a whole year could be counted on one hand, leaving almost no chance to play ninja games with his brother. As a double agent, Itachi was also torn by pressures from all sides, which wore him down and left him little time for family. And so, Zhan, the idle one at home, naturally became the one responsible for teaching his little brother. At that moment, a mechanical voice chimed in, ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Itachi Uchiha in sparring, crushing his defiance, and leaving a deep impression upon his heart. You are rewarded with a Uchiha Flame Fan and a set of Crimson Sengoku armor. Please continue your efforts. A look of delight appeared on Zhan's face. Hey system, where are the rewards? Ding. Rewards have been placed in the system space. With the announcement, a digital panel appeared before Zhan, a clear 7/600 displayed in the lower left corner. Zhan nodded, satisfied with his 600-slot inventory. Just then, a deep and solemn voice rang out. Zhan, you're back. The weight in the voice made Zhan's mood grow noticeably heavier. Sensing the shift in Uchiha Zhan's mood, the system quietly closed the inventory panel, allowing his vision to return to normal. As he looked up, he saw Uchiha Fugaku standing with his arms crossed, fixing him with a cold, unwavering gaze and lips pressed tight. Is there something you need, father? Uchiha Zhan asked, his expression calm and his tone neither servile nor arrogant. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Fugaku's mouth. Let's eat first. Your mother and Sasuke are still waiting for you, he replied. Hearing that his mother and younger brother were waiting to share a meal, a subtle relief flickered across Uchiha Zhan's features, and his heart grew lighter. Yet, out of pride for his clan, he simply nodded with a reserved response. Fugaku led the way toward the main hall, with Zhan following close behind. Zhan couldn't help but sense that Fugaku was, intentionally or not, closing the distance between them. As they walked side by side, Fugaku finally spoke. What plans do you have next? I'll eat first. We can talk about it after the meal. At that moment, Zhan's mind was occupied only by thoughts of being with his mother and brother. Fugaku pressed his lips together, then nodded in acceptance. When the two of them reached the entrance to the living room, a gentle call rang out from inside. Is that Zhan? With a voice rich in warmth and affection, the door slid open to reveal Mikoto, her smile radiant as she gazed at them. A flicker of brightness lit up Fugaku's eyes as he strode eagerly forward. But Mikoto, with a gentle composure, bypassed him and walked straight toward her son, Uchiha Zhan. She already knew that during today's clan meeting, her younger son had distinguished himself. He'd not only outshone his peers, but also succeeded in uniting the Uchiha clan. Mikoto was filled with pride for Zhan, but beneath that pride ran a current of worry. Was it hardship that had shaped his strength? To her, the safety of the Hidden Leaf village paled in comparison to the well-being of her children. Whether amidst clan turmoil or in times of peace, she was simply a mother. Her only wish for her child was health and happiness, untouched by the tumult of politics. Mother, Zhan began, his eyes glistening with tears. In this moment, the emotions of the original Uchiha Zhan and the traveler's soul interwove within him. Unable to hold back, tears traced silently down his cheeks. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her own eyes as well. She wrapped her arms tightly around Zhan, her voice thick with emotion. My child, have you been suffering? Tell me, let mom help you. Zhan quickly shook his head. No, not at all. He sniffled and forced a smile. I just missed you, mother. That's all. Mikoto's gaze softened as she gently stroked his hair. Silly child, I'm always here at home. If you ever miss me, just come home and see me. Upon hearing Mikoto Uchiha's words, Fugaku Uchiha's expression softened at the corners of his eyes, and he found himself looking at Zhan Uchiha with much more warmth than before. At that moment, a sense of urgency gripped Zhan's heart. According to his memories, there were only 10 days left until the family's devastating tragedy. No, today was nearly over. That meant there were only 9 days left. Held tightly in his mother's warm embrace, Zhan's heart overflowed with fierce resolve. He swore to himself that he would never allow anyone to harm his family, not even his own elder brother. If his brother ever stood against him, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. Even if his mother ended up blaming him, he told himself, so be it. He'd be willing to give his life for his brother if it came to that. The only thing Zhan could never accept was the possibility of his mother coming to harm. That was unforgivable. Suddenly, Mikoto sensed a cold, unsettling aura emanating from her son, causing her heart to clench anxiously. She glanced at Zhan, who, catching her gaze, quickly reined in the intensity, putting on a gentle smile. Mother, I'm hungry. What for dinner tonight? Zhan put on a playful tone, pretending to act spoiled. Finally, Mikoto broke into a smile, tapping him lightly on the nose. Silly boy, just simple home-cooked food, a little salmon sushi, some temari sushi fish roe. Zhan couldn't resist swallowing hard. He had always loved seafood, but after the environment in his old world deteriorated, it had been ages since he'd last tasted any. Now, living in this world, he could finally indulge in seafood to his heart's content. Mother, let's go eat right away, he called, grabbing Mikoto's hand and urging her inside. Mikoto laughed joyfully, taking Zhan's hand as they entered the house together. Just as Fugaku was about to follow them in, there was a loud slam as the door closed behind them. Fugaku stood frozen in place, momentarily speechless. This was Mikoto's way of punishing him. As a father, he had done nothing when their son was wronged. That was something she simply couldn't forgive. To Mikoto, regardless of Zhan's talent, he would always be her child, the one she carried for 10 long months and brought into this world with so much effort. A wave of warmth washed over Zhan. He knew his mother was standing up for him, fiercely protecting his dignity. At the same moment, Sasuke was lying at the dining table, fast asleep with drool on his cheek. Though he wanted to eat, he had been stubbornly waiting for his older brother to return. The sight made Zhan's heart melt with affection. Walking over to Sasuke, he gently flicked his little brother's forehead. Ouch! Sasuke yelped, snapping awake. He was just about to scold the culprit, but when he saw it was his brother, he fell silent, immediately stretching out his hands, asking for a hug. Big brother, give me a hug. Sasuke Uchiha beamed, grinning from ear to ear. At just 7 years old, Sasuke was in the midst of a pure and carefree childhood. With his talent and background, he should have been able to grow up happy, if only disharmony hadn't crept into the family. Uchiha Zhan sighed inwardly, then scooped Sasuke up into his arms. Sasuke, have you missed your brother? Just then, Fugaku Uchiha entered the room. Sasuke had wanted to say he missed his brother very much, but when he caught sight of Fugaku's stern expression, he tensed up and lowered his voice to a mumble. Sasuke's a big kid now, I didn't really miss you. Zhan's brow furrowed as he turned to see Fugaku walking in. Ordinarily, he might not have cared, but seeing how Sasuke shrank away in fear left a bitter taste in his mouth. A fierce protectiveness welled up within him. His gaze sharpened in an instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan flickering in his eyes as he locked eyes with Fugaku. Fugaku immediately felt the pressure crashing down, a weight so heavy he finally understood why his fellow clan members seemed so uneasy during today's council. Being stared down by Zhan was overwhelming. Father, I must ask you to set aside your condescending attitude. Sasuke is still a child. I don't want his childhood dulled by fear from certain people's demeanor. Zhan's tone was calm, but edged with steel. His words hit Fugaku like a slap. Used to having the final say at home, Fugaku bristled with displeasure. Zhan, is this how you speak to your father? Have all those noble manners you learned been wasted? Fugaku shot back, his voice as cold as ice. Fugaku, Mikoto Uchiha's sharp reprimand sliced through the tension. At her command, Fugaku reined himself in noticeably. Zhan nearly let his anger spill over, but under his mother's watchful gaze, he swallowed it back. Taking a seat on the floor, he looked over at Sasuke and spoke gently. Sasuke, remember this, don't let anyone bully you. Not even your big brother, and not even father. If anyone dares pick on you, you must tell your second brother. I'll make sure they pay for it. Zhan's voice came with a veiled warning. On the surface, he was reassuring Sasuke, but the real message was for Fugaku. Fugaku, of course, caught the implication, and for a moment, he felt a pang of regret. As clan head and father, he couldn't shake off the sense that he'd failed, both as a leader and as a dad. Mikoto reached over and gently patted Zhan's head. What are you saying, Zhan? Who would ever bully Sasuke? Now come, let's eat. There's a good boy. For a moment, she seemed at a loss for what to do. In the past, Zhan's temperament had been gentle enough. Though he sometimes clashed with Fugaku, things had never escalated like this. But ever since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, there had been a marked change in him. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is undeniably powerful, but it's not uncommon for one's personality to change after awakening the Mangekyo. Mikoto was well aware of this. For that reason, she understood the transformation that had come over Uchiha Zhan. Zhan let out a long breath and lowered his head. Whenever he faced his mother, all his aura and imposing presence seemed to melt away. There was a kind of natural authority mothers held over their children, especially through blood ties. And after all, she had always cared for him with unwavering patience, never once giving up on him because his talents were a bit lacking. Year after year, she had watched over him with concern and gentleness. Just as Zhan was caught in a moment of gloom, he suddenly felt something soft press against his cheek. He turned to see Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke's cheeks were tinged red, and his gaze flitted away shyly. Zhan couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gently pinched Sasuke's cheek. "Sasuke, if you want to eat something, just tell your big brother. I'll serve it for you. Eat as much as you want. Don't worry about those so-called noble table rules." Sasuke was briefly stunned, then looked up at Zhan with wide, eager eyes. "Brother, I want some dango." He pointed at the 5 skewers of tricolor dango on the table, unable to stop himself from swallowing in anticipation. Zhan heard the sound and chuckled, handing a skewer of dango to him. Sasuke reached out to take it, then instinctively glanced toward their father, only for Zhan to gently pinch his cheek again. "When you're eating, don't let your eyes wander," Zhan said, then took a piece of salmon sushi, dipped it in their special sauce, and popped it into his mouth in one graceful bite. The cold, tender fish melted instantly, releasing a burst of fresh flavor. Seeing Zhan enjoy his food so freely, Sasuke, too, began eating eagerly, swept up in the moment. Watching this, Mikoto's lips curved into a warm smile. As a homemaker, nothing made her happier than seeing her cooking so well received by her family. In the past, the burdens of noble etiquette had always made meals less enjoyable for both Zhan and Sasuke. There had been more than a few arguments with Fugaku about this. After all, they were just children. It wasn't wrong for them to take pleasure in eating. Yet Fugaku had never budged. "They are my children. They are the sons of the clan leader," he'd insist. If they have been born into the clan leader's house, then naturally, they must bear the responsibilities and restraints that come with that status, such as the cost of their position. Fugaku's resolve was unwavering, never showing a hint of compromise, and that had always left Mikoto frustrated. But today, she noticed something different. Fugaku didn't say a word of admonishment. He just watched, his eyes even carrying a gentle softness as he looked at Zhan and Sasuke. One son still young, the other already stood as a pillar of the Uchiha, strong enough to have a voice in negotiations and decisions. In this moment, what reason was left to restrain them? Uchiha Fugaku understood well that the rules of this world were always set by the strong. The attainment of power was inseparable from the support of strength. In this world, power is more important than wealth, but military might outweighs power, and ultimately, it is personal strength that decides everything. That is to say, strength has always been the foundation of this world. Given the strength Uchiha Zhan had displayed so far, his words were certainly worth taking seriously. That was the simple truth, no more and no less. Uchiha Mikoto sat down with Fugaku, taking their seats across from Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Sasuke. The meal was a joyful one. Sasuke ate his fill, and then, buzzing with excitement, he began telling Zhan all about the happenings at school. "So you made a new friend today? His name is Naruto Uzumaki." Zhan raised an eyebrow with mild interest, certain thoughts flitting through his mind. At the mention of that name, Fugaku quietly sighed, while Mikoto's body gave a slight tremor, sadness welling up in her eyes. How is he doing these days? Though Zhan knew Naruto had endured a harsh childhood, he still couldn't resist asking about the boy's current situation. "Well, he says his monthly allowance is never enough for food, and all he can afford is expired milk. The other day, he even asked me to try a sip. That taste," Sasuke grimaced in disgust, "but to spare his feelings, I forced it down and even praised it. It's delicious." Zhan reached out to pat Sasuke on the head. "Look at you, Sasuke. You're starting to care about others, aren't you?" Sasuke looked up at him, breaking into a wide, toothy grin. Mikoto turned to Zhan and asked gently, "Is there any way we can help that child live a better life?" Zhan shook his head and replied, "Right now, the village is watching our Uchiha clan with extreme wariness. If we even try to approach the Jinchuriki within 10 minutes, the third Hokage himself would arrive to investigate." Mikoto's face fell with disappointment. She knew Zhan was right, but her heart still ached. Kushina had once been her friend, and she longed to look after the child left behind. Why then, was the village always so hostile toward the Uchiha? Back during the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan was not at fault. Was it truly fair for them to be condemned just because they shared the same eyes as that mysterious man? Sensing Mikoto's sadness, Zhan rose to comfort his mother, and then he noticed Fugaku's distracted gaze wandering. He knew Fugaku had once considered kidnapping the Nine Tails host, planning to stage a coup with the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Yet through his own dojutsu's power, Zhan had glimpsed 2 possible endings. The first scenario describes what happens if, after defeating the Leaf Village, the Uchiha and the Leaf are then attacked by a coalition of the other 4 major ninja villages, eventually leading to their total destruction. The second scenario follows the original plot. The entire Uchiha clan is wiped out, with only his 2 sons surviving, while the Leaf Village retains most of its combat strength. The author's interactive content is omitted. After dinner, the evening conversation was brief as always. In the end, Sasuke Uchiha, feeling drowsy, mentioned he wanted to go to bed, bringing the discussion to a close. Mikoto Uchiha was tidying up, while Fugaku Uchiha kept his eyes on Uchiha Zhan. Zhan also looked back at his father, both of them silently observing each other. At last, Fugaku sighed and spoke with resignation. "Zhan, let's go talk in the study." Zhan nodded, got up, and followed his father to the study. Fugaku produced a key, unlocked the door, and both entered. Then he locked the door behind them. Fugaku took the main seat in the study and fixed his gaze on Zhan before saying, "Sit down." Zhan, without ceremony, pulled over a chair and sat down across from Fugaku. "What are your thoughts on the coup?" Fugaku went straight to the point, laying the question directly on the table. Zhan smiled and replied, "Just act. Take action directly." Fugaku looked a bit exasperated. "Act directly? How? In what manner? Who would carry it out? A reckless coup without a thorough plan is pure fantasy. And besides, Hiruzen Sarutobi, outwardly modest and restrained, but within the village, he's extremely decisive. His political maneuvers are far superior to ours." Feeling that Zhan might not fully understand, Fugaku began to recount, at length, the schemes and policies Sarutobi Hiruzen had put in place during his tenure as the 3rd Hokage. This time, Zhan sat up straight. He hadn't always given his father's words much weight in the past, but now, he listened with intent. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you control the outcome of 100 battles. After some time, Zhan finally spoke. "So what you're saying is, the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Mitokado clans are growing ever stronger. Sarutobi's family alone now has a 3,000 ninja force?" Fugaku nodded. "That's common knowledge in the village. The Hyuga have raised no objections. Instead, they've chosen to shut themselves in and stay out of it. Hayashi Hyuga himself has not personally attended a single Hokage meeting for over a year, always claiming illness or closed-door training, and sending elders in his place each time. It's probably because of Hizashi Hyuga," Zhan remarked calmly. Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Zhan in astonishment. Back then, that matter was known only to the clan leaders and elders of the major families. No one else could possibly have known. This was because Hiruzen Sarutobi had ordered the news strictly suppressed, and the clan heads had all considered the importance of the Hokage's prestige, so none had leaked a word. The fact that Uchiha Zhan knew about it left Fugaku utterly surprised. That's right. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi did everything he could to bury what happened back then, his actions actually left most of the great families deeply disappointed. It's just that no one dared to voice their opposition publicly. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a weary sigh. "What about the Inoshikicho trio? If I remember correctly, they were the first to stand behind Sarutobi at the time," Zhan asked. "Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. Those 3 have long disappeared from the public eye. Just like the Hyuga, they've gradually withdrawn from the center of village politics," Fugaku replied. "At this point, among all the clans, only we Uchiha are still visible, still active in everyone's sight," Fugaku said truthfully. Zhan nodded. "No wonder the village treats us with such hostility. So, Konoha has rotted down to its very core. Because all the major clans have lost faith in Hiruzen Sarutobi, and to avoid suspicion, they've chosen to stay behind closed doors, giving up their influence. Only our Uchiha clan head continues to show up at every meeting. By doing that, don't you think you're making people think you're aiming for the seat of Hokage?" Zhan questioned. "With Hiruzen's obsession with power and Danzo Shimura's hunger for the Hokage's position, do you really think the 2 of them wouldn't join forces to target you? I just want to know, when the other clans decided to step away from the power struggle, was there really no one who warned you? Did you not understand? Or were you just pretending not to?" Zhan asked, exasperated. Suddenly, Fugaku recalled that about a year ago, Hayashi Hyuga had indeed invited him over to the Hyuga compound. But at the time, because of the Uchiha clan's pride and the belief that 2 bloodline clans could never truly get close, he had politely declined. He scratched his head and said, "Actually, now that you mention it, there was indeed an invitation. It was the Hyuga clan who asked me." Zhan stood up. "Unbelievable. This was crucial, and you never mentioned it?" Fugaku explained, "At the time, I just wanted to avoid suspicion. I was afraid the Hokage would think the Uchiha harbored ill intentions. The Hyuga didn't seem to care about that. So what were you so afraid of? Are you really that frightened of the 3rd Hokage?" Zhan pressed, clearly dissatisfied. Besides, the third hasn't been the imposing figure he once was back in the Second Great War for a long time. You're in your prime now. Are you saying you can't even match up to an old man? As Zhan spoke, he pointed accusingly at Fugaku, his face filled with disappointment. Was there someone who tried to dissuade you from going at the time? Uchiha Zhan suddenly seemed to recall something and asked. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. There was someone, I think. His name was Uchiha Kage. Uchiha Kage? Did he attend today's clan meeting? Zhan pressed on, his expression turning solemn. No, he didn't. I heard he's been assigned to gate duty, Fugaku replied, matching his gravity. A sudden pallor swept across Zhan's face. Old man, don't do anything reckless. There's something I need to handle first. Without another word, he strode toward the study and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The door splintered apart with a tremendous bang. Mikoto, alarmed by the commotion, set aside her chores and hurried over to see what had happened. All she caught was the fleeting silhouette of someone vanishing into the darkness. The figure moved so swiftly she couldn't even catch a glimpse of his face. Fugaku snapped out of his daze, remembering that he too wanted to act. But Zhan's warning echoed in his mind, telling him to stay put. Though he reluctantly sat back down, a look of deep worry never left his face. Tongzi, can you locate Uchiha Kage for me? Zhan asked urgently. By now, he was nearly certain Kage was most likely a spy working for Konoha. Confirmed. He's currently heading toward the Naka Shrine, where he's scheduled to meet with a contact from Root. The system responded without delay. Uchiha Zhan gave a quick nod and broke into a run, his steps swift and determined. Thoughts swirled through his mind. Never underestimate another person. Sometimes, the place that seems most secure can hide the gravest danger. They had chosen the Uchiha clan's Naka Shrine as their rendezvous point. Normally, only clan members came here during important festivals to clean and perform rituals. On ordinary days, the shrine stood deserted. After all, the shrine was a revered emblem of the Uchiha. And precisely because of that, almost no one would ever suspect mischief might brew within its sacred walls. Outside the Naka Shrine, Kage arrived at the forest's edge, his face concealed by a mask shaped like a viper's head. He drew a slender flute from his robes and played a soft, winding melody. Before long, a sound, clearly meant to mimic a dog's bark, echoed from the darkness. It was easy to discern, for anyone paying attention, that it was just a human feigning an animal's voice. Kage exhaled, a quiet sigh of relief escaping his lips, and then he stepped slowly out of the shadows of the woods. At the gateway of the Naka Shrine, two men stood, their faces devoid of emotion, more like statues than living men. One stretched out his hand and spoke in a low, measured voice. Viper, the notes from today's meeting. Kage's hand went to his waist, retrieving a tightly bound scroll. As he made to pass it over, he began to speak, the Uchiha clan. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Not far away, the tall grass stirred twice. Uchiha Kage and two members of the Root unit immediately drew kunai from their belts. One of the Root didn't even reach for his ninja tool pouch, his fingers slipping inside. Faintly, the markings of an explosive tag could be glimpsed. The three of them held their breath, focusing intently on the direction of the grass. Suddenly, a large white rabbit twitched its nose and hopped out into the open. Relief washed over the three of them at once. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Even though the three of them were all jonin, they understood very clearly. If they were discovered here, it was unlikely they'd get out alive. That's why any sound, any movement, demanded utter vigilance. If discovered, they would have to eliminate the witness immediately, and, if possible, take their eyes. It was rumored that another operative, after gifting Lord Danzo 2 Sharingan, quickly became one of his favorites and never again had to risk his life on the front lines. Thus, the Root had come to accept an unspoken rule. Whoever brought back a Sharingan would earn Lord Danzo's favor, and perhaps win their freedom from Root, maybe even a reunion with family. If not for the fact that Mamushi was an undercover agent among the Uchiha, especially now with tension between the village and the clan at its peak, the other two ANBU would surely have taken Mamushi's head, and taken his eyes too, while they were at it. It's just a little rabbit, yeesh. One of the Root Nin, sounding almost relieved, reached into their pack and pulled out a carrot. The white rabbit, eyeing the carrot, did not approach immediately. It sat back warily, observing the trio. Only when it sensed no hostility did it hop over and begin gnawing on the vegetable. Suddenly, the Root Kunoichi with the carrot grinned, scooping the rabbit up. She sat for a moment, absently stroking the animal. Mamushi and the other man exchanged amused smiles, about to resume their conversation, when suddenly the Kunoichi stiffened in place. She looked down at the rabbit's eyes, red irises, with the unmistakable pattern of Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo sharingan. In that instant, she lost all control over her body. Her consciousness was trapped inside, forced to watch helplessly as someone else commandeered her movements. With mechanical calm, the kunoichi set the rabbit down. The rabbit loped back into the trees and vanished without a trace. She stood up slowly. Because she was wearing the standard root animal mask, the change in her expression was hidden from the others. Silently, she approached her fellow root operative. That man, noticing her, cracked a joke. "Finished already, Fox? You're just the same as ever, still fond of these little animals. Mamushi already gave me the rundown. Uchiha's about to rebel, and there's no time to waste," so he never finished his sentence. A kunai slid cleanly into his chest from behind. His pupil shrank. Slowly, he turned his head, catching a glimpse of Fox from the corner of his eye. "Why?" His voice trembled as he asked, unable to comprehend the situation. He prided himself on how well he had cared for the Fox all these years. Their partnership had spanned 3 years, marked by an unspoken understanding between them. Why would the Fox want to kill him? There's a grief deeper than despair. At that moment, the male ninja fought through the searing pain, pulled out his kunai, and turned to face the Fox. But what he saw shook him. Beneath the Fox's mask, tears were brimming. Confused, he reached up and removed her mask, only to find her irises marked with a blood-red pattern he had never seen before. In that instant, he realized the Fox was under someone else's control. Yet with his heart pierced, survival was already beyond his reach. With the last of his strength, he gently caressed the Fox's beautiful face. "It seems this is my fate. You must live on." With those final words, his eyes lost their light. Life left him, and his body collapsed into the Fox's arms. Within the Fox's inner consciousness, no matter how desperately she struggled, she could not return to her body. She could only watch in silence as she killed her own comrade. Viper was stunned. He looked at the Fox, bewildered. "Fox, why did you kill Brother Wolf?" Viper had always seen the affection Grey Wolf had for Fox. They had always seemed so in love. How could it come to this, with them turning on each other? Fox didn't respond. Her flawless face, now exposed by Grey Wolf's removal of her mask, was for the first time in full view for Viper to see. Without a word, Fox tossed Grey Wolf's body aside and immediately charged at Uchiha Kage. 1 step, 2 steps, her speed suddenly increasing. Uchiha Kage was caught off guard, but after seeing Grey Wolf's fate, he wasn't about to sit and wait for death either. He drew the Uchiha clan's katana and swung at the Fox. Steel clashed, and sparks flew as Fox's kunai met Uchiha Kage's blade. "Fox, have you lost your mind? You killed Grey Wolf, and now you're after me? Don't forget, we all serve Lord Danzo." Uchiha Kage shouted, his brow furrowing. But Fox paid him no heed. Her hands flashed through signs, the body flicker technique. A sudden gust swept through. Fox appeared behind Viper, her kunai aimed straight at Uchiha Kage's heart. A puff of smoke erupted. The spot where Uchiha Kage had stood was now occupied by a wooden log. The substitution technique. Uchiha Kage's eyes glinted with madness. He didn't know why Fox had turned traitor, but he understood clearly. Hesitation would mean his own death. He couldn't afford to die. Absolutely not. Uchiha Kage brought the full force of his attack, but in his calculation, he overlooked one thing. Fox's lips curled in a faint smile, a paper tag clamped between her fingers, and Uchiha Kage's face went ashen as he recognized a chakra-charged explosive tag. The characters on the tag turned from black to bright red, and then a mighty explosion ripped through the air. A deafening blast roared. Flames shot skyward, the blazing fire engulfing both the Fox and Uchiha Kage, casting a blinding brilliance over the scene. The roar of the explosion drew the attention of the Uchiha patrol. 3 elite Uchiha Jonin immediately sped toward the direction of the Naka shrine. At the scene, the Fox had been blown to bits, its remains scattered across the ground. Uchiha Kage was barely clinging to life, half his body torn away, his organs exposed. He was dazed. How could it come to this? Why? Why did the Fox suddenly go berserk? As life ebbed from him and the bitter realization settled in that this might be his end, Kage could only sigh at his fate. From the shadows of the forest stepped Uchiha Zhan. He held a sword, its tip pointed to the ground, and with an expressionless face, he walked calmly up to Uchiha Kage. "How does it feel to be killed by one of your own companions?" Uchiha Zhan taunted coldly. At the voice, Uchiha Kage turned his head toward Zhan, and in that moment, clarity dawned on him. So this was the truth. He coughed twice. "I've lost. But tell me, how did you know I was the traitor? If you want answers, ask the Sage of 6 Paths in the afterlife," replied Uchiha Zhan, unwilling to waste any more words. He tightened his grip on the sword with both hands and thrust the blade directly into Kage's throat. Keiji let out a hoarse groan, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Uchiha Zhan's expression darkened. With a swift twist, he slashed the sword in one clean motion. In a single stroke, Uchiha Keiji was beheaded. Staring at the slain traitor of the Uchiha clan, Zhan's face remained utterly unmoved. He then deftly removed Keiji's eyes, placing them inside a specially prepared container. As he finished, the three Uchiha Jonin arrived to find three corpses sprawled on the ground. It was the sight of Uchiha Zhan standing over the body of his own clansman that caused them to frown deeply. Lord Zhan, may I ask, why did you turn your blade against a fellow clansman? Did he offend you in some way? One of the Jonin activated his three-tomo sharingan, eyes fixed on Uchiha Zhan with scrutiny. Zhan met the man's gaze and asked, "What is your name?" "Reporting to you, Lord Zhan. My name is Uchiha Kaze." There was no unnecessary explanation, no superfluous introduction. He simply answered what was asked. Zhan nodded. "Go to the root ninja in the wolf-headed mask. Take a storage scroll and check what's inside." Kaze saluted briskly. "Yes, sir." Without delay, he moved to remove the storage scroll from the slain gray wolf. Upon inspection, Uchiha Kaze realized with a start. The fallen clansman was actually a traitor. Alarms blared in his mind. Never had he expected that a fellow Uchiha Jonin would turn out to be a spy planted by Danzo Shimura. After confirming the message, he intended to inform Uchiha Zhan of the results, but Uchiha Zhan shook his head. The most urgent matter now is to bring this news to the clan leader. The Uchiha clan is standing on a knife's edge. If we're still trying to find some perfect solution, we're marching into a dead end. Uchiha Zhan's words sparked Uchiha Fu's admiration. The apt metaphor and sharp warning fully conveyed Zhan's resolve. So, the three of them lifted the body of their fallen clansman and headed back to Uchiha territory. When Uchiha Fugaku learned what had happened, he looked at Uchiha Zhan. Zhan met his father's gaze, and for a long while, neither father nor son said a word. After some time, Fugaku took a deep breath. "Zhan, this time we owe it to you. Otherwise, if the Leaf Village acted rashly upon hearing the news, launching war against our clan before we could prepare, we would have suffered a terrible blow. Father, I'll say it again. There's only one path left to us now: rebellion. Even if we can't finish off Hiruzen Sarutobi, we have to force him and the old guard from power." In Zhan's eyes, the glint of battle was unmistakable. Looking at his son, Fugaku felt a surge of emotion. The gentle and cultivated boy he once knew had become sharp and unwavering. Maybe, faced with such peril, only a desperate struggle holds even the slimmest hope for survival. "Zhan, in your opinion, when should we move?" Fugaku's resolve had hardened. This time, the coup would go ahead. Seeing his father's understanding, Zhan's lips curled into a faint smile. "It's still early. If all we wanted was to kill Sarutobi and Danzo, you and I together could take care of them easily. But if we hope to rule the Leaf, strength alone is futile. Without the people's hearts, our efforts will vanish like water poured into sand. We'd gain nothing except a mess that would haunt us." In politics, Zhan's insight surpassed even Fugaku's own. "I'll leave this in your hands, then. Are you confident?" Fugaku asked, his tone grave. Zhan held up a hand. 50-50. 50-50. Fugaku frowned. "That's right. It's success or failure. In the end, everything hangs in the balance, half and half. It all hinges on a single moment. As for those odds of 70 or 80%, that's just wishful thinking," Zhan replied. To him, there were always only two options: success or failure. So every situation is exactly 50%. Hearing this, Fugaku raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he'd ever heard such talk. "Go ahead. If there's anything you need from your father, just say the word," Fugaku said. Zhan cupped his hands in a respectful salute, turned, and walked away. Fugaku watched his son's back as he left, unable to hold back a sigh. In the end, it would still be up to Zhan to save the Uchiha clan. His main account was ruined, and at first, he thought his alternate account was finished too. Yet unexpectedly, the alternate account came through for him in a big way. The sheer ferocity and vastness of that chakra made him feel as insignificant as an ant swept up in a raging flood, unable to find any solid ground underfoot. Uchiha Zhan returned to his room and drew a diagram. At the center, he wrote Konoha. The Uchiha clan stood to the left and the Hyuga clan to the right. The two clans were rivals, locked in opposition, yet bound by a web of subtle connections. Meanwhile, the Inoshikaicho trio sat firmly on the sidelines, like fishermen watching the storm. They interfered in nothing, participated in nothing, and when the dust settled, pledged allegiance to the victor. Their game was all about staying clean. The remaining minor clans were included within Konoha itself on Uchiha Zhan's map. These small clans had no hope of deciding their own fate. Their weakness made them easy prey for manipulation, pawns to be shuffled around by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura at will. For now, his first move was clear: unite the major clans. Last time, Hayashi Hyuga had taken the initiative, inviting Fugaku Uchiha to dinner, a clear sign that Hayashi long harbored ambitions to overthrow the third Hokage. Their fighting prowess, however, lagged far behind the Uchiha. What they did have was wealth and resources. After all, an army moves on its stomach. They needed a powerful clan, a razor-sharp blade, to drive into the roots of Konoha's decaying regime and cut away its festering disease, breathing new life into the village. For that blade, none could surpass the Uchiha. But would Uchiha Zhan be content to serve as another's weapon? No, of course not. The moment your strength reaches a higher level, when you're strong enough to turn the tables, the roles of the blade and the one who wields it inevitably reverse. So his next move would be... Uchiha Zhan's eyes shifted, taking on the swirling form of the man GQ, focusing intently on the word Hyuga. The corner of his lips curled into a sly smile. With his thoughts now clear, Uchiha Zhan returned to his room, turned out the light, and went to bed. Yet the lamp in the study burned bright all through the night, casting its glow into the coming dawn. The next morning, Uchiha Zhan opened his eyes and rose from bed. First, he pushed open the window and drew in a deep breath of fresh air. Then, rising, he straightened his bedding and made his way to the courtyard. Morning practice was a ritual. None was to be missed. Though he now possessed Uchiha Madara's template and fighting skills, experience had to be earned through his own hands. Familiarity would only come with practice. So he headed to the clan's training ground, where at this hour, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were already locked in combat. With great interest, Uchiha Zhan watched as Itachi hurled 8 shuriken at deceptively sharp angles, the blades clashing midair with a series of rapid strikes. Then, almost as if guided by fate, swerving toward Shisui. Shisui, elegantly wielding his tachi, twisted his wrist, and as a chorus of sharp metallic clangs filled the air, the kunai rained to the ground, each one expertly deflected. Uchiha Zhan watched the two as they exchanged blows, thrust for parry, both sides evenly matched. He couldn't help but break into a smile. As the books described, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were truly geniuses. Yet, the very first morning after Uchiha Zhan found himself in this world and prepared to train, he saw Shisui and Itachi already locked in combat. Every kick, every punch, the sweeping fire-style ninjutsu, the clashing taijutsu, these techniques had to be honed through years of diligent practice. True geniuses never rely on talent alone to rise to greatness. While their abilities brought them closer to mastery with ease, if they only depended on innate gifts and neglected effort or reflection, then they would be nothing more than a version of Zhongyong from another world, wasted potential. When Itachi saw his shuriken skills thwarted, his eyes narrowed sharply. In a flash of white light, he unleashed the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, blade thrusting straight toward his opponent. Shisui remained impassive. As the blade shot toward him, he calmly shifted his body, just enough to dodge. The back of the sword was smooth as a mirror, perfectly reflecting Shisui's face on its gleaming surface. But the contest wasn't over. Fixing his gaze, Itachi gripped his long sword with both hands, brought the blade down in a powerful arc. Yet just as Shisui was about to deflect, Itachi's sword flashed upward in a sudden reversal. Swallow reversal. Steel clashed against steel as their blades collided, neither willing to yield an inch. Their swords locked, neither of them retreating, eyes meeting in a silent duel of wills. Eager to join, Uchiha Zhan's lips curled with anticipation. He drew his own blade from his waist, assumed the ninja stance, leaned forward, right hand steady on the grip, and charged toward the pair. Still locked in their contest, the two didn't see him coming. In a burst of speed, Uchiha Zhan surged in, a rising dragon. His body spun in a swift 180-degree arc, his right foot bracing as he swept his blade upward. A sharp clash. Brilliant sparks exploded where the three swords met. Both Itachi and Shisui recoiled in shock, sliding back several paces. But their eyes were now locked on Uchiha Zhan. He stood poised midair, both hands on his blade, slashing skyward. A graceful arc, slicing a crescent through the air before he landed securely on his feet. Two masters, thought both Shisui and Itachi at once, to break into their standoff with a single rising dragon, forcing both of them back and never losing his own balance. This spoke volumes of his skill and strength with the sword. You two, since you're already so familiar with each other's swordplay, practicing like this day after day won't get you much further. Why don't we train together? As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan deftly spun his wrist, raised his right arm high, sword tip pointing to the lower left. Sliding the sheath into his left hand, his right hand tensed, swiftly sheathing the blade, drawing a sharp, resounding note in the air. Itachi and Shisui exchanged a look. Shisui nodded. All right then, shall I begin? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Shisui, he's my little brother. This is between brothers. There's no need for you to get involved. Both of them seemed intrigued by Uchiha Zhan's swordsmanship. Uchiha Zhan let out a cold laugh. Did you misunderstand me? What I meant was, let's spar together. Just me against both of you. Itachi and Shisui were taken aback for a moment. Then, exchanging glances, they recalled Zhan's display of strength yesterday. They had already witnessed his ninjutsu skills. Today might be their chance to see his swordsmanship firsthand. After all, the Uchiha-style swordsmanship stood shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Hitaki style in Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha tradition ran deeper and longer. Over the years, their swordsmanship had branched into various schools. Itachi belonged to the assassin school of the Uchiha style. Shisui, on the other hand, was a master of the interception school. The assassin school was easy to understand. Every strike aimed for a critical blow, every thrust sought a vital point. It was the school most Uchiha shinobi trained in, fitting the world of ninja, where everyone prioritized overwhelming offense and quick finishes in battle. But the interception school was different. Think of it as forging a path through brambles or bridging rivers, a philosophy of meeting offense with timely, adaptive defense, countering each attack with measured response. This blade was called the gentleman's sword. Its hallmark was the act of interception, cutting off an enemy's assault, curbing their retreat, mastering the flow of battle. Itachi and Shisui weren't just prodigies of their clan. They stood as the representative heirs of these two Uchiha sword schools. Itachi himself thought that if Zhan challenged just one of them, he might actually win, but facing them both, he was likely doomed to lose badly. Shisui didn't waste words. Instead, he steadied himself, his expression grave. Itachi, don't you hold back. Don't worry, Shisui. I'll go at this with everything I've got, as if my life depends on it. Itachi nodded, then smoothly drew his long sword. Zhan looked at the two, a sly smile playing at his lips. These schools of interception and assassination. The truth was, future generations of Uchiha, having lost hold of the full original teachings, had been forced to go down these divergent paths. By taking two aspects of the original sword style and developing them independently, these two new schools emerged. Their inheritance, in Zhan's eyes, was incomplete. Itachi sprang into action. In a moment, his figure vanished from Zhan and Shisui's field of vision. Zhan stared at a spot 3 meters ahead on the ground and smirked. Fool! With that, he flashed forward to where Itachi was hiding. Without hesitation, he raised his foot high and slammed it down hard onto the ground. The earth shook with a thunderous crash. The ground caved in. Itachi threw up his right hand, shielding himself from the flying debris and dust, careful not to let any stones enter his mouth. By now, the truth was clear. He'd been discovered. For one who practiced the assassin school, exposure meant a massive loss of advantage. Uchiha Zhan had no choice but to draw his blade and slash toward him. At that very instant, Uchiha Itachi couldn't react in time, watching as Zhan's sword came down. His right eye flared with the pattern of the Mangekyo sharingan, and a crimson trail of blood slowly trickled from the corner of that eye. Tsukiyomi, the pattern in Itachi's right eye spun, locking gazes with Uchiha Zhan. A moment later, he let out a faint breath and collapsed onto the floor, lying amidst the rubble of the shattered ground. Though his Tsukumi was not as overwhelming as Shisui's Kodoame Tsukumi, as a Jinjutsu-type Mangekyo, it could still instantly pull an opponent into an illusion. Yet, in the next moment, a trace of a smile curled at the edge of Zhan's lips. Is this what it feels like to be caught in a Jinjutsu? Honestly, I don't sense any difference. Ding! The system prompt rang out. Uchiha Madara's left Mangekyo greatly enhances Taijutsu. All 5 attributes are increased by 50%. The right Mangekyo grants complete immunity to all Jinjutsu and enables you to cast illusions instantly, controlling the body, imprisoning the mind, and planting a seed within the target's consciousness. If they act up, the seed can be detonated. Ding! Mangekyo illusion Tsukuyomi detected targeting host. Right Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ability activated automatically, immune to Jinjutsu. The Tsukuyomi Jinjutsu, fueled by Itachi's In chakra, simply dissipated into nothingness. Little did Itachi realize, Zhan simply watched him with an amused expression as he staggered from exhaustion, then rested his blade against Itachi's neck. Foolish brother, you're already dead. The situation flipped in an instant. The sword span menacingly across Itachi's shoulder. Itachi froze, his whole body tense. Had his illusion truly been seen through? You saw through my Tsukuyami? Itachi's face was sober with doubt. Zhan withdrew his blade, replying with a calm smile. One of my Mangekyo abilities is total immunity to any Jinjutsu. Itachi was dumbstruck, and Shisui, standing to the side, felt a chill. If both his Sharingan abilities were illusions, wouldn't he stand no chance against Zhan? So, Jinjutsu won't work on me. Zhan turned his gaze to Shisui. Be careful, Shisui. Zhan vanished with a flicker and reappeared in a flash, swinging a swift strike. Shisui reacted, flicking his wrist deftly and blocking the attack. A metallic clang rang out, sparks flying. Shisui's arm buzzed with numbness. Had he not softened Zhan's blow using the subtleties of the cutting flow style, taking off 30% of the force, the sword might have flown from his grasp. It was hard to believe Zhan's strength. At just 10 years old, his muscles were already that developed? Oh, interesting. You've earned the right to dance with me. Fused with the template of Uchiha Madara, Zhan found his personality had shifted in many ways under its influence. Immediately, Uchiha Zhan raised his blade and struck down, this time with even greater force and momentum. Shisui hurriedly tried to redirect the blow, but this time, his face turned deathly pale as blood seeped from the web of his hand. Shisui's legs buckled. He shut one eye, gritting his teeth. What overwhelming strength. No, he thought. I can't keep taking these clashes head-on. Taking a deep breath, Shisui summoned his phantom body flicker technique. In a blur, he retreated, gathering his chakra. With a swift movement, illusions of Shisui split from his form. 5 copies appearing all at once, each rushing to attack Zhan. Zhan let out a hearty laugh. Excellent. Come at me. He swung his blade at the first Shisui that neared him. The clash of steel rang out with a clear note, and the Shadow's katana was instantly shattered. In the same motion, Zhan cleaved the Shadow's body in half. The Shadow vanished completely, leaving no trace. This amused Zhan greatly. Truly, the man before him deserved his legendary reputation, rivaled only by the Yellow Flash, who had stunned the world in the Third Great Ninja War. His self-created phantom body flicker technique made every copy a potential threat, each attack genuine, brought to life and death by Shisui's own hand. It was a true blend of illusion and reality, phantom and body fighting in seamless harmony. Shisui's expression remained unchanged. After all, it was just a phantom lost. It did nothing to diminish his overall strength. This technique was different from the Shadow Clone. When a Shadow Clone is destroyed, its injuries are reflected on its user, a critical flaw. But when the phantom body flicker fades away, it simply disappears, leaving the real Shisui unharmed. 3 illusions remained alongside Shisui himself. Together, the 4 figures attacked in unison, surrounding Zhan and sealing off any way out. It could be said that even the average warrior, even a ninja of Kage level, would find it impossible to escape this web. Yet Zhan only smiled. What was meant to be friendly swordplay, but you all wanted to use illusions and ninjutsu. That really set Zhan off. With a burst, he unleashed his own chakra in a hidden technique. Secret scroll, scattering release. A thunderous roar. A dense, azure chakra surged like a tidal wave, hurling all 4 attackers away with unstoppable force. 3 illusions faltered under the pressure and simply vanished. Shisui himself flew backward, only to be caught in Uchiha Itachi's arms as he hurriedly rushed over. Thanks to this, Shisui avoided crashing to the ground and suffering further injury. With effort, Shisui lifted his head to gaze at Zhan. We've lost. Zhan, from now on, you are the strongest of the Uchiha. Calmly, Zhan sheathed his sword and dusted off his hands. I don't much care for reputation. Well, that was a good warm-up. That's enough for now. Next, I'm planning to visit the Hyuga. Anyone coming with me? Zhan asked. Uchiha Shisui stood up, his eyes burning as he looked at Uchiha Sr. I'm going, he declared. He still remembered what Uchiha-san had said at the meeting. If they wanted to investigate his grandfather's cause of death, they would need the Hyuga clan's Byakugan to help. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth as if to protest, but in the end, he only cast a complicated look at Uchiha-san and nodded. I still have some unfinished missions in the ANBU. You two go ahead. With those words, Uchiha Itachi disappeared from the Uchiha training grounds. Shisui's face was all seriousness as he looked at Uchiha-san, while a slight smile played at Sen's lips. This was for the best. So, the 2 of them left the training grounds and returned to the clan compound to prepare gifts. After all, good manners open doors. Their father hadn't left the best impression with Hiashi Hyuga before, so now, sincerity and material offerings were needed to make amends. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in his ANBU combat uniform, knelt on one knee. Across from him sat 4 elderly men, their expressions stern as they fixed their eyes on him from their seats, not letting a trace of emotion slip. Shimura Danzo spoke first. Uchiha Itachi, is the Uchiha clan stirring up trouble? Or is it that the Hawks are plotting a rebellion? Danzo's shadowed eyes held a hint of a hidden smile on his lips. What he wanted most was for the Uchiha to rebel. Better yet if Hiruzen himself were killed in the process. With that, he could sweep in with a ninja corps, crush the Uchiha, and seize everything. Then the position of 5th Hokage would fall to him. Danzo, without betraying the depths of his ambition, shot a sideways glance at the Hokage's hat and ceremonial robe hanging on the wall behind Itachi, his eyes flickering with desire and longing, mixed with nostalgia and complicated feelings. In his mind, he wondered if only Sensei could see what Sarutobi has done to Konoha. Would he regret it, seeing the village so mired in chaos? Hamura Kado and Kohori Udatane both paled at the thought. They were responsible only for Konoha's logistics, and if we're broke out, who knew how many resources would be wasted? Rather than let all those supplies go to the ninja corps, it would be far better if their families managed them, trading or selling for their own benefit. So they both stared sharply at Itachi, not bothering to hide their disdain, speaking up without hesitation. The Uchiha clan, truly, evil runs in your blood. Every little thing turns into some coup or conspiracy. Itachi's expression remained calm, but deep down, inferiority gnawed at him. He could not comprehend why his own clan was so reviled. At the head of the room sat Sarutobi Hiruzen, face stone cold. Itachi, tell me, what did you all discuss at yesterday's meeting? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely enthralled by power. In his eyes, anyone threatening his authority was an enemy. Even if it was the Uchiha clan, he would not hesitate to wipe them out. It was all, in his mind, for the will of fire, for Konoha, for its people. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi had grown old, his commanding presence remained undiminished. He was like an aged tiger at dusk, frail in body, but with eyes that glinted with dissatisfaction and latent ferocity. Uchiha Itachi took a steadying breath and spoke, reporting to the Hokage and the 3 advisors. Last night, there was intense arguing among the Uchiha clan, but under the decisive suppression of our clan head, Fugaku, it was announced that the Uchiha should abide by their duties and mind their place. There were no more disputes after that, and the meeting was adjourned. With that, Itachi bowed respectfully and handed over a meeting record, meticulously prepared by Uchiha Zhan. A nearby Umbu operative stepped forward, accepted the document, and after verifying it posed no threat, presented it with utmost respect before the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen reviewed the report with great care. At times his brow furrowed, his face dark with suspicion. At others, his expression eased, the tension melting away. At last, he allowed himself a faint smile. The Uchiha are nothing to be feared. As long as Fugaku stands with us, there's no risk of the clan turning traitor. He then smiled and handed the scroll to Shimura Danzo, whose impatience was evident. Danzo eagerly scanned the report, his face turning ashen. Inwardly, he seethed. That Fugaku Uchiha truly is useless. Wealth, resources, and an army at his back, yet he shrinks from every opportunity. This won't do. The Uchiha must rebel. Otherwise, how am I to carry on my wood-release experiments? When will I ever get my chance to become Hokage? Damn that old monkey. Living so long, even after stepping down, he find a way to return. What a troublesome pest. Danzo's eyes turned sinister. He barked out, Uchiha Itachi, how dare you lie? This report, anyone can see it's a fabrication. It's all lies. Itachi lowered his head, his face shifting. Had his cover been blown? Impossible. If Danzo really tried anything, what should he do? Before anyone could act, Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Danzo, don't you know of Uchiha Itachi's loyalty to the village? Has even a single report he delivered before ever been wrong or vague? This report details everything from Fugaku's commands down to how long a genin shakes his leg in boredom. What, do you think someone could fabricate all that so perfectly? Hiruzen's irritation was clear. Danzo's disruptions were growing tiresome. When the Uchiha's intentions were ambiguous, he'd let Danzo have his way, causing trouble without intervention. But now that the clans seemed to want peace, Danzo still refused to let them be. If they drove the Uchiha to desperation, it would be Konoha's shinobi, Konoha's wealth, that would pay the price. How could Danzo fail to understand such a basic truth? Of course, Danzo understood. He understood all too well. And precisely because of that, he never let the Uchiha rest easy. To him, the Uchiha were nothing but a weapon, a blade to clear his own path to the Hokage's seat. If the Uchiha backed down now, what would become of his would-release experiments? Of the precious sharingan? Of the Hokage title that haunted his every ambition? Shimura Danzo was obsessed with becoming Hokage. It was his greatest desire, one that followed him even into his dreams. He yearned to feel the fabric of the Hokage's sacred cloak, to wear the ceremonial hat, to stand on the podium before the villagers and bask in their admiration and respect. Hiruzen, don't let yourself be fooled by the Uchiha. Have you forgotten what happened during the Nine-Tails attack? The sharingan appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and countless villagers, not to mention the fourth Hokage himself, lost their lives in that catastrophe. Tobirama-sensei always warned us, the Uchiha clan is innately dangerous. Do you really think they'll ever be content to live in peace, to lie low? I wouldn't put it past them to be plotting something sinister in the shadows right now. If you ask me, we should act immediately. Send people to round up all the Uchiha ninja and hand them over to the Foundation. Let me. Uchiha Itachi looked up, his eyes now blazing with the three-tomo sharingan, and fixed Danzo with a cold, unblinking gaze. He couldn't fathom why Shimura Danzo harbored such a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha. What had the Uchiha ever done to him? Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose to his feet and slammed his hand against the table. Danzo, you've gone too far. I still regret listening to your poisonous advice back then, moving the Uchiha to the outskirts of the village, all because of your suspicions. Every time I think about it, I am filled with remorse. And now, you want to pin yet another crime on the Uchiha clan? What's got into you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was frosty as he stared down Danzo. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado lowered their heads, unable to meet Hiruzen's eyes. When he was calm, the two advisors might speak up, but when he was angry, neither dared to utter a word. With the responsibility squarely on Danzo's shoulders and Hiruzen's righteous rebuke ringing in the air, Danzo's rage boiled over. He slapped the table and shot to his feet. Hiruzen, do you honestly think I'm doing this for myself? Everything I've done has been for Konoha. Enough. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Hiruzen declared, throwing his pipe to the floor. He had just noticed the storm of resentment in Uchiha Itachi's eyes towards Danzo, and so he swiftly cut Danzo off before he could say any more. But Danzo, as headstrong as ever, was determined to have the last word, all but demanding a confrontation. His face dark with anger, Danzo shot one last venomous glare at Hiruzen, then strode towards the door. At the threshold, he let out a cold snort. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. He slammed the door behind him, the echo resounding through the room. The door banged shut. Watching the old man storm out, Hiruzen could only shake his head with a sigh. He sat back down and addressed Itachi with gentle reassurance. Itachi, I understand your clan leader's intentions. Rest assured, as long as the Uchiha continue to live peacefully, Konoha will always welcome them as part of our village. Itachi nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. All right, you should head back for now. If there's any news from the Uchiha clan, report to me immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he stood up and personally helped Itachi Uchiha to his feet, giving his shoulder 3 reassuring pats. The future of Konoha lies with young people like you. Work hard. Konoha needs talented shinobi, such as yourself. Sarutobi's words showed just how much he valued Itachi. Itachi, modest yet confident, nodded and turned to leave. With arms crossed, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Itachi's departing figure, his gaze tinged with a complicated emotion. Why did you have to be born an Uchiha? He murmured to himself. Had Itachi not belonged to the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi might well have taken him as a disciple. Itachi was the epitome of a true shinobi, one without selfish desires. He possessed both the heart and bearing of a future Hokage. If he were to inherit the title, Konoha would surely thrive and prosper. But fate had dealt him the hand of being an Uchiha. That was where the trouble lay. After delivering his report, Itachi hurried back to the clan compound to inform Shisui Uchiha and Uchiha Zhan, who were preparing to depart, about everything that had transpired in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Zhan twitched the corner of his mouth. Inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder, if he didn't already know the true nature of Danzo Shimura, would he have suspected that Danzo possessed some kind of divine insight? How else could he have guessed their plan was merely a temporary retreat with the ultimate aim of seizing control of Konoha? After hearing Itachi's account, Uchiha Zhan found himself lost for words. In a twist of irony, Danzo's accidental guess hit the mark. Luckily, because of the bond he shared with Sarutobi, the Hokage hadn't adopted Danzo's suggestion. If things had gone differently, their situation would have only become more dire. Danzo truly was the embodiment of that tormentor's shadow. All right, Itachi, you've worked hard, Zhan said. Shisui and I will head to the Hyuga district today, but we're short a hand to help with the luggage. You. Zhan glanced at him, pretending to hesitate. Itachi nodded. Leave it to me. Without another word, he grabbed the luggage and strode toward the door, pausing to look back at the pair. Shisui was a little concerned and wanted to lend a hand, but Zhan stopped him. Don't worry, Shisui. Itachi can handle it himself. With that, Zhan wrapped an arm around Shisui's shoulders and walked ahead with a good-natured laugh, while Itachi, impassive, carried the luggage and followed behind. The Hyuga clan's position was altogether different from the Uchiha. The Uchiha had been relocated to the outskirts, under close surveillance, whereas the Hyuga, by maintaining a low profile, had managed to remain in the village's very core. The trio walked straight down the main street toward their destination, the Hyuga compound. As they passed, villagers cast curious glances their way. After all, members of the Uchiha clan always attracted attention. On one hand, it was due to their formidable strength. On the other, it was simply their striking good looks. The Uchiha clan's reputation for attractiveness is renowned throughout the entire ninja world. After all, everyone is drawn to beauty. When faced with someone striking, it's only natural for one's gaze to linger, almost unconsciously. Whenever Shisui Uchiha encountered someone he knew, he would give a polite nod. Those familiar with his character never pushed further, simply patting him on the shoulder as a gesture of greeting. Uchiha Zhan kept a low profile as he followed behind Shisui, minimizing his presence. After all, Shisui was now the village's hero, famed throughout the land as Shisui the Body Flicker, someone who always drew attention wherever he went. That way, Zhan hoped he would simply be mistaken for a child tagging along and be overlooked. When the trio arrived at the gates of the Hyuga household, both Shisui and Itachi looked toward Zhan, who proceeded to knock on the door as Shisui would. Without hesitation, Shisui stepped forward and knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door swung open. Standing there was a young boy with a headband, a look of irritation on his face as he answered. Who is it? The note of annoyance in his voice left the three visitors puzzled. Had they somehow offended him? Good day. I am Shisui Uchiha, come specially to pay respects to clan leader Hiashi. Might I trouble you, little brother, to introduce us? Shisui replied with a gentle smile, completely unfazed by the boy's earlier impatience. When the boy heard that it was the famed Shisui of the Body Flicker at his door, his eyes sparkled, a subtle shift visible even within the pale eyes of the Byakugan. Suddenly, he became tense and formal. Lord Shisui, please come in. Shisui stepped inside, with Uchiha Zhan close behind. It was only then that Zhan had a clear look at the boy's face and attire. Niji Hyuga, Zhan remarked calmly. Niji paused, glancing in the direction of the voice. You know who I am? You're the Hyuga clan's little prodigy, just 7 years old and already mastering 32 palms of the gentle fist. I can tell from your bearing and your vibrant energy that there's no one else in the Hyuga of your age quite like you. Who else could you be but Niji Hyuga? Zhan replied with a warm smile. Such flattery raised Niji's regard for Zhan considerably. You flatter me. I wouldn't dare accept such praise. But may I ask, what is your name, sir? Niji valued decorum. Proud, yes, but not to the point of rudeness. My name is Uchiha Zhan. You can call me Zhan, or if you like, Zhan and I. Zhan offered a friendly smile. This made Niji frown, and he immediately retracted his favorable impression of Zhan. What's with this guy, going around trying to recruit little brothers everywhere? Zhan only chuckled, choosing not to respond. As for Itachi, he found himself implicated by association. Niji didn't bother asking his name, instead heading straight for the main hall to find his uncle, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi Hyuga. The three Uchihas were directed to wait at a stone table in the courtyard, while Hyuga clan attendants served them tea. Some of the girls from the Hyuga clan peeked shyly at Shisui and Itachi, cheeks flushed. These two really were incredibly handsome. Uchiha Shisui was like a central air conditioner, always warm and considerate, a genuinely good person who managed to offend no one. Uchiha Itachi, meanwhile, quietly sipped his tea, lost in thoughts no one could guess. Uchiha Zhan, however, sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he saw a little girl with blue hair peeking at them timidly. The moment his eyes met hers, the girl instantly shrank back like a startled chick, almost disappearing from sight. A small smile tugged at Uchiha Zhan's lips. So this was the legendary future princess from the original story? With that thought, he walked toward the little girl, a gentle smile on his face. Hinata, Hyuga, quietly counted the seconds in her heart, thinking Uchiha Zhan probably wasn't looking at her anymore. Would it be safe to sneak another glance? After all, this older boy was quite good-looking, much more handsome than her cousin Niji. At that moment, Hinata, having just been roughed up by Hyuga Niji and contemplating running away from home, found herself witnessing the arrival of Uchiha Zhan and his companions. The previously empty front courtyard was suddenly bustling with activity, leaving her no choice but to bide her time and wait for the right moment. In the original tale, it was during this very episode that she ran away, got lost, was bullied by kids her age, and then rescued by Naruto Uzumaki, the heroic figure who planted a deep, lasting imprint on her young heart. Just as Hinata peeked out again to look for Uchiha Zhan, she realized he was gone. Startled, she hesitated, until a voice spoke lightly right by her ear. "What are you looking at?" Without thinking, Hinata answered blankly, "I was looking at a big brother, but it seems he's gone." Suddenly, a realization struck her and she whirled around in surprise, almost tripping over herself. "Careful!" Uchiha Zhan caught her in time, smoothly pulling her into a gentle embrace. Believing she was about to fall, Hinata squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for pain, but instead, she felt only warmth. Opening her eyes, she saw herself wrapped safely in the arms of that same older boy. Instantly, a deep blush spread across her cheeks, and it was as though steam was rising from the top of her head. Uchiha Zhan paused in surprise. So it was true, just as the stories claimed. When Hinata got nervous, she really did turn into a little steam engine. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Zhan asked kindly, his voice youthful and slightly husky, caught in the midst of that awkward age, yet not at all unpleasant. Hinata hurriedly shook her head. "And no, I'm fine. Big brother, could you please let me go?" Her cheeks glowed bright red. Her mother had always said that girls shouldn't let boys touch them, except for their future husbands. At 5 years old, she was still a child, but in the world of ninjas, girls tended to mature early. And with Zhan's striking resemblance to Madara, he certainly didn't lose any charm points, either. Uchiha Zhan hesitated, then gently set the little girl down on the ground. "Nice to meet you. My name is Uchiha Zhan." "Nice to meet you. My name is Hinata Hyuga." The two greeted each other and shook hands. Uchiha Zhan's hand was noticeably larger than Hinata Hyuga's, and as their palms met, Hinata couldn't help but marvel at the comforting warmth. For Uchiha Zhan, her hand felt soft and smooth in his grasp, sparking a brief, awkward moment. He quickly cleared his throat and decided not to dwell on the sensation. Any further description might sound a bit too inappropriate. "What brings you here?" Uchiha Zhan looked curiously at the petite girl beside him and asked. I'm planning to run away from home," she replied, her face suddenly becoming resolute as she looked straight at Uchiha Zhan. "Run away from home? What's going on? Is someone bullying you?" Uchiha Zhan frowned, already realizing that this could be the very moment when Hinata and Naruto were supposed to meet. At that same moment, back at home, Naruto suddenly woke from his nap. He had an odd feeling, as if he'd just lost something important. He got up and checked the refrigerator. Thankfully, his milk and instant noodles were still there. Relieved, he went right back to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga residence, Hinata's eyes filled with tears, which trembled on the brink of falling. She nodded. Uchiha Zhan gently patted her head. "Would you be willing to share with me? I promise to listen carefully and never laugh at you." Hinata Hyuga nodded earnestly. Of course. And so, she began to share her troubles with Uchiha Zhan, who listened intently to every word. Finally, he spoke. "Is it that you feel your cousin Niji doesn't like you, and you're saddened because he's so harsh and relentless in training?" Hinata nodded again. "At home, I don't dare say anything to father. If I did, he'd just think I'm useless and tell me to train harder." Uchiha Zhan understood the situation. About 1 or 2 years ago, the Hidden Cloud Village delegation had tried to seize the Byakugan from the Leaf, kidnapping Hinata in the process. Hyuga Hayashi arrived just in time, killed the kidnapper with a single blow, and brought Hinata home safely. When the Hidden Cloud learned what had happened, the Fourth Raikage flew into a rage and sent a letter to the Leaf. Either hand over the killer or prepare to go to war. Their timing was cunning. The Leaf Village had just emerged from the Nine-Tails attack, and was still recovering. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had only recently resumed his post and was reluctant to face off against the Hidden Cloud. And so, Hiruzen personally went to the Hyuga clan for negotiations. No one knows what was said that day, but after the Hokage left that evening, the sounds of things shattering echoed from the Hyuga estate. The next day, the body of Hisashi Hyuga was delivered to the Hidden Cloud. From that moment on, Hayashi Hyuga never attended another council meeting called by the Hokage. The Hyuga clan completely broke with the Hokage's faction, and ever since then, every great clan in the village has felt a gnawing sense of unease. If one family suffers, all are at risk, a truth they understood all too well. However, Uchiha Zhan truly couldn't bear to speak of this matter to young Hinata. All the more so, even though the victim's son Niji was filled with anger and sought an outlet, not once had he ever used these words to retaliate against Hinata. Uchiha Zhan fell silent. Then, after a pause, he gently patted Hinata's back and said, "In a moment, I'll help you talk to Hyuga Niji. I'll make sure he won't dare bully you again." Hinata blinked in surprise. With her large, dewy eyes, she looked up at Uchiha Zhan as if to ask, "Really?" Uchiha Zhan only smiled warmly and said nothing more. "Come on, I'll introduce you to the two rising stars of our clan." He took Hinata by the hand and led her to where Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi sat. Shisui's eyebrows knit together in a deep frown, and Itachi immediately stood, flaring with indignation. How can anyone do such a thing to someone so young? What a brute. Just look at this child. Surely she couldn't be more than 4 or 5 years old. And you, Zhan, with those honest brows and forthright eyes, you're 5 years older than she is. Shisui could not help blurting out, "Zhan, what's with that look on your face?" Zhan furrowed his own brows, puzzled. "Shisui, big brother, why are you both looking at me like that?" At being addressed as big brother, Itachi's irritation immediately dissolved. It had been a full 24 hours since Zhan last called him that. In the Uchiha clan, elder brothers were deeply cherished. How could they stand to be neglected for so long? But then again, as soon as Zhan called Itachi big brother, all of Itachi's anger vanished, and he sat back down, regaining his composure. This, in turn, made Shisui chuckle despite himself, though a hint of caution remained as he turned to Zhan and asked, "Zhan, is this a new friend you've brought?" He hesitated for a moment, unable to bring himself, in front of the little girl, to ask outright whether she was Zhan's girlfriend. Perhaps she was simply his friend. Zhan nodded. "Yes, this little one was spying on us, just now. I caught her and went over to ask what was going on." He quickly recounted what had just happened. Shisui's expression softened. Both he and Itachi nodded in agreement. This was very much the Uchiha way. When someone meets with injustice, you step in and help. Just then, Hyuga Hayashi emerged from within the house, wearing his white kimono. Standing about 180 centimeters tall, a notably impressive height in the shinobi world, he cut a striking figure. With a cold, expressionless face, he descended the steps one at a time, eyes fixed straight ahead. The aura of a noble and the dignity of a great clan leader radiated from him with every stride. This instantly drew the attention of the Uchiha trio, who all glanced over at Hayashi. Hayashi, too, regarded them with curiosity. Why had the Uchiha sent these three to visit the Hyuga? But then, as his eyes landed on the group, his expression changed, his mood soured. He didn't greet the three Uchiha right away. Instead, with a somber face, he turned his gaze on Hinata and asked in a low voice, "Hinata, what are you doing here?" Startled at being singled out, Hinata shivered all over and subconsciously turned her eyes to Uchiha Zhan for reassurance. Uchiha Zhan stepped forward. "Clan leader Hayashi, why are you being so impatient with your own daughter? Are you really blaming a 2-year-old girl for what happened back then?" He showed not a shred of fear, meeting Hyuga Hayashi's gaze with a smiling, almost teasing expression. Hayashi was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time anyone had dared address him in such a manner. "What business is this of yours? You're merely an outsider. Do you really think you have a right to meddle in Hyuga affairs?" Hayashi's chakra flared, filling the room with pressure. Itachi and Shisui exchanged a quick glance, then stepped between Zhan and Hayashi to shield him. The move left Hayashi momentarily at a loss. Even Hinata began to panic. "Brothers, please help Zhan. How could he possibly withstand the weight of father's anger alone?" Hinata's voice trembled, tears slipping down her cheeks as she pleaded. Itachi chuckled softly. "Don't worry. Even your father, no, even the Hokage himself, might not be a match for Zhan." A heartbeat later, Uchiha Zhan let his chakra surge outward. The oppressive, oceanic force of it cracked the floor beneath his feet. His hair whipped in the suddenly charged air, eyes cold as he spoke. "All I did was stand up for what's right, and yet the esteemed clan leader would try to suppress me with force. Do you truly believe the Uchiha clan is so easily intimidated?" Witnessing this, Hayashi couldn't help but marvel. The Uchiha clan had produced another prodigy. 3 geniuses in 1 generation. Truly, what fortune. Hayashi remained silent for a moment, eyes shifting from Zhan to Hinata, whose worried gaze spoke volumes, and finally gave a sigh. He drew back his chakra. "Come with me," he said curtly, then turned to lead the way toward the reception hall. After just a few steps, he paused and glanced back. "Hinata, do you want to hear this as well?" His tone was cold and appraising. Hinata blanched, on the verge of refusing, but Zhan gave her a reassuring nod. For a moment, she seemed to forget her father's formidable presence, and her voice rang out, soft but resolute. "Yes, I want to be there." It was her first act of open defiance, a small, fragile courage breaking through. To her surprise, the icy veneer at the corner of Hayashi's eyes softened, his voice taking on an uncharacteristic warmth. If you want to listen, then come along." So saying, he turned back, clearly in good spirits. He marveled inwardly that a boy with such powerful chakra had actually managed to inspire so much change in Hinata. Hinata stood frozen, stunned by the turn of events. She'd expected punishment for her disobedience, but instead, her father seemed to approve, even encourage her. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan spoke. "Hinata, are you wondering why your father was pleased when you defied him?" Hinata looked at him, her eyes wide and shining, waiting eagerly for his explanation. Uchiha Zhan spoke up, "Because your father is the clan leader, and you are the future heir of the Hyuga family, the successor of the ninja clan. If you show weakness, others will take advantage of you. Just look at Uchiha Fugaku. He kept backing down at every turn, and, in the end, not only was he driven out of the inner circle, but now he's racked with worries about survival." Uchiha Zhan let out a sigh. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui both twitched at the corners of their mouths, while even Hayashi Hyuga, so engrossed in listening, accidentally banged his head against a stone pillar. He hastily began to rub his head to ease the pain. Filial piety. It was almost excessive, using one's own father as an object lesson. Still, Uchiha Zhan had a point. Perhaps neither Itachi nor Shisui grasped things as clearly as Zhan did. But the truth was that the Uchiha clan was indeed falling into decline, while the village treated them more and more harshly, squeezing and oppressing them at every turn. This harsh lesson from the Uchiha made Hayashi Hyuga all the more determined. Whoever he trained as the next heir must be strong, unyielding, and never compromise with Konoha. Hinata pondered all this carefully before nodding. "I understand, Brother Zhan. From now on, I'll be strong, I won't give up, and I'll have the courage to say no to oppression." Zhan broke into a hearty laugh. Even little Hinata, barely 5 years old, understood this simple truth. How ridiculous that his own father, Fugaku, had only recently come to realize it. Was he really that clueless, or was he leading the whole clan to their doom on purpose? Hayashi Hyuga couldn't be more delighted. Honestly, if there weren't so many people around, he'd have knelt down to Zhan in gratitude. After all, Zhan had given him the perfect successor. At least for the next generation, under Hinata's leadership, the Hyuga clan would carry on. And little did he know, one day, under Hinata's guidance, 3 members of the Hyuga would awaken the Tenseigan. The Hyuga clan would finally stand shoulder to shoulder with the Uchiha as equals. Freed from her old ways of thinking, Hinata now looked at Hayashi without the slightest trace of fear. Instead, her small face was set with unwavering determination. Hayashi could hardly have been more pleased. Whatever Uchiha had come here for today, he'd try his best to oblige. Even if it meant marching on the Hokage's mansion itself, he'd do it without a moment's hesitation. Konoha was rotten to the core now. Thanks to the example set by the top leader, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, most of the great clans hardly contributed to the village anymore. Instead, they looked out only for their own families. If this kept up, Konoha would inevitably crumble. When that day came, every clan would head off in different directions, flocking to join other ninja villages. Who could say what Hashirama Senju would think if he saw all this? After a 20-minute walk, the group finally arrived at the place Hayashi had prepared to host them. Inside the reception hall, 5 tables had been neatly arranged. Members of the Hyuga clan led everyone to their places. Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Zhan sat at one table, while Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi each sat at separate tables. At the head seat, Hyuga Hayashi presided over the gathering. His eyes lingered on Hinata, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He was determined that his daughter would thoroughly absorb the ideals of Uchiha Zhan. Along the way, he had already realized that Zhan's philosophy was precisely what a true clan leader ought to embody. Hinata, meanwhile, maintained a facade of composure, but inwardly, she was drawing in deep breaths tinged with Zhan's scent, drawing it into her lungs before gently exhaling, savoring the moment. Hyuga Niji witnessed this and let out a cold snort of disapproval, turning his head away in annoyance. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi took their seats, and at that moment, Hyuga Hayashi addressed them. 3 esteemed nephews, is it Fugaku's wish that you visit my Hyuga clan? Shisui and Itachi both looked at Zhan, their exchange subtle and telling. In a fleeting instant, Hayashi understood. Among these 3, the one in command was Zhan. Hayashi no longer addressed Shisui and Itachi, but instead fixed his gaze upon Zhan. Zhan stood up, raising his cup. It is my intention. However, our clan leader always heeds my counsel. Hayashi's eyes lit up, his curiosity in Zhan deepened. Well then, nephew, tell me, what is the purpose of this visit? Hayashi took a sip of sake, his gaze unwavering, pinning Zhan with a steady look. Zhan glanced at Shisui and Itachi, who immediately understood, standing and turning to face the Hyuga household aides. In unison, the Mangekyo Sharingan came alive. All the Hyuga servants promptly fell asleep, dropping into quiet slumber. Hayashi's eyes narrowed. Was this an assertion of dominance? But Zhan spoke calmly. Too many ears invite trouble. I had to let the others rest for a while. Hayashi made no reply, simply pouring himself another drink. Zhan appeared unconcerned as he continued. The main purpose of our visit is to learn from past mistakes and strive for renewal. Hayashi's hand froze halfway to his lips. Learn from past mistakes and strive for renewal? The turn of phrase piqued his interest. Go on, elaborate. Hayashi set down his cup, shifting into a more attentive posture. In the past, the Uchiha have made many grave errors. These must be acknowledged and never repeated. As for renewal, it's clear, this village is stricken with sickness. Only with decisive measures, cutting away the rotting roots and withered branches, can new life thrive. Zhan never mentioned anyone by name, yet every word pointed at people. As he finished, Hayashi slammed the table and rose abruptly. Uchiha Zhan, you're bold indeed. Aren't you afraid? I'll take your words today straight to the Hokage. If the Uchiha invite chaos, none of you will be spared. Hayashi's gaze drilled into Zhan, his Byakugan flaring, scrutinizing every movement. You won't, because Uchiha Zhan didn't speak out loud. Instead, he silently mouthed the words for Hyuga Hayashi to see. Hayashi fell silent for a moment. With a sigh, he said, You're right. Go on. He took a sip of his drink, patiently waiting for Uchiha Zhan to continue. It's like this, Lord Hayashi. Lately, the Hokage's advisors and their lackeys have practically taken over Konoha's affairs. The villagers suffer, always fearful of drawing the attention of those in power. Let me ask you, is this what the leadership of a village should be doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen wields an iron fist against his own people, but turns meek when facing outsiders. Isn't this a betrayal of Konoha? A betrayal of the very ideals that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, built this village upon. Uchiha Zhan's tone was loaded with conviction. He rewrites history to paint himself as the greatest, brainwashing the populace, achieving nothing of substance, and in the end even pays reparations to other villages, using my money to feed a pack of bloodthirsty beasts. And the worst part is, not only do those beasts show no gratitude for your generosity, they see you as weak and try to take advantage of you. Uchiha Zhan slammed the table with sudden force. Bang! The wooden table instantly shattered into pieces, startling Hinata beside him. Earlier, Uchiha Zhan's gentleness had made her think he was a warm, sunny person. But now, his presence felt like that of a wild tiger, and sitting next to him, she could do little but tremble. Listening to all this, Hayashi closed his eyes. Deep down, he knew it all to be true. He was only pretending not to see. The Hyuga family was powerful, but without allies, even they couldn't shift the tide alone. Was Hayashi truly able to accept that his own twin brother had been sacrificed and discarded like a pawn? Of course not. He had once yearned for vengeance, intent on allying with the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha Fugaku, that coward, refused to even attend the gathering, afraid to be implicated. Hayashi's heart blazed with anger, though he could not voice it. Yet seeing Uchiha Zhan's resolve now rekindled his hope, a hope of toppling Hiruzen Sarutobi from the Hokage's seat. Do you have a concrete plan? Hayashi asked in a low, steady voice. I need your help, clan leader Hayashi, to take care of something that only you can handle. Uchiha Zhan fixed Hayashi with a direct gaze. Hayashi didn't answer right away, waiting instead to hear Zhan's proposal. I need you to lie in wait with me near Nanka River. At the right moment, I need you to observe something from me. The chakra properties of the right eye of Danzo Shimura, the Hokage advisor. Uchiha Zhan finished his request. Hayashi was taken aback. His right eye? I heard it was destroyed in the war. How could there possibly be chakra in it? Clan leader Hayashi, when the time comes, I just need you to note the color, nature, and properties of the chakra. That will be enough. Uchiha Zhan offered a faint smile as he spoke. Hayashi remained puzzled. Does this have something to do with the planned coup? Uchiha Zhan nodded. Yes, and it's closely related. If things turn out as I expect, there's a 90% chance of success. Even if I'm wrong, we still have a 50% chance. He glanced at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. If his guesses proved incorrect, he would have Fugaku control the Nine Tails while he, Uchiha Zhan, confronted the third Hokage, Itachi, and Shisui head-on. It's nothing to get worked up about. Back in the days when Konoha was founded, Uchiha Madara was a force beyond the Kage level, while Shisui, Itachi, and even Hiruzen Sarutobi were merely Kage level at best. The advantage was his. Hayashi Hyuga frowned. You mean now? He looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan nodded. We need to set up an ambush in advance. If we head in directly, Given Danzo's perception and the inside of Roots Ninja, the odds are high we'd miss our chance. Shisui felt a heaviness settle in his heart. He hoped Uchiha Zhan was wrong, that his suspicions were unfounded. That way, his desire to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the village wouldn't be in vain, and he could continue pressing forward. But if things were truly as Zhan described, then what was the point of his persistence? While he fought to quell the Uchiha uprising, the village never stopped moving against him. The deeper his love for Konoha, the more bitter his hate would grow. Itachi, for his part, didn't seem to care. He simply followed Shisui in whatever he did. Hayashi considered for a moment. Very well. Shall we set out now? Uchiha Zhan nodded. No time to waste. We'll go on ahead. He turned to Shisui and spoke slowly. Follow the plan. Shisui nodded back, then turned to Itachi. Itachi, I'll leave this to you. Deliver the letter to Root. With a nod, Itachi vanished in a whirl of crows. Uchiha Zhan and Hayashi Hyuga raced toward the Naka River, careful to conceal themselves along the way. Shisui looked up at the sun, already high in the sky. It was close to noon. The letter he sent explained how he intended to handle the Uchiha coup. He'd requested a meeting with Danzo Shimura, setting the time for 4 in the afternoon. There, he would confess his Mangekyo Sharingan's true abilities face to face. At Root headquarters, Danzo Shimura's pupils constricted as he read Shisui's letter. Mangekyo Sharingan, the legendary eyes themselves. Almost unconsciously, he touched his own bandage-wrapped right eye, thinking to himself, Kagami, your descendant surpasses even you. He's awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. This power is simply too great. I intend to claim it. Surely, you would agree? After all, everything is for Konoha. He turned to a Root ninja. Tell Uchiha Itachi that I'll attend, but he needn't come along. Some conversations aren't meant for his ears. The Root ninja nodded and then left the Root headquarters, heading toward the door. Having received confirmation, Itachi Uchiha went to report the matter to Shisui Uchiha. Shisui frowned. This time, Danzo had actually requested that no one accompany Shisui. That was a violation of protocol. Yet, this demand also sparked a sense of wariness in Shisui. Could it be that, just as Uchiha Zhan warned, Danzo Shimura really intended to strike against him? Itachi's face was filled with worry as he looked at Shisui. Shisui, Zhan's always had this ominous hunch. Maybe we shouldn't go this time. We know it's a trap, yet you're still going to walk straight into it. That's just not rational. When Itachi spoke to Shisui, concern and caution were all that showed. He didn't want anything to happen to his childhood friend, his mentor, and comrade. Shisui shook his head. Itachi, you don't understand. There are some situations, some people, for them, even if you know there's a trap ahead, you still have to step in. This matter is crucial to me. I'm simply using myself as bait. If I pretended I knew nothing, perhaps Danzo would succeed. But now that I know he's planning something, his strength alone isn't enough to threaten me. Shisui reached out and affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. But Itachi still had a sense of foreboding. But as the words reached his lips, he saw the determination in Shisui's eyes and knew there was no persuading him. All right, don't worry about it. I won't be in any danger. Besides, don't forget, Zhan and clan leader Hayashi have already gone ahead. Even if something does happen, those two wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Shisui patted Itachi's shoulder and smiled. At the bank of the Naka River, Danzo Shimura leaned on his staff, gazing out at Konoha. The setting sun bathed the village in golden light. So beautiful. A sigh slipped from Danzo. Standing aloft, looking afar, it felt as though Konoha lay right at his feet, so close that he could reach out and grasp it. Yet, he knew he hadn't reached the moment to seize Konoha just yet. Lord Danzo, Shisui Uchiha has reached the base of the mountain and is walking up the slope. Root Ninja Yamanaka Kaze knelt on one knee, bowing his head to deliver the report. His hair was a bright orange ponytail, and though he looked thin, his talent ranked him in the top 5 of the Yamanaka clan. Danzo gave a curt nod. I understand. Tell those below to stay hidden. Don't act rashly. Wait for my command. No matter what, Shisui Uchiha must not leave the Naka River. Yes. Yamanaka Kaze vanished, passing the message to his teammates via mind-reading techniques. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan and Hayashi Hyuga had disguised themselves with transformation jutsu, becoming 2 jagged stones at the edge of the cliff, watching Danzo Shimura from above. Because Hayashi Hyuga had kept his Byakugan activated, he could see that a green chakra was burning around Danzo Shimura's right eye at this very moment. This chakra was distinctly different from Danzo's own pale white chakra, which made Hayashi pause in surprise. He deactivated his Byakugan and continued watching, knowing he couldn't speak right now, or else he'd risk revealing himself. Danzo suddenly sensed that he was being watched and turned around. Just as he was about to look up, Uchiha Shisui's voice rang out. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Shisui has arrived as promised. Shisui's calm words immediately drew Danzo's full attention. Danzo looked toward Shisui, his heart unsettled. He pressed down the excitement within and nodded. Shisui, you said you have the means to stop the Uchiha clan's coup? Can I trust you? Danzo asked, keeping his tone indifferent. Lord Danzo, I give you my word. If the Uchiha do attempt a coup, I will use these eyes to change their intent. Deep within their will, I'll plant the seed of peaceful coexistence with Konoha. As he finished speaking, Shisui's sharingan transformed, the pattern evolving from 3-tomo to the 4-pronged mangekyo. Danzo's heart tightened. Oh, plant a seed? Am I right in understanding that you can alter another's will? Sensing the critical point, Danzo pressed for clarification. Shisui nodded, watching Danzo warily. Danzo fell silent, a rare pause, before finally speaking. This mangekyo sharingan ability of yours, is it truly effective? Shisui smiled, a touch of pride in his voice. Without question, though, the cooldown is rather long. It takes more than 10 years to use it again. Danzo nodded curtly. That's good. Shisui, remember your words. Use this ability well, and protect the Leaf Village. As he spoke, Danzo reached out to pat Shisui on the shoulder. But Shisui's focus was on Danzo's arm, muscles tensing in anticipation. In the next instant, Danzo twisted his arm, and his fingers lunged for Shisui's eye. How can I be sure you won't wield this power to manipulate Konoha's leadership, paving the way for your clan's rebellion? This power ought to belong. Before he could finish, Shisui's technique was already unleashed. Jinjutsu. Kodoamitsukami. Kodoamitsukami, also known as the Golden Binding Illusion, was cast in a flash. Instantly, Danzo's entire mind was dragged into a realm of illusion. In this Jinjutsu domain, the victim was utterly unaware of the real world. The caster could seize the opportunity to strike. But anyone caught by the Golden Binding Illusion remained shockingly lucid. They knew full well they'd fallen under a Jinjutsu, and were keenly aware of what was happening around them. Yet, their body was utterly motionless, as if paralyzed by a living nightmare. Uchiha Shisui looked at Shimura Danzo, his expression deeply conflicted. He never expected Danzo to make a move against him. It seemed Zhan's warnings had come true. Still, unwilling to make an enemy of the entire Leaf Village, he immediately turned to leave. But just as he did, he felt a surge of chilling chakra. In an instant, his mind pieced it together. It was Izanagi. Shimura Danzo actually possessed a sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Damn it, I'll be taking your eye, Danzo declared coldly. His body jerked forward with predatory intent, and his left hand reached straight for Shisui's eye. Just then, a voice rang out. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Uchiha Zhan formed the tiger hand seal and drew a deep breath, leaning back in preparation. A torrent of chakra surged and morphed into blazing fire within him. Uchiha Zhan then exhaled, unleashing a ferocious wave of flames that roared toward Shimura Danzo. Danzo's pupils contracted. He now faced two equally perilous choices. If he continued, he'd have the perfect opportunity to seize Shisui's Kodoamitsukami, his best chance yet, but the incoming fire-style jutsu would certainly consume him in its inferno. His other choice was to retreat, preserving his life, but losing this chance would make it almost impossible to claim Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan another time. Danzo considered for half a second before deciding, without hesitation, to retreat. Danzo cannot die here. Not in a place like this. Not before achieving my ambitions. I haven't become Hokage yet. I can't let it end here. I have to prove to my teacher that the timid Hiruzen is unfit for the title. Only Shimura Danzo is truly worthy to inherit it. With that, Danzo unleashed a powerful vacuum great sphere in the direction of the oncoming flames. The explosive recoil from his own jutsu hurled his body backward with incredible speed. Though the vacuum great sphere was a wind-style technique, Danzo's precision allowed it to withstand the majestic destroyer flame for a single precious second, a second that was enough for him to dart away from the battlefield. Uchiha Shisui quickly regained his senses. In one agile leap, he jumped down toward the river below, hitting the water with a splash. Uchiha Itachi had been waiting nearby to cover him. The moment he saw Shisui fall into the water, he rushed in to pull him out. Before long, Itachi supported Shisui onto the riverbank. I can't believe it. Zhan predicted everything, Itachi said in a low, even tone, glancing up at the firestorm raging across the entire Nanhequan mountain range. Shisui nodded in agreement. If Zhan hadn't stepped in when he did, I'd have lost not just my eye, but my life as well. In the mountains, agonized screams echoed over and over as charred bodies, burnt to ash, dropped down like rain. The scene left Hyuga Hayashi visibly shaken. He swallowed hard, staring in utter disbelief at Uchiha Zhan. Is the fire release of this 10-year-old child really that powerful and far-reaching? These were elite members of the Foundation. After all, over 70% were Jonin, and the rest were the cream of the crop among Chunin. In that single blaze, almost 60% of the Foundation ninja perished, and the remaining 40% suffered burns of varying severity. When Shimura Danzo received the news, he immediately ordered a retreat. Withdraw from the Foundation. Damn it, a single jutsu could do this much damage. He brought nearly 100 ninja. If they stayed any longer, it would only add to the casualties and increase his own risk of death. As long as the Green Hills remain, there'll always be wood for the fire. Retreat. Fall back. Move. Quickly now. Danzo's aged voice rang out. The ninjas who were using water and earth release to try and stop the fire's spread scattered and fled without hesitation. No one dared to look back at Uchiha Zhan, who had unleashed the devastating Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Zhan watched as figure after figure fled the Nanha River, then stopped channeling chakra. Instantly, the flames of his jutsu diminished significantly. Hyuga Hayashi released his transformation technique, coming to stand beside Uchiha Zhan, drenched in sweat and his face flushed. So, this is what you meant by teaching them a little lesson? He looked at the scorched, cracked ground of the Nanha River Valley. The trees, already sparse, were now completely gone, reduced to ashes. Landing softly, Zhan said, "If I had wanted to, Shimura Danzo wouldn't have escaped." "What? You're telling me you were still holding back?" "Damn, Zhan, what kind of monster are you?" Hayashi couldn't hold back his exclamation. He simply hadn't expected Uchiha Zhan's strength to be so overwhelming. He questioned Zhan earlier about his actual power. Zhan raised his index finger and thumb, leaving a tiny gap between them. "Just a little higher than yours." Looking out over the Nanha River range, now ablaze like a mountain of fire, Hayashi finally understood. It was more like an infinitely greater difference. "All right, clan leader Hayashi, let's head down. I'm worried Itachi and Shisui might be in danger," Zhan said, grabbing Hayashi's arm and using the body flicker technique. The two arrived at the spot their group had agreed on earlier. Uchiha Shisui was seated on a large rock beside the riverbank, resting, while Uchiha Itachi kept a watchful eye on the direction of the cliffs. Despite his usual aloofness, Itachi looked somewhat tense. Despite often rebelling against his older brother and even coming to blows, the truth was he cared deeply. He was still his little brother, and Itachi his elder. The Uchiha clan was famous for being fiercely protective both of their brothers and their siblings in general. Itachi was no exception. Only when Zhan and Hayashi appeared within his view did the furrow in Itachi's brow finally relax, his tension melting away into a cold indifference on his face. Shisui laughed as he looked at Itachi. "You act like you don't care at all, but anyone can see just how worried you are. Isn't it exhausting?" Uchiha Itachi didn't say a word, instead turning his gaze up to the sky. Shisui didn't continue to tease him either, his attention shifting to Uchiha Zhan as his expression grew complicated. To be honest, at that moment, when Shimura Danzo attacked him and was about to gouge out his eye, any loyalty he had toward Konoha died on the spot. Now, even if Hyuga Hayashi told him that Danzo's right, I wasn't Uchiha Kageme's, he'd probably still support Uchiha Zhan's coup. He had already shown the greatest goodwill and entrusted them with the most crucial secret, Kodo Amatsukami. Yet, Danzo continued to distrust his every move, even trying to take his life. The scattered ninja corpses tumbling down the mountain made it all too clear. From the very moment he handed Danzo that envelope, Danzo had been plotting to kill him here. "Shisui Itachi, are you both all right?" Uchiha Zhan called out, waving his hand in greeting. Shisui smiled and shook his head, while Itachi let out a short, disgruntled sound. "Zhan, you were too reckless. What you did has only deepened the rift between the village and the Uchiha." Zhan had been in good spirits just moments ago, relieved that Shisui was still alive. But hearing Itachi's accusation, he couldn't help but click his tongue and cast a contemptuous look his way, unmistakable disdain playing on his face. Hyuga Hayashi shot Itachi a strange look, wondering if perhaps there was something wrong with his head. If not for Zhan, Shisui's eyes might have been lost for good. Did the Uchiha really care so little about the power in their blood? If something like this happened in the Hyuga clan, they'd have fought tooth and nail to take back what was theirs. "You really shouldn't talk so much, Itachi. Every time I'm my happiest, you force me to hold back the urge to smack you." Narrowing his eyes, Zhan pressed his lips together with a faintly threatening smile. Itachi, sensing he was in the wrong, let out a cold huff, yet from the corner of his eye, he watched Zhan carefully. Seeing that Zhan looked composed and unhurt, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. That technique, just now, Great Fire Annihilation, Its sheer scale and destructive force far surpassed the boundaries of a B-rank jutsu. Truth be told, if Zhan had told outsiders it was an S-rank fire release, anyone unfamiliar wouldn't have doubted him for a second. Only the Uchiha clan knew it was their own, a secret technique, great fire annihilation. Alright, enough talk for now. This isn't the place. If Danzo sends more ninja after us, things could get ugly, Hayashi interrupted, trying to diffuse the tension. He made a good point. If Danzo went whining to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who knows, Sarutobi might just send troops to surround the Naka River out of anger. Even if they weren't afraid of a rabble of weaklings, their identities would likely be exposed. And then, the entire village of Konoha would be teetering on the edge of chaos. Everyone nodded in agreement with Hayashi's advice, and so, together, they returned to the Hyuga compound. This time, Hayashi Hyuga held Uchiha Zhan's hand, asking after his well-being and attending to his every need with the utmost care. If not for the unmistakable attire of the Uchiha clan and his sharingan eyes, people in the Hyuga compound might well have mistaken Uchiha Zhan for Hayashi's own son. Little did they know, Hayashi Hyuga truly wished he had such a son. Zhan was a veritable war machine. Whoever controlled him, controlled the fate of Konoha. As for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, seeing this scene, there wasn't a trace of jealousy on their faces. In fact, they felt it was only natural. After all, the strong deserve to be treated differently, and Uchiha Zhan's performance this afternoon, his spectacular fire release, had utterly conquered them both. Niji Hyuga, however, looked at Uchiha Zhan with a smug expression. Uchiha Zhan, do you dare spar with me? If I win, you'll stop coming to the Hyuga house and quit bothering my sister, Hinata. As soon as those words were spoken, Uchiha Zhan, Hayashi Hyuga, Shisui, and Itachi were all dumbfounded, looking at Niji in utter disbelief. Just then, Zhan suddenly remembered. He was supposed to stand up for Hinata. Today's events had been so urgent that it had slipped his mind. Well, now was the perfect opportunity to teach Niji a lesson. All right, Zhan replied with a broad smile, turning to Niji, but if you lose, you'll have to promise never to take out your grudges during training again and treat Hinata more gently from now on. Niji let out a cold chuckle. Deal. Also, you look maybe 10 years old. I'm only 7, but I expect you to go all out. Otherwise, you might lose and badly. Hayashi's face turned pale as he glanced at Uchiha Zhan, his eyes full of silent pleading. He was touched that Zhan was defending his daughter and disciplining his nephew, but he was also scared. If Zhan really took things seriously, Niji might be brought down with a single blow. After all, this was his late brother's only son, and his brother had entrusted him to raise Niji to adulthood. Zhan nodded to Hayashi and spoke up. Have you ever seen an adult seriously argue with a child? Anoki yawned. Veins popped on Niji's forehead. This was the first time anyone had dared act so arrogantly in front of him. In the Hyuga clan, he was considered a genius. Even as a member of the branch family, his talent and strength had already surpassed many older shinobi. Though just 7, Niji had brought the gentle fist to near perfection and could even barely perform the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Through sheer talent and effort, he managed to master parts of the Hyuga clan's secret heavenly rotation technique. As a prodigy, this was the first time he'd ever been called a child to his face. It was an insult, an utter humiliation. The corner of Hayashi Hyuga's mouth twitched. Uchiha Zhan really doesn't mince words. With a comment like that, there's no doubt Niji will blow his top, but Hayashi was just as reluctant to see a direct clash between Niji and Uchiha Zhan. That blazing inferno Uchiha Zhan unleashed moments ago made it painfully clear. If Uchiha Zhan so desired, a single effortless ninjutsu could wipe out the entire Hyuga clan without breaking a sweat. If that overwhelming great fire annihilation were unleashed within the Hyuga compound, at least half would surely perish. Most of the Hyuga, after all, devote themselves exclusively to taijutsu. Not even Hayashi himself could guarantee he'd make it out unscathed. Perhaps sensing the troubled thoughts in Hayashi's mind, Uchiha Zhan smiled and spoke. For this match, I'll rely only on taijutsu. Worry not, clan leader Hayashi. I'll hold back unless necessary. Niji, meanwhile, turned to look at his uncle, his eyes heavy with determination. This was a battle he had to fight, not just for himself, but for the honor of the entire Hyuga family. Both clans shared the power of bloodline dojutsu. Neither could admit the other's superiority without swallowing their pride. Yet, from an objective standpoint, the sharingan of the modern Uchiha clan was undeniably stronger than the Hyuga's Byakugan. The difference lay in their potential. The sharingan could continuously evolve and grow ever stronger, while the Byakugan's path of advancement had been artificially sealed, locked away by the cursed seal of the caged bird. Even those born with exceptional talent were branded forever limited, while the main branch reaped all the rewards. claiming every resource, seizing every opportunity, living a life of ease and privilege. And still, Hyuga ninjas harbored overwhelming pride, holding their Byakugan in such esteem they could scarcely look upon the Uchiha clan's sharingan without disdain. To Niji, this wasn't some ordinary sparring match. It was a fight for the Hyuga's millennium-long legacy. He was resolved to make this Uchiha Zhan pay dearly. Hayashi could only sigh at the unwavering resolve in Niji's eyes. In the end, he relented, saying, "Let's take this outside. The courtyard is spacious enough. It's where Hinata and Niji usually spar anyway." At that, a dark look crossed Niji's face, memories of the branch family's bitter treatment by the main branch rising unbidden. He drew in a deep breath, knowing this was no time to show any sign of weakness before Hayashi. Otherwise, his own downfall would be swift and merciless. He had to bury his resentment and rein it in. He'd let all that anger focus squarely on Uchiha Zhan. "Hyuga Niji, ready for your instruction." With those words, Niji shifted into stance. Left hand forward, right hand drawn back, palms spread, one ready, one defensive, left toes lightly touching the ground, right foot braced and gripping the earth. "Very well, come at me. Let's see if the Hyuga's little prodigy lives up to the legends." Uchiha Zhan replied, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Niji across the yard. Niji's eyes flashed cold resolve. With a sudden push off his right foot, his body shot forward like an arrow loose from a bow. In an instant, his left hand extended 2 fingers forward, while his right thumb curled inward, the remaining 4 fingers rigid and poised for attack. 8 trigrams, 32 palms, first stance. With that, Niji Hyuga surged toward Zhan Uchiha. Zhan's expression immediately grew sharp as he twisted to evade the oncoming palms, stepping back to open up some distance. However, in that moment, Niji clung to him like a stubborn shadow, impossible to shake off. With little choice, Zhan planted his right foot, spinning his body swiftly in a full circle. Seizing the perfect chance, he delivered a powerful kick straight to Niji's shoulder. A wet, sharp sound. Niji coughed up blood, his face turning grim. He hadn't expected Zhan's strength to be so formidable. The pain from that single kick surged through him. Staggering backward 10 paces, Niji finally managed to steady himself. Hayashi Hyuga watched from the courtyard as Niji took his beating, making no move to intervene. He deliberately let Niji face defeat. Sometimes, for prodigies, an early loss is the best lesson. Only through loss will Niji understand that there is always someone greater, a lesson that would benefit him in the long run. "What do you say? Want to keep going? If not, I'll be on my way," Zhan said with a casual grin, looking at Niji. Niji shook his head, determined. "Fight? Of course. But from now on, I'm going all out." "Oh, so you still got something left to show?" Zhan raised an eyebrow, excitement flickering in his voice as he eyed Niji. But before he could finish that thought, a glowing green 8 trigrams diagram materialized beneath his feet, encircling both him and Niji. Energy surged within the formation, its design filled with cryptic power. Zhan studied it curiously, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "A trapping technique, is it? For shinobi of similar skill, this would be almost impossible to break." Yet Zhan was more than just a regular ninja. He carried the legacy and might of Madara Uchiha. 8 trigrams, 32 palms, seal. Niji sprang forward, his muscles tensed with full force as he closed in rapidly. Zhan stayed silent, charging power into his right hand while lowering his center of gravity. He sidestepped deftly and then launched a punch straight at Niji's abdomen. But Niji was prepared. His right hand shifted seamlessly, left hand following up. Rotation. Kaiten, heavenly spin. Perhaps it was the tremendous pressure of facing Zhan, but Niji unleashed a perfect half-sphere rotation, spinning in place with flawless execution. The technique's unique force deflected Zhan's hand, making Zhan's eyes momentarily flash with astonishment. No wonder they called them Konoha's 12 Guardians. Confronted with a formidable opponent, Niji had already learned the clan's secret technique, rotation. Suddenly, the wine cup in Hayashi's hand slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the ground with a brittle crack. The sharp noise drew every eye in the courtyard. Hayashi's face was now written with emotion, his pupils narrowed to pinpricks. The Hyuga clan's secret art, rotation? How did Niji manage to master it? Could it be, just from observing the elders on a mission, he gleaned its essence in a single glance? His words were not loud, just enough for Hinata Hyuga, who stood beside him, to hear. Hinata pressed her lips together, then lifted her gaze toward Niji Hyuga, who had just finished using rotation and was now standing on his right foot alone. In her eyes shimmered admiration, a touch of envy, and a trace of disappointment. Compared to Niji, Hinata thought to herself, she truly was still too clumsy and slow. Uchiha's son, meanwhile, had not made a move. He simply watched Niji Hyuga, quietly recalling the sensation from moments before. Son was not someone of deep wickedness or great malice. The Hyuga clan was now his target to win over, and Niji was the only nephew of Hiashi Hyuga himself. Naturally, Son would not interrupt Niji's moment of revelation. At that very moment, Niji was lost in a state of insight. In the heat of the crisis, he had suddenly sensed the flow of chakra within, and, without realizing it, erupted with energy and unleashed rotation. What he needed to do now was anchor this technique firmly in his grasp. If he could, it would become his trump card, setting him apart from his peers. Son, satisfied, returned to the house, knowing that Niji's epiphany would not end in just a short while. So, he joined Hiashi Hyuga for a cup of tea. Hiashi nodded and summoned two groups of people, the first to attend to the guests inside, pouring tea and serving drinks, including for Uchiha's son himself. The second group to stand guard, ensuring Niji Hyuga's enlightenment went undisturbed. Many of the maidens of the Hyuga clan flushed at the sight of Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, both so strikingly handsome. Only Son, being much younger, was seen by all as little more than a child, the younger brother in the room. This left Son feeling somewhat frustrated. The festivities began in earnest as everyone sipped tea and sampled the food. During the meal, Son nibbled on a cold dish, then, as if casually, remarked, "Lord Hiashi, about that incident with the right, shouldn't you let Shisui know the result by now?" He lifted his eyes, meeting Hayashi's gaze. Son mused inwardly that this wily old man was either truly clueless or pretending to be. Since their return, there had been no mention of Danzo Shimura's right eye at all. Upon hearing this, Hiashi immediately set aside his teacup and stood up, making a sound of realization. He turned to Shisui, "Nephew Shisui, the chakra color of that man's right eye was emerald green, completely at odds with his natural white chakra. In fact, it resembled the chakra of your own eyes quite a bit." Hiashi deliberately avoided naming Danzo Shimura, choosing instead to refer to him only as that man, since secret matters are best left unnamed. Shisui was not surprised by this confirmation. He had suspected as much. His expression did not waver. Only his eyes, in a blink, shifted from dark pupils to the swirling pattern of the Mangekyo. He had long anticipated this answer, and after Shimura Danzo's recent confrontation with him at the bridge, he had resolved, no matter what, to stand by Uchiha Sen's side. However, when he learned that his grandfather's death was truly connected to Shimura Danzo, his scalp tingled, his eyes went bloodshot, and a surge of anger erupted from deep within him. Closest to Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Instead, he gazed at Shisui with concern. It was the first time he had ever seen Shisui so shaken. But he understood. The person Shisui loved most wasn't killed fighting for the village, but by the very leaders of the village itself. That revelation shattered years of respect for Konoha's top brass. In its place, the seeds of hatred began to take root and swiftly grow. Uchiha Zhan, having observed Shisui's state, allowed a faint smile to play at the corner of his lips. Words, he thought, are often in vain. You can teach a person all you want, but sometimes, life itself must be the one to teach the lesson. Suddenly, Shisui spoke. "Zhan, you saved my life at Nanga River, and you uncovered the real cause of my grandfather's death. I owe you not just my gratitude, but my very life twice over. From this day on, my life belongs to you. Whatever you ask of me, I won't refuse." Shisui rose to his feet, approached Uchiha Zhan, and dropped to one knee, bowing his head in a gesture of loyalty. Startled, Uchiha Zhan quickly reached out to pull him up. "We're all family here. We're all Uchihas. There's no need for this, really. Please stand up. Besides, you've always been like an elder brother to my own big brother. I only did what I did to keep you from being deceived by those who would lead you astray. Now that you found your way back, it's not too late. If we work together as brothers, who's to say we can't carve out a brilliant future?" Uchiha Zhan said, a smile lighting up his face. Shisui felt deeply moved. With just a few words, Zhan had not only forgiven what had happened at the Hyuga estate, but also preserved Shisui's dignity, calling him brother and giving him the utmost respect. Compared to Uchiha Zhan, Shisui felt like a raw recruit. Even Uchiha Itachi's gaze toward his younger brother, Uchiha Zhan, softened noticeably. Hiashi Hyuga watched these events unfold, his mind working fast. Uchiha Shisui, renowned alongside the yellow flash of the leaf during the Third Great Ninja War, was now pledging loyalty to Uchiha Zhan. This was no small matter. Adding to that the recent incident at Nanga River where the mountain was set ablaze, Hiashi grew increasingly certain. The future of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly be in Zhan's hands. Judging by Zhan's stance toward Konoha's leadership, An upheaval was likely looming. The question was, should he align his own clan with the Uchiha? At that moment, little Hinata crept timidly to Uchiha Zhan's side and tugged at his sleeve. Brother Zhan, if there's anything I can help with, please just let me know. Hayashi's eyes flickered, his jaw clenching and his gaze narrowing as he looked at Zhan. Well, what on earth has this fellow done to charm his precious daughter this much? Uchiha Zhan was momentarily stunned. He exchanged a look with Uchiha Shisui, who immediately understood, returned to his seat, and began casually chatting with Uchiha Itachi about their future training plans. Yet, the corners of their eyes couldn't help but drift toward Uchiha Zhan and Hinata Hyuga on the field. Inwardly, they marveled. Zhan truly lived up to his reputation, managing to win over the future heir of the Hyuga clan so effortlessly. Winning over Hinata was far easier than winning over Hayashi himself. Uchiha Zhan crouched down and gently ruffled Hinata's soft hair, offering her a gentle smile. Hinata, just focus on your training. As for Niji, if he bullies you again, tell him I'll make sure you get justice. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Taking advantage of the moment, Uchiha Zhan glanced over at Hayashi, lips curling into a subtle grin. Hayashi's eyes widened in exasperation, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Silently, he grumbled, "Unbelievable. Absolutely shameless. This Uchiha Zhan has already won over my daughter. How long did it take? Not even half a day. All right, Hinata, you may leave now." Hayashi's voice brought Hinata back to her senses. This time, however, instead of retreating timidly, she furrowed her brow and stared at her father with determination. Hayashi felt a bittersweet twinge. On one hand, he was pleased to see his daughter forming her own opinions and displaying the courage expected of an heir. On the other, her first show of bravery was being used against him. Hinata was just about to protest, but Uchiha Zhan reached out and pinched her cheek lightly. "Be good. I'll handle whatever comes next." Hinata gazed earnestly at Uchiha Zhan before giving a small nod. Hayashi signaled for the attendants to take her away, and as they led her out, they shot Uchiha Zhan curious glances. Could it be that this man was the reason for the young lady's sudden transformation? Would they really be calling him young master-in-law in the future? Before long, Hinata was led away by the servants, and tranquility returned to the room. Uchiha Zhan looked at Hayashi with a half-smile, not making any effort to win him over. After that scene, the initiative belonged to Zhan now. Hayashi glared down at Zhan, unable to suppress a scowl. "Uchiha Zhan, I really underestimated you. You're not as simple as you seem, are you? Clan head Hayashi, you flatter me. I truly don't know what you mean. Perhaps you could elaborate?" Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow, all innocence. Hayashi's lips twitched. "You don't know? You know exactly what you're doing." There was no point in continuing the charade. If he kept bantering with Zhan, the man's feigned ignorance might just give him a heart attack. "What you aim to do, I'll support you wholeheartedly." But Hayashi's tone shifted, and it was this but that made Zhan's gaze sharpen, locking on a Hayashi with piercing focus. As everyone knows, the words at the beginning are usually meaningless, but what follows is what truly matters. However, having just the Uchiha and Hyuga isn't enough. Although both clans wield significant influence in Konoha, possessing great strength and extensive connections, when it comes down to seizing that position, there's no way to succeed without the support of capable civil officials. That's why I hope you can win over the Nara clan before we make any moves. If the Naras agree to join us, then Konoha won't descend into chaos after the coup. As Hyuga Hayashi spoke, his gaze fell on Uchiha-san. Uchiha-san didn't answer right away. Instead, he sank into thought. This was not a new idea to him. The problem was, he simply had no way in. The Uchiha had been excluded from the inner circle for too long. Apart from a slight connection with the Kurama clan, hardly any other families were willing to get involved with them anymore, let alone the Nara, who were experts at staying out of trouble. Hayashi understood all too well what was troubling Senator. He said, "Tonight, I'll invite the clan heads of the Inoshikicho alliance for a banquet. Whether you can persuade them or not, that's up to you. If you can manage it, I promise the Hyuga will stand with the Uchiha in the decisive moment and help you seize everything you desire." For an instant, bitterness and vengeance flickered in Hayashi's eyes. This was aimed squarely at Hiruzen Sarutobi. His own younger brother had been reduced to a disposable pawn and abandoned, his body sent off to the Cloud Village, denied even a proper burial at home. Hayashi's hatred ran deep. The real reason Hayashi suggested Son reach out to the Nara clan was to maintain order after the upheaval, to ensure Konoha could be calmed in time. There was one thing Hayashi hadn't told the truth about. Even if Uchiha-san failed to win over the Naras tonight, the Hyuga would still join forces with the Uchiha in rebellion, regardless. Hayashi had waited far too long for this day. If not for being so isolated, he would have long since led his people to storm the Sarutobi compound. Hisashi's death would forever be a thorn in his heart. After hearing Hayashi's terms, Sen's brow relaxed. Very well. In that case, please make the arrangements, Lord Hayashi. We'll need some rest to regain our strength for the negotiations tonight with the 3 clan heads. Hayashi nodded. Despite being only 10 years old, Uchiha's son was calm and steady, powerful, and, most important, young, with an undeniable drive and ambition. That was crucial. Unlike Hiruzen Tsurutobi, who had become old and complacent, turning a blind eye while Danzo acted as a shadowy fixer and repeatedly made disastrous decisions. Did he really think none of them knew he and Danzo had driven Tsukumo Hatake to ruin? It was simply that nobody dared speak out because of Sarutobi's authority and formidable strength. A figure as formidable and upright as Tsukumo Hatake, invincible in battle and just in conduct, was actually brought down by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others through poisonous rumors, and, unable to bear the crushing weight of public scrutiny, he took his own life. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen still put on a show, proclaiming Tsukumo Hatake to be a hero of the village. But without his tacit approval, how could those whispers have spread so widely? What's more, some even claimed that Tsukumo Hatake already had one sleeve of the Hokage's sacred robe on his arm, earning him the nickname the Half-Hokage. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen never once stopped to think. Wasn't it obvious that such news was a plot by enemy spies, sowing discord in the ranks? Did he really not know? Of course he did. But once the seed of suspicion takes root in the human heart, it grows, it blossoms, and soon, it cannot be contained. Looking back at Tsukumo Hatake's career from beginning to end, his only misstep was falling into Danzo Shimura's carefully laid trap. Before that, he'd never lost a single battle. Moreover, he was at the height of his power and youth, with strength equal to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Hayashi Hyuga suddenly paused, startled by where his own thoughts had wandered. Still, at the mention of Tsukumo Hatake, a trace of pity flickered in his eyes, for Tsukumo's son, Kakashi Hatake, is now still serving under enemy hands. If Kakashi ever learned the truth, that his father's death was the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence and Danzo Shimura's machinations, who knows if he'd go mad. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan and his 2 companions were shown to a guest room furnished with 3 large beds. Once the tour was complete, the attendant quietly left, closing the door behind. Uchiha Zhan was first to pick a bed and sit, then called out to his friends, Shisui, Itachi, come over here. This is what I'm thinking for tonight. Itachi's eyes went wide with shock. Is that really going to work? Zhan, are you serious? You're not joking, are you? He could hardly believe Zhan had come up with such a daring move. Uchiha Shisui frowned in concern. Isn't that a little much, though? What if it fails, and they hold a grudge against us? Zhan just laughed lightly. No, don't worry. Smart people know how to handle things. He turned his gaze outside, clearly looking forward to nightfall. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi, not feeling tired, pulled out their kunai and started sparring right in the Hyuga training ground. As for Uchiha Zhan, he simply sprawled out on the bed, settling in for a good nap as he waited for evening to come. At the Hyuga training ground, the Hyuga clan's ninja paused their own drills, gathering around to watch as Uchiha Itachi and Shisui exchanged rapid blows, their fists landing with force, and each strike from their blades landing decisively. The sight sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Some even began to cheer and shout. Nice move. Hey, that blade technique was awesome. Go for his leg, man. Kick his leg. That's it. See? With that, the whole match turned around. A group of people were chatting merrily when, all of a sudden, the Hyuga clan's eldest elder arrived at the training ground. The atmosphere shifted instantly, becoming much more subdued. Most of the people training here were from the branch families. Members of the main family rarely needed to develop their battle skills. Their duties were simply to raise heirs and enjoy leisurely strolls outside. All the tough missions fell to branch family shinobi, so it was only natural that the training grounds became the domain of the branch family. Yet, there were always a few elders who failed to act their age. Though their abilities were unimpressive, they would still come to the training field to show off. Itachi, Uchiha, and Shisui exchanged a glance and, in unison, withdrew from their sparring. A few young Hyuga girls hurried over with towels. Neither Itachi nor Shisui refused. Both accepted the towels and thanked the girls with genuine courtesy. A blush crept up the girls' cheeks, and they bashfully insisted the thanks were unnecessary. Suddenly, the elder approached the 2 and said, You must be the clan head's honored guests, yes? I have a grandson about your age. Would you be willing to spar with him? The branch family shinobi were momentarily taken aback, only for their faces to quickly settle into looks of open derision. That dim-witted grandson of his? Did the elder really think he could match these 2 masters? Both of them possessed at least Jonin-level skill. They were true jacks of all trades, mastering every aspect of shinobi arts, whether ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. The elder's grandson was only a chunin. This felt more like sending him to his doom. Itachi and Shisui simply exchanged a look, not rushing to answer. After all, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were rivals in name, so they had no reason to take this lightly. After a brief consultation, they decided Itachi would take the challenge and face the elder's grandson, Hyuga. Hyuga soon arrived at the training ground, having heard that his grandfather had arranged a worthy opponent for him. Should he win this match, it would bring unmatched honor to the Hyuga clan. Roused by the prospect, he wasted no time and came here immediately. On seeing that his opponents were two Uchiha shinobi, the fire of battle lit up in his eyes. "So, you two want to fight me?" Hyuga raised an eyebrow, a haughty confidence in his gaze. The Hyuga clan's education had taught him, from a young age, that the Byakugan was the greatest Kekkei Genkai in the shinobi world. All that talk about sharingan being superior? Nonsense. The Byakugan was second to none, and, if completely mastered, could even defend against jinjutsu. Sadly, those who achieved mastery were exceedingly rare. At present, only Hyuga Hayashi had barely touched the threshold of mastery. Even then, all he gained was improved resistance rather than full immunity, and he himself didn't truly understand why Byakugan stood shoulder to shoulder with the sharingan in reputation. It was said that in the Warring States era, Hyuga Tennin's power was nearly on par with Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama. Yet in this era, the gap between them had widened considerably. Hayashi, having overheard his servant conversation, was drawn to the scene himself. He, too, wished to see for himself just how strong Itachi Uchiha truly was. After all, Itachi had always performed missions for the Umbu, and everything about his ninjutsu, abilities, and achievements was shrouded in secrecy. Yet his fame was widespread. Is the reputation well-deserved? Or is this fame without substance? We're about to find out. Itachi Uchiha didn't bother to reply, simply standing where he was, his eyes fixed unflinchingly on Hyuga. To Itachi, Hyuga seemed full of openings from head to toe. His entire stance was riddled with flaws, showing even less caution than Niji Hyuga. Itachi couldn't tell if it was the Hyuga elder's overindulgence toward his grandson, or if all the younger members of the Hyuga clan were truly like this. If so, the day when the Hyuga faded from the ranks of the great clans couldn't be far off. Seeing that Itachi remained silent, Hyuga's lips curled in displeasure. He said, "Let's get started. I'll deal with you quickly, since I've no time to waste on a rude brat. I need to get back to training." With that, he struck the standard Hyuga opening pose. His knees bent slightly, hands flattened like knife edges in front of his body. This was the signature stance of his clan, and for a moment, he did have the air of an expert. Yet to Itachi, the whole display was nothing but utter foolishness. Rei's knees trembled, his torso bent awkwardly. Clear signs his body was spent and his foundation was weak, the result of lazy training. He was so unsteady that Itachi was genuinely worried he might accidentally kill him with a single blow. Right now, Hisashi and Hayashi Hyuga were in the middle of important talks. If trouble broke out, it would benefit no one. Noticing Itachi's hesitation, Hayashi Hyuga finally spoke from the sidelines. "Don't hold back on my account, Itachi. The young men of the Hyuga can handle defeat." At that, all eyes turned to him in surprise. Hayashi's face showed perfect impartiality, making more than a few people's eyes light up with admiration. The spectators on the training grounds focused their attention, while the Hyuga elder's face darkened. He knew all too well the strength and position Itachi held. Not only the son of the Uchiha clan head and heir to the clan, but also an elite captain in the village's covert forces. The elder had simply wanted his grandson to gain a little recognition while things were tense between their two clans, hoping a decent showing would boost his status. In a Leaf village, there were only two ways to earn renown: achievement on the battlefield or besting a famed opponent. Even a draw against someone like Itachi would win lasting respect. If his grandson managed not to lose, the benefits would be enormous. Now, with Hayashi openly inviting Itachi to go all out, it was clear he meant to scuttle those plans. The elder shot Hayashi a vicious glare. Hayashi merely smiled and said, "Is there a problem, elder?" The elder fell silent, tightening his lips as he looked toward the arena. Deep in Hayashi's eyes, traces of coldness and murderous intent flickered, a silent indictment. People like this were the true disgrace of the Hyuga. In the coming coup, if the elder were to die accidentally, Shisui Uchiha raised his right hand high. "I declare, the match begins. Let the games begin." Hyuga Ling took a swift step forward, rapidly closing the distance to Itachi Uchiha. With lightning speed, she unleashed the 8 trigrams vacuum palm straight at Itachi's face. Yet Itachi stood there as if completely oblivious. But in the very instant the vacuum palm struck him, Itachi's body suddenly burst apart into a flock of ravens that scattered in all directions. Their piercing cries sent chills down the spine. Ling froze for a split second when suddenly an icy sensation crept up from behind. It was Itachi. With one hand gripping a short blade, Itachi charged at Ling from behind, while simultaneously throwing 3 shuriken that curved around Ling's waist in an arc, converging right in front of him. As the shuriken clashed midair, they all shot straight toward Ling. Ling realized he was under attack from both front and back. He was in danger. Gathering his chakra, he called upon a secret Hyuga technique, the heavenly spin. A swirling barrier of blue chakra formed a protective semicircle, blocking both the incoming shuriken and Itachi's relentless assault. Seeing his attack stalled, Itachi leaped back, his body suspended in midair, hands reaching into his equipment pouch. Between 8 fingers, he held shuriken at the ready, waiting for the instant Ling's heavenly spin dissipated to throw them. Hyuga's elder, grasping Itachi's intent, immediately tried to leap onto the stage to save his grandson. But Hyuga laid a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't let anyone think the Hyuga clan can't accept defeat. Am I right, elder? Hyushi's grip tightened suddenly, his palm squeezing the elder's shoulder so hard it made an audible creak. The elder's heart tightened. He hadn't expected Hyuga would go so far as to threaten him over an outsider. Hyuga, let me go. Do you not realize this battle concerns the honor of the entire Hyuga clan? If we lose, we'll have to bow our heads forever. And don't you know, that's my only grandson out there. 3 sharp protests revealed the elder's burning fury. Don't get so worked up, elder, Hyuga said with a fleeting smile. Who's worked up? The elder huffed, glaring indignantly. Look, Ling's heavenly spin has ended, someone suddenly exclaimed from the crowd, drawing all eyes back to the stage. On the arena, after his heavenly spin, Ling staggered on unsteady feet, dazed and clearly unable to keep fighting. Suspended in the air, Itachi's eyes flashed as he flung 8 shuriken toward him. The shuriken landed, embedding themselves all around Ling rather than piercing his body. As Ling dazedly tried to react, he suddenly discovered that his arms and legs were tightly bound by near-invisible steel wires. His pupils constricted. In a glint of sunlight, he caught sight of the steel wires reflecting, connected to those very shuriken. It was the Uchiha-style shuriken manipulation technique. 8 shuriken embedded themselves in the floor, but the steel wires still restricted Hyuga Ling's movements. Sweat beaded on Hyuga Ling's forehead, and at last he opened his mouth and murmured, "I admit defeat." He hadn't expected that Uchiha Itachi, fighting him here and now, wouldn't even bother to use his sharingan. Thinking back, he himself had acted arrogantly, seeing that his opponent withheld his power and did the same. Had he activated his Byakugan, this simple manipulated shuriken technique could never have trapped him. But life offers no medicine for regret. If you lack skill, all you can do is practice more. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly, and with a subtle twitch of his fingers, the 8 shuriken reversed course and landed back in his palm. Witnessing this, the Hyuga clansmen couldn't help but gasp softly in amazement. In Uchiha Itachi's hands, the manipulated shuriken technique seemed to reach the pinnacle of mastery, truly magical in its evolution. What impressed them even more was that, throughout the fight, Uchiha Itachi never ceased strategizing. The instant Hyuga Ling's rotation vanished, he immediately unleashed the shuriken, sealing off any means of escape. He preserved the Hyuga clan's dignity as much as possible, while still achieving decisive victory, with no wasted effort. The Hyuga elder gave a snort of displeasure and left the training ground with his grandson. Once he departed, the Hyuga ninjas broke into spontaneous applause. Uchiha Itachi's performance had utterly captivated them. The match had lasted fewer than 5 moves, but every one of those moves was pure substance. Even Hyuga Hyuga couldn't help but nod with admiration. After this event, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui found it difficult to continue training, so they returned to the rest area. There, they saw Uchiha Zhan already fast asleep, snoring thunderously, a sound so loud it made both Shisui and Itachi frown. Still, they soon climbed into bed themselves. Training left them naturally exhausted, and they drifted off to sleep in no time. Nara clan grounds. Nara Shikaku sat at the head of the table, with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi on either side. Before them stood a member of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clansman produced a letter from his robe and handed it to Nara Shikaku. Accepting it without hesitation, Shikaku opened and read the letter. Toward the Hyuga, he felt no unease. The Hyuga clan was the type to offend no one, and Hyuga himself was a smooth diplomat who never got his hands dirty. Clearly, if he wrote, it must be to request some favor. After reading the letter, Shikaku's brow furrowed. Messenger, besides this letter, did Hyuga Hayashi have nothing else to say? Is this truly all? Clan leader Nara. That's all Hayashi-sama said. He simply invites clan leader Nara, clan leader Akimichi, and clan leader Yamanaka to dinner at the Hyuga compound this evening. The Hyuga messenger spoke calmly, meeting Shikaku's gaze without wavering. He had relayed all he knew. Any further questions would yield the same answer. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. Please go back and tell Lord Hayashi that we will certainly arrive on time for tonight's banquet. With that, Shikaku ordered someone to see the messenger out. Once the main doors had closed, Shikaku's smile faded, and a look of mixed emotions clouded his face. The sky above Konoha is about to change, he said solemnly, shaking his head after the words left his lips. Akimichi Chozo was taken aback. Shikaku, what do you mean? What do you mean by the sky above Konoha is about to change? Yamanaka Inoichi had his own suspicions, but he said nothing, knowing that compared to Shikaku, his insight was lacking. Shikaku drew a deep breath, then opened his eyes and said steadily, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have joined forces, and they're about to launch a coup. At those words, Chozo was left utterly speechless, while Inoichi said nothing. Could it be that Hayashi Hyuga put all of this in the letter? He's being far too bold. Aren't they worried that we might just deliver this letter straight to Lord Hokage, and then let him deal with their crimes? Chozo muttered, gritting his teeth. There's nothing in the letter. I worked it out myself. Shikaku handed the letter to Chozo for him to read. Chozo examined it closely. The message read, with utmost sincerity, I invite the heads of the Ino Shikacho trio to the Hyuga clan for a banquet this evening. Ah, and there's a young friend of mine, whose strength in battle is unparalleled, a true force of nature. He once set mountains ablaze. He'll be joining us as well tonight. I hope you'll all do us the honor. After reading, Chozo looked puzzled. The first half sounds normal enough, but what on earth is he talking about in the second half? He passed the letter to Inoichi, who smiled faintly. As I thought, it was them. He had just mentioned that 50 or 60 shinobi had died in the Nanha River region. Shikaku gave a wry smile. Isn't that just the way things are? We've reached a point where there's no easy way out. On the one hand, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still stands firm, and our three clans have given many of our people, much of our strength. And now, they've marked us as loyalists to the third. What started as a way to preserve our family's power has led us into the heart of political strife. Who could have foreseen that Danzo of Root would start poaching talent from our clans? On the other hand, the very foundation of Konoha is rotten. The third is old and has grown muddled and stubborn in his age. Yet, there's no one fit to take the Hokage's place. The village is caught in a dangerous lull between generations. If all we wanted was to protect ourselves, we could shut our doors and see no one. But if we let the third and Danzo do as they please any longer, our three clans will inevitably be worn down, piece by piece. Yamanaka Kaze is the clearest example. Shikaku finished, giving Inoichi a meaningful look. A heavy air settled around Inoichi. Yamanaka Kaze had been a prodigy among the Yamanaka, yet he was taken away by Danzo. Who could say if Root would come for the Yamanaka, the Nara, or even the Akimichi again in the future? Look, Hugh, I think maybe we can give them a hand. Yamanaka Haichi spoke up, his gaze locking on Nara Shikaku. After listening to their analysis, Akimichi Chozo gave a nod of agreement as well. Nara Shikaku didn't agree right away. Instead, he slipped in a deep thought. Yamanaka Haichi and Akimichi Chozo left him be. They knew Shikaku was considering the options. After all, the path ahead led straight into the whirlwind of a coup d'etat. If it succeeded, they would share in the glory of a kingmaker. But if they failed, the price would be paid in blood. Here's what we'll do, gentlemen. Tonight, we'll attend the banquet together and see for ourselves what cards the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are hiding. We'll judge whether these two households are truly worth following. With that, Nara Shikaku rose to his feet and headed for the bedroom. A night full of sharp words was inevitable, so it was best to rest up and conserve their energy. Akimichi Chozo and Yamanaka Haichi exchanged a glance. Both men headed home to get some sleep. 8 p.m. The door to Uchiha Zhan's room was met with a firm knock. Knock, knock, knock. Uchiha Zhan stood up, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. Who is it? Zhan, brother Zhan, it's me. Father sent me to get you for dinner. The heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans have been waiting for quite a while. Hinata, Hyuga's soft, sticky sweet voice doused most of Zhan's simmering irritation. He opened the door to find little Hinata standing nervously on the other side. Unable to help himself, he chuckled. It's so late and you're still up? Don't you have school tomorrow? I don't have to, because I'm not 6 yet, Hinata answered honestly. Zhan was taken aback. That's right. How could he forget? Naruto graduated at 12, which meant kids usually started school at 6. Right now, Hinata was just over 5, so school was out of the question. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhan was saved by Uchiha Shisui, who jumped in to break the silence. Miss Hinata, are you saying the Inoshikacho clan leaders have arrived? Hinata nodded. Uncle Nara, Uncle Akimichi, and Uncle Yamanaka are all at the entrance. When I left, Father was leading them to the main hall. Zhan nodded as well. All right, I understand. Thank you, Hinata. He reached down and gave her cheek a playful pinch, then shot a sidelong look at Uchiha Itachi, who was still sprawled in bed. With a snort, he left for the main hall. Uchiha Shisui strode over and gave the slumbering Itachi a hearty slap. Come on, wake up. This is it, the turning point for Konoha's future. Instantly awake, Itachi sat bolt upright, but his eyes were glazed and unfocused, clearly still caught in the grip of dreams. What is it? What's going on, Shisui? Itachi, half groggy and blank, made Shisui clench his teeth in exasperation. Hurry up and get moving. Something big is about to happen. With these words, Uchiha Shisui tossed a set of clothes over to him. Hearing Shisui's loud reprimand, Uchiha Itachi finally snapped out of his daze. He rushed to put on his clothes and hurried after Shisui towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Narashikaku sat at the seat of honor on the right, while the seat of honor on the left remained vacant. He spoke. Hayashi, is someone taking that spot? If not, I might have one of my own sit there. Hyuga Hayashi replied with a gentle smile. Ah, about that seat. He's still resting after lighting all those fires. I saw him yawn, and in the blink of an eye, the whole mountain range was ablaze. Narashikaku's pupils contracted sharply. One breath of fire? An S-rank fire release? How else could someone burn down a whole mountain, scaring Danzo Shimura's party so much that they fled without looking back? Fascinating. This Uchiha ninja is truly something. Don't worry, I've already sent Hinata to inform him. Just be patient a little longer. Please join me in a toast. Hyuga Hayashi lifted his cup towards Shikaku. Shikaku gave Hayashi a long, thoughtful look, then downed his wine in a single gulp. Just then, someone came to report, Clan Master, Lord Uchiha Zhan has arrived. At these words, Hayashi smiled and turned to Shikaku. Shikaku, the one you've been so curious about has arrived. Don't set your expectations too high. Shikaku shot him a look. I know what I'm doing. With that, he set his cup down and straightened his posture, eyes fixed on the door. According to Hayashi and his men's reports, this Uchiha Zhan was the real protagonist. Shikaku was curious what kind of ability a person needed to have to prompt Hayashi to personally take action and extend such an invitation. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza paid no attention to these developments. He continued indulging in the feast. In his mind, anything involving strategies should be left to Shikaku. His own job was simply to give support. Yamanaka Inoichi, on the other hand, sipped his wine, but occasionally cast searching glances at the doorway. He remembered that the Uchiha were the only clan who had never bowed to Danzo Shimura. He was eager to see exactly what kind of ability this Uchiha leader possessed. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan stopped at the entrance. He adjusted his clothing before pushing open the grand doors, stepping forth with confidence. A surge of wild blue chakra erupted from his body. Instantly, everyone in the hall felt their minds go blank, their breaths catching with a suffocating pressure. Ding. New task. Subdue Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Reward. 5 types of chakra affinity. This was the task the system had assigned him as he left the lounge. It was this task that made him abandon all thought of keeping a low profile. Instead, he chose a dramatic entrance to seize everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for having kept you waiting. With those words, Uchiha Zhan did not withdraw his overwhelming chakra, but instead doubled its pressure. Choji Akimichi struggled to lift his head, biting off a chunk of chicken drumstick from his hand before hunching down again to keep chewing. Even with disaster looming overhead, he thought, there's no way I'm missing my meal. If I'm going to die, I'll die stuffed. Inoichi Yamanaka looked at him, fear in his eyes. His back wouldn't straighten anymore. He was sprawled over the table, his body flattened under the pressure. In his heart, he thought, Asterisk, is this the true power hidden by the Uchiha clan? What a terrifying force. It's on par with the Nine Tails itself. Asterisk. Uchiha. Nine Tails what? Shikaku Nara fought to keep himself from yielding. The more he resisted, the heavier the oppressive force on him became. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but curse. Zhan, we're supposed to be teammates. Would you stop suppressing me with your chakra already? For a moment, the pressure of Uchiha Zhan's chakra faltered. Scratching his head, he apologized. Sorry about that. My fault. With that, he withdrew the oppressive pressure from Hayashi and refocused it entirely on Shikaku, Choji, and Inoichi. Hayashi rolled his eyes. He didn't believe for a second that Zhan's accident was genuine. Clearly, he just wanted to show off how overwhelming his chakra actually was. At last, Shikaku sighed and said, "Uchiha Zhan, that's enough. We acknowledge your power. You truly do have the ability to change the fate of Konoha. But brute force alone won't bend us to your will." Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan retracted his chakra, a cheerful smile on his face as he regarded Shikaku. As expected of Konoha's seasoned strategist, your mind is as sharp as ever. Just then, Itachi and Shisui Uchiha enter the hall. At a signal from Zhan, they instantly recalled his earlier instructions. The two of them closed the main doors. Inside the hall, both activated the second form of Susanoo, the crimson and emerald armor of their spectral warriors blossoming forth. Even though their manifestations only showed upper torsos, the surge of chakra and crushing sense of power sent everyone's hearts skipping a beat. "So this is Susanoo?" Shikaku gasped in awe, his voice trembling. The legendary power said to rival the gods themselves. He remembered his father's words. In years past, when Madara Uchiha unleashed Susanoo, a single swing could lay waste to an entire nation. But the first Hokage had been too much of an idealist, and so the 5 great nations and their ninja villages had never unified. Years had passed, and Shikaku had never thought he'd witness not just one, but 2 Susanoo in his lifetime, both emerging from the Uchiha clan. And then, in the next instant, Uchiha Zhan unleashed his own blue Susanoo. The hall fell into utter silence. Scarlet, Emerald, and Sapphire. 3 Susa warriors stood towering under one roof, a dazzling spectacle beyond imagination. Then, Uchiha Zhan's voice broke the hush. "Everyone please, hold on a moment." Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha withdrew their Susanoo, taking their posts at the door. Their hands rested lightly on their swords, eyes fixed intently on everyone present, the corners of their mouths curling in the faintest suggestion of smile. Uchiha Zhan glanced over at Shikaku Nara with a smile. Shikaku, clenching his teeth, suddenly understood. He understood everything. If Uchiha Zhan uttered even a single seditious word today, and if they didn't go along with him, there was a good chance none of them would leave through that door. A plot in plain sight, bold and impossible to refuse. Sure enough, Uchiha Zhan's next words made Shikaku's head spin. "Advisor Shikaku, tell me, what should we do next to remove the snakes lurking by our leader's side and rid the village of this crisis with the least cost? Lately, some villain has wormed his way into the 3rd Hokage's inner circle. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many blunders to occur over the years, ceding lands and paying reparations, the rumors surrounding Tsukumo Hatake, human experimentation, and finally, Hayashi Hyuga's death. I truly believe none of this was Lord Hokage's intention. No, it must be that some contemptible backstabber has been whispering poison in his ear all this time. So, for the village, and for the safety of every citizen's life and property, the Uchiha clan has decided. We'll lead the ninja to the Hokage's office and cleanse it of traitors. We'll cut them all down where they stand. I ask for your guidance, Shikaku," Uchiha Zhan said, smiling. A chill ran down Shikaku's spine. If he advised them now, he'd be climbing aboard Uchiha Zhan's ship. There would be no turning back. Refuse, and he might just lose his life on the spot. He deliberated for a long moment, but at last followed his heart. "I've thought of a solution. Sure sway, first surround the Foundation's base, and stir up public sentiment. Expose all the evils and atrocities they've hidden over these years for everyone to see. When that happens, both ninja and villagers will rise against them. Sure sway, your job is to keep watch over Danzo Shimura. Don't let him escape. If necessary, don't hesitate to end him. Second, we have to seize Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado. These two hold the keys to Konoha's medical system and the village finances. 3 million people depend on them to keep the peace. Besides, even if once we've cleansed the Hokage's court, we'll need funds to pacify the people. So Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado must be taken under control. Third, on the Umbu side, reach out to Kakashi Hitake. Uchiha Itachi, this falls to you. After all, Kakashi is your direct superior, so you'll be able to get close to him. Tell Kakashi the truth behind Tsukumo Hatake's death. He'll know what needs to be done. And at the end, Zhan, you'll lead the elite from the Uchiha headquarters and strike straight at the Hokage's office. Defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi and take him alive. Afterwards, we'll contact the daimyo of the Land of Fire to seek the official decree of appointment for the new Hokage. Nara Shikaku's mind raced, taking everything in as Uchiha's son nodded in approval. No wonder he was known for his intellect. In such a short amount of time, He had arranged everything perfectly. Impressive. That's what I'd expect from the chief strategist of the Third Great Ninja War. Your quick thinking and planning are truly outstanding. Uchiha-san didn't hold back on his praise. Narashikaku could only offer a wry smile. He was at a loss for words. If not for the presence of 3 colossal Susanoo outside, he'd never have chosen to surrender. This wasn't really his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was Hyuga Hayashi, that scoundrel who had tricked everyone inside, only to send them to their doom. Shikako locked his gaze on a Hayashi with quiet fury, and Hayashi felt as if he might cough up blood from the pressure. He had only just learned what was really happening, too. Why was Shikako looking at him that way? He was innocent in all this. When Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi saw Shikaku surrender, they quickly stood to pay their respects with a toast. The Akimichi and Yamanaka clans are at your service, Lord Uchiha-san. Shikaku rose and walked before Uchiha-san, kneeling down on one knee. Choza and Inoichi followed suit, mimicking his gesture. From now on, the clans of the Ino Shikicho alliance will look to Lord Uchiha-san for guidance. With these carefully chosen words, Shikaku made it clear that they respected Sen's leadership, but were not mere vassals of the Uchiha. If, in the future, any other members of the Uchiha clan tried to oppress them, they would not hesitate to push back. Sen immediately read between the lines and hurried to help them all to their feet. Should any member of the Uchiha act dishonorably toward you 3, simply come to me. I swear to deal with them harshly. If I break this oath, let heaven and earth bear witness to my downfall. In this era, people still harbored strong superstitions. The 3 clan heads exchanged glances before proclaiming, "We will follow wherever you lead." A pleasant chime rang out. Congratulations, host, for winning over the Ino Shikicho alliance. Reward, 5-element chakra. A wave of energy coursed through Uchiha Senator as he assimilated the 5-element chakra. He quickly helped the heads of the Ino, Shika, and Cho clans to their feet. With the support of the 3 of you and the unwavering alliance of the Hyuga clan, our victory is assured. Sen smiled warmly. Shikaku stood, speaking up. Given this, may I ask, Lord Sun, when do we mobilize? We must prepare accordingly. 8 days, Sun replied. We move at dawn, 8 days from now. Until then, lie low, gather your strength. And when the time comes, we will strike with a single, decisive blow. Yes, came a unified response, after which everyone turned back to their food and drink. With so many guests here at the Hyuga estate tonight, could AMBU have failed to notice? So long as everyone drank themselves into a stupor, it wouldn't attract undue attention. And so, the banquet continued. Sen's ears twitched as he caught something at the door. He shot a meaningful glance to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi understood at once, opening the doors, only to see the Hyuga clan's elder fall to the floor inside the room. Instinctively, everyone present tensed up, their faces darkening. No one was more enraged than Hyuga Hayashi. The elder knew at once that he had been exposed. Awkwardly, he stood up and muttered, "Chief, lords, I heard nothing. I'll be on my way now." But before he could leave, Itachi Uchiha quietly closed the door again. No matter how the Hyuga elder tried to explain himself, Itachi refused to let him go. All eyes turned to Hayashi Hyuga first. Hayashi merely looked away, and then everyone's gaze fell on Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan spoke coolly, "Kill him." His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone in the room. The elder's eyes widened in shock, and he was just about to resist, when in a blur of motion, a blade flashed, and his head was severed. The one who struck was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Raised by the Uchiha clan and trained in the AMBU Black Ops, he knew all too well. If you wish to kill a snake, strike at its vital spot. If you wish to end a man, strike at his neck. Hayashi ordered his trusted men to gouge out the elder's eyes, then have his body casually buried somewhere. In a few days, they would claim he died on a mission, killed in the line of duty. Finally, everyone could breathe easier. They all knew that if what they had just discussed ever leaked out, each person present would be a chief culprit. If Konoha caught wind and had time to react, even if they won in the end, the price would be devastating. After this, the mood was ruined. No one felt like continuing the meal. One by one, the guests made excuses and took their leave. Hayashi was inwardly seething. That very night, he resolved to deal with all the members of the Elder's faction. How dare they eavesdrop on this meeting? Treachery. The Elder's reckless actions had publicly humiliated Hayashi in front of his peers. Every person in this room was the head of a clan and prepared to support Uchiha Zhan's coup. And yet, on his home turf, a senior figure had been caught eavesdropping. A scandal. If the Hyuga clan couldn't even control its own elders, what right did Hayashi have to preside as leader? What face had he left to host such a dinner? And so, that night, A great upheaval swept through the Hyuga clan. Countless members from the Elder's main house faction were branded with the caged bird seal, reduced to branch family status. The reasons for this purge were trivial and varied: stepping into the house with the left foot, snoring too loudly, not taking on a mission for a month, failing to pass some assessment. Though nobody truly understood the reasons, they all privately praised Hayashi for it. After all, the Elders faction had oppressed the branch families, exploited clan members, seized their resources, and committed every misdeed one could imagine. Yet there had never been decisive proof to bring him down. Moreover, the Elder himself was a senior figure representing Hyuga's leadership. Hayashi had long been vexed by the presence of this old thorn in his side. It was the Elder, after all, who once led Hiruzen Sarutobi to the clan chief's parlor and had Hayashi's brother meet with them. At that meeting, the Elder had slyly remarked again and again that Hayashi and his brother, Hizashi, were twins, born of the same mother, identical in appearance. In the end, it was this insinuation that planted the idea in Hiruzen's mind, to have Hizashi die as a scapegoat, thus exchanging his life for peace and ensuring the Byakugan would not be leaked outside Hyuga. Hayashi had never forgotten it, not the event, nor the sycophantic face that the Elder had put on that day. Close the doors and cripple their hands and feet. Leave none behind. Hyuga Hayashi's voice was cold and decisive as he personally struck out, his gentle fist technique shattering Hyuga Rin's strength with a single blow. After the purge was over, Hayashi went to the lounge to apologize to Uchiha-san. Son? Uchiha-san held up his hand, cutting him off. It's all right, Hayashi-senpai. Every family has its own traitors, doesn't it? Just a few days ago, an Uchiha named Kagi conspired with Root, tried to leak news of our clan's planned coup. I was enraged too, and dealt with it myself. Honestly, this might not be a bad thing. After this cleansing, won't you have firmer control over the Hyuga, Hayashi-senpai? Hayashi felt a surge of comfort at Uchiha-sen's words, his trust and loyalty toward Son rising even higher. But, Hayashi-senpai, continued Uchiha-san, leaning in slightly, now that the internal strife is over, there's something I must remind you. Niji's father, he's your brother, after all. You share the same blood. Don't you think it's time to remove that cage bird seal from Niji? He's a true prodigy. He shouldn't live his life in chains. Of course, the decision is yours. I'm just offering a suggestion. In the end, only you should decide. With a gentle, knowing smile, Uchiha-san looked at Hayashi, and Hayashi found himself falling into reflection. About 10 minutes passed in thoughtful silence before Hayashi finally drew a long breath. I understand, Senator, I'll release him from the caged bird now. Without hesitation, Hayashi ordered someone to bring Hyuga Niji to the lounge. Niji, meanwhile, had just emerged from a moment of deep insight, about to settle in a bed when someone knocked on his door. Who is it, knocking so late? Niji muttered as he got up, pushing the door open, only to find Hinata standing there. For a split second, his eyes softened, but in the next, they turned cold and sharp. Well, Hinata, what are you doing here so late instead of sleeping? Niji's words were frosty, but Hinata seemed more composed than ever. Raising her head, she met Niji's gaze. Niji, father wants to see you. It's something good. My uncle. Niji frowned, pondering briefly. Very well. Lead the way. He straightened his clothes and prepared to follow Hinata to Hayashi. As they walked, Niji found himself noticing a subtle change in Hinata. She seemed braver, more confident. It pleased him. After all, as the heiress of Hyuga, she could not remain timid forever. His goal had been achieved. Perhaps from now on, he could treat Hinata a little more kindly. A faint smile crossed his lips at the thought. Unaware of the distance they'd covered, the two soon arrived at the room where Uchiha-san and the others were waiting. Hinata knocked politely, and before long Hayashi opened the door. Seeing his daughter, he offered a gentle smile. Where's your cousin Niji? I'm here, clan head, Niji replied, stepping forward with a respectful bow toward Hayashi, his demeanor poised and sincere. Although he belonged to a branch family, because the clan leader was his uncle, he enjoyed the same resources as those in the main family. When it came to missions, his uncle also tended to go easy on him. He understood all this, and for that reason, he made sure to show his uncle extra respect. Niji, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Kumin, Hinata, close the door, Hayashi said gently. Hinata nodded obediently. After shutting the door, she spotted Uchiha-san beckoning to her from the bed. Her eyes lit up, and she dashed straight over. Hug me. Hinata held out her arms, looking at Uchiha-san with eager anticipation. Uchiha-san chuckled softly, picking Hinata up and holding her in his embrace while turning his gaze to Niji. Niji felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. You little scoundrel, let go of my sister. All thoughts of why his uncle had summoned him vanished. The sight of his younger cousin nestled in Uchiha Sen's arms made his anger explode. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui couldn't hold back their laughter. The two were deep in conversation when the scene caught Niji's eye through his activated Byakugan. "You two, what's so funny? My wife's about to have a baby. So is mine." It seemed both Shisui and Itachi had picked up these lines from Uchiha-san. This sort of talk was clearly Sen's influence. A flush crept over Niji's face. "Is that really so funny?" His anger surged, dyeing his pale cheeks a deep red. He's all fired up now. "Usually, we wouldn't laugh," they teased. "Unless we really can't help ourselves." Niji felt faint as their banter rang in his ears, not to mention Uchiha Sen's hand ruffling his cousin's hair. His heart felt as if it were being clawed at by 100 hands. At last, Niji turned to Hayashi. "Uncle," he didn't get to finish before Hayashi cut him off. "Niji, tonight, I'll release you from the caged bird seal." The words made Niji's eyes go wide. What? You uncle, you mean?" Niji stared at his uncle in disbelief. He'd never imagined Hayashi would willingly do this. "There's no need to be surprised. If you want to thank anyone, thank your big brother, son," Hayashi said with a smile. "It was his own brother who killed the Hyuga elder, and that's what let me take full control of the clan." Hayashi's words left Niji astounded as he looked to Uchiha-san, who ignored him and instead playfully squeezed Hinata's cheeks, exclaiming, "Why are you just so adorable?" Hinata turned red as a ripe apple, puffing with embarrassment as she avoided his gaze. Not giving Niji any more time to react, Hayashi began chanting. He placed his right hand on his chest, focused his chakra, and continued for about a minute. The green cage bird mark on Niji Hyuga's forehead began to twist and finally shattered into pieces. Niji felt a sudden surge in his spirit, and in the next instant, his chakra burst forth. Vibrant green chakra erupted from within Niji, pure and teeming with life. Niji was stunned. A flicker of something new appeared in his eyes for the first time. A tremor. Niji's pupils contracted. The corner of his vision that had always been missing was suddenly complete, and along with it, a new ability called Absorb emerged in his mind. He looked down his own hand, then reached toward Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi suddenly sensed his chakra diminishing. Puzzled, he looked at Niji, then quickly grasped Niji's hand. Instantly, the feeling of chakra draining away vanished. Hayashi stared at Niji, astonishment written all over his face. "How did you do that?" It was the first time Hayashi had seen such a technique. Niji shook his head, equally unsure. Meanwhile, Uchiha-san, who had silently awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, witnessed the entire scene. "So this is the first stir of the Byakugan? Fascinating," Uchiha-san murmured with a smile. "The first stir of the Byakugan? Son, you mean? Our Hyuga clan's Byakugan has potential to evolve as well." "That's it. That must be it. Back then, our ancestor Hyuga Tenin was able to stand alongside the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. This must have been the reason." Hayashi was so excited he was nearly incoherent. Uchiha-san understood his feelings. After all, the Byakugan has always been put on par with the Sharingan, but in real combat, it's widely known the Sharingan sees greater use. It's just that the prestige and status of the Hyuga clan kept people from openly discussing this, but the private whispers never stopped. Now, seeing the first stir of Niji's Byakugan and the new ability it brought, Hayashi suddenly realized another possible path for the Byakugan's development. Patriarch Hayashi is perfectly right, Uchiha-san explained gently. The Byakugan undergoes 3 such awakenings, each bringing a unique ability. When all 3 are achieved, the wielder can even perform Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion techniques. They say the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion can even split the moon in 2. Uchiha Sin Diaklith. Hayashi trembled from head to toe. At first, the news filled him with excitement and pride, but in the next instant, something clicked in his mind, and he stepped protectively in front of Niji, ready to defend him. Uchiha-san quickly realized what Hayashi was thinking. With an amused shake of his head, he reassured him. "It's true, geniuses like Niji are rare in the Hyuga clan. But remember, real strength never targets children. And besides, I'm only 10 years old myself. Don't you think that, in time, I'll grow even stronger as well?" Uchiha-san said with a gentle smile. As these words landed, both Itachi and Shisui Uchiha caught on. So, this was what Hayashi truly feared, that someone might try to harm the Hyuga clan's young prodigy. However, his worry was not unfounded. After all, this was their one and only prodigy. Hearing Uchiha Zhan's words, Hayashi Hyuga furrowed his brow and didn't immediately respond. Instead, Hinata spoke up. "Father, I believe that Brother Zhan would never hurt Brother Niji. After all, it was Brother Zhan who pleaded for Niji's freedom from the curse mark. Hinata rested her head against Uchiha Zhan's shoulder, her large eyes blinking as she looked from Niji to Hayashi. Hayashi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to his senses and bowed deeply to Uchiha Zhan. "Forgive me, Zhan. Please excuse my earlier rudeness." It's fine, Uchiha Zhan replied, glancing at him as he continued to tease Hinata. "This is Hyuga's one and only genius who will guarantee 60 years of peace. If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same." Hinata's cheeks flushed to the teasing, though she didn't shy away. Suddenly, Niji walked over to Uchiha Zhan's bedside. With a heavy thud, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply, touching his forehead to the floor. "Thank you, Zhan-kun. If it weren't for you, I might never have known my own true talent, even to my dying day. Without you, I might have only known resentment, from my uncle, from my father," and his gaze drifted to the young Hinata nestled against Uchiha Zhan, eyes filled with remorse and guilt. "In any case, I, Hyuga Niji, swear that from this day forward, I will follow wherever you lead, Brother Zhan." With that declaration, Niji raised his hand, vowing solemnly to the heavens. A gentle expression came over Uchiha Zhan's face. "Niji, get up. From the very beginning, I saw in you the brilliance of a true genius. You never should have been shackled by the bonds of the caged bird. You are an eagle. You ought to be released from your cage, to soar high above the clouds. Not a captive bird, not a caged canary." Uchiha Zhan's words brought tears to Niji's eyes. Zhan was his mentor, his true confidant. Niji glanced at Uchiha Zhan and the little Hinata in his embrace, quietly making up his mind that in this lifetime he would protect both Zhan and his little sister, no matter what. Uchiha Zhan set Hinata down and reached out to help Niji to his feet. "From now on, train hard, don't let your guard down. I'll be checking your progress every month. Oh, and now that your Byakugan has awakened for the first time, you should start absorbing more chakra to expand your chakra pathways. If you do that, you'll be able to master any ninjutsu. But be warned, the process is painful. Can you bear it?" Zhan looked toward Niji, who broke into a smile through his tears and nodded firmly. "I can. Of course I can. I'm not afraid of hardship." Good. "In the future, I'll need you at my side, conquering the world with me," Uchiha Zhan said with a hearty slap on Niji's arm. "It's getting late. Time to get some sleep," Uchiha Zhan said with a cheerful smile, then gently set little Hinata down on the ground. "Hinata, you should be heading home too." He patted Hinata's small head. Hinata pouted, letting out a soft, reluctant "okay." Hayashi Hyuga watched Uchiha Zhan with a complex expression. This man had a magnetic personality. Just a few words from him, and both his daughter and Niji would listen without question. In a way, Uchiha Zhan gave off an aura that made people feel secure enough to tackle anything, believing that no matter what trouble arose, he would be there to handle it. On top of that, it seemed his own daughter was quite taken with Uchiha Zhan, which sparked a strange thought in his mind. What if the two families were joined by marriage? He shook his head vigorously to clear the notion. What was he thinking? Hinata was only 5. She was just a child. The admiration that comes with youth might well fade in no time. But watching Hinata glance back every few steps as she left tugged at Hayashi's heartstrings. Closing the door behind them, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi approached him. "Zhan, are you really comfortable with a genius like that appearing in the Hyuga clan?" Itachi said nothing, yet his eyes stayed fixed on Niji. He still couldn't fathom why his brother wouldn't just cut the problem at the root. With the combined skill of the three of them, eliminating Hayashi, Niji, and Hinata without a trace would be a simple matter. "Politics isn't just about fighting and killing," Zhan replied, his tone light. "It's about connections, turning enemies into as few as possible, and building a wealth of friends. Suspicions, secret moves, that's the crudest way. It may be effective, but it signals to others that you don't tolerate dissent. No one will want to join your side then. Is that really the outcome you want? At the end of the day, we Uchihas are a part of Konoha. Our vision mustn't be limited to just the clan. We have to see the whole village." Uchiha Zhan broke into a smile. He knew his words might be hard to grasp, but it was enough that he understood the principle himself. There was no need for everyone to get it. The next morning, Uchiha Zhan's group rose early, leaving behind letters for Hayashi, Niji, and Hinata. Each letter was personally penned by Uchiha Zhan, a different message for each recipient, though every letter shared the same central idea. This farewell was only temporary. Once their names were made and deeds accomplished, there would be no more need for secrecy. At the Sarutobi residence, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taking a leisurely stroll, playing with his birds when, all of a sudden, an umbu appeared, dropping to one knee at a steady pace. Hiruzen clicked his tongue. His good mood vanished instantly. Looking to the umbu, he summoned a servant and handed him the birdcage. The servant accepted the cage and withdrew quietly. After the servant had gone, Hiruzen gave the umbu a brief glance and said, "Come with me. This isn't the place to talk." With that, Hiruzen Tsurutobi turned and led the umbu ninja toward a secluded corner. "Kakashi, what could be so urgent that you'd come looking for me at dawn? Did something happen to Naruto?" Hiruzen asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Kakashi Hitaki, son of Tsukumo Hitaki, a specialist of the hidden leaf, and now a prominent figure among the younger generation, was, along with Yamato, tasked by Hiruzen himself with watching over Naruto. With his own formidable abilities, and Yamato's with style able to suppress the tailed beast, they could be sure to restrain Naruto the moment he lost control. "Lord Hokage, nothing's happened to Naruto directly. But Danzo got up early and took route operative straight to Naruto's home." Kakashi replied in his usual subdued tone. "I had Yamato block their path with style, and also called Itachi Uchiha to help hold them off. But time is short. Lord Hokage, you must set out now, or Danzo will seize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." There was no emotion in Kakashi's eyes. He was still trapped in the warped belief that his father was a failure, a ninja who could not even complete his missions. Hiruzen didn't notice Kakashi's strange mood, but his words triggered a storm of alarm in the Hokage's heart. Shimura Danzo, what is he thinking? He's merely an assistant to the Hokage, and yet he dares to openly seize the Nine-Tails host? Is this an act of rebellion? The veins stood out on Hiruzen's neck as he nearly lost his composure. He knew all too well of Danzo's ambition. He even admired it in some ways. But he would never permit anyone to challenge his authority, not even his lifelong comrade, because he alone was Hokage. "Kakashi, take this token. Rally the umbu at once. We must reach the scene before Danzo succeeds. I'm leaving right now." And as he spoke, Hiruzen hurriedly donned his formal third Hokage robes and the signature hat. He shouted with full authority, "Asuma Sarutobi, out with you. Get up. Something serious is happening." Asuma slowly emerged from his room, bleary-eyed. "What's with all the noise this early, old man?" "Huh? Kakashi, you're here too?" Kakashi gave a subtle nod and respectfully bowed to Hiruzen before vanishing from sight. Seeing Kakashi's crisp efficiency and then glancing at his own son, Hiruzen's irritation rose again. "Hurry up and come with me. We're going to Naruto's place. Your Uncle Danzo has lost his way. He wants to control the Nine-Tails vessel for his own aims." The gravity of the situation snapped Asuma to attention. "Father, I'll go ahead." With those words, he disappeared in a flash. He clearly understood the seriousness of what was unfolding. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the village's secret weapon, utterly indispensable. And above all, that boy was the fourth Hokage's only child. There was no way Asuma would stand idly by. Hiruzen gave a succinct nod. Now, this was more like it. This was the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi dashed towards Naruto's house, his eyes filled with unshakable determination. Nearby Naruto's home, Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane, squinting slightly as he looked at Tenzo. "What now, Tenzo? You mean to stop me? Me, your old commander?" "My apologies, Lord Danzo, but a ninja's duty is obedience, to carry out the orders of their direct superior." Tenzo replied firmly. "Kakashi-senpai is my superior. He ordered me to stop you here, so I must carry out his command." As he spoke, Tenzo redirected his chakra, swiftly weaving hand seals, serpent, rat dog, tiger, wood style, wood locking wall. As soon as his words fell, a great barrier would sprung up, sealing off every path leading into Naruto's home. "If you won't accept a polite warning, you'll have to suffer the consequences." Danzo snorted coldly, raising his hand. The root ninjas quickly surrounded the wood locking wall and began forming seals of their own. As Danzo brought his hand down, a barrage of ninjutsu was unleashed. Fire style, great fireball. Water style, water shockwave. Lightning style, earth walk. Wind style, gale breakthrough. One after another, every kind of jutsu exploded forth. While they had formed no coordinated strategy, their goal was the same. Eliminate Tenzo, this traitor. This fool who dared defy Lord Danzo, who rejected Danzo's command. In a flash, behind the wood wall, Tenzo felt a sharp taste of blood in his throat and coughed up a spray of crimson. But he didn't surrender. He pressed both hands against the wooden barrier, holding it firm. "Come on then, give me your best," Tenzo shouted, pouring even more chakra into the wall, causing it, damaged though it was, to begin growing wildly stronger and stronger. Danzo's face darkened as he watched. This was Hiruzen's fault, he thought bitterly. All those lofty justifications. And in the end, you took away my one and only wood-style subject. Though Tenzo's power was far beneath that of the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he was still the only successful wood-style user to appear in over a decade. If Danzo could only lay hands on Tenzo's body, he was certain he could replicate the secret and create more with style shinobi. Maybe even push the art further, reaching the heights of old Hashirama himself. But thanks to Hiruzen's short-sightedness and soft heart, all hope of restoring Konoha to its glorious peak had been choked out before it could bloom. Danzo's anger seethed. Out of my way. Worthless. Can't even crack it effective with style wall. Immediately, the root operatives parted, clearing a path. Danzo strode forward, eyes narrow with disdain as he studied the barrier. With a single hand, Danzo rapidly formed seals. Rat, serpent, horse, dog. Wind style, vacuum, great sphere. He leaned back, drawing a deep breath. Chakra condensed. Then in one fierce burst, he spat out a dense, surging blast of wind. A white sphere roaring toward the barrier. The high-density, compressed wind bullet ripped through the air, streaking straight for the wood locking wall. A tremendous explosion shook the night. A hole was punched straight through the wooden wall, and the force behind it did not abate, surging directly toward Tenzo. Tenzo's pupils contracted, but he was sent flying by this tremendous strength, slammed into his own wooden wall, and lost consciousness. Danzo Shimura sneered with disdain. I may be old, he thought, but I am far from useless. Danzo spoke aloud. Break through in one swift move. Shatter the wooden wall completely. Yes, sir, came the unified cry of his subordinates. The root ninjas sprang into action. Without Yamato's chakra to support it, the wooden wall had become terribly brittle. In just the blink of 2 breaths, the wall was reduced to fragments, crumbling into dust. With the wall gone, every root ninja's eyes shifted. They stared at the door, a feverish intensity blazing in their gaze. Whoever pushed open that door first would be the one to earn the greatest merit. Whoever captured Naruto Uzumaki would become Danzo-sama's most trusted confidant. For Danzo-sama, for the village of Konoha, if not now then when. Root ninjas were not only twisted in spirit, but warped in thought and mind as well. After years of Danzo's ruthless training and tongue lashing, they could no longer fit into ordinary life. To them, Danzo Shimura was everything. His command was the only law. One root ninja moved quickly. His hand was already on the doorknob. But in the next instant, before he could press down, a short blade flashed and severed his arm in a swift, precise strike. The ninja barely had time to cry out before a cold voice interrupted. You root have some nerve, attacking this home, injuring ANBU. Are you plotting mutiny, perhaps? It was Uchiha Itachi who spoke. He tossed the injured ninja, the one who tried to open Naruto Uzumaki's door, unceremoniously aside. The man struck the ground with a dull thud and fell silent. Narrowing his eyes, Danzo Shimura stepped forward and spoke in a slow, deliberate voice. Uchiha Itachi, you dare confront me? Taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is my order. Do you really question my authority? Forgive me, came Kakashi's voice as he landed beside Itachi, but the ANBU answered to the Hokage. If the Hokage hasn't given the word, no one can proceed. His single, drooping eye fixed steadily on Danzo. Arms folded, Kakashi's tone was icy. Itachi, well done. The third Hokage has already begun his move. These brutes won't get far. Though he spoke to Itachi, Kakashi's loud words were for Danzo's ears as well, a clear warning. Danzo's jaw clenched tight, silver teeth grinding. In his eyes flickered anger, jealousy, murderous intent, helplessness, all flashing by in the space of 3 short seconds. In the end, he drew a deep breath and commanded, kill them. Bring the Nine-Tails host back with us. As for the Hokage, I'll handle the explanation myself. As long as he could get his hands on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki next. Even if he couldn't make him act according to his will, Hiruzen Sarutobi would still hesitate to make any move against him out of fear for the power of the Nine-Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer the resolute and daring ninja hero he once was in his youth. Now, every action had to be weighed against its potential consequences, and he constantly worried about whether Konoha could bear the cost of any sacrifice. He firmly believed that with someone as powerful as Naruto, whose presence was akin to a living nuclear weapon, under his control, he would wield true authority in the village. He could even use the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Inside the room, Naruto Uzumaki was curled up in a corner, trembling. He'd heard every sound from the recent battle. Those people had come for him. He couldn't understand why. What was it about his existence that stirred such hatred? Why did they want to take him away? And for what purpose? Just then, red chakra began to swirl around him, enclosing him in its sinister glow. His eyes shifted, pupils narrowing to slits. He mumbled, voice trembling, why? What did I do wrong? Why do I have to be treated this way? His emotions began to strain the strength of the seal. and more the Nine-Tails chakra slipped out. Within him, Kurama sensed an opportunity and promptly pulled Naruto's consciousness into the inner mindscape. Naruto remained curled up, that same defenseless posture making Kurama frown deeply. But for the sake of its own freedom, the great fox forced itself to speak as gently as it could. "Hey kid," Kurama called out, the term hardly sounding fierce, almost unusually soft for the beast. Naruto lifted his head slowly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing him like this, Kurama found it hard to keep up the harsh words. They seemed stuck in its throat. But still, it silently cursed the boy's parents. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. "So this is the future your sacrifice bought for your son? How pitiful." They could not even protect their own child. After they were gone, the boy was locked away as a secret weapon, left with only that old Sarutobi's lukewarm kindness. Back in the real world, Kurama let out a chilling grin and whispered, "Kid, do you want revenge? Kill every last one of those who came for you. Kill the villagers who mocked and mistreated you. Why should you be a demon fox since the day you were born? Why should you survive on nothing but scraps?" Every word pierced Naruto's heart like a hammer blow, leaving him gasping for air. Clutching his chest, he began to ask himself, why? Really why? His will faltered. The five-element seal started to slip, and sensing the moment, the Nine-Tails sneered, savoring its chance. "Minato," it thought, "your son's spirit is no match for this seal now." With a deafening roar, the Nine-Tails unleashed an enormous torrent of chakra, battering the gateway of the five-element seal. Meanwhile, Naruto remained unresponsive, lost in the chaos within. Just now, the words of the Nine-Tails had plunged him into deep disappointment and despair. At the very moment the Nine-Tails was about to break free from the seal, a figure appeared, began weaving hand signs, and reinforced the five-element seal, locking the Nine-Tails away once more. This sudden turn of events left the Nine-Tails completely dumbfounded. "Come on, I was just about to succeed. Why shut me in again, just as I was about to get free?" He looked toward the door, and in that instant his whole being, no, his whole fox self, was left speechless and despondent. "Minato, weren't you supposed to be dead?" The Nine-Tails gaped in disbelief. Then his eyes turned red with rage as he grabbed the bars of his cage, roaring with fury, intent on tearing apart the figure before him. It was him. He was the one who, without any explanation, split him in half. One half sent to the Reaper, the other sealed inside Naruto. "Nine-Tails, long time no see." Minato Namikaze greeted with a warm smile, waving his hand. "Beast, you damn beast, let me out. I swear I won't hurt Konoha, and I won't harm your son," the Nine-Tails roared. "Sorry, Nine-Tails. Your power is simply too great. At any moment, you could endanger the village. I can only keep you sealed inside Naruto. Now, your lives are bound together," Minato said with resignation. "I can't let you out. If I do, my son would die as well." Minato's voice was heavy with helplessness. The Nine-Tails sneered, inspiration flashing in his eyes. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well use this chance to get under Minato's skin. So you remember you even have a son?" As expected, Minato's brow furrowed. He stared at the Nine-Tails. "What do you mean by that? Nine-Tails, explain yourself." Minato's figure grew more solid, chakra surging around him as he faced off with the Nine-Tails. "Brother, I mean exactly what I say. You're unworthy of being a father. Here, these are your son's memories from all these years. Do you dare to look?" As he spoke, the Nine-Tails extended his fist, the corners of his mouth lifting in a cunning grin. Minato frowned and reached out. As their hands met, a flood of memories surged into him. After sharing Naruto's memories, Minato's face turned deathly pale. He looked over at Naruto, curled up in a corner, eyes red from crying, and felt as if a 1,000-pound weight had crashed down on his heart. His eyes darkened. "Nine-Tails, lend me a bit of your power. Consider it a plea from me," Minato said, bowing his head. The Nine-Tails' interest was piqued. "Oh, are you going to act yourself this time? Using your son's body? Are you planning to strike at the village?" "Not at the village, at the root," Minato replied coldly. "Fine. I like to see just how powerful the Golden Flash really is." The Nine-Tails was a creature who relished chaos. Since there was no hope of escape, he might as well find some fun in the spectacle to come. He drew out a swirl of red chakra from within himself, then gently guided it to float before Minato Namikaze, finally merging it into his body. Minato's figure became fully solid, his very robes at his back starting to flutter in the wind. He walked up to Naruto Uzumaki and began, "Naruto, I'm sorry. When all of this is over, I will tell you everything. You're not the Nine-Tails vessel. You're the son of a hero." With those words, Minato took over his son's body. He succeeded in possession within a single instant. Meanwhile, in the real world, the whisker marks faded from Naruto Uzumaki's cheeks, revealing a smooth and strikingly handsome face. Even his hair had grown longer, making him resemble Minato Namikaze even more. From outside, he heard a familiar voice yell, "Chidori." A slight smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Was that Kakashi? Has that boy grown up now? He closed his eyes, stretching out his senses to feel for the people nearby. Opening his eyes, he let out a cold chuckle. "Danzo, you old dog. I've respected you as a senior and tolerated much of what you've done. Never would I have thought that just to take my son, you'd mobilize 100 root shinobi. Well done." With a powerful kick, Minato broke open the doors. A move so sudden it startled both Itachi Uchiha and Kakashi Itachi. Their eyes widened with shock. How had Naruto just walked out on his own? Kakashi's brows knit together. The aura Naruto exuded now. His very appearance seemed oddly off. "Kakashi, it's been a while. You've gotten much taller," Minato remarked in a quiet voice. Hearing that voice, Kakashi felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. "Sensei." Minato smiled and nodded gently, then turned to look at Itachi Uchiha. "You must be Fugaku's son, right? Your face is a spitting image of your father's, but your features are just like your mother's. Not bad at all. Quite the handsome young man." "You're the fourth Hokage?" Itachi asked uncertainly. Wasn't the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, supposed to have died in the Nine-Tails disaster? How could he now possess Naruto Uzumaki? "It's a long story," Minato said, "but aside from that, there are 2 more kids. Have you finished hiding yet? If you have, come out now, and help me protect Naruto's home." With a smile, Minato beckoned. Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Shisui exchanged a look, then emerged from the shadows to stand by Minato's side. With this generation, the Uchiha clan truly has produced outstanding talents. 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Minato said, breaking into a laugh. But his words only made Zhan and the others tense up, instinctively moving into defensive stances. "There's no need to be so nervous. Kurama has told me all about the deeds of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and the rest of the higher-ups. I realize now they were never worthy of my trust, and I'm very disappointed. As for the 3 of you and the Uchiha's ideas, you have my support. Kakashi, you're my student. Back when your teacher's wife was alive, she always looked after you. How have you been looking after Naruto these past years?" Minato's voice was layered with complex emotion. "Teacher, Kakashi's face was deathly pale, his words trailing off, unable to speak his mind. "I understand. You have your own difficulties and thoughts, and I respect that. But now, may I beg you, not only as your father, no, as your teacher, to protect Naruto during this time? I won't be in this state for long." Minato Namikaze bowed deeply to Kakashi. Instantly, Kakashi felt a lump in his throat. He dropped to his knees and gave a kowtow to his teacher. "I am sorry, sensei. I was wrong." Minato sighed softly, then pulled him to his feet before turning to the 3 members of the Uchiha team. "Do any of you have kunai?" A thought flashed in Kakashi's mind. He rummaged through his ninja pouch and pulled out a handful of flying Thunder God kunai, passing them to Minato. "To think you've been hiding so many of my old tools, you sly one." Minato shook his head with a wry smile, but accepted them. "Now then, let me show you a glimpse of the yellow flash's true power." A gentle, confident smile played at the corners of Minato's lips. A moment later, he fixed his gaze on a root ninja charging at him. With a flick, he hurled a flying Thunder God kunai. The root ninja twisted in midair, narrowly dodging, eyes flashing with mockery. "Pathetic. You can't even throw a kunai straight. What a useless fool. I'd advise you to surrender now, or else." The words hadn't finished when Minato vanished from sight, leaving the root ninja stunned. In that instant, a forceful pressure pressed into the ninja's back. Spicy lotus root. In Minato's hand, a small Rasengan formed, and he drove the ninja from a 3rd-story height, grinding him into the ground. Suddenly, a sharp, sickening crack echoed out. The root ninja collapsed in an instant, losing control over his body, humiliated and broken. With a single move, Minato shattered the spine of a root elite. The crowd gasped, awe and fear written on their faces. This little one, not even a full-fledged ninja, was capable of such power. A monster, an absolute prodigy. Danzo Shimura's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Naruto Uzumaki, do you realize that harming your village's own ninja is considered treason? What you're doing now has already crossed the line. However, as an orphan with no kin, no mentor, it's understandable that you'd make mistakes. If only you're willing to follow me and join the root. Not only will I let your offenses slip, I'll make sure to give you an important position. Don't ruin your own future." Danzo's confidence was unshakable. Now, Naruto was completely surrounded. He was just a child, and no matter how skilled, he couldn't possibly stand against 100 shinobi. Could he? A soft chuckle escaped Minato. Without another word, he flung a cluster of kunai, each one etched with the legendary blade of loving ninja. The gathered shinobi froze, something about this scene naggingly familiar. Then, Naruto's voice was swallowed by silence, only for streaks of golden light to begin flashing around them. With every flash, a pain scream rang out from one or two ninja. Shimura Danzo's face changed dramatically as he recalled that scene. The golden flash. The flying thunder god. Naruto, how dare you secretly keep and learn the ninjutsu from the sealing scroll? Stop. Stop right now. These are the roots of Konoha, the source of its power. Are you really going to harm your own comrades? Are you planning to wipe them all out? Danzo looked pained as he gazed at the more than 30 fallen ninjas. Minato Namikaze came to a halt and regarded him coldly. Bring Hiruzen Sarutobi to see me. Otherwise, I'll cut down every single ninja here who dare to get involved. You, Uzumaki Naruto, do you realize your actions have already violated the laws of the Hidden Leaf Village? At any time, I can order your execution. Danzo pointed at Naruto, his eyes burning red, looking like a demon unleashed from the depths of hell. Danzo, your tricks may work on others, but against me? Sorry, you're still not up to the task. Minato sneered. His gaze swept over everyone present. The root ninjas gritted their teeth, but dared not move. Minato's display had already shown them how vast the gap between their abilities truly was. You dare look down on me? Danzo formed hand signs. Wind release. Vacuum damage. Naruto's open challenge left Danzo unable to keep up his usual pretense. He threw aside all appearances, attacking this kid head-on. Perfect timing. Minato laughed coldly, thrusting out his right hand. In an instant, a Rasengan formed and was hurled towards Danzo, breaking right through his jutsu. But it didn't end there. He followed up, driving a Rasengan straight towards Danzo's withered, aged face. Danzo's expression shifted. Rasengan. He recognized that move. That was the A-rank jutsu invented by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Of everyone left in the world, only Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was known to wield it. Had Naruto already become Jiraiya's apprentice? Impossible. Danzo couldn't dodge and was about to use Izanagi when, suddenly, a voice rang out. Enma, bind him for me. The command came just in time, letting Danzo breathe a sigh of relief and halt his own jutsu. A staff whipped through the air, circling around Danzo and moving in to block Naruto's next move. But Minato seized his chance, flinging the sword of shinobi love straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Raishin strike. Minato's shout echoed, and for an instant, Hiruzen was caught off guard. The very next moment, Minato appeared right in front of him, that swirling Rasengan still glowing in his hand. Spinning through the air, Minato smashed the Rasengan directly into the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a thunderous crash, Hiruzen was slammed to the ground, a dreadful scream tearing from his throat. Arg! Minato Namikaze's expression was calm and indifferent. After landing that blow, he leapt back to a spot not far away. Both the Umbu and Foundation operatives stood in shock. Never did they expect that Naruto Uzumaki, this kid, could grievously injure the Hokage himself. Danzo, leader of the Foundation, eyes gleaming, immediately seized command. All Konoha shinobi. Move now. Capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki at once. Genma Shiranui, Reito Namishi, and Iwashi Tatami appeared at Naruto's side, forming a defensive triangle around him. You're the fourth Hokage, aren't you? Genma spoke softly, a twig clamped in his mouth. Honestly, I didn't expect you'd be the first to recognize me, Minato replied, a warm, gentle smile spreading across his face. Reito and Iwashi's eyes lit up with realization, and they shouted exuberantly, Yondaime-sama, Yondaime! Their voices rang out loud and clear, echoing across the gathering. Every shinobi present heard their words. Instantly, the news rippled through the crowd. Uzumaki Naruto is being possessed by the fourth Hokage. No wonder his flying thunder god, jutsu, seems so familiar just now. Look closely at Naruto. Doesn't he resemble Yondaime-sama? The Umbu stopped in their tracks, their faces a mixture of confusion and astonishment as they stared at Naruto. Truth be told, many of them had felt it from the very beginning, that unmistakable chakra signature. But everyone knew the undeniable fact. The dead cannot return. The fourth Hokage and his wife perished in the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, and their bodies have been laid to rest in the Konoha Memorial Ground. Yet now, against all reason, the fourth Hokage had possessed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's body. Overhearing the commotion, Kakashi hurried down below, dropping to his knees before Naruto. Sensei, Kakashi, so you came after all? Minato's voice rang out, gentle yet steady, and it shook Kakashi to the core. You should know, I never wanted you to get involved in this. A student's duty is to his teacher. How could I possibly allow you to be in danger alone? Kakashi bowed his head in resolve. Minato shook his head slightly, then turned his eyes to Danzo Shimura. Elder Danzo, some things never change. After all these years, you're still so calculating. You're Minato Namikaze. No, Minato Namikaze is dead. That must mean you're the Nine Tails, the demon fox. Inside, Danzo knew perfectly well this was Minato himself. Still, he couldn't admit it. Not with Minato's reputation so firmly anchored in the hearts of the villagers. The fourth Hokage was beloved in every sense of the word. If Minato's return were confirmed, Danzo's own position would be in jeopardy. Foundation shinobi grit their teeth and charged forward again. Yet this time, a new figure appeared in their path, Fugaku Uchiha himself. He approached Naruto Uzumaki, his face stern. Sensing that familiar chakra, he let out a cold snort, then turned and swiftly formed the hand seals, snake, dragon hair, tiger, fire style, majestic dragon flame, jutsu. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Fugaku Uchiha unleashed a roaring dragon of fire, sending it crashing straight into the ground. A cacophony of anguish cries erupted at once. The root ninjas were instantly overwhelmed by the ferocious blast of the dragon flames. Fugaku's control was impeccable, striking hard enough to stun, but not harm their minds. He brought them down, leaving the root ninjas sprawled on the ground, but without inflicting any internal injuries. I'm not late, am I, Minato? Fugaku didn't even look back, but hearing the familiar voice, Minato Namikaze broke into a laugh. Fugaku, after all these years, you've only gotten stronger. As the two prepared to catch up, Danzo Shimura suddenly cut in. Uchiha, what are you planning, standing so close to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Are you trying to start another Nine Tails incident? Minato's brows furrowed. This old man's words were sharp as knives. Just as he ready to retort, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, struggled to his feet. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki, possessed by Minato, with eyes brimming with tears. Minato, is that you? Have you returned? He had overheard their entire exchange. He understood. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was no longer himself, but rather the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato heard the old man's voice and met his eyes, gazing deeply into him. Hiruzen Sarutobi froze. A gaze like that, what did it hold? There was anger, ice-cold contempt, scorn, madness, disappointment, and finally, utter indifference. Lord Third Hokage, said Naruto. Minato Namikaze was never some glorious fourth Hokage. He was just an ordinary shinobi with a bit more power than most. A hush fell. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly closed his eyes. Minato, I failed you. I'm so sorry. It's too late. Minato's voice echoed sorrowfully from within Naruto. Do you remember what you promised, Hiruzen? Minato's voice rang out. You promised us you would look after Naruto, let him live as the son of a hero. If not for today, if you hadn't taken advantage of Naruto and awakened my soul, I'd never have known that this is how you protected him. Alarm flashed across Hiruzen's face. Minato, it's not what you think. Please, let me explain. His fear was palpable. He dreaded Minato exposing the truth of how Naruto had truly been treated. He feared a single word could shatter his hard-won stature, could erase the image of the greatest Hokage he constructed over so many years. He worried the villagers would begin to question, where had the Uzumaki clan's inheritance gone? The most prosperous commercial street in Konoha belonged to Minato's family. So why did Naruto live on a mere 3,000 a month? Is this reasonable? No, it's not reasonable at all, utterly unreasonable. All right, Sarutobi, you don't need to explain. You're trying to say this was all to protect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so you conceal the fact that he's the son of a hero. Fine. But why, then, did you spread the rumor that he was the demon fox himself, turning all of you against him, making him the target of everyone's scorn and isolation? And you come out pretending to be benevolent, tossing my son a mere 3,000 ryo a month as if that will suffice. A bowl of noodles costs a few hundred, yet you think 3,000 is enough to live on? Who are you trying to starve? And what about the inheritance Kushina and I left behind? Has it all disappeared into your pocket? Minato Namikaze had finally lost his composure. In that moment, he sounded possessed, almost unhinged. He could hardly believe it. This was the third Hokage, a man he'd respected and admired all his life. Yet in Minato's absence, he had committed such acts. If Kurama hadn't passed these memories to him, if he hadn't fueled Minato's lingering soul with Nine Tails chakra, perhaps he would never have had the strength to return and stand up for his son. Minato's words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a blow. His face turned pale, and he stumbled backward. He hadn't expected Minato to reveal everything, and certainly not so publicly. His already stooped back bent even further, like a candle's flickering flame about to be snuffed out by the wind. The AMBU present all turned toward Hiruzen. Seeing his state, a deep, uneasy emotion took root in their hearts, one of disdain, even contempt. Genma bit through the twig in his mouth and spat it out, his face set in anger as he glared at Sarutobi. At that point, Sarutobi didn't even care to reprimand him. He was frozen, stunned into silence. He knew that after today, his name was truly ruined. The entire Sarutobi clan would be shamed. Kakashi kept silent. He had known all this, and yet, under the burden of authority, or perhaps of his own father's death, his warped sense of values had never fully recovered. So he simply obeyed, carrying out orders, never once daring to look Naruto in the eye. If anyone should feel guilt, it was him. He was most culpable of all. But for now, Minato did not call him to account. That small mercy began to thaw the ice around his heart. Just then, as Sarutobi fell into despair, Danzo Shimura spoke. Hiruzen, this man is spreading dangerous lies and has slain many of my root operatives. We can't simply let this go. Danzo's words snapped Sarutobi from his daze. Of course, all they needed to do was capture Naruto Uzumaki and claim victory, then muzzle those who knew too much. A vicious glint returned to Sarutobi's eyes. Everyone present, he would have Danzo brand them with silencing seals. No witnesses left behind. The AMBU and Root Shinobi shivered at that unspoken threat, a chill running down their spines. Far from the scene, Madara watched, the corner of his mouth curling up in a sly smile as he thought, fight. Fight harder. The fiercer the better. Ding. System task issued. Rescue Naruto Uzumaki. Reward, to be determined by task completion and plot coherence. Failure will result in the host's erasure. Damn, you're really playing dirty, you cowardly piece of trash. Don't have the guts, do you? Although he complained, Uchiha Zhan still got up reluctantly. Nearby, Uchiha Itachi helped Yamato to his feet, while Uchiha Shisui, much like Uchiha Zhan, watched the distant battle unfold. Zhan, who do you think will win? Shisui asked. On one side stood Naruto Uzumaki, now possessed by Minato Namikaze, alongside Uchiha Fugaku. On the other were Hiruzen Sarutobi, the legendary third Hokage, and Danzo Shimura, the shadowy leader of the Root. Zhan rolled his eyes. How could you ask something like that? If the old man didn't hold back, both Hiruzen and Danzo combined would be no match for him. But you know how it is, if Fugaku stopped hiding his strength, he wouldn't be Uchiha Fugaku. He's just too stuck in his ways. With those words, Zhan stretched and prepared to make his way to the battlefield. His movements caught Shisui's attention. Zhan, what are you planning? Noticing Zhan's eagerness, Shisui already had an inkling. Well, Zhan shrugged. Even though Fugaku is holding back, he is, after all, my conveniently assigned father. I can't just stand by and watch him get captured, can I? Besides, you can see for yourself. If Hiruzen and Danzo win, none of us, not you, not me, nor any of these ANBU or Root members, will have a good ending. If not for their sake, then at least for our own. With that, Zhan leapt down, striding steadily toward the front lines. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi began a chain of hand signs. Horse, goat, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger, and drew a deep breath, his chest swelling with power. Fire style, dragon flame bomb. Hiruzen chanted as he released his chakra, spewing a blazing fire dragon from his mouth, hurling it straight at Naruto Uzumaki. He was desperate now. Even if he had to destroy the Jinchuriki, he would not let Naruto escape. He couldn't let Minato Namikaze slip away either. If he did, his power and position would be gone in an instant. On the other hand, if Minato and Naruto died, and everyone present was brought under control, then Hiruzen would remain the third Hokage, the mightiest ninja, hero of the leaf. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato's pupils shrank. He could dodge, but what about Genma Shiranui and Azuma? What would happen to them? Just then, a figure appeared, hands flashing through signs with lightning speed. Dragon, snake, goat. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi Hatake arrived. A sturdy earth wall bearing a stylized dog's head rose from the ground, blocking the fiery dragon for a crucial moment. Shimura Danzo formed a hand seal. Wind style. Vacuum Great Sphere. The fire dragon flame bullet merged with the vacuum Great Sphere, and the instant combination of these jutsu doubled the power and range of the attack. Kakashi's pupils narrowed. Could it be they were about to use that technique? He hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether he could control that jutsu. Just then, Uchiha's son appeared, swiftly forming the hand seal snake, goat, monkey boar, horse, tiger, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes shone with excitement. Father and son joined forces, their unity as strong as steel. In perfect sync, Fugaku unleashed the same great fireball jutsu. The two fireballs merged and folded into one massive sphere, colliding head-on with the fusion of Fire Dragon Flame Bullet and Vacuum Great Sphere, locking the powerful jutsu in a dead heat. The Super Great Fireball and the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet faced each other in midair, fiery light shooting up to the heavens, causing the surrounding temperature to spike sharply. Everyone's attention was riveted on the clash between the two sides. At last, the two attacks exploded, the deafening boom rolling out and startling countless shinobi clans. One after another, they dispatched their own ninja to investigate, soon discovering that the Uchiha clan had clashed with the Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his advisor, Shimura Danzo. In less than 3 minutes, representatives from all the major clans had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As the crowd grew, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo clenched their fists so tight their knuckles creaked audibly. The law doesn't punish the multitude. Now there were simply too many people for them to control. Even if they subdued Uzumaki Naruto and the Uchiha clan, there'd be no way to suppress the story. They had lost. Uchiha-san locked eyes with Fugaku, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage and advisor, for sparring with us today. Until next time." Direct confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi right now would be unwise. Only the people who arrived at the very beginning really understood the full scope of what had happened today. As for the Foundation, Danzo's men, they needed no special instructions. They would never reveal a thing about what had transpired, for their sole loyalty was to Danzo and his interests. But the AMBU were different. Some of them had minds of their own, and it was inevitable that a few would mention the incident to family or relatives. Uchiha, what a joke. If the news failed to sweep through all of Konoha by tomorrow, Uchiha-san might as well change his last name to Sarutobi. What was this if not a heaven-sent opportunity? A perfect chance to weaken the Hokage's authority and shatter his influence. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a thin smile and said, "Truly, the Uchiha clan never lacks for heroes. To have such vast chakra reserves at your age is remarkable. Hokage-sama flatters me." "It wasn't easy to get where you were either," Uchiha-san replied, grinning mischievously. Sarutobi's lips twitched with annoyance. His eyes flashed coldly as he swept his sleeve, barking, "We're leaving." His anger was barely contained, undisguised for all to see. Just as Uchiha Zhan was basking in his own triumph, Uchiha Fugaku gave him a hard smack on the back of the neck. "You brat, are you out of your mind? You took on Hiruzen Sarutobi head-on. Dad, you stepped in too, so why call me out? Weren't we both in the same boat? The moment you made your move, it was clear you'd already decided to clash with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Besides, this time we have Minato-senpai on our side, and what we're doing is for a righteous cause. If those major clans aren't completely foolish, they'll steer clear of this conflict. After all, if even the son of a hero can be humiliated, if the hero's assets can just be seized, then what hope do these wealthy clans have? Wouldn't you all agree?" Uchiha Zhan looked toward the gathering of ninja clans among the trees. About 20 minutes passed before people gradually stepped out into the open, each with a different expression. Their eyes lingered on Uchiha Zhan, sizing him up with curiosity and caution. They'd caught only snippets of the earlier battle, having missed most of what had happened. At this moment, Minato Namikaze appeared. "Everyone, it's been a long time." A smile lit up his face. Since Uzumaki Naruto was now possessed, he looked almost identical to Minato Namikaze. Many who saw this version of Naruto were stunned. Minato-sama," one clan leader mumbled in disbelief. "Oh, Chief Ida, it's been ages. I remember you were just a youngster back then. Now you've really grown into a steady leader," Minato replied warmly. Chief Ida trembled from head to toe. "Minato-sama, it really is you. Minato-sama has returned." Minato offered a gentle smile, then invited all the clan leaders to his house to catch up over old times. A crisp notification sounded in Uchiha Zhan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rating, S. Reward, 30 AK-47s. Keep up the good work." Suddenly, the system space brimmed with 30 AK-47s, quietly resting in their slots. But at that very moment, Uchiha Zhan was anything but calm. His mind went blank. Ak 47. What on earth? How could this even qualify as a reward? He quickly moved to check them. It turned out, each of the 30 AK-47s came with only a single magazine, meaning each gun could fire just one burst. In the world of shinobi, with their overwhelming attack and defense powers, the arrival of assault rifles could pose a deadly threat even to elite ninja. The crucial part, anyone could use a rifle, no skill required. Even a 7-year-old could wield a rifle and spray bullets. Of course, Kage-level ninjas boasted an array of abilities. Healing, defense, speed, they had reached the true limits of human potential. Ordinary bullets would never harm them. But as for Konoha's current leadership, only Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly at the Kage level. Shimura Danzo barely counted as half. The other 3 Kage-level experts weren't even in the village. So these rifles might someday become crucial in a future Uchiha coup. Uchiha Obito's intangibility lasts 5 minutes. As long as he doesn't hide inside the Kimui dimension, Uchiha Zhan is confident he could riddle Obito with bullets. Of course, only if Black Zetsu isn't possessing him. That old schemer has absurd regenerative abilities. As long as he protects Obito's heart, Obito simply won't die. The bullets can be slowly pushed out of his body, and he'll just recover with time. These delightful thoughts filled Uchiha Zhan's mind. Meanwhile, Shisui and Itachi came over, eyeing Uchiha Zhan's drooling expression with puzzled looks. Has this guy lost his mind? What about the coup? Shisui hesitated for a while before speaking. Zhan, what's gotten into you? Shisui's question snapped Zhan back to reality, and he regained his composure. Oh, it's nothing. Where's father? Where did he go? Itachi silently pointed toward Naruto's house. Zhan nodded. All right, let's go back. An event like this is bound to attract a crowd of big shots, hoping to make connections. We'd better stay out of it. Minato Namikaze may be furious now, but at the end of the day, he's just a soul. It's unclear how long he'll remain. Besides, that's still his son's body. I figure today, he just wants father and the other clan leaders to look after his son, rather than talk too much about politics. Shisui frowned. Are you saying that Lord Fourth won't tell them about how his son has been treated? Is there any need to spell it out? Now, with Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, all he has to do is say that Naruto is his son. That's enough. He wasn't the most competent ruler, but no one can deny he was a true Kage, someone who would risk everything to protect his people. Zhan gazed in the direction of Naruto's house, letting out a sigh. So what's next? Shisui asked. His mind didn't work quite as fast as Zhan's, so when it came to the coup, he knew he had to follow Zhan's lead. Itachi, too, looked to his younger brother, curious about his next move. A sly smile appeared on Zhan's lips. Of course, it's time to publish a newspaper. Newsprint, what a novel thing. In this world where the internet is barely a rumor, whoever controls public opinion controls the political direction. Back in the Uchiha compound, Zhan waved his hand, and everyone sprang into action. Blank paper, printing presses churning, content being written and edited. After 5 hours of diligent work, a newspaper with the headline Konoha Daily, emblazoned in large characters at the top left corner, made its debut. The clan erupted in excitement. Uchiha Zhan picked up the paper and read it from start to finish. Hero's Child or Demon Fox. Let's delve into the chaos of the Nine Tails incident. Shocking. The hero's son can't even afford to eat. Is this the corruption of humanity or the collapse of morality? Are these human experiments really all Orochimaru's doing, or did the village leadership secretly give their consent? Back then, White Fang clearly rescued someone, yet after returning to the village, that very person joined in mocking White Fang. Was someone behind all this? Why did the Senju clan vanish, leaving only Tsunade? And don't the trees in front of the Senju estate look oddly like the silhouette of a human? Uchiha Zhan gave a cold laugh as he looked at the newspaper. All right, everyone, follow this template and start printing. Our goal today is 10,000 copies, just 1 or 2 coins apiece. Yes, both commoners and ninja from the Uchiha clan leapt into action. Now that Zhan had unified the Uchihas, there was no more factional strife. And so, the people quietly regarded him as their new clan head. While as for Uchiha, Fugak, 3 more hours passed. With 10,000 newspapers finally ready, Uchiha Zhan divided them into 20 groups of 500 each, prepared to sell them at 7 o'clock sharp the next morning. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was staring at the newspaper, his eyes wide with shock. Turning to Zhan, he asked, Second brother, is any of this true? If it is, then what? Too outrageous? Or simply too dark? Uchiha Zhan seemed to read the turmoil in his brother's heart. Yes. Itachi nodded. He could never have imagined that the secrets festering within the village were so grim. In that instant, the upright figure of the 3rd Hokage, always so towering in his mind, collapsed completely. A cold chill clutched at his heart. Such a rotten soul at the very root. All this while, he'd been consorting with a wolf in sheep's clothing. Someone whose apparent kindness was all a facade. Uchiha Shisui frowned. Some of this must be fabricated, right? He pointed to the little stories about Uchiha Fugaku and his son. Zhan glanced over and nodded. Serious topics aside, you still need some light-hearted anecdotes to liven things up. That way, the papers will spread even farther. Young or old, Everyone will want to buy one. And they're cheap, just for the pleasure of a read. Shisui nodded, his gaze drifting to the headline and the exposés of the dark deeds of the third Hokage and Danzo. He fell silent. Those two really are cut from the same corrupt cloth. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the chief seat, feeling inexplicably uneasy, as if his chair were scalding hot. A shadow seemed to loom over his heart. Across from him, Danzo slammed his palms on the desk. Hiruzen, I have no idea what you're hesitating for. Even if Minato Namikaze rose from the dead and possessed Naruto's body, it'd change nothing. Kill the boy, and all our problems are solved. Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe and exhaled slowly. And then, we kill Naruto, and all those rumors get confirmed. What exactly do you and I gain from this? If that happens, the shinobi clans and the village will become utterly estranged. Konoha itself may even split apart. Wouldn't that destroy everything the first Hokage worked so hard to build? Both you and I would go down in history as criminals. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose to his feet and walked to the window. He pushed it open, letting the dense, white smoke inside the room drift out. From afar, the haze could easily be mistaken for a fire consuming the building. So, are you saying we do nothing? Just sit and wait for Minato to gather the shinobi clans and stage a coup? Danzo Shimura's disbelief was plain in his voice. He couldn't understand how Hiruzen could hesitate in the face of such a crisis. A coup, you ask? Hiruzen took a deep breath and stared, lost in thought, at the flourishing village below. He remained silent for a long time. Danzo, tell me, would you rather face a coup or see Konoha torn apart? Do you really believe you can silence the voices of millions of villagers? Danzo lowered his head, knowing that what Hiruzen said was true. Still, his ambitions gnawed at him. He had waited so long, only to see the Hokage's seat slipping away before his eyes. Why should he give up? He refused to let go, not now. He had to do something, anything. His gaze locked onto Hiruzen's Hokage robes, and a deep yearning flickered in his eyes. I just hope you won't regret this. With that, Danzo spun on his heel and strode out the door. This time, Hiruzen made no claim to being Hokage. He simply kept his pipe clenched between his teeth and stared off into the distance. At Naruto Uzumaki's home, Minato Namikaze said nothing about a coup. Instead, he merely asked the clan heads to look after Naruto, hoping they would make the boy's life less harsh. Fugaku Uchiha asked if Minato had ever thought about reclaiming the Hokage title. Minato offered a wry smile. I'm nothing but a wandering soul now. For all I know, I could fade away at any moment. Even if I could become Hokage again, how much time would I really have left to lead, now that I'm like this? Minato's tone was resigned. He understood Fugaku's intentions all too well. He'd seen, through Kurama's eyes, just how hard the Uchiha clan had struggled over the years. Even so, there was nothing he could do. He was already dead. His lingering spirit could vanish at any time, and a coup was out of the question. Fugaku fell silent, and one by one, the others did as well. Many had long since tired of Hiruzen's rule. Even those who hadn't suffered before now felt a new anxiety, knowing what Hiruzen had done to Minato's family. Would Hiruzen turn on them next? In the end, everyone returned to their own homes. Still, quite a few clans, intentionally or not, brought up the idea of a coup with Fugaku and began edging closer to the Uchiha. Fugaku did not turn them away. Instead, he spoke with them affably, exchanging smiles. Only Minato, before he left, gave Fugaku a long, meaningful look. He'd quietly handed Fugaku a slip of paper, hoping he would read it. Back home, Fugaku unfolded the note and read these words. Brother Fugaku, if anyone is to become Hokage now, it can only be an Uchiha. I only ask that when the time comes and you have taken Konoha, you watch over my son. If there's anything you need, just come to me. I'll do everything I can to help you win that seat. Signed, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the note with a complicated expression. Just then, a pale, slender hand snatched the slip away. Fugaku's face darkened instantly. Who's there? Uchiha Zhan smiled. It's me. What's got you so worked up? Let me guess. Did you want Minato Namikaze to launch a coup, but he refused? Zhan's words struck straight at the heart of the matter. Fugaku sighed. That's right. You got it. Minato doesn't know how much longer he has to live. That makes him unfit to lead a coup and seize power. Zhan nodded. Minato really had spoken the truth. Staring at the note in his hand, a small smile played at his lips. I see how it is. So what does father intend? Will you accept or refuse? Zhan looked at Fugaku, his eyes twinkling with playful curiosity. Fugaku's face was clouded with hesitation. Let me think it over for a few more days. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhan's smile vanished. Disappointment, inner conflict, coldness, and a touch of mockery all flickered through his eyes. Father, asked if you were accepting or refusing. Your answer is you want more time to think. Zhan's chakra flared to life. In an instant, the explosion of chakra shook the entire Uchiha clan grounds. Even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui rushed over, only to witness Zhan in the courtyard, his hair wild and chakra radiating out in powerful waves. Zhan, what are you doing? Does your father not have the right to think things through? Fugaku snapped. Think it through? At a time like this? While the great ninja clans are drawing closer to the Uchiha, and you're still hesitating over whether to launch a coup or not. Is this really something that needs pondering? If we rebel, we remain a family. If you choose not to, fine. Anyone willing to fight for the coup, come with me. We'll carve out our own path. Zhan's laughter was icy cold. At that, the Uchiha shinobi all dropped to their knees in unison. We await Lord Zhan's command. The scene stunned both Itachi and Fugaku, and even Shisui joined the others, kneeling on the ground. Fugaku staggered, suddenly realizing his position. He was no longer the leader of the Uchiha. Not truly. Or at least, if he was, it was only as a figurehead, already eclipsed by his own son. He looked at Zhan, and Zhan met his gaze. The difference was that Zhan had once believed Fugaku's resolve matched his own when it came to rebellion. But once again, Fugaku's hesitation had cast Zhan into the depths of disappointment. To lead the Uchiha clan, you either act or you don't. What place is there for endless indecision? Fugaku sighed. So be it. From this day on, the Uchiha are yours to lead. Perhaps I truly am not cut out to be clan head. A fiery gleam flashed in everyone's eyes. They had long been unhappy with Fugaku. In the past, he stood in the middle, careful not to offend anyone. But now, with the coup imminent, he still hesitated and wavered. Uchiha Zhan didn't say a word. He simply turned and walked away. The group of Uchiha promptly fell in line behind him, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi standing there. Itachi watched Zhan with envy in his eyes. So, this is what it means to have the recognition of everyone. Itachi, you should go too. Perhaps only your brother can save the Uchiha, can save Konoha, Fugaku said, then turned and walked back into the house. Gazing after his father's departing figure, Itachi felt a maelstrom of emotions. In just this brief moment, power had shifted so drastically. It was a decisive turning point. He shook his head and set off in the direction Zhan had gone. When Uchiha Zhan arrived at the meeting hall, it was already deep into the night. Yet, every ninja from the clan, save for Fugaku, was present. Zhan strode directly toward the clan leader's seat. Uchiha Sogi made as if to speak, but the intense gaze of dozens of sharingan-bearing eyes immediately stopped him short. The oppressive atmosphere sealed his lips, and he lowered his head in silent submission. Staring at the clan chief's seat, a flood of feelings surged inside Zhan. He had never expected that the day he'd take this throne would come so soon. He turned to face everyone, then, without hesitation, took his seat, claiming the position reserved for the leader of the clan. Everyone, our elder clan head, Uchiha Fugaku, is unwell. For the time being, I will act as clan chief and wield that authority, Zhan announced, his tone calm, yet resolute. As per tradition, let's decide by a show of hands and gather everyone's wisdom. With that, he leaned back, stretched his legs out across the table, and regarded the assembly with an air of quiet command. In just 10 seconds, every hand shot up, even Uchiha Sogi's. He understood now that Zhan's authority was unstoppable. Better to go with the tide than resist it. Zhan stood up. Then, I ask for your cooperation in carrying out my decisions going forward. Yes. The crowd knelt on one knee in unison. Tomorrow, for the newspaper, split into 20 teams, one team for each of 20 regions, and sell to the public. It will be a tough job, but I also need some of you to play the part of customers. After buying, read it aloud for everyone to hear. At the same time, the Uchiha police will patrol all 20 areas. If anyone causes trouble, even if it's the ANBU or route, arrest them. This newspaper must be distributed. No one is to interfere. If you run into any problem you can't solve, come straight to me. I'll handle it. Zhan began issuing orders. His only goal, get the paper out to everyone. Whoever controlled public opinion in Konoha would control its hearts and minds. In this era, starved for entertainment, controlling the conversation was controlling the people. Moreover, what happened today is, at most, only known among the Uchiha clan. Most ordinary ninja and villagers remain unaware. In their eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi is still that benevolent and kind third Hokage. Uchiha Zhan's true goal is to shatter the public trust Hiruzen Sarutobi has built over the years, tearing down his carefully constructed reputation. If that trust collapses, the formidable prestige Sarutobi once enjoyed would plummet overnight. Besides, every news article I publish is factual and can stand up to scrutiny, so what's there to fear? The only potential trouble is if the ANBU catch wind of this tomorrow, but compared to what's at stake, that minor trouble is hardly worth worrying about. So, under Uchiha Zhan's arrangements, the members of the Uchiha clan each took up their responsibilities, bristling with anticipation. Uchiha Zhan returned to his own room, ready to sleep, only to find Uchiha Mikoto waiting for him inside. "You're back, Zhan." There was something hesitant in Uchiha Mikoto's voice, as if she wished to say more. Uchiha Zhan paused in surprise, then bowed respectfully. "Mother." Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently. "Come, have a seat." She gestured to the spot across from her. Kneeling down opposite his mother, Uchiha Zhan sat upright and looked at her steadily. "Did you quarrel with your father?" When he got home, he didn't say a single word, just went straight to the bedroom and lay down. No matter how I asked, he wouldn't answer, so I want to know what's happened. Mikoto's gaze was soft but searching, her eyes fixed on her son's. Zhan pressed his lips together. He could face his father, Fugaku, without flinching, but before his mother, he found he dared not talk back. Because, in his memory, from childhood, Mikoto had always protected him. He remembered her gentleness. He could never bring himself to defy her. So Zhan took out the little note from Minato Namikaze and explained the source of his father's hesitation, as well as how dire the current situation was. Now, the Uchiha stood at the brink of life and death, with no path left but forward. Every clansman was walking with his head tied to his belt, risking everything. Even Zhan himself. If he showed the slightest sign of backing down now, his brothers would cut him down without mercy. Fugaku's hesitation was even less acceptable. Everyone had agreed on a coup, and now he wanted to pause? Was he mad not to seize the opportunity? Hesitation only leads to defeat. At last, Zhan took a deep breath and spoke. "Mother." Father was caught in hesitation, whether to ally with Minato for the coup. "In the end, we quarreled." That was all he said, leaving out everything else. But Mikoto, wise as she was, instantly read between the lines. She smiled and said, "Zhan, I know you have your reasons for doing this. But in the future, I hope you'll choose your words with a bit more tact. After all, Fugaku is your father. We must show him some respect. Although your father has a keen political sense, his shortcomings are obvious. He's indecisive and overcautious. He can't fully support any one faction, so he tries not to offend anyone. But in reality, by making that choice, he ends up offending both sides. I've tried to advise your father, but each time he just shook his head and politely refused, saying he needed to think things over." At this point, Mikoto Uchiha let out a gentle sigh and turned to Uchiha Zhan. "Your father worries too much." But once the title of clan leader was passed to him, the weight on his shoulders grew heavier than ever. Uchiha Zhan lowered his head in silence. He knew that his mother was right. Yet desperate times call for desperate measures. The Uchiha were at the brink of an upheaval unseen in 100 years. If he seized the moment, he could soar to great heights. But if he hesitated, he would fall into a bottomless abyss. He knew better than anyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi still had 5 years left to live. 5 years from now, during the Konoha crush, if it weren't for Orochimaru's deployment of the reanimation jutsu, that old man might have survived. For the sake of Konoha, for the Uchiha, for his mother, for Sasuke, this was the only way forward. "Mother." Zhan stood up and gave her a respectful bow, then spoke solemnly. "Mother, I'm sorry. These are critical times. I can't promise you anything, but please believe me. When the dust settles, I'll come to you and father myself to give you both my heartfelt apology." With that, he turned and walked towards his bed. Mikoto smiled gently. "Very well. I believe in my son. You can achieve anything you set your mind to." Zhan waved dismissively. "Good night, Mom." He left the door open and set no defenses because the only one inside was the mother he cherished above all else. In his heart, Zhan whispered softly, "Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow." The next day, Uchiha Zhan woke up early. As soon as he pushed open the door, he found a group of Uchiha clan ninjas outside, clutching a stack of freshly printed newspapers from yesterday, chattering excitedly amongst themselves. But the moment he stepped out, their voices fell silent. Every gaze locked on Zhan, sharp and filled with anticipation. "Good morning, clan chief. You're up early, sir. We're about to head out." Their voices overlapped in a lively mess. Zhan checked the time, a little under 10 minutes before departure. He asked, "Why are you all gathered at my door?" "Well, clan chief, we came here on our own to assemble. Just seeing your home gives us peace of mind. What's coming up is making our hearts race a bit." As he spoke, that Uchiha's voice quivered with excitement. Zhan chuckled. "That's the spirit. Today is only the beginning. There's a long way to go yet. Tomorrow, the day after, and for the whole coming week, we'll keep at it. Well then, clan head, what if the Hokage comes after you? I've heard that the root organization can be quite ruthless. Another young ninja chimed in. From now on, the Uchiha will follow orders but won't accept commands. As long as Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura hold their positions of power, the Uchiha will not attend any meetings. Uchiha Zhan replied with a cold, derisive smile. 4 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders among the Uchiha. Just attending those meetings is already a courtesy. If not for the desire to minimize casualties, Uchiha Zhan could launch a war against Konoha at any moment. His words left the young ninjas with flushed faces, their hearts swelling with pride. Only follow orders, not commands. That's what true men should aspire to. After a brief conversation, the Uchiha ninjas dispersed, heading along the routes Uchiha Zhan had mapped out the day before. Watching them go, the corners of Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. The winds of change would soon sweep through Konoha. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi appeared silently. Standing there without a word, they awaited orders. Uchiha Zhan addressed them. Each of you will be in charge of a district, one to the east, one to the west. If any members of the Umbu or Root dare interfere with our business, deal with them without hesitation. Yes, sir. Shisui and Itachi responded in unison, then vanished into thin air, as if swallowed by the night. Uchiha Zhan moved with equal swiftness, reappearing high above the Hokage rock, arms crossed as he surveyed the village. The spot where he stood was directly over the eyes of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. You were truly blind, he muttered, gazing down at Tobirama's carved visage. Of all people, you chose Hiruzen Sarutobi as your successor. If you could see now how he has ruined Konoha, would you not burst from the Pure Land in fury? Within the village, dozens of people in the Uchiha clan's uniform fanned out across the neighborhood, calling out to the crowds. Come on, come all. You don't want to miss this. The first edition of the Konoha Times, filled with all kinds of short stories, village secrets, even cooking tips, and delicious recipes. Generous amount, low cost. Only 1 Rio. Yes, just the price of a single sweet, and it's yours. You won't regret it, and you certainly won't be fooled. Fresh off the press, these pages record all the latest happenings. They'll broaden your horizons and teach you something new. Why hesitate? Here you go, brother. Have a free read for 10 minutes. These lines are just taught to them by Uchiha Zhan. Kakashi happened to be passing by when an Uchiha ninja stopped him, offering a 10-minute free read. Kakashi, at a loose end, agreed. As soon as his eyes fell on the page, the headline leapt out at him. The death of White Fang. His pupils contracted, his breath quickened. He activated his sharingan and read the entire article from beginning to end. Kakashi's expression turned grim. Beneath his mask, his face twisted. His sharingan spun, transforming from 3 Tomo into the Mangekyo. The Uchiha ninja's eyes widened in shock. Kakashi's sharingan was the Mangekyo. He immediately handed his work off to his colleague and withdrew. I'll be right back. With those words, the ninja left abruptly, leaving his companion behind to mutter curses under his breath. On their first day, and already he's shirking his duties. How could he face Lord Uchiha Zhan after this? Nevertheless, the one who remained kept diligently selling newspapers. 10 minutes passed, and the Uchiha ninja spoke up. Kakashi-senpai, your 10 minutes of free reading are over. If you'd like to continue. Kakashi looked at him. By now, the sharingan had long vanished from his eye. He spoke gravely. Who gave you permission to sell these pointless speculations? Just then, Itachi Uchiha stepped in to block Kakashi's path. Kakashi-senpai, do you really not know what's true and what isn't? Have you never doubted the Hokage and Danzo, even for a moment? There have always been unfinished missions, Itachi said with unwavering clarity, but there were never rumors in the village before. Why was it only after Hitaki Sakomo that people began to say any ninja who can't finish a mission is worthless? Each word struck home, leaving Kakashi with nothing to say in his own defense. Kakashi's face went noticeably pale. He had, of course, doubted before, but his father's selfish departure from this world, leaving him behind, had filled him with anger. He began to resent Sakomo Hitaki. Why? Why could his father simply choose to leave so selfishly? Why was he the one left to face life in solitude? Itachi Uchiha, that's enough. If you still see me as your captain, then tell your men to stop selling those papers. Don't you realize if this spreads, Lord Hokage will... Before Kakashi could finish, he was cut off by Itachi. Lose face? He did all this himself. Are we not even allowed to talk about it? It's not as if we forced him into it. He indulged Danzo, harmed the villagers, sacrificed the lives of our own for the sake of avoiding war, and sent their bodies to the cloud as a peace offering. Kakashi-senpai, don't tell me you know nothing about these things. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he stared Kakashi down. Kakashi retreated step by step, his face drained of color. He swallowed hard. Of course he knew. Precisely because he knew, his conscience told him he couldn't be part of this anymore. Itachi's unyielding stance made things far more complicated for Kakashi. And this sort of confrontation was happening all over Konoha. The Uchiha police wasted no words. They simply beat any who tried to interfere, slapped on handcuffs, and tossed them aside. The villagers, after all, had a natural curiosity for gossip. At first, people thought it was just another money-making scheme. Yet, because the Umbu tried to stop the newspapers from spreading, everyone became even more intrigued. In less than 2 hours, all 10,000 copies were sold out. Those who managed to buy a newspaper hurried home to read it. Some shopkeepers, like the owner of the Bowsy stall, even ordered extra copies to use as wrappers, shouting, "Buy a Bowsy and you'll get the news for free." In an instant, he gained a huge competitive edge over his peers. Countless people who couldn't buy newspapers lined up outside the bun shop, making the owner beam with delight. His competitors were so furious they could spit blood. Now, they finally understood why the old fellow had bought 200 copies of the newspaper. Infuriating. This issue spread to every household in the village, and soon, strange things began to happen. Parents started arriving at the ninja school one after another to take their children home. Even the great clans did the same. The students were bewildered, but the stern faces of their fathers silenced any questions. The teachers were just as puzzled, uncertain about what was happening. When they tried to ask, the parents mocked them. Some even spat insults, calling them lapdogs. This left the teachers completely bewildered. What? I'm just a teacher. Since when did I become a lapdog? At that moment, Shikamaru Nara sighed, pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket, and handed it to one of the teachers. The teacher unfolded the newspaper, and the headline immediately caught his attention. Is the demon fox a hero's son? Without realizing it, he was drawn in. After reading the first story, he slapped himself across the face. Iriki Yumino, honestly, Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki who saved the Hidden Leaf Village. And yet, you actually... Iriki Yumino's eyes reddened, and he leaned silently against the wall, sobbing without a sound. Irika's reaction quickly drew the attention of all the other teachers. Like Irika, their students had been taken home, and seeing him crying, they couldn't help but go over and comfort him. When Irika wiped away his tears and finished telling the first story, every teacher was left utterly dumbfounded. All this time, they had believed Naruto was just the demon fox, never expecting the truth to be this way. After that, everyone picked up the newspapers and began to read intently. When they finished, many teachers' faces grew grim. Colleagues, I think it's time for me to resign. With a principal like this, I really can't keep working here. One person led the way, and soon others followed. Students were withdrawn from school, and teachers began to resign one after another. At the hospital, doctors fell silent as they looked at the injured ninja groaning in pain. They made up their minds to resign right after finishing their surgeries. The Leaf Village had grown far too dark, and for all they knew, any one of them could be forced into human experimentation someday. The blacksmith shops canceled all their orders for the Hokage building, and even paid triple the penalty for breach of contract. They taunted the ANBU ninja. You people even hurt your own. Do you really deserve to be called ninja? And just like that, strikes broke out in every profession. The students stopped going to school. Some, bold as they were, took to the streets in protest. Now, on the Hokage rock, Uchiha's son raised the corners of his lips. The real show was just beginning. At that moment, an Uchiha ninja appeared. Lord Son, that Kakashi Hitachi's sharingan has already evolved into the Mangekyo sharingan. I'm concerned he might interfere with our upcoming coup. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him and helped him up. You've worked hard, he said. I'll make plans for this matter as soon as possible. All right, go get some rest for now. There's still things I need to take care of. The ninja nodded and quickly left. Uchiha Zhan stood with his hand resting on the armrest. Hiruzen Sarutobi, have you ever thought about what will happen if the things you've done are exposed to the world? Enjoy yourself while you still can. Today may be the last time. Konoha. The Umbu kept pressuring and arresting people, but the villagers of the Leaf Village raised pitchforks and rakes, fighting back as best they could. The Umbu didn't dare kill anyone outright. All they could do was threaten and intimidate, only to retreat when pressed hard. Their clumsy actions made for quite a ridiculous sight. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand down on the desk with a loud smack. Well played, Uchiha. You spent all these years on the fringes and still staged a rebellion, gathering evidence against Danzo and me. As I thought, my mistake was being too soft-hearted back then. I should have let Danzo wipe out the Uchiha clan completely. Clutching the newspaper tightly, his voice trembled with rage. Decades of achievements, ruined in an instant. He would be etched forever into the pillar of shame. After venting his fury for 10 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke, panting heavily. "Where's Danzo? Where are his people? Tell him to send his men and get the villagers under control." The Anbu's expression was grim. "Lord Hokage." The moment Lord Danzo heard about this, he locked the doors to Root headquarters. No matter how hard we knocked, he refused to open up. Sarutobi roared, "Damn you, Danzo, to abandon us at a time like this." Rage filled him, but in the end, all he could do was fume helplessly. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo sat on the leader's chair within the Root, his mood just as foul. 7 out of 10 of the crimes listed in the newspaper were pinned directly on him. Worse yet, every single accusation was true, and there was no way to refute them. The death of the White Fang, blocking the Uchiha's attempts to rescue villagers, human experimentation. Danzo felt a wave of anger. Who could have leaked this information? Soon, a shadowy figure surfaced in his mind. Orochimaru. Of course, it could only have been him. Only Orochimaru knew about these sordid deeds. As for his own subordinates en route, Danzo had no worries at all. Every one of them had been branded with the tongue-sealing curse. Mentioning his secrets meant instant, inexplicable death. But what was Orochimaru's goal in all of this? Was it revenge for making him take the fall years ago? Or was this part of some scheme concocted with Sarutobi Hiruzen to eliminate him? But no, it didn't add up. Sarutobi always cared greatly about his own reputation, yet the newspaper clearly implicated him as well. Meanwhile, the Konoha police force watched from the shadows, a mixture of excitement and anticipation in their eyes. Who would have thought that just a few pieces of paper could ignite such an uproar among the people? On the rooftop stood Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, but they were not alone. Kakashi was there with them as well. It seems the villagers are already enraged. Their presence lingers on every street. Uchiha Shisui said calmly. Uchiha Itachi responded simply. Only Kakashi Hitaki was drenched in sweat, unexpectedly realizing just how formidable the combined strength of ordinary folk could be when united. Are all those things published in your paper true? Kakashi finally voiced his doubts, looking at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi for an answer. The two shook their heads. We don't know. The one publishing the paper is Uchiha Senator. His information has always been reliable. Kakashi silently committed the name Uchiha-san to memory, then nodded and continued to watch the surging crowd. We demand justice. We want the Hokage to come out and explain whether the things in the newspaper are true or not. I've always thought something was off about White Fang's death. He was one of Konoha's elite. Except for his last defeat, he had never lost a battle. I can't understand why a single defeat would stir up such rumors. Is Naruto really the son of the 4th Hokage? If so, why did the Hokage let everyone believe he's the Demon Fox? Isn't this a slap in the face to the child of a hero? 3,000 Ryo a month? My son's school textbooks cost over 10,000 Ryo. What good is that tiny amount supposed to do? Just now, I went to the old Senju grounds and took a good look at the trees at the entrance. I found marks on one of the trees that looked just like the imprint of an arm. Lord Hokage, could it be that the now ordinary Senju clan was truly used for human experimentation? The Senju were the founders of Konoha and willingly gave up their name for the village. So why did the 3rd Hokage have to eradicate them? These pointed questions burst forth one by one, the clamor of voices deafening in its intensity. Standing behind the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped his pipe, his hand trembling slightly. He had known these matters would one day come to light, and believed himself prepared for the reckoning. But when the questions came rushing out together, the tide of public opinion and its shocking power overwhelmed him, like an unstoppable wave crashing down, leaving him gasping for air. Even Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage himself, began to doubt whether he had been wrong all along. Once that doubt takes root, it leads only to a slow and inevitable decline. Our report, Lord Hokage, an Umbu guard dashed in, trembling and drenched with sweat. The guards at the entrance can hardly hold them back. The villagers are ramming the doors with their bodies. If we don't take action soon, I truly fear. He, too, had never expected that the usually unremarkable civilian ninja could become such a formidable force when they joined together. The most important thing was that, when faced with unarmed villagers, the ANBU dared not suppress them by force. If they did so today, powerful ninja clans would immediately step in. Both in wealth and in the number of shinobi, those clans far surpassed the Hokage's office. If it ever reached that point, it would no longer be a mere civilian uprising, but a reckoning by the entire Hidden Leaf village upon the Hokage himself. Just as Louis XVI was led to the guillotine because of his tyranny. So, for now, the NBU had no choice but to seek the 3rd Hokage's instructions. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, took a deep drag on his pipe. Open the doors. There's no avoiding this anymore. Of course, he could have chosen to flee, running from the village. That way, he might cling to a few more days of life. But as the rightful Hokage, appointed personally by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, his pride and his dignity would never allow him to turn and run. Even if he was in the wrong, even if his people demanded judgment, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not flee. That was what it meant to be the third Hokage. He drew a long, steady breath, his gaze resolute as he looked toward the entrance. And the very instant his decision was made, word was delivered by a root ninja straight to the root base. Shimura Danzo's expression was complicated. He let out a sigh, never having imagined that Hiruzen would choose to end things in this manner. He could not measure up to Hiruzen, yet the third Hokage's choice made Danzo's already restless heart stir even more vigorously. A spark flashed in his eyes. Already, he was plotting an armed coup for after Hiruzen's fall from power. He couldn't do it alone, of course. In that case, he'd rely on the Uchiha. The thought sparked a plan, and Danzo beckoned to Yamanaka Wind. Yamanaka Wind immediately walked briskly over to him. Danzo-sama. Danzo leaned in, whispering beside Wind's ear. Wind's face did not change an inch, and after listening, he nodded crisply and left the base. Danzo glanced up at the ceiling of the Root HQ, a smile curling up at the corners of his eyes. The roots hidden beneath the leaf are finally about to break through the earth, to grow into a new, mighty tree, basking in the sun at last. Yet, he failed to realize just how rotten his relationship with the Uchiha had become. Never mind that not long ago he tried to dig out Shisui Uchiha's eye. He had for years branded every Uchiha child as born with evil in their veins. With the temperament of Uchiha's first squad, there was no way they would ever agree to cooperate with him. Even Fugaku would refuse, let alone Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, such thoughts did not cross Shimura Danzo's mind. All he saw was his future as the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. His gaze burned as he looked at the Hokage ceremonial robe, cut to his measurements, hanging in Root's headquarters. Danzo rose to his feet. Background music. I walk along the long street, sings Yujing. At first there was confusion in his eyes, but he walked slowly toward the robe, step by step. Then came the determination. He walked up to the Hokage ceremonial robe, reached out his hand, the one that hadn't undergone surgery, and touched the brim of the hat, his eyes alight with obsession. His fingertips gently traced along the edge of the hat, his arm trembling ever so slightly. His mind was filled with images of himself wearing that regal robe, raising his arm with a commanding shout, surrounded by the praise and admiration of the crowd. But his thoughts shifted, bringing him back to memories of his teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. He remembered the scene during the first Great Ninja War, when the Gold and Silver brothers rebelled. They were being hunted by Cloud Village's ninjas. Right now, we're facing a crisis. Which of you is willing to stay behind and hold back the enemy? It's the only way we can ensure everyone else safely retreats. Tobirama Senju looked steadily at his 6 disciples. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened. He wanted to step forward, but the words caught in his throat. He just couldn't say them. Fear took hold. He hesitated, afraid to die. Though he was a passionate young man, deep down he knew that if he stepped out next, it would surely mean his death. Uncertainty gnawed at him. But then, someone else stepped past him, striding forward without hesitation. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, his close companion. Sensei, let me stay behind. Konoha can't do without you. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes shone with resolve. His voice rang crisp and decisive. His face lit up with a broad smile. Danzo was stunned. He looked at Hiruzen with deep admiration, feeling a weight lift from his own heart. Yet almost immediately, he was filled with self-loathing for his own cowardice and pettiness. For the first time, a smile broke through Tobirama's usually stern expression. He slapped Hiruzen firmly on the shoulder. Monkey, from this moment on, you're the third Hokage. The weight of those words shocked all 6 of them. Hiruzen shook his head. Sensei, you. But Tobirama cut him off, speaking heartfelt and earnest words. It's not your generation's time to make such sacrifices for Konoha. I'll stay behind. Then he looked around at all of them. Once you return to the village, you're to help Hiruzen govern. If you're short on people, Hiruzen may call on the Senju clan's shinobi as needed. Konoha's future rests with you. With that, Tobirama turned away, but he cast one last look back at Danzo, a look full of disappointment. Disappointment, yes, utter disappointment, with a touch of just as expected. That expression haunted Danzo, making him wake with a start in the middle of the night, shouting desperately, "It's not true. I didn't. Sensei, you have to believe me." But all that ever answered him was the darkness of his room and the cold, gray walls encircling him. Danzo snapped back from his reverie, slowly returning to his seat, though his eyes never strayed from that Hokage robe, unable to look away. Outside, after Hiruzen gave his order, the villagers streamed through the entrance, one after another. The commotion flowed like a river. The Umbu tried to make them queue up, but no one paid them any heed. Right now, they all had only one goal: to find their beloved Hokage and ask whether what the newspaper claimed was true. Why did the Hokage do such a thing? Are those powerful people's deaths really tied to him? With uncertainty in their hearts, the group gathered at the door to the Hokage's office. They glanced at each other, silently urging someone else to open the door. Yet, none of them could bring themselves to take that final step. Anxious and uneasy, they hesitated, for the man awaiting them was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the longest-serving leader of the village. The weight of his presence was not something an ordinary person could easily withstand. But Hiruzen Sarutobi gently pushed the door open himself. The group instinctively stepped back, bracing for confrontation, but there was no tension or hostility. Instead, Hiruzen faced them with a calm smile. "Come in, all of you. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you," he said, turning back toward his chair. His departing figure carried with it a sense of solitude and sorrow, a shadow that did not escape the eyes of those following him inside. No one broke the silence, but every gaze was focused on the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moments later, Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and set it on the table. With a gentle, approachable smile, he said, "Ask your questions." At this, Irika Yumino stepped forward. He was just an ordinary teacher at the Leaf Village Academy. His parents had died during the Nine-Tails rampage, and yet Naruto was a student. The feelings this stirred in him were complicated. No one was more suited to voice the first question. "Hokage-sama, I want to know, is Naruto really the son of a hero? He's not the demon fox, right?" Uncertainty and confusion flickered in Irika's eyes. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before answering. "Yes, his true identity is the son of the fourth Hokage. His real name should be Naruto Namikaze. But because of Minato's position and Naruto's connection to the Nine-Tails, I chose to keep his identity a secret. However, calling him the demon fox, those were not my words, but yours," Hiruzen added quietly. "All I ever said was that he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, but the most powerful tailed beast was sealed within him. It was the villagers who spread the rumors, and eventually started calling Uzumaki Naruto the demon fox," Hiruzen replied. "If you wish to hold me accountable for that, I'm afraid that would not be justified," he finished, shaking his head. Irika blinked in surprise. Come to think of it, perhaps the third Hokage had never, at any point, referred to Naruto as the demon fox. It seemed that name had indeed taken root among the villagers themselves. Because of the Nine-Tails attack, everyone carried deep resentment toward the beast. Now, the adults of the Leaf Village knew there was a child among them with the Nine-Tails sealed inside. Once, they were only children or young people. Many of their families had been lost to the Nine-Tails rampage. Their hatred for the beast ran deep. And so did their hatred for Naruto Uzumaki, the boy chosen as the Nine-Tails vessel. Because Naruto's true heritage was concealed, many saw him as powerless and insignificant, nothing more than a container for the Nine-Tails. That was why they subjected him to endless scorn and insults. It seemed as if only by doing so could they dispel the shadows that had lingered for years. Some parents even instructed their children not to play with that demon fox. That's why, from top to bottom, the entire Hidden Leaf Village ostracized Naruto Uzumaki. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had played any part in this, it was as the one who set the tone. All he had done was conceal Naruto's true identity. The villagers' faces turned pale. They were about to argue back at the third Hokage, but when they thought of how their families had treated Naruto, they realized they had nothing to refute. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. "Perhaps I bear some responsibility for Naruto's tragic experiences, but what truly lies at the heart of it all is your hatred. Don't forget, when Naruto tried to buy things from you, no one would sell to him. Some even went so far as to sell him spoiled milk. If you've wronged someone, don't simply put the blame on others. At the very least, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have never done anything to harm Naruto, have I? In fact, I take a portion from my own wages every month to give to him." The third Hokage's authority surged back. He sat there with his legs crossed, a smile playing in his eyes as he gazed at the villagers. They hung their heads in shame, none daring to speak a word. They had to admit the Hokage's words rang true. Then suddenly, a member of the Uchiha clan hidden in the crowd spoke up. "Lord Hokage, as far as I know, Kushina Uzumaki left behind a villa and a bustling commercial street in the heart of the village." Hiruzen's expression changed as he looked toward the source of the voice. But the speaker stayed hidden amid the crowd, their face obscured. "Who are you? Do you dare show yourself? or will you only lurk in the shadows? Hiruzen's tone grew urgent. Moments ago, he could have evaded the issue, but when it came to Naruto's inheritance, this was not so easily deflected. A mocking voice carried out, "Come now, Lord Hokage, there's no need for haste. Word is, the property belonging to Kushina and Minato was seized by you for personal use. Is there any truth to this?" "I was merely safeguarding their inheritance," Hiruzen retorted with righteous indignation. Naruto is still young. If someone with ill intentions took advantage of him and squandered his family's legacy, wouldn't that be a betrayal of his parents' wishes? Just then, Naruto Uzumaki— no, not quite. Naruto, with Minato Namake's spirit now within him, strolled forward with an easy grin. "Third Hokage," Minato spoke calmly through Naruto's body. "Since you claim to have kept my and Kushina's inheritance safe, now that I have returned, shouldn't you give it back to our families, Naruto?" Minato— Hiruzen hesitated, his eyes flickering. Back then, after the Nine Tails disaster, the village needed many facilities rebuilt, families needed comfort, and coffers were nearly empty. So I had to use some of your assets. Minato Namake's spoke with a chilling edge to his voice. "Sarutobi, my wife, and I gave our lives for the village outside its very walls. And yet you not only stole the inheritance we left for our child, you let him suffer so many years of hardship. So this is what your will of fire looks like? If I'd known you were this kind of man, I should have let you be the one to use the Reaper Death Seal." Minato's voice thundered through the office. The crowd erupted in a wave of shock. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen gray. He drew in a deep breath, then stepped in front of Naruto Uzumaki, now recognized as Minato Namake's son, and fell to his knees. With a dull thud, and then another, Sarutobi's sudden, earth-shaking gesture left everyone in the room stunned. Every ninja present, even Minato himself, was caught off guard. But Minato was no longer the naive young man he once was. He recovered almost instantly, recognizing Sarutobi's strategy for what it was, a calculated act of contrition, a display meant to win sympathy and absolution. The art of moral coercion by the third Hokage. Uchiha Arita, a remnant of the original clan, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So, this was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, a man who could swallow his pride when needed, using even a show of humility to admit fault. Whether genuine or not, just the sight of this kneeling would surely stir the villagers' hearts, easing much of their lingering resentment. In an instant, the looks in the villagers' eyes grew clearer. They glanced at one another, lips parted, suddenly at a loss for words. Minato glared coldly at the third Hokage. "What's this supposed to mean? Do you really believe that falling to your knees can make up for all you owe Naruto after all these years?" Meanwhile, within the depths of Naruto Uzumaki's mind, his heart swelled with emotion. So much so that he was poised to seize control of his own body. But Kurama, the Nine Tails, simply hooked his claw and snagged Naruto's shirt, pulling him back. "Foolish boy, your own father is fighting for you now. Don't interfere. That Sarutobi Hiruzen is far from good man." I could sense the instant he knelt. His heart was gripped by murderous intent toward both you and your father. Kurama's eyes locked unblinkingly on Sarutobi. Naruto gaped in confusion. "No way. It feels like Grandpa Third finally realized his mistakes." He looked at the kneeling Third with a pang in his chest, but Kurama just shot him a withering look, as if Naruto were hopelessly naive. "I'll admit, your personality reminds me of someone I used to know." Curiosity overcame Naruto. "Who was it?" Kurama cast him a sidelong glance. "An utter fool." Then, taking full control, Kurama forced Naruto's consciousness still, closed his own eyes, and pricked up his ears to listen to the conversation happening outside. All Naruto could do was settle down and watch the events unfold. Still kneeling, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "Minato, it's all my fault. If you cannot forgive this old man, then take my head. If I so much as flinch, I'm unworthy of the title of Hokage." He stood tall and unyielding, his steely resolve leaving Minato Namake's feeling cornered. Inwardly, Minato marveled. No wonder he's a veteran of the stage, slipping into character in a heartbeat, adapting without hesitation. His own tone softened. "If that's the case, return what's rightfully Naruto's, and we won't press you on anything else. However, I intend to take Naruto and leave the Leaf Village after this." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, immediately changed expression. "The property can be returned to you, but the Nine Tails cannot leave the Leaf. The village has lost much of its strength. Without the power of the Nine Tails, I fear we won't be able to fend off attacks from other villages. Minato, you're the fourth Hokage yourself. Don't you understand this?" Hiruzen ground out the words, fixing Minato with a hard stare. Soon murmurs rose from the crowd as well. Most didn't care about the ownership of wealth. But when it came to the Jinchuriki and the very key to the Leaf's peace, it cut to the heart of their lives. This was no time to simply stand by and watch. That's right, Lord Fourth. Since the third Hokage is willing to return the property, can't we just let bygones be bygones? Yes, yes, peace matters above all. Peace above all. We're all Leaf villagers, after all. Minato took in Hiruzen's shamelessness and the villagers' self-interest with clear eyes. The truth was he didn't want to leave the Leaf either, but to reclaim what was owed, he had to raise the stakes. In that case, Lord Third, let's put it in writing. Within 3 days, I want official ownership of Kushina's shopping street. If not, I will take Naruto and disappear from the Leaf, living in seclusion. Without further ado, Minato produced a document. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Hiruzen had no choice but to swallow his pain and sign his name, imprinting it with his seal. Minato took the IOU with an icy smile and stepped aside. He wouldn't have to cause any more trouble himself. Others would surely come knocking soon enough. No sooner had Hiruzen gotten to his feet than Kakashi burst in, eyes bloodshot. His right hand hung low, blue lightning crackling and flickering from his palm. Hokage-sama, my father's death, was it because you allowed Danzo to go through with it? Kakashi's sharingan spun into 3 tomo, the lightning in his hand growing solid as his chakra surged. Hiruzen felt his head ache. He had barely resolved one crisis when another arrived. He paused to gather his thoughts, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, your father was a hero of the Leaf. I deeply regret his passing. The White Fang was always one of our most reliable and formidable shinobi. I'm grateful that he was born in the Leaf. But Kakashi cut him off coldly. Don't try to change the subject, Hokage-sama. I asked whether you tacitly allowed Danzo's plot to kill my father, to spread rumors that drove him to suicide. Don't give me evasions. I just don't get it. What's more important, our comrades or the mission? Are you telling me that the first Hokage, Lord Hashirama Senju, really believed that a comrade's life was worth less than completing a mission? Or is it that your teacher, the second Hokage, Lord Tobarama Senju, told you a ninja who fails their mission is even worse than worthless? Kakashi's words were sharp, every sentence striking like a whip. His anger was so intense, it almost seemed tangible as he stared down Hiruzen Sarutobi. A shiver ran through Hiruzen. In his heart, he cursed Danzo Shimura over and over. If it hadn't been for that foolish idea of Danzo's back then, he wouldn't be facing such fierce backlash now. Looking at Kakashi, he tried to show resolve. Kakashi, I promise you, I'll clear White Fang's name right now. I won't let a hero's legacy be tainted, he declared, giving Kakashi's shoulder a reassuring pat. But Kakashi didn't react. His voice was cold. And what about Danzo Shimura? How do you plan to deal with him? Will you cover it up? Or have him executed? He orchestrated the death of a hero of the village. Surely that can't just be brushed aside? Or is it because he's an elder, because he's contributed to Konoha, that you're going to just cancel out his crimes or let it go unpunished? There was murder in Kakashi's gaze, and tears burned in his crimson eyes as he looked at Hiruzen. Just one look was enough to wipe the smile off Hiruzen's face. He instinctively stepped back from Kakashi, then spoke slowly. So much time has passed. Besides, there's no guarantee that what's printed in this newspaper is even true. The Uchiha clan is selling these shameless papers. There's no real evidence here. I urge you and everyone here to think carefully and not be fooled. The Uchiha have always coveted the Hokage's seat. Who knows? This could be another one of their schemes. All of you are citizens of Konoha. You should be able to tell right from wrong. Hiruzen deftly shifted the blame toward the Uchiha, his words now directed at Fugaku Uchiha. His gaze narrowed. Please like, comment, and encourage me. Your feedback is the biggest motivation for the author. Love you all. Fugaku Uchiha let out a deep sigh. Even now, when things had come to this, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still trying to shift blame onto others. Fugaku rubbed his fingers together, gesturing toward the distant Hokage rock. Receiving the signal, Uchiha Zhan broke into a knowing smile. In the next instant, he vanished from Hokage rock and sped toward the Hokage building. Fugaku Uchiha, am I wrong? You've been publishing these newspapers, filling them with baseless claims, trying to stir up resentment among the villagers against me. Is it just to lay the groundwork for your clan's coup? Hiruzen's voice was icy. Fugaku didn't reply. He fixed Hiruzen with a cold, contemptuous stare, a silent rebuke that made his true feelings clear. This old man was truly shameless in his manipulations. The villagers, too, calmed down. They looked to Fugaku Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, a voice rang out. Oh, what an imposing presence, Lord Hokage. Is it that when villagers come to you with honest doubts, the third Hokage puts on a show, speaking one way to their faces and acting another behind their backs? At these words, Everyone made way, parting to reveal Uchiha's son, strolling in from outside, hands clasped leisurely behind his back. He swaggered in, the very picture of a street rascal from the lanes of Konoha. Fugaku Uchiha was just about to criticize Sen's attire, but remembering that Son now held sway over the clan, he stilled his tongue, resigning himself to watch his son's performance. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. He felt a nagging certainty. Everything happening today was orchestrated by this youngster, deliberately cornering him and exposing cracks in what should have been his flawless image. A mere child, what gives you the right to speak here? Barked an ANBU ninja, shooting a glance at Fugaku, who stood quietly off to the side. Fugaku responded with just a look, yet that was enough to cast the ANBU ninja into an endless genjutsu, trapping him in illusion. This scene unfolded exactly under Sarutobi's watchful gaze. His pupils shrank. He hadn't expected Fugaku to be this bold, daring even to strike at the Hokage's own ANBU. At the same time, unease crept through his heart. Yes, he was afraid. His body, already failing with age, was no match for the prime and vigorous Fugaku. There was only one technique he could consider, and yet, using it would cost his life. But he didn't want to die. He hungered for life and the sweetness of power. He drew a deep breath about to speak, but Uchiha's son laughed. Not fit to speak? Hiruzen Sarutobi, that's awfully bold of you, to address me like that. With that, Son took a step forward, no longer concealing his chakra. An immense wave of chakra rolled out from him. The azure chakra, deep and weighty as the ocean, flooded the Hokage's office. Every shinobi in the room felt a jolt, hearts tightening at the sheer force of it. Sarutobi's earlier disdain vanished, replaced by grave tension and pressure. He had seen chakra like this only once before, belonging to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Though the first Hokage was always cheerful and kind to others, there were times when the second would ask his elder brother to fill in for him and teach the children. One lesson in particular stood out, all about experiencing the oppressive force of a true powerhouse's chakra. It was meant to keep pupils from panicking and meeting their end should they one day face such overwhelming power in real battle. Of all the students in this course, the young Hiruzen Sarutobi made the greatest progress, yet it's probably been 40 years since he last experienced such pressure from chakra. For 30 of those years, he hadn't set foot on a battlefield. His physical abilities and chakra reserves had steadily declined. Now, faced with a display of chakra from a boy no older than 10, Uchiha Zhan, he could only stand his ground, his expression marked with solemn determination. Ding! Hiruzen Sarutobi has been detected to possess prior training under Hashirama Senju, granting him a certain resistance to Kage-level chakra surges. The chakra of Uchiha Madara's level can shake and pressure him, but it isn't enough to break him. Ding! Scanning Hiruzen Sarutobi's abilities. Ding! Scan complete. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha, once harbored a will of fire that rivaled even the first Hokage. Yet, decades of comfort and authority have led that will astray. His skills have diminished noticeably. Formerly, his strength brushed the threshold of the Super Kage tier. After 30 years lost to idleness, now he ranks among the upper tier of Kage-level shinobi. Chakra reserves, Grade A, Ninjutsu Power Evaluation, A+ to S rank. Forbidden Technique Appraisal, S rank or above. Hidden Skill, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Usable only once. At the cost of his life, he can contract with the Shinigami to claim an enemy's soul. The system meticulously outlined Sarutobi's history, current condition, and the array of skills, especially those that posed a real threat, warned Uchiha Zhan to stay on guard. In reality, none of Hiruzen's basic ninjutsu could harm Uchiha Zhan whatsoever. Only that accursed dead demon consuming seal posed any true menace. A desperate technique, one for one. Who on earth had come up with such a ruthless jutsu anyway? Tobirama Senju. A true hero emerges in youth. To think such a prodigy would arise from the Uchiha clan. No wonder Fugaku had the boldness to make his move today. Hiruzen's voice was steady and cold as he locked eyes on Uchiha Zhan, and without a word, even began inching in his direction. Uchiha Zhan's pupils narrowed. Was this crafty old man planning a sneak attack? Instantly, he stretched out his hand to the side, grasping at empty air. A huge, ethereal blue hand from Susanoo manifested, seizing the nearby Umbu and drawing him in with force. Uchiha Zhan fixed his gaze unblinking on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sure enough, Hiruzen froze mid-step, staring at Uchiha Zhan in disbelief. Just how cautious could this youngster be? Hokage, step back. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to take Susanoo for a stroll through the Sarutobi clan compound. Uchiha Zhan's eyes were icy as he issued the threat. For the first time, Hiruzen's expression changed. He hadn't flinched earlier under the scorn of the crowd, nor when faced with Uchiha Zhan's overwhelming Super Kage-level chakra. Yet the moment Uchiha Zhan used the words Sarutobi clan as a threat, Hiruzen faltered. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi began to retreat, his gaze shifting to Uchiha-san, revealing a glimmer of supplication and entreaty in his eyes. He was well aware of the existence of Susanoo, for it was recorded in the annals of history as a power that could rival the legendary true several thousand hands of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Although he had never witnessed it with his own eyes, he had sparred with Hashirama before. During those bouts, he was utterly overwhelmed, unable to mount any effective defense, the clash of taijutsu and ninjutsu alone making him feel as if he were standing at the edge of an abyss. Let alone facing the secret art, the mighty true several thousand hands. If Uchiha-san were to unleash Susanoo, he might truly be capable of wiping out the entire Sarutobi clan. After weighing the pros and cons, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to retreat, yet his eyes remained locked on Uchiha's senator. He clasped his hands behind his back, ready to form hand seals at any moment. At this very moment, Hayashi Hyuga spoke up in a loud, clear voice. Sarutobi, let me ask you, do you still remember the reason this village was founded? Hiruzen Sarutobi shuddered at the sound, turning his head. From the crowd emerged Hayashi Hyuga, dressed in immaculate white. His voice carried gravity and a solemn calm. Hayashi Hyuga, do you mean to involve yourself in today's events as well? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you fail, the Hyuga clan will end up just like the Uchiha. Sarutobi replied, unafraid of Hayashi, as fearless now as ever before. Veins bulged at Hayashi's temples as he looked toward Uchiha-san, who gave a nod in response. Then, with a sharp whistle from Sun, two figures crashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage's office and burst inside. At the same moment, two giant Susanoo arms shot forward, one of verdant green, brimming with the power of life, the other of fierce crimson, radiating raw destructive force. The two great hands reached out, seizing Hiruzen Sarutobi's left and right arms in a single, relentless motion. Stunned, Hiruzen reflexively summoned his chakra, striving to break free, but the skeletal grip of Susanoo held him fast. There was nothing he could do. Are the Uchiha planning a rebellion? Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, you traitors. I trusted you both, only to have you join forces with Uchiha-san against me. Hiruzen's voice trembled with bitterness and rage. Though his accusations were directed at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, his true focus was on Uchiha-san. If his suspicions proved accurate, this young man before him was the driving force behind the Uchiha shift in attitude, as well as Shisui and Itachi's defection. And after all the scheming by Danzo Shimura, nearly costing Shisui his Kodoame Tsukumi and Mangekyo Sharingan, and witnessing his best friend relentlessly hunted, Itachi felt not the slightest trace of guilt in the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi's accusations. Since you were the first to act without mercy, don't blame us for returning the favor. If it weren't for the third Hokage's tacit approval, neither Uchiha Shisui nor Uchiha Itachi would have believed that Danzo Shimura dared to so recklessly strip his own village members of their bloodline limits. However, in this matter, the two of them have wrongly accused Hiruzen Sarutobi. The truth is Hiruzen knew nothing about it. This time, he's truly taken the fall for Danzo. Hayashi Hyuga looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with satisfaction. Only in this awkward state did Hiruzen seem fitting. Hayashi could still remember the days when the third half threatened and half intimidated him. That lofty, self-righteous Hiruzen, who spoke tirelessly of virtue and justice, willing to sacrifice his own village's shinobi in the name of peace, was simply inexcusable. Hayashi turned his gaze to Uchiha Zhan, who smiled and made a courteous gesture with his right hand, inviting him to proceed. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Hayashi strode towards the captive Hiruzen Sarutobi. He assumed a fighting stance, and then shouted, Hiruzen Sarutobi, when you sacrificed my brother's life, did it ever cross your mind you'd see this day? With that, Hayashi thrust his right hand at Hiruzen, striking one of his chakra points with precision. With a dull thud, Hiruzen let out a muffled grunt of pain. His right hand instantly lost all strength, and he found he could no longer draw chakra. He understood all too well the Hyuga clan's ability to seal chakra points. This was the first time he'd ever been the one on the receiving end. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. Traitors, just like the Uchiha, you are both traitors to Konoha. I dare you to say that one more time. Uchiha Zhan, unable to contain his anger, strode right up to Hiruzen and slapped him hard across the face. The crisp slap echoed through the crowd, sending a visible shiver through the stunned villagers and shinobi. They exchanged glances in disbelief. Did that really just happen? Wasn't that Lord Hokage? No, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, just slapped across the face. Hiruzen was utterly dumbfounded. He might have expected attacks to the body, even to the chakra points, but the face? He stared blankly at Uchiha Zhan, his formerly kindly, gentle expression now twisted beyond recognition. Uchiha Zhan, you insolent brat. You dare lay a hand on me? Do you realize, without me, Konoha would have suffered catastrophic losses in the Second Great Ninja War? You, who simply reaped the benefits, dare lecture me? Or did you fight the war yourself? You weren't even born then, were you? Hiruzen snapped back without restraint. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. True, no one denies your merits in the war. But have you never heard the saying, achievements are achievements, faults are faults, and one cannot atone for the other? Or do you plan to live off your past glory forever, feeding on Konoha's lifeblood, persecuting innocent heroes, and crushing the children of those heroes? I remember there's a line in your Will of Fire, where the leaves dance, the fire will burn. Wherever the leaves fly, a blazing fire will arise. The light of the fire will illuminate the village, and new buds will sprout from the leaves. The meaning of this phrase lies in inheritance. It's about the older generation constantly sacrificing for the sake of the new tender shoots, so that through their efforts, the new generation can thrive, right? Uchiha Sen's voice was somber. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Uchiha Senator. He hadn't expected Uchiha-san to have such a deep understanding of his beliefs. His resentment began to dissipate, and as he looked at Uchiha-san, his face was awash with a complex blend of emotions. Suddenly, Uchiha-san raised his voice. Lord Hokage, tell me, do all your actions since the end of the Second Great War truly reflect your original aspirations, the ideals in your heart? All these years in the pursuit of peace, we've repeatedly given up our interests, and everyone's standard of living has taken a steep dive. Is this what you call the Will of Fire? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face contorted at Uchiha Sen's words. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes as he recalled his past self, recalling his true beginnings. In that moment, he didn't want to resist anymore. He wanted to give up. He even wondered if it was time for his end. What have I done all these years? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly came to a stark realization. He stared down at his trembling hands, his whole body shaking. Uchiha-san gestured for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui to let go. The two exchanged a glance before nodding in silent agreement. Hiruzen Sarutobi collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably as he stared at his hands. In this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was just an old man, one who had rediscovered the heart of his youth. Seeing all this, Hayashi Hyuga wanted to intervene, but he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he had grown up listening to Hiruzen Sarutobi teaching lessons since he was a child. He knew how. In his youth, Hiruzen Sarutobi was someone who pushed forward with all his might, someone driven and ambitious, who did everything for the sake of Konoha. It was only later that power blinded his heart, and his original intentions were consumed by the desire for control. Please urge for more updates, support with love, and rate 5 stars. Thank you all. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on the ground, with villagers and members of the ninja clans looking at him with complicated expressions, their eyes filled with regret and reluctant sorrow. At the same time, they turned their eyes toward Uchiha-san, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui, full of wariness. 3 with the power of Susanoo in one clan. During the Warring States period, even the Uchiha only had 2 such warriors. Now, it felt to everyone as if a massive weight had settled on their shoulders. Where once the village had ostracized the Uchiha, now their rise seemed inevitable. There were even whispers that the next Hokage would almost certainly come from the Uchiha clan. 3 people, each wielding Susanoo. If all of them turned against the village, together they could sweep through the entire Hidden Leaf village. Every single Susanoo is the equivalent of a 9 tails. 9 tails what? Madara Uchiha what? Hashirama Senju what? Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath. Since the third Hokage has acknowledged his mistakes, I wonder if you're willing to voluntarily step down. That way, at least, you can preserve a shred of dignity. The third Hokage lifted his head to look at Uchiha Zhan. His lips twitched. He didn't want to relinquish his position. In truth, even after all he had done wrong, he still clung tightly to his authority. The taste of power is truly intoxicating. It's all too easy to become trapped by its allure. With absolute authority, he could always access the best resources and priority missions. Standing atop the high seat, doling out resources, he watched as many clans sent gifts and flattered him just for a share. making his humble Surtobi family feel as though it had risen several ranks overnight. Hiruzen Surtobi, was the most esteemed person in the entire Hidden Leaf village. But now, Uchiha Zhan's forceful demand for his abdication became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet. He walked to his desk, preparing to draft his resignation. Just then, the space before everyone began to warp and distort. A figure flew out from the swirling vortex, landing in the middle of the Hokage's office. Instantly, the entire room fell into utter silence. "Oh, it seems I've come at an opportune time. What are you all discussing?" The mysterious man, his face hidden behind an orange spiral mask, stood right among them. Minato Namake's pupils contracted in shock. He could never forget this figure, even in death. It was him, the man who summoned the Nine Tails that fateful night, who attacked the village, who held Minato back and stopped him from coming to aid. Enemies meeting again, hatred flared in their eyes. Minato focused, sensing the flying thunder god seal he'd left on the man, and spoke in his heart, "Kurama." Kurama, the Nine Tails, of course, recognized him instantly as well. This was the one who controlled him through the chaos of that night, forcing his hand with the power of the sharingan, stripping away his freedom and turning him into a mere tool. Without hesitation, Kurama linked his chakra with Minato's. In a flash, young Naruto's body transformed into a blaze of golden light, then gleamed with dazzling brilliance. In the next instant, he appeared behind the mysterious man. Deep inside the masked foe, a voice rang out, "Obito behind you! Watch out!" The mysterious man's sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo pattern, his body immediately turning intangible. Minato's Rasengan, flaring with power, phased uselessly through where his foe stood. The masked man simply tilted aside and, pulling out a kunai, thrust it toward Naruto's head. Well, it's you. I even held you in my arms when you were just a child. Such a shame," he murmured coldly. "For today, you die here." Just as the kunai was about to strike Naruto, Uchiha Zhan made his move. His expression darkened. "You're getting too cocky, aren't you?" he snapped. With that, he whipped out the Uchiha fan and aimed a heavy blow at the mysterious man's side. The mysterious man's pupils contracted. On one hand stood his teacher's son, Naruto. On the other, his own hide was at stake. The choice couldn't have been clearer. As the moment of intangible body passed, the mysterious man spun, colliding his kunai with the Uchiha's flaming fan. The instant their weapons met, the force sent him flying backwards. He tumbled across the floor 3 times before slamming into a wall with a heavy thud. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the figure wielding the burning fan. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The voice, the presence, they were just like the one who had once guided his training. Madara Uchiha. Even Black Zetsu couldn't keep calm. No way. Lord Madara is back? That attitude, that aura, those movements, those flowing locks and arrogant face. Black Zetsu's voice was even more excited than Obito Uchiha's. In Black Zetsu's heart, Obito had sufficed for a while, but ever since Madara's passing, Obito began to show his true colors. While he continued to pursue the Eye of the Moon plan, it was always for his own sake. There was no hope he would resurrect Madara, and if Madara wasn't brought back, he'd never reclaim the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails couldn't be summoned, nor could the true mother be set free. But Madara was different. He may have been more cunning than Obito, but he was easier to manipulate. Obito was foolish, perhaps, but he clung doggedly to his convictions, unwilling to compromise. If that 10-year-old boy truly was Madara Uchiha, then Black Zetsu could hardly contain the urge to return to his master's side. Obito stood, muttering, "Who are you? Why do you look like this?" "I'm your father," came the retort, swift as lightning. With that, Uchiha turned his hands into the seal of the horse, gathered his chakra, drew a deep breath, and then unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire roared to life and surged forward, rushing straight at Obito. The sight of that blazing jutsu made Obito's skin crawl, and Black Zetsu grew even more exhilarated. This was Madara Uchiha's signature move, his famed fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Obito's face turned ashen, but a wise man knew when to retreat. He immediately activated the Kimui dimension and slipped away to safety. Flames scorched the room with a fierce crackling, until, snapping to their senses, the surrounding shinobi quickly launched water releases to douse the fire. All eyes turned to the one who had started it all, the enigmatic Uchiha. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. Could he defeat this Uchiha? Probably not. Even his ultimate jutsu, the 5 elements bullet barrage, might not break through this man's defenses. Uchiha wore no expression. There were countless ways he could defeat Obito, so why did he choose the majestic destroyer flame, such a showy, wide-range fire release? Simple, because it looked incredible. Not only did it showcase power, but it also managed to drive away their enemies. Just look at the Hokage's office now. Whether from the great clans or small, those scheming, calculating glances have all become much clearer than before. After putting out the fire, Minato Namikaze spoke up, saying that it was that same person who had once controlled the Nine Tails, unleashing the calamity that led to his and Kushina's death. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads and turned to look at Uchiha Zhan. So, that meant his actions just now were to avenge the fourth Hokage and protect them all. Immediately, people began praising Uchiha Zhan. It was then that Shikaku Nara stepped forward from the crowd. If that's the case with the third Hokage about to step down, why don't we all nominate Uchiha Zhan as the fifth Hokage? As soon as these words were spoken, while the common people held their peace, the faces of the shinobi clans flickered with ambiguous, unreadable expressions. But Uchiha Zhan simply shook his head. Although the third Hokage is stepping down today, I lack the wisdom and experience for such a great responsibility. My thanks to you, Shikaku, for your high regard. The Uchiha clan appreciates your trust, but let us return to our clan grounds for now. Uchiha Zhan cast a meaningful look in Shikaku's direction. A knowing smile played at the corners of Shikaku's lips. He understood instantly. This wasn't a true refusal. Clearly, Uchiha Zhan was waiting for the third Hokage to urge him several more times, so that his reputation would shine with magnanimity. The group began making their way towards the Uchiha compound. Only when they reached the gates did Fugaku Uchiha finally speak. Zhan, why did you refuse Shikaku Nara's suggestion? The third has already signed his abdication papers, leaving the Hokage's seat wide open. You've avenged the fourth and the villagers, and even drove out that mysterious figure. On top of that, you've displayed such strength. Everyone now knows you're the most powerful in Konoha. Why not seize this opportunity? Fugaku voiced the doubts everyone was feeling. They all looked to Uchiha Zhan, eager for an explanation. Uchiha Zhan let out a small, knowing laugh. We've just published our newspaper, and suddenly the third steps down. If the Uchiha immediately take the Hokage's seat, won't people accuse us of plotting and say this was all a scheme against the village leadership? Fugaku chuckled in a mix of disbelief and frustration. So what if they do? Right now, fortune favors us. Whoever voices dissent, we can just eliminate them. Uchiha Zhan looked at him steadily and replied, if one person calls you a murderer, you kill one. If 10 say it, you kill 10. But what if it's 100, 1,000, half the whole village? Can you really kill them all? Fugaku fell silent, bowing his head. To be honest, the prospect of victory had clouded his judgment. Just as the Uchiha were about to ascend to the highest position, Uchiha Zhan's rational decision brought everything to an abrupt halt, shattering everyone's dreams. If all you want is to let the Uchiha vent their frustrations, I can lead our people right now to cut down Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, wiping out their entire families. The Uchiha ninja trembled all over, shaking their heads. They had only ever wanted the village to stop ostracizing the Uchiha. Wiping out an entire clan had never even crossed their minds. Shisui Uchiha smiled as he glanced towards Uchiha Zhan. He had always known Zhan was not a bloodthirsty man. Itachi looked at his brother with a sense of awe, as if Zhan's thinking was more profound than even his own, perhaps even surpassing that of the Hokage. If the Uchiha truly desire the village, the heart of Konoha and the trust of its people, then we must not obsess over gains and losses in this moment. The day we truly win the hearts of the villagers will be the day we claim the seat of Hokage, Uchiha Zhan said, a gentle smile on his lips. The others relaxed at last. As long as Uchiha Zhan was ambitious, they could truly follow him without fear. They had chosen to stand beside Zhan to change their fate. He was the pillar they all relied on. Seeing the relief among his clan, Uchiha Zhan laughed aloud. Still, for now, let me take you all to claim a little interest back. Itachi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He asked, confused, looking towards Zhan. Turning to everyone present, Uchiha Zhan declared, inform every ninja and every member of the Uchiha clan. Today, we move our home to the very center of Konoha. As his words echoed in the air, there was a 3-second hush, and then the crowd erupted in cheers. A thunderous roar of excitement rang out. Our leader is unstoppable. We're returning to the heart of Konoha. One after another, people called out joyfully as they headed for their homes to gather belongings. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled into a smile. One honest, simple clan, he thought, just the promise of moving back was enough to fill them with boundless joy. But Zhan, familiar with the story's twists, knew he couldn't blame them. After enduring so many years of suppression, this move was their moment of vindication. At the same time, this was their declaration to the village. The Uchiha are back. In less than an hour, Every member of the Uchiha was packed and ready, standing at the gates of the clan grounds. They left behind the items too difficult to move for now. Uchiha Sogi volunteered to stay behind and watch over their home. Once everything was settled in the center, he would rejoin them. This gesture earned him a silent nod of approval from Uchiha Zhan. Though the two had clashed over ideology at first, it now seemed Sogi was coming around. Zhan saw no reason to hold a grudge. After all, they were family. Uchiha Fugaku watched it all, a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his eye. Years ago, the whole clan had moved to the outskirts in humiliation, and many had felt bitterness over it. A simple trip to the market, attending school, or accepting missions, everything took an extra hour on foot. Life had been truly inconvenient. But now, under his son's leadership, they were returning to the village center once more. Watching his clan bustling about, arms full of luggage and bags, Uchiha Zhan called out, "Let's go! Let's go! We're going home!" Uchiha Zhan led the way at the front, flanked on either side by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who served as his protectors. They guarded Uchiha Zhan closely, while Uchiha Fugaku followed behind them, directing the clan members as they moved. Though fatigue weighed on them, they walked with heads held high, each step infused with a powerful sense of pride and honor that welled up within them. As they made their way along Konoha streets, their presence didn't go unnoticed. Nearly everyone in the village was now aware of the Hokage's recent actions and that the Uchiha clan had been unjustly accused. People came forward to greet them, offering cups of water as gestures of goodwill. Uchiha Zhan responded with warm smiles, permitting his people to accept water but refusing any food, making it clear, not a single needle or thread is to be taken from the villagers. At this moment, the Uchiha clan's loyalty toward Uchiha Zhan had reached its peak. It was he who restored their dignity and led them back toward the heart of the village. Meanwhile, seeing the clan's integrity, the villagers couldn't help but silently berate themselves for their past cruelty, ashamed of how petty and callous they'd been toward these good people. Very soon, word spread throughout the village that Uchiha Zhan was leading the Uchiha clan toward the center of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi arrived with a broad smile, accompanied by Niji, Hinata, and his trusted retainers, waiting for the group along their route to extend their welcome. But when Hayashi reached the spot, he was met with quite a spectacle. Shikaka Nara, Chozo Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka, each with their own entourage and an official welcoming band, had already arrived, banging drums and clashing cymbals, ready to greet Uchiha Zhan's arrival. Hayashi's lips twitched in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? All this pageantry is going to make us look completely clueless." Niji glanced at his uncle, blinked, then took Hinata's hand and ran over to Shikaka Nara. "Uncle Shikaku, could we have a drum? We're good friends with Uchiha Zhan." Ever since Niji learned about the caged bird seal, he had become much friendlier, always courteous and humble to others. He was nothing like the Niji from the original story, who masked his deep-seated insecurities with arrogance and talk of destiny. Shikaka Nara let out a hearty laugh. "What's this? The Inoshikacho clans and the Hyuga have always gone along. Besides, we may be working together even more closely in the future. So take the drum, by all means." With that, he nodded to the big red drum and handed Niji a pair of drumsticks. Niji's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Uncle Shikaku." He hurried back to his clan, proudly cradling the drum, with Hinata following eagerly at his heels. Shikaku looked over at Hayashi with a sly glint in his eyes, as if to say, "Brother, you may be a colleague, but when it comes to social know-how, you're still a step behind." Hayashi gave a snort and turned away, forced to admit to himself that in matters of social grace and people skills, Shikaku really did have the upper hand. Just then, Uchiha Zhan approached, and Shikaku, always quick on the uptake, raised his voice. "Everyone, strike up the music. Let's welcome the Uchiha home." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ninja clans of Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka burst into a lively welcome, banging on drums and gongs. Uchiha-san froze for a moment, looking ahead. There stood Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi at the very front, both faces lit up with warm smiles. Meanwhile, the Umbu ranks had devolved into chaos. In the wake of today's events, only a handful of Umbu members still stood with Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, he remained the third Hokage, and some still held hope for a reversal of fortune. Yet the majority had already aligned themselves under Kakashi Hitaki. They saw the truth clearly enough. Sarutobi could no longer keep hold of the Hokage's seat, and Uchiha's son, with his delicate position, showed no inclination to rally the Umbu beneath his banner. For now, staying with Kakashi was a neutral ground. There was no glory in backing a new ruler, but neither would it offend any side. Whichever way the wind finally blew, they could walk away unscathed. Nobody here was a fool. nor would anyone easily abandon their own clan or loved ones for some hasty political allegiance. Political strife is never so straightforward. Welcome, Uchiha, back to the heart of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi strode forward and bowed first. Nara Shikaku remained silent. He was a shrewd man, having already led so many to celebrate. He knew that if he pressed further to curry favor, not only might Uchiha-san find it distasteful, but the other ninja clans would surely accuse them of being opportunists, loyal only to advantage. For the sake of his clan's honor, it was best to draw the line here. Too much flattery would only invite suspicion. Uchiha-san let out a genial laugh and stepped forward to give Hayashi a broad embrace. A flicker of pride curled on Hayashi's lips as he threw a taunting glance at Shikaku, as if to say, "See? Look who Uchiha-san chose to embrace first. Take note, everyone. Uchiha-san offered his first embrace to me." Shikaku paid it no mind, merely watched with a gentle smile. When the embrace ended, Uchiha-san turned and extended his right hand to Shikaku. "Clan leader Nara, I must thank you for the trouble you took arranging all this for the Uchiha's move. Such a grand welcome. I'm truly honored." "You needn't say that," Shikaku replied genuinely. "The Uchiha have always been founding pillars of Konoha, alongside the Senju. Without your clan, there would be no village at all." These words rang with heartfelt truth. Were it not for the oppression by the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, Shikaku would gladly have befriended such a powerful clan as the Uchiha. Other clans might scorn or slander the Uchiha out of jealousy or fear, feeding their own fragile pride. But Shikaku saw the Uchiha as reliable and formidable, an alliance he thought would balance brawn and brains. Uchiha for strength, Nara for strategy. With such a partnership, what could threaten their world? Uchiha-san found himself thoroughly enjoying Shikaku's way with words. When Shikaku praised someone, it felt as pleasant and refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. Natural, comforting, and perfectly timed. Uchiha Zhan let out a dry chuckle. Where was our Uchiha clan's ancestral estate located? As soon as he finished speaking, the smiles vanished from the faces of Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaku Nara, replaced instead by looks of discomfort. Catching sight of their expressions, Uchiha Zhan's own smile faded. "What's the matter? Don't tell me. After we left, someone helped themselves to our ancestral grounds. And let's not forget, that land was personally allocated to the Uchiha by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who would dare commit such an outrageous act, betraying both their master and their founding forebears." Zhan's tone was cold as ice. Shikaku Nara paused in thought, then finally sighed and spoke. "Lord Zhan, ever since the Uchiha left, Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatain divided up the estate between themselves." "Yes, that's exactly what happened," Hayashi Hyuga interjected, frowning. "Those two were always unchecked while advising the previous Hokage, reckless, overbearing, and lacking in true courage or loyalty. They used Hiruzen Sarutobi's power to seize far more than their share. Most of the clans are well aware of what's going on." Shikaku watched Uchiha Zhan closely, looking for signs of his true nature, whether he was someone worth supporting or just another Sarutobi Hiruzen in disguise. Itachi Uchiha's expression didn't change. He had known about this for a long time. Back when he served under Hiruzen, those two elders had been a constant thorn in his side. If not for the fact that he didn't want to provoke his clansmen into anger, Itachi would have reported this ages ago. Now, just hearing those two names made him clench his fists, ready for a confrontation. Shisui Uchiha didn't look pleased either. His grandfather's grave still rested in their ancestral cemetery. Yet these so-called contemporaries of his grandfather had unashamedly snatched up Uchiha property. The audacity was staggering. Fugaku Uchiha wore a complex expression, but the throbbing vein on his forehead betrayed his current turmoil. All the Uchiha present had eyes glowing red, activating their sharingan as they stared intently at Zhan. Uchiha Zhan broke into a laugh. "If that's how things stand, then I must ask you, Shikaku, to lead the way for me. I'd like to see for myself just which mangy dogs have claimed kingship in the tiger's absence." With those words, he unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, a sinister and turbulent chakra surged through the crowd, barely constrained, but chillingly powerful. The ninja from the Inoshikicho trio turned pale, swallowing hard as they stared at Zhan with fear in their eyes. Hayashi, however, studied the Mangekyo closely. This legendary ability was even more terrifying than the story suggested. Shikaku's lips curled upward. He wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was thrilled. Perhaps Konoha was on the verge of a new era, and he had the chance to play a pivotal role. Now, the shinobi world might truly be about to change, and he would be there, right at the heart of it all. Nara Shikahisa took a deep breath. "Lord Zhan, please follow me." Allow me to show you the way. With those words, he strode purposefully ahead, leading Uchiha Zhan and his entourage toward the ancestral land of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand. Everyone, leave your belongings behind. 50 of you stay to guard the baggage. The rest, come with me. As he finished giving orders, Uchiha Zhan drew out his fan of fiery feathers and slung it across his back. Some of the Uchiha elders, who as young men had witnessed this very figure before them, recalled how the same back once left in sorrow. Now, as Uchiha Zhan marched forward, his silhouette merged with that memory, and many elders broke down in tears, overcome by emotion. When the younger ones asked about it, the elders would recount tales of days long past, always concluding with the same words. Lord Zhan's back is identical to his, that great man from before. No wonder second young master and third young master looked so familiar to me. It turns out they're the reincarnations of Lord Madara Uchiha and Lord Izuna Uchiha. The elders, swept up in excitement, began to speak deliriously. Madara and Izuna must have been unable to bear the sight of the Uchiha's present misfortune, so they returned through reincarnation as the clan leader's 2 sons. The more they spoke, the more worked up they became. Some even seemed ready to kneel in reverence to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan, accompanied by his clan's able-bodied men, followed Narashihisa into the old Uchiha homeland. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Mito residence, a house servant was sweeping when he suddenly looked up, only to see a group of men in black or indigo Uchiha robes striding purposefully toward him. Each wore a standard ninja, sword at their hip, their faces set in grim, impatient lines as they advanced on the house. Panic-stricken, the servant immediately tossed aside his broom, his face drained of color, and hurried back into the courtyard. At that moment, Mito Manin and Kohoryudatane were inside, playing a game of chess. The two of them were old friends and comrades in arms. When news broke in the papers just days before, they had considered going to help Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, a root ninja from Danzo's faction had arrived, delivering a handwritten letter from Danzo Shimura himself. Koharu, it's been a long time. How have you two been lately? Konoha's weathering quite a storm, so I hope, for your own sake, you'll resist getting involved. Once things settle, whatever Hiruzen once gave you, I can offer as well. The root ninja departed after delivering the message. In that moment, both Koharu and Manin understood. They were now under Danzo's watchful eye. If they insisted on stepping out now, it would mean openly defying Danzo. Offending Hiruzen Sarutobi was one thing. The worst they might face was a reprimand, nothing that couldn't be overcome. But crossing Danzo was another matter entirely. To do so might mean putting their very lives in jeopardy. Danzo had changed, no longer the bright-eyed young man burning with ambition. He had become obsessed, his every thought now focused on seizing the position of Hokage. If it weren't for Hiruzen Sarutobi's old affections, Danzo Shimura would have long been sent to the netherworld to meet Tobarama Senju. Koharu, do you think Danzo will succeed this time? Hamura Mitokado placed a black stone on the board, then looked up at Kohoryudatane. Koharu picked up a white stone, searching for her next move. Lost in thought, she replied, "Who can say? But this time, Hiruzen is in real danger. With the publication of the Konoha Daily, too many of Hiruzen's disgraceful deeds have come to light. 70% of what was written is true, and it's a deadly blow to his reputation. If a Hokage's prestige is damaged, who would still be willing to follow him?" Koharu sighed, placing her stone with little care. Hamura paused for a moment, unexpectedly at a loss for words. He quietly picked up a stone to fill the gap, then continued, "You're right. I've heard that this morning, the ANBU split into 2 camps." "Oh, which 2? Koharu asked, her interest piqued. "Those loyal to the Hokage, and the neutrals," Hamura explained. "The ratio is 1 to 5. I suppose the loyalists will continue to obey Hiruzen, but what about the neutrals?" Koharu hesitated with her stone, her wrinkled hand hovering in the air. Then she found an opening in Hamura's formation, a decisive move that instantly overturned the situation. Hamura chuckled, unruffled, playing a stone in response. With that, he maintained the precarious balance between the 2 sides. Then he said, "The leader of the neutrals is Kakashi Hatake, or, to be exact, Minato Namikaze. Minato left behind a contingency within Naruto Uzumaki. A part of his soul and chakra is sealed inside him, set to awaken only when Naruto's life is in jeopardy. And this time, with Minato in control of Naruto's body, he not only injured the 3rd Hokage, but killed over a dozen men from both the Foundation and the ANBU." Koharu stopped moving altogether and looked at Hamura. "So, you're saying the Hokage's seat is likely to fall back to Minato?" Although Minato had never posed a threat to them, he was simply too pure-hearted. That meant Koharu and Hamura couldn't siphon benefits for their own clans. To be honest, Koharu wasn't eager to see Minato ascend to power. No, no, no. The thing is, no one knows how long Minato's soul will last. That's why no one's actually vying for the Hokage seat, Hamura chuckled. Koharu nodded. If that's the case, does it mean Danzo has a sure chance? She smiled, took a sip of tea, a hint of triumph shining in her eyes. But Hamura's expression grew serious. No, Danzo's position is anything but secure. In all likelihood, the next Hokage will be an Uchiha. This edition of the Daily was the Uchiha's weapon for taking down Hiruzen. The Uchiha and Danzo have always been bitter enemies. If the Uchiha refused to lend Danzo a hand, he'll have absolutely no chance at the Hokage's seat. Hamura saw the situation all too clearly. Right now, it seems almost certain that the position of Hokage will go to a member of the Uchiha clan. Koharu Uchiha grew anxious. And how can this be? Don't forget, the two of us now live in what was once the Uchiha clan's estate. If the Uchiha clan ascends to the role of Hokage, what will become of us? Before she could finish, a house servant rushed over. What's the matter? Running in with such panic. In an instant, Koharu's demeanor shifted. Years of serving as Hokage's advisor showed in her commanding presence. Hamura Mitokado said nothing, but straightened from his usual bent posture and glanced at the servant as a signal. He needn't hold anything back. Taking the cue, the servant promptly spoke. Master, Lady Uchiha, a group of Uchiha have come to the doorstep. They all wear ninja swords at their waists, marching toward our home with an intimidating air. At these words, both Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado rose to their feet. What? How dare they be so bold? Didn't Hiruzen tell them to get out of the village? How could they? Suddenly, Koharu realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence had plummeted. Now, even his words couldn't leave the Hokage tower. If the Uchiha wanted to reclaim their land, at this moment, no one would come to their aid. Go back to your quarters, Hamura Mitokado said, adjusting his glasses with a face full of resignation. Yes, sir, the servant replied at once and disappeared into his room. Now, it all depends on Danzo. Will he step forward to stop the Uchiha? If he doesn't, you and I, and our clans behind us, will become the laughingstock of the leaf, Hamura murmured, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Even as the words left his lips, he knew the answer. Koharu Uchiha sank back, drained of strength. Danzo is scrambling to win over the Uchiha. He would never risk himself for the sake of two old relics like us. Old bonds from the battlefield? That might mean something to Hiruzen, but to Danzo, nothing matters more than the Hokage's seat. Don't you see? Danzo has trafficked information to enemies, plotted against Hiruzen, all for the chance to claim that title of Hokage. Koharu gave Hamura a bitter, pained look. Hamura opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a figure stormed in his direction. So, you're Hamura Mitokado? You've got quite the nerve. With a resounding smack, Hamura was sent flying, his glasses shattering with a sharp crack. He let out a wail of pain, struggling to get up, but he couldn't move. Who are you? How dare you attack an advisor of Konoha's Hokage? Koharu turned pale, her hands flying as she desperately tried to form hand signs. The Uchiha warrior activated his sharingan, a sly smile curling at his lips. Every motion Koharu made appeared to him in slow motion, and yet, with her hand signs complete, Koharu prepared to unleash the wind-style tornado jutsu. In the next instant, Uchiha Zhan's eyes changed rapidly, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. In just a second, Koharu Uchiha was dragged into a powerful illusion by him. Deprived of chakra and physical strength, the wind-style jutsu Koharu had summoned instantly unraveled and vanished without a trace. Uchiha Zhan smiled faintly. Within the illusion he had crafted, the air was saturated with the intoxicating force called desire. But this desire was not limited to carnal longing. It encompassed greed for wealth, hunger for power, and so much more. The world Zhan conjured could make 99% of people lose themselves completely. For example, Koharu now realized she had been dragged into Uchiha Zhan's Jinjutsu realm. In a moment of clarity, she pinched her thigh hard. Pain can sometimes jar a person free from illusions. Yet that only works for ordinary tricks, ones that even the basic 3-tomo Sharingan could barely manage. Not this. After a long struggle, Koharu gave up and tried to gather her chakra, forming a seal to break the illusion. But she found she couldn't dispel it at all, and a wave of panic swept over her. This couldn't be real. It had to be a dream. She remembered so clearly just now. Suddenly, a lively voice called out, "Hey Koharu, what are you waiting for? Sensei says we're all training together next." The speaker was none other than a young Hiruzen Sarutobi, his smile bright as the sun, radiating boundless energy. Koharu's eyes went wide with shock, her pupils shrinking. She started, Hiruzen, but then she caught herself. Her own voice sounded youthful again, almost carefree. In the blink of an eye, the scene before her was flooded with dazzling white light. When the light faded, she found herself in a hospital room, with Hiruzen Tsurutobi gazing down at her with concern. "Are you all right, Koharu? You suddenly fainted. Gave me quite a scare." Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. Koharu stared at her young-looking hands in disbelief, her eyes full of wonder. Was this truly real? She began to think that this wasn't illusion at all, but a divine chance at a brand new start. Little did she know, everything she experienced was laid bare before Uchiha Zhan, who observed her fantasy with a bemused expression. So, it turned out Koharu harbored secret feelings for Hiruzen Tsurutobi all along. Within the illusion, she boldly volunteered to cover the retreat. Just as she wished, after returning to Konoha, she became the first female Hokage, and her relationship with Hiruzen grew ever more intimate. When at last they reached marriageable age, Hiruzen confessed his feelings to her. The two lived happily, jointly governing the village with devotion. As for Hamura Midokado, he never even made an appearance. At this point, Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Hamura, the ultimate hopeless romantic. After a lifetime of fruitless longing, he ended up an old bachelor, never knowing love, bequeathing all his possessions to his elder brother, Midokado Munenori. Uchiha Zhan shook his head, and soon Kohyutane's consciousness returned to her own body. She opened her eyes and was greeted by Uchiha Zhan's mocking expression. "Old lady, you sure play your games well. I always thought you and he were just comrades in arms, but it turns out you've always had feelings for him." Uchiha Zhan hinted at just the right amount, leaving the rest unspoken. Koharu Uchiha suddenly snapped. "What nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're talking about." She and Hiruzen Tsurutobi had already lived an entire lifetime together inside that illusion. The longing of her life had finally been resolved. "Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you." Uchiha Zhan replied with a cold smirk. "Here's the deal. Vacate our clan's ancestral grounds, and I'll spare you both. But if you refuse, tomorrow's headlines might be full of scandal." Hamura Midokado was seething with anger. He gathered chakra in his right hand, forming a blade of water, and prepared to attack Uchiha Zhan. But just as he was about to strike, a withered, aged hand caught him by the arm. Startled, Hamura looked at Koharu, who only shook her head. Though he was confused by her gesture, he nonetheless lowered his weapon. "Who are you? Since when did the Uchiha have someone like you?" Koharu asked, her tone edged with suspicion. "There's no need for you to know who I am," Uchiha Zhan replied with a dismissive click of his tongue. "Just understand that I have more than enough power to destroy your reputation." Koharu fell silent, her eyes lingering on the bustling clan grounds and the ornate clothes of its people, clearly reluctant to let it go. But for the sake of her own dignity and the honor of Hiruzen Tsurutobi, she drew a deep breath and said, "You may have the clan grounds back, but only if you buy it from us." Hamura quickly chimed in. "That's right. We've lived here for around 6 years, renovated all kinds of attractions, and spent quite some money. If you want it back, you'll have to pay up." Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but laugh. Then his expression turned icy. "So, the two of you refused the courtesy of a peaceful solution. Have it your way, men." At his command, waves of Uchiha shinobi appeared throughout the ancestral grounds, quickly surrounding Koharu and Hamura. In unison, the sharingan eyes flared to life. In an instant, a heavy pressure and the chill of impending death enveloped the two elders. Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha exchanged a brief glance, and in the next moment, their bodies became blurred shadows, moving with a speed that was nearly impossible to follow as they struck decisively. Koharu tried desperately to stay composed, and Hamura braced himself for the worst, but faced with such overwhelming force, they were powerless to resist. Within seconds, the former high counselors of Konoha, Hokage advisors Hamura Midokado and Koharu Uchiha, were seized by Itachi and Shisui, forced to kneel in defeat. "So what will it be?" Uchiha Zhan crouched down in front of them, his Mangekyo sharingan never once leaving the trembling elders. "Do you value your lives or your money?" Knowing full well that she and Hamura were no match for them, Koharu lowered her eyes and chose the only option available. "I will return the clan grounds to you, but you have to pay us back the money we spent on renovations." As she spoke, Koharu Uchiha closed her eyes, refusing to respond to Uchiha Zhan any further. Hamura Midokado did the same, turning his head away and ignoring them utterly. Seeing the look on their faces, Uchiha Zhan knew they had reached the limit of their patience. If he pushed them any harder, it would only backfire. After gazing steadily at them for a while, Uchiha Zhan nodded. "Very well. Then please pack up quickly. My clan is waiting to come home." With those words, he turned and smiled cheerfully at his fellow Uchiha, signaling triumph. The Uchiha ninja could no longer hide their smiles. Who would have thought that Lord Zhan could reclaim their ancestral grounds so easily, with nothing but a few words, without a single blow exchanged? Shisui Uchiha took out a little notebook, flipped it open, and quietly began jotting things down. With no choice, forced by Uchiha Zhan's strength and the clan's return, Hyuga and Hamura Mitokado could only gather their people and, with reluctant resignation, leave the mansion where they had lived for 6 years. Just before leaving, Hyuga cast a lingering glance at Uchiha Zhan, the look in her eyes both sorrowful and full of warning. Uchiha Zhan caught the warning, but simply brushed it aside. Stretching his arms lazily, he called out, "Let everyone know, we're finally coming home." The Uchiha ninja trembled with excitement, some of them so overwhelmed that their sharingan eyes awakened, turning from 2 tomo to 3 in an instant. Shikakinara, curious about what had happened inside, asked around. Once he understood, he too trembled with exhilaration. First, seize the initiative with a preemptive strike, and put Hamura on the defensive, then use genjutsu to sap Koharu's will to resist. Next came negotiation, negotiating fiercely to drive down the price, and finally winning back a newly renovated residence. The third and perhaps most vital step, achieving all this without bloodshed, and letting everyone know that the Uchiha's return was not for revenge, but to coexist and build together. This won Shikaku's wholehearted allegiance. If Uchiha Zhan had chosen brute force alone, Shikaku would have seen him as just another thug. He and the Inoshikicho trio would have only feigned loyalty, just as they had to Hiruzen Sarutobi. But the outcome, in the end, was a happy one. Uchiha Zhan had proven himself a capable leader, a ruler with true wisdom and vision. Meanwhile, in a cave in Kirigakure, Obito Uchiha appeared out of nowhere, clutching his charred and blackened mask, gasping for breath. He snatched up a canteen from his desk and gulped down a long drink. Only when his frantic heart finally settled did he call out, "Black Zetsu, what is it, Obito?" Black Zetsu's voice was smooth, measured, and loyal. "Call me Madara. From now on, I'm Madara." Obito replied coldly, his tone brimming with chilling resolve. Black Zetsu grumbled in his mind, "Madara, you say? Don't make me laugh. If you were really Madara during the Ninetales incident, you'd have stormed in through the front gate. Why would you need to rely on the Ninetales at all? And compared to that kid we just ran into, you don't even qualify as Madara. Speaking of that boy, who is he, really? How can he look so much like Lord Madara, as if he were carved from the same mold? Not to mention that blazing ninjutsu, like a sea of fire, and the chakra signature on him. If it weren't for the fact that the kid is just 10 years old and much shorter, I'd almost believe Uchiha Madara had been reborn. Black Zetsu? Black Zetsu? Are you even listening to a word I've said?" Uchiha Obito spoke, his voice sharp with anger. Obi no, Lord Madara, what did you just say?" Black Zetsu replied, exasperated. How had he let himself get so distracted by a brat who looked 80% like Uchiha Madara? "I said, maybe it's time to alter our plan. After all, there are now 3 Mangekyo users in the Uchiha clan, Itachi, Shisui, and that child. Trying to eradicate the Uchiha bloodline seems almost impossible now." Obito sighed regretfully. As an Uchiha himself, he knew all too well how formidable the clan's bloodline limit was. If, in the future, even more awakenings happened, and they gained power on par with his own, if they ended up on the opposite side, he might not be able to stand against them alone. That was why he'd sought to start the night of the clan's downfall. But now, the Uchiha have 3 Mangekyo in 1 generation. Curse it all. Black Zetsu, too, started thinking it might be time to consider a new allegiance. He was acutely aware of the Uchiha's might, and at this point in history, unless Hashirama Senju himself came back to life, no one would be able to deal with an Uchiha who'd awaken a Mangekyo. Besides, on Uchiha Zhan's side, there were 2 Mangekyo to back him up and a whole crowd of Uchiha ninja that made them far stronger than Obito and the few mist village ninja soaked in the blood mist. "Lord Madara, have you ever thought," Black Zetsu began, "that maybe, rather than wiping them out, we could try working together? If we persuade Uchiha Zhan to join us, wouldn't that be even better? But then who would take the lead? Whose word would be law?" Obito ripped off his mask, his twisted face fixed on Black Zetsu, eyes burning with murderous intent. Black Zetsu almost winced. This maniac, ever since that girl manipulated by Lord Madara's schemes had died, he'd been biting at anyone and everyone. If not for the grand plan of reviving his mother, he'd have turned and walked away long ago. No more babysitting this mad dog. "Well, let me give it some thought, Lord Madara. In the meantime, you should rest up. By the way, the next generation of the Blood Mist is about to begin. Would you like to watch?" Black Zetsu changed the subject. At the mention of the Blood Mist, Obito's expression froze. Then, suddenly, he broke out in frenzied, maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Of course I want to see it. This is the very village responsible for Lin's death all those years ago. The blood-red mist shrouding this place is my gift to them, forcing them to tear each other apart. How exquisite! Ha 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 ha! Uchiha Obito burst into a distorted, maniacal laughter. Black Zetsu, seeing that Kenji's suspicions had been deflected, secretly let out a sigh of relief. He then merged once more into Obito's body, but left Konoha's white Zetsu, keeping an eye on Uchiha Zhan. If Zhan left the village, he was to report back immediately. When the time came, Black Zetsu would try to manipulate the situation. If it worked, who cared what Obito was scheming? Konoha. The news of the Uchiha clan's return swept through the entire village like wildfire. The prominent ninja families were already meeting to discuss their countermeasures. After yesterday's newspaper incident, the third Hokage's public standing had fallen sharply. The villagers, once bound by the third Hokage's autobiography and his doctrine of the will of fire, were now throwing those very books in the trash. Factories had shut down, schools were closed, and Konoha had sunk into a strange sort of collective unrest. Hiruzen Sarutobi had locked himself in his office for 2 days straight, refusing to leave. He still wished to remain Hokage, but now nearly 70% of the village opposed him. He considered abdicating in favor of someone else, but Uchiha Zhan had refused the offer, leaving him uncomfortably caught in the middle. In that moment, an idea flickered through his mind. He thought of Danzo, Shimura. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. My old friend, if I remember right, you always wanted to be Hokage? Let's make your dream come true, he muttered. Taking paper and pen, he wrote his letter of resignation, the official decree of appointment, and a letter to the daimyo as notification. At this point, the position of Hokage was a hot potato. No one but Danzo would be foolish enough to take the risk. As long as Danzo took up the office, Hiruzen could retreat to the Sarutobi compound and wash his hands of Konoha's affairs, leading a quiet life like a cloud drifting across the sky. These days, the waters of Konoha ran far too deep, and vicious currents swirled beneath the surface. Currents he could no longer control. He would let his old friend take a turn in the storm. After all, he already shouldered plenty of blame. One more accusation, more or less, made little difference at this point. Once he finished, Hiruzen handed the letters to a loyal Umbu and ordered them delivered to both Danzo's root and the land of Fire's daimyo. When the Umbu left, Hiruzen allowed himself a smile. He was certain that, upon reading the abdication letter, Danzo would be too excited to sleep a wink. He might even come rushing in before dawn, demanding to know if Hiruzen truly meant to pass on the mantle. Land of Fire, Daimyo's mansion. The daimyo, listening to his officials' reports, beamed. Today was a day of good news. Harvests across the Land of Fire had doubled, meaning the tax revenues would do the same. He was just preparing to host a grand feast for his ministers when a messenger from the Konoha Umbu arrived with news that turned his face stormy. He slammed the desk and roared. Are there no decent people left in Konoha? How could they let that traitorous scoundrel inherit the seat of Hokage? His chief advisor read the letter, his face turning to steel. Sarutobi Hiruzen had abdicated. That alone was startling enough. But what was even more astonishing was his decision to pass the mantle to Shimura Danzo, the same Danzo who, just a few years ago, had threatened the daimyo with a kunai. What was Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking? Did he intend to ignite a war? Did he forget the humiliation the daimyo had once suffered at Danzo's hands? The chief advisor could not believe Hiruzen would make such a foolish move. This had to be more complicated than it seemed. My lord, he said, I believe it's highly likely that a power struggle, or perhaps even a coup, is brewing in Konoha. It hasn't erupted just yet, but the aging Sarutobi Hiruzen wants out, so he's tossing this hot potato at Shimura Danzo. In my view, Hiruzen is being forced out by this coup, and he's scrambling to deflect the blame and escape unscathed. If even Sarutobi Hiruzen can't withstand this upheaval, do you really think Shimura Danzo can? Why not play along for now? Agree to their request, and at the same time, we'll investigate what's happening inside Konoha. Let's reach out to the families preparing for a coup. Arm them with whatever they need. Armor, ninja tools, money, provisions. In exchange, we'll demand Danzo's head. That way, we can build ties with the coup factions in advance, and through their hands, eliminate that treacherous Danzo. Cruel delight flickered in the chief advisor's eyes. Hearing this, the daimyo's eyes flashed with excitement. Brilliant. This was truly the caliber of his chief advisor, sharp-witted and quick on the uptake, letting others do the dirty work, exacting revenge all the while. And all it would cost was a bit of honor and some supplies. An easy trade. If it meant taking down that turtle Shimura Danzo, the Fire Daimyo would gladly spend a fortune. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen had repeatedly declined, withholding his consent with one excuse after another, claiming Danzo was a founding elder who had rendered immortal service to Konoha and the Land of Fire, always putting him off, refusing to act. But now, with Hiruzen himself desperate to step down and flee if he's not willing to get rid of Danzo, there are plenty who are. It will be done as you say. Give immediate approval for Shimura Danzo's appointment as Hokage. Root. Within the headquarters of Root, Shimura Danzo sat with eyes closed, quietly resting. Suddenly, a strange sequence of knocks broke the silence at his door. When the knocking faded, Danzo opened his eyes. Someone from Hiruzen. What do they want? He muttered, frowning and glancing at Yamanaka Kaze. At Danzo's glance, Kaze nodded and went to the door. He opened it to reveal an ANBU kneeling on one knee, presenting a sealed letter. Yamanaka Kaze accepted the letter, intending to hand it to Danzo, when suddenly someone stepped between them. It was Aburame Toru. Aburame Toru slipped off his gloves, revealing his violet-stained palm. He took the letter, carefully opened it, examined it inside and out, and, finding nothing amiss, displayed its contents to Danzo while holding onto the paper himself. Danzo nodded. These two subordinates of his were unwaveringly loyal and exceptionally skilled. More than once, they had protected him from harm. Aburame Torin slipped on his gloves and stood behind Danzo Shimura, his gaze fixed straight ahead, unwavering. Yamanaka Fu took his place on the opposite side, silent as well. Danzo's eyes shifted to the letter in his hands, and he clenched it so tightly that the paper crumpled beneath his grip. Danzo, for the sake of Konoha, for the sake of our teacher, and for the legacy of the Hokage, the position of Hokage must never be surrendered to the Uchiha clan. I am old now, and I can no longer handle these matters. So I have decided to step down and appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Tomorrow, come to my office. I will pass the Hokage title to you, in secret. Signed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with the Konoha official seal. After reading the contents of the letter, Danzo's breathing became tense, shadows of emotion playing across his face as his body began to tremble with barely contained excitement. A single letter of abdication had ignited the ambitions he had long kept buried. Rising abruptly, he carefully folded the document and handed it to Yamanaka Fu. Fu, keep this letter safe. If anything happens to it, even the slightest mistake, I will end you myself. Danzo's excitement sharpened his tone, and a hint of menace flashed in his eyes. Yamanaka Fu nodded, putting the letter away. A thin smile creased Danzo's face as he got to his feet. Tomorrow morning, everyone comes with me to see the Hokage. At the same time, Root operatives should be ready to assume ANBU duties at a moment's notice. Without explicitly stating he would become the next Hokage, his orders about Root replacing the ANBU made his intentions all too clear. Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Torin dropped to their knees. Congratulations, sir. May your wishes be fulfilled. We pledge our loyalty to the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The two of them knew how to seize the moment, addressing Danzo directly as the 5th Hokage. Danzo burst into loud laughter. Excellent. Fu, Torin, the two of you have served me faithfully all these years, risking your lives time and again to protect me. Henceforth, you shall be my right-hand men, one overseeing the ANBU, the other managing Root. He celebrated as if victory was already in hand, rewarding his most trusted followers. Meanwhile, at Naruto Uzumaki's home, Kakashi had gathered the ANBU together. The letter from the Root operative, which they intercepted, had only managed to reach its destination due to Kakashi's network. With former liaisons on his team who understood Root's codes, coordinated operations could continue. As for the families of the ANBU that Hiruzen Sarutobi had dispatched, Kakashi had already taken precautions to ensure they acted according to his plan, delivering their messages as instructed. After updating his teacher, Minato Namikaze, on everything, Minato let out a chilling laugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo Shimura, just as I thought, a nest of snakes and rats, the two of them in league together. I had thought Hiruzen Sarutobi had changed for the better, but it turns out he's still the same Hiruzen, quick to eliminate dissent, even quicker to shift blame onto others. Minato Namikaze finished speaking, just about to continue his arrangements. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. His expression twisted as if seized by pain, and the sight startled Kakashi, who hurried to steady him. Sensei, are you all right? What's happening to you? Worry was etched all over Kakashi's face as he spoke. Minato collected himself and shook his head slightly. I'm fine. It's just that over the past 3 or 4 days, my soul has been stretched thin. I didn't leave much of my soul inside Naruto to begin with. At best, I can hold out for another week. Sensei, how can this be? Tears welled in Kakashi's eyes. After only 2 short days with his teacher, It seemed they were once again facing a parting. No tears, you fool. No crying. We don't have much time left. And what time we do have, we need to deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, then pass the title of Hokage to the Uchiha. Only then will our long-standing grudge be avenged, and the villagers finally find peace. As he spoke, Minato reached out to ruffle Kakashi's white hair with a gentle smile. 3 chapters today. If you want more, urge the updates. Your love keeps it going. Thank you all for your support. And remember to leave a 5-star review. Unless something comes up, expect 3 updates a day. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan was consulting with the system. System, I can't help but feel that something bad is about to happen. Do you know why? The system was silent for a moment, then projected a large screen. On it played out Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication, Danzo Shimura's scheming ambition, and the daimyo's manipulations. And beyond that, in the village hidden in the stones, Inoki had called an emergency meeting that very night. Now, with turmoil brewing within Konoha, let's seize the moment and discuss our plans. First, with the chaos in Konoha, should the Hidden Stone Village intervene and support the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in suppressing the Uchiha clan? Second, after the infighting, should we take advantage of the situation to demand huge sums from Sarutobi, or should we launch a full-scale assault and seize Konoha for ourselves? Third, if we carve up Konoha, where do we strike first, and how should each clan and every hidden village divide the spoils? Fourth, to guard against the Cloud Village attacking us while we're distracted, who will stay behind to protect our village, and who will lead our troops to the front? Item after item, the topics spilled from Akatsuchi's mouth, each one sparking deep contemplation among those gathered. Wenya folded his arms and sneered. Why on earth should we help the 3rd Hokage? I don't get it. Clearly, backing the Uchiha would serve us better. Have you all lost your minds in your old age? At his words, the somber atmosphere in the Tsuchikige's office instantly evaporated, replaced by a chorus of laughter. Akatsuchi pressed his lips together, struggling not to join in, while Inoki let out a couple of quiet chuckles himself. As for Kuratsuchi, not understanding the joke, she just kept bouncing her leg absent-mindedly. Wenya was taken aback. He glanced around, his face the picture of innocence. What are you all laughing at? Am I wrong? The Uchiha clan is wild and arrogant. They look down on everyone. If they take power, Konoha will fall apart. Wenya was one of the strongest among the current generation of Awagakure, renowned for his immense strength and unmatched skill with Earth-release ninjutsu. He could take on 10 opponents at his level all by himself. It was precisely because of his abilities that, though only just 20, he could participate in high-level meetings. This reflected the Tsuchikige's appreciation for him, but also an expectation that Wenya would use these chances to learn, not just about politics, but about life in general. Inoki, seeing the discussion had run its course, intervened. All right, that's enough. Akatsuchi, would you explain the reason to Wenya? Akatsuchi bowed. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Turning to Wenya, he offered a gentle smile. Jonin Wenya, as for your question, why do we support the 3rd Hokage? The answer is that he's as cold and ruthless as winter. In the world of politics, he stands at the very top. Wenya was stunned. If that was the case, if Akatsuchi was complimenting the 3rd Hokage, then why raise the issue of whether they should support him at all? But here's the thing. Precisely because he's such a shrewd politician, to preserve his power and personal interests, he allowed Danzo to act without restraint, even against his own people. To avoid war, he sacrificed the brother of the Hyuga clan head, Hyuga Hizashi, sending his body to Kimogakure, along with a hefty sum as compensation. At this, Wenya furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. Then came the story of Tsukumo Hatake. His achievements overshadowed the Hokage himself. People quietly called him the Shadow of the Leaf. He was a step away from becoming the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew uneasy. He turned a blind eye as Shimura Danzo plotted against Tsukumo. In the end, unable to withstand the rumors, Tsukumo took his own life. Wenya was left speechless. He looked around, silently searching the faces of those present. Was this really true? Some sneered, some remained silent. A few who caught his gaze gave him a small, affirmative nod. When they were struggling with what to do about the increasingly powerful Uchiha clan, disaster struck. Nine Tails attacked. The Uchiha could have joined the battle and helped suppress the chaos, but instead Danzo led the Umbu route to surround the Uchiha compound, forbidding anyone from leaving. Afterward, on the grounds that they were untrustworthy and hadn't done their part, the Uchiha were pushed out from the center of Konoha's power. They were banished to the margins of the village. As Akatsuchi finished, Inoki rested his chin on one hand, raised the other to halt him, then turned to Wenya with a smile. Well, what do you think? He truly had high hopes for this junior. Wenya's strength was undeniable, but what he lacked was a sensitivity to politics and a feel for the current of times. I cannot imagine that someone bearing the shadow of an entire village would be capable of such things. Those powerful clans and families are supposed to be the pillars holding up the village. And yet, Wenya's expression was a complex mixture of emotions. At the same time, he finally understood why Inoki was more inclined to support the third Hokage in keeping his position. It was because as long as Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in power, he would systematically eliminate Konoha's pillars, the people seen as unbeatable by other ninja villages, one after another. If he hadn't known for certain that Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly of the Sarutobi clan, raised in Konoha since childhood, and a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he might have even begun to suspect whether this man was an undercover agent sent from one of the four great hidden villages. Thanks to the joint efforts of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, Konoha had once accumulated a wealth of talent and strong forces. Yet after more than 30 years under Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule, their power had rapidly waned. Now, they could only stand shoulder to shoulder with upstarts like Awakens and Kumobikure. It was hard to fathom what had gone wrong within Konoha. Lord Tsuchikage, I understand now. Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence can only further weaken Konoha's strength. If we were to destroy Konoha's elite forces directly through war, the price would be too painful for us as well. It would be better to let Hiruzen Sarutobi keep ruling Konoha, dragging it down. In time, Konoha will become meat on a chopping block, ready for anyone to claim. Wenya wasn't ignorant. He simply lagged behind the others present when it came to intelligence. Inoki nodded, pleased, a worthy student indeed. Then the discussion continued. Uchiha Zhan, seeing all this unfold, was filled with rage. Truly, your enemies know you better than anyone else. He flipped through the system screen. Every major village was discussing how to help the third Hokage cement his power and seize the opportunity for personal gain. He closed the system in silence. System, tell me, what is the purpose behind my crossing into this world? The system gave no reply. Could it be that I'm here solely to help change the Uchiha clan's fate? That can't be all. Since I am here now, I must follow my predecessor's path, strive ceaselessly and unite the world. In that instant, Uchiha Zhan's mind cleared, his spirit reaching new heights. Host, the system gazed at Uchiha Zhan, who had crossed into this world with its help, feeling oddly uncertain. Uchiha Zhan smiled softly. But before that, this coup must happen. Even though many will perish, this is the only path for a diseased tree to become a towering giant. He gazed into the distance. At that moment, the darkness was fading. The sun began to rise slowly above the horizon, casting its light on the world. The next day, Shimura Danzo led his root members to Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. On Danzo's signal, Yamanaka Wind stepped forward and knocked on the door with a heavy, deliberate rhythm. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hadn't returned all night, was smoking as he mulled things over. When he heard a knock at the door, his eyes brightened. It's here. He pushed open the window, and the office, which had been shrouded in a hazy mist, suddenly seemed to clear a little. Then he walked to the door and opened it. Standing before him were Shimura Danzo, Yamanaka Fu, and Aburame Torian. Danzo, you finally made it. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him a bear hug. Hiruzen, have you really made up your mind? You're set on nominating me as the fifth Hokage. Danzo's spirits were high. He'd been waiting for this moment for more than 30 years. Now, with Hiruzen willing to hand over the position, how could he not be overjoyed? Whether this was passing the buck or a part of some conspiracy, he no longer cared. The Hokage's seat was now within his grasp. Danzo hadn't slept a wink the previous night, secretly trying on the ceremonial Hokage robes he'd custom-ordered several times, even gleefully asking his subordinates, how does it look? Does it fit? He was still brimming with energy, looking refreshed as he turned a beaming smile towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen patted him on the shoulder. Danzo, for Konoha, for our teacher's sake, even after careful thought, you're the most suitable for fifth Hokage. From now on, Konoha is in your hands, and I truly feel at ease. With a smile, Hiruzen gently ushered him toward the Hokage's main seat. Danzo, who was rarely seen without his stern expression, actually broke into a smile. Hiruzen, what about you? After stepping down as Hokage, what are your plans? Hiruzen replied, I plan to retire, to withdraw completely from Konoha's affairs. His tone was utterly sincere. This was exactly what Danzo wanted to hear, but now that he'd heard it for real, there was a strange hint of reluctance. Hiruzen was his closest friend, after all. Danzo didn't want to see him grow old and die in obscurity, consigned to his family estate. So he said, Sarutobi, as long as you're willing, the post of Hokage's chief advisor is yours. At this, Hiruzen practically jumped in alarm. waving his hands. No, no, Danzo, I'm getting old, and the fire in me is gone. But you have both vision and ambition. You're more than enough to hold up the sky for Konoha. No way would he joke about such a precarious moment. With chaos looming, even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Hurrying to step aside was the only wise path. Danzo considered it for a moment, then nodded. All right, Hiruzen, if you ever change your mind, just say the word. The Hokage's chief advisor's seat is yours. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, then summoned the Umbu. As of today, I hereby announce, Shimura Danzo will be named the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Spread this news across the village. The inauguration ceremony will be held in 3 days. Yes, sir. The Umbu nodded and filed out, leading both the Umbu and the root operatives to spread the good news throughout the village. After exchanging a few polite words with Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi took his leave. Returning to his clan's compound, he announced that from this day forward, the Sarutobi clan would be closed to all visitors. Only 30 minutes had passed. Wave after wave of shinobi from various clans arrived at the Uchiha compound, their faces darkened, a simmering fury accompanying their approach. Uchiha Zhan allowed them inside and shut the doors behind them. Hyuga Hayashi, at the forefront, immediately spoke. Zhan, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is utterly shameless. Without holding any council or assembly, he simply declared Shimura Danzo the 5th Hokage. There was a shadowy gleam in Nara Shikaku's eyes. Not only that, but he informed the daimyo overnight. The enthronement ceremony will be held in 3 days. It's already been arranged. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka in Noichi wore equally grim expressions. However, their anger was directed at Danzo and Hiruzen, not at Uchiha Zhan. Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, and the ANBU stood in silence, yet all eyes were fixed on Uchiha Zhan. A manic glint flashed in Zhan's eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rather than merely skimming off chaos from the surface, he's uprooting the cauldron itself. This hot potato of the Hokage's seat, he handed it straight to Danzo. If we allow Shimura Danzo to assume the position of Hokage, then any move against him becomes outright rebellion. The history books will not say we overthrew the immoral rule of the 3rd, but that the Uchiha, leading all the clans, rose in revolt against the very legacy of Hokage. Brilliant move, Hiruzen. Truly cunning. Zhan's voice was icy cold. The glare in the eyes of the Uchiha shinobi grew bloodshot. Instantly, they drew their blades. Damn it, we gotta fight them now. Exactly. They're practically trampling us beneath their feet. I can't take it anymore. Clan leader, you must declare the uprising. One after another, the mood surged with righteous indignation, their eyes burning with murderous intent. Hyuga Hayashi nodded firmly as well. Zhan, these are no ordinary times. If Sarutobi hadn't forced this move, we could have waited it out. Let him go through the motions of refusing, making it seem unforced. But since he's played this card, we must strike first and seize the advantage. That's right, Zhan. Now is the time to take down Danzo before he's installed, expose his crimes, and force Hiruzen to surface and admit Danzo's coup. Only then can everything be resolved. Shikaku offered his plan without hesitation. This was the classic move. Seize the emperor to command the nobles. By capturing Danzo swiftly and compelling the 3rd to admit his own duplicity, they could legitimize Zhan's claim to the Hokage seat. Let's act. Lord Zhan, give the order. Clan leader, we cannot delay. With each heartfelt plea ringing through the hall, Uchiha Zhan first closed his eyes, then opened them once more, his resolve hardening. A chilling, deadly aura swept the entire compound. If Hiruzen stubbornly clings to his ways, and Danzo has the gall to accept such dishonor, then so be it. We rebel, Zhan declared, his voice cutting through the tension with sharp finality. At this moment, excitement coursed through everyone present, including Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and the Uchiha shinobi. Even Itachi Uchiha felt his heart stirring, while Shisui Uchiha offered a subtle smile. This was exactly what he had hoped for. Standing in the crowd, Fugaku Uchiha gazed at his son, unable to suppress a surge of pride. Uchiha Zhan swept his gaze over the assembly and declared, Friends, the outcome of this battle will determine the course of Konoha for the next century. Its fate, its structure. That is why I promise. After the coup, those who stand out will be rewarded, with positions assisting the Hokage, Umbu squad captains, and more. Let us give Konoha back its clear, unclouded sky. Rise up. Uchiha Zhan raised his right hand high above his head, eyes burning with intensity, his voice ringing out powerfully for all his neighbors to hear. Rise up. Rise up. The crowd surged with emotion, looking to Uchiha Zhan as if he were a deity descended among them. Now, everyone return to your homes, don your gear, and in 20 minutes, we march on the Hokage Tower. Fugaku Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, receive your orders. Fugaku Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, receive your orders. Uchiha Zhan's eyes swept over the three. Yes, sir, the three replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Each of you will lead 100 Uchiha Jonin to guard every route into Konoha from the outside. During our coup, no one must be allowed to slip in and attack the village from behind, risking unnecessary casualties. At your command, they answered together. Fugaku, Itachi, and Shisui withdrew to suit up, the weight of their mission heavy on their shoulders. These 300 elite Uchiha shinobi. This was the full strength of their clan. Their role was to fend off external threats. If none appeared, so much the better. But should any arrive, losses would be inevitable. Still, for the sake of that ultimate position, it was worth the risk. Suddenly, Nara Shikaku stepped forward. Leader, the Ino Shikicho, my clan, along with the Akimichi and Yamanaka, are each prepared to send 150 Jonin to support you. Our entire clan will stand by your side, protecting the village together. Nara Shikaku understood that now was the time to place his bet. Hesitate now, and by the time Uchiha Zhan truly rose to power, it would be far too late. A timely act of support is infinitely more valuable than simple flattery offered when all is well. He was gambling, staking everything on Uchiha Zhan becoming Hokage. If he won, the Ino Shikicho trio would flourish together. If he lost, then extinction waited for them all. Konoha was no longer the same village founded by the first and second Hokage. Wolves circled at the gates, hungry for the village's treasures, its gold, its crops, its buildings. Inside, politicians feasted on flesh and blood, bringing ruin to their own home. Even if he did not join the uprising, sooner or later the clans of Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka would be devoured by these parasites. He could not accept such an end. If destruction is inevitable in silence, then he would rather go out with a bang. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Since that's the case, organize the Ino Shikicho Alliance's 150 Jonin into 3-person squads, making sure to keep the Ino Shikicho formation intact to maximize its effectiveness. Divide them into 3 teams and have them defend the village alongside Fugaku and the other 2 from the Uchiha. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka accepted their orders. In this arrangement, Shikaku would serve as strategist, remaining close to Uchiha Zhan and offering counsel at any moment. Choza would act as the shield, ensuring Zhan's protection, while Inoichi would lead interrogations of any prisoners they captured. Then Hayashi Hyuga spoke up. The Hyuga clan is willing to send 200 Jonin to support you, leader, in seizing power. A smile played at the corner of Uchiha Zhan's mouth. Good. Leave 180 to follow directly behind me during the coup, and scatter the remaining 20 among the 3 village defense squads to handle reconnaissance. Hayashi looked as if he wanted to offer more of his people to help defend Konoha, but caught Zhan's gaze and fell silent. Zhan understood what he wished to say, but with the Hyuga clan, most members specialized in close-range combat. Their Byakugan had not reached its evolved form, and they had few means of attacking from afar. If used in village defense, they could only fight up close. It's easy enough to face threats you can see, but sneak attacks are another matter entirely. These clans trusted him with their people. He had no intention of letting them suffer needless losses. That was Uchiha Zhan. He would never allow his own people to die in vain. Other ninja clans were not as bold as the Hyuga and Ino Shikicho. Most only sent 10 or 20% of their numbers, hedging their bets so that even if they lost, they wouldn't suffer irreparable losses. Zhan didn't take offense. After all, even 10 or 20% still amounted to considerable strength. It just meant that when victory came, those clans wouldn't enjoy as much of the spoils as the other 4. He turned to address everyone. Move now. Gather your clansmen and gear up. In 30 minutes, we march on the Hokage Tower together. As soon as the words left his mouth, clan leaders hastened back to their homes to mobilize and prepare. Uchiha Zhan himself returned to his own house and summoned the system. Warring State's red armor and the Uchiha flame fan equipped them. Yes, my esteemed host, replied the system's mechanical voice. In an instant, a golden light flashed. Zhan was now dressed in the Warring State's red armor, a set once reserved for true leaders alone. In the Warring State's era, those who wore this armor were legends: Uchiha Taijima, Butsuma Senju, Madara Uchiha, Hashirama Senju. By rights, the armor had vanished from the world. After the founding of Konoha by Hashirama and Madara, the blacksmiths who crafted it ceased their work, and their art had been lost. Now, with Zhan donning it once more, who could imagine what waves it would stir? Zhan gazed at his reflection in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. He already bore 80% of Madara's imposing presence. though a little something was still missing. Immediately afterward, a blazing war fan fell from the sky. Guided by the muscle memory inherited from the Uchiha Madara template, Uchiha Zhan instinctively raised his right hand and caught hold of the long handle. He slung the fan across his back. This time, facing the mirror again, Uchiha Zhan's lips curled into a smile. Now, I lack nothing at all. With that, he stepped out of the room. About 10 minutes later, Uchiha Ninja began to appear in the front courtyard. The first sight that greeted them was Uchiha Zhan, armored to the teeth, looking formidable. They stood frozen in disbelief. One of the old veterans even dropped to his knees, trembling as he muttered, "Madara. Has Chief Madara returned?" "Madara." Confused, the other ninja glanced over. Uchiha Zhan raised his head and looked at them, and a wave of oppressive aura left them struggling to breathe. "Hey, don't you recognize me? I'm Uchiha Zhan," he announced. The crowd snapped back to their senses. Of course, it was Chief Zhan. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. But for the elders, their bodies still shook as if they were caught in a chill. This resemblance, Uchiha Zhan was almost a mirror image of Madara himself. Uchiha Sogiai also entered the courtyard. When his gaze landed on Uchiha Zhan, his knees gave way. Madara! He had seen him as a child, in this very attire, and now, the overlap between Zhan and Madara filled him with boundless dread. This time, before Uchiha Zhan could explain, someone else spoke up to clarify the situation. Only then did the confusion between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Zhan finally come to an end. It wasn't until just before the expedition that Uchiha Zhan addressed everyone. "All of you, prepare for battle. This war will decide whether our Uchiha clan can seize political power. It will determine if we can change the corrupt state that Konoha has fallen into. It will be the battle to put our Konoha back atop the ninja world. I, Uchiha Zhan, vow to give my all, to overthrow those who have weakened our village, and to forge a stronger Konoha." As he spoke, he raised the blazing war fan high in his right hand. Channeling his chakra, he gave it a gentle sweep. A sudden, fierce wind howled through the courtyard, making everyone instinctively shield their eyes. When the wind died down, all eyes were riveted to the fan in Uchiha Zhan's hand, burning with passion and reverence. The Uchiha clan's treasured artifact, the exclusive weapon of the clan chief, the Uchiha Flame War fan, was said to have been taken away by Madara. The one in the clan's possession was merely a replica for show. But that display just now proved beyond doubt. This was the true Flaming War fan. Word began to spread quietly throughout the Uchiha that Uchiha Zhan's rise was ordained by fate. Each clan member placed a hand over their chest, dropped to one knee, and cried aloud, "For the honor of the Uchiha!" X10086. This entire novel is typed by hand. No AI, quality guaranteed. Demand for more chapters. More. We want more. The army split into 4 columns and began their advance. The vast majority of the ninja were assigned to guard the safety of the village. Only Uchiha Zhan, leading the Chunin from the major clans, charged straight toward the Hokage Tower. Perhaps it was just the way the weather was meant to be, but the sky suddenly grew dark and overcast. Many villagers, unaware of what was about to unfold, looked up and saw thick clouds blotting out the sun. The clouds quickly deepened, promising a heavy rain to come. Uchiha Zhan and his followers soon arrived at the front of the Hokage Tower, where the building's Umbu guards rushed out to confront them. "Who are you people?" "This is the Hokage's office. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed beyond this point," barked the Umbu sternly. With a mocking grin, Uchiha Zhan swung his fan of blazing flames, striking the guard. In the blink of an eye, the Umbu was sent flying like a shooting star, vanishing into the distance. "Farewell, mother. Tonight, I set off on my journey." Seeing their comrade launched away, the rest of the Umbu felt their hearts clench in fear. Their eyes all turned to Uchiha Zhan, the flicker of terror unmistakable. Don't come any closer," another Umbu stammered. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him in the blink of an eye, blade in hand, nailing him to the ground by the throat. Uchiha Zhan had shown them how ruthless they needed to be. The ninjas following him knew exactly how far to go. In an instant, both sides launched into a desperate struggle. For the moment, neither seemed able to gain the upper hand, while Uchiha Zhan took advantage of the stalemate, brandishing his Uchiha flame fan. Each swing sent another Umbu flying. Whether or not they survived was a matter of fate. Hokage's office. Shimura Danzo had already donned his ceremonial cloak, its back emblazoned with the symbol of the 5th Hokage. He was poring over documents, sitting tall and straight, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. No wonder, he thought, no wonder Hiruzen would sit here all day and night without even getting up to rest. This chair really is that comfortable? The thought made it feel even better. Danzo then did his best impression of quiet authority. "Let's discuss the next steps," he announced. adopting a pose that was uncannily reminiscent of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, someone began knocking at the door, rapid, irregular bursts that jerked Danzo back to the present and wiped the self-satisfied smile from his face. "Who is it? Are you at a funeral or something? Why are you knocking like that?" Danzo snapped. If it hadn't been for today, his first day as Hokage, any subordinate knocking in such a way would have found themselves facing a fatal accident by morning. The knocking ceased abruptly, leaving Danzo perplexed and with a growing sense of danger. Instinctively, he began forming hand signs, gathering chakra, and drawing a deep breath. Wind style, true vacuum sphere, the irresistible, dazzling move of the sun god. Uchiha Zhan kicked the door open just in time to see a massive vacuum blast hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Instantly, his pupils contracted. Relying purely on reflex, he raised the Uchiha flame fan in front of him as a shield. It must be said that Danzo Shimura's vacuum great sphere technique sits right at the peak of A-rank jutsu. With just a moment of enlightenment one day, this move could surely be wielded at S-rank level. The Uchiha flame fan is perfect for offense, and just as fitting for defense and counterattack. As the fan met the pressure of the vacuum great sphere, the two forces collided fiercely. At this tense standoff, Uchiha Zhan roared, "Dai Sano!" In an instant, a blue skeleton of Susanoo appeared. But that wasn't all. Flesh swiftly formed over the bones, enveloping Uchiha Zhan completely, while Danzo's wind release dissipated into nothingness. From afar, Danzo caught sight of the deep blue Susanoo, his face darkening at once. This was the Uchiha clan's exclusive dojutsu, Susanoo, the price for this overwhelming power paid in eyesight and bodily health. Raising the signal flare high, Danzo set it off into the sky, giving a sharp whistle as well. Instantly, root ninja swarmed in droves, charging toward the second floor of the Hokage office. Watching this unfold, a faint smile crept onto Danzo's lips. Thankfully, he had made preparations in advance, ordering thousands of root members to abandon their days off and be ever ready for duty, guarding Danzo Shimura's security. There's a saying, the law does not punish the masses. If he's already sent so many, do you really plan, with a whole village as your witnesses, to cut down every last one of them? That would simply be impossible. Should you try, you'd need to consider if the other clans and villagers would see you as a ruthless and tyrannical shadow. The damage to your reputation would be immeasurable. Uchiha Zhan sneered coldly. You're sure well prepared. Still, today you will die. With that, he surged forward encased in Susanoo, the colossal blue arm raising a great blade aimed straight at Danzo. Danzo's face went deathly pale. In this moment, he couldn't bother keeping secrets. His left hand found the edge of the bandages wound around his right, grasped and tore. With a sharp, tearing sound, the bandages spiraled into the air, then fluttered to the ground, revealing his unnaturally withered and pale right arm, set with 5 twitching sharingan. The sight was utterly grotesque. Wood-style, exploding spear, Danzo slammed his right palm into the ground, and tree roots burst forth from the earth, wrapping themselves around Susanoo. The first strike was his. Don't forget, it was Master Hashirama Senju himself who, using the wood style, always had the upper hand over Madara Uchiha. This wood style not only restrains tailed beasts by its very nature, even Susanoo cannot escape its suppression. With a deep, rushing sound, the roots grew rapidly, tightly binding Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo in place. A triumphant smirk played across Danzo's lips. It worked. Humph. None can match my wood style. Even if the first Hokage himself appeared, he'd fare no better. Maybe he'd even think twice before facing me. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha. Impressive. Izuna Uchiha. Impressive. That is to say, all these people are now dead. Otherwise, just one wooden dragon would have taught Danzo Shimura a lesson he'd remember. Uchiha Zhan originally wanted to see for himself how strong Danzo really was, whether he was truly as weak as the manga made him out to be. But he soon realized things weren't quite as they seemed. After all, in the manga, Danzo's every action was nothing short of bizarre. Trying to stab Susanoo with a kunai. Who in their right mind would try something like that? Clearly, it was Sasuke Uchiha's protagonist's aura forcing the villain's intelligence to drop, sealing away all sorts of clever tactics. Just take this wood release. Already it's far stronger than what we saw in the manga. Though to Uchiha Zhan, that counted for little. Initially, he had looked forward to witnessing all of Danzo Shimura's tricks, but Danzo's claim that even the first Hokage would have to avoid him was so ridiculous it made Zhan laugh out loud. Blue Susanoo let out a furious roar, shattering the roots, entangling its body, and unleashed a piercing howl. The noise was so deafening that Danzo couldn't help but clamp his hands over his ears. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, stunned by the sheer power. Just a single outburst, and it had already come to this. In that moment, as Danzo's attention slipped, searing flames engulfed him. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Forming the ram seal, Uchiha Zhan drew a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire. But he wasn't done yet. Swinging the Uchiha gunbai with his right hand, he conjured a whirling gale. Wind fanned the flames, making the majestic destroyer flame even more powerful and far-reaching. Flames roared into existence, illuminating the entire Hidden Leaf village and burning away all its sins. The inferno raged, blackening the Hokage's office. Empowered by the gunbai, Uchiha Zhan's fire not only devoured Danzo Shimura, but even battered through the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling outward in a blazing surge. Wherever the leaves of Konoha fluttered, the flames could no longer be contained. In an instant, the fire lit up the skies above the village, igniting the buildings below. A cold shiver ran down Uchiha Zhan's spine. Perhaps that last attack had gone a bit too far. And just then, torrents of rain began to pour from the heavens, dousing the flames before they could truly run wild. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, good thing it's pouring rain today. Otherwise, he really would have set the whole village ablaze. As he stood in a momentary daze, a shadow appeared behind him. Forming a rapid sequence of hand seals, the figure intoned, wind-style, vacuum serial waves. He took a deep breath and unleashed 4 or 5 cutting wind blades, targeting specific points on Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. He knew that to break through Susanoo, you had to pinpoint a single weak spot. A small breach could bring down the whole defense. Had he fought Sasuke Uchiha with this kind of mindset, perhaps he really could have captured Sasuke alive. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong opponent this time. This time his foe was Uchiha Zhan, a man who had merged with the will of Madara Uchiha, the very founder of the Leaf. Susanoo's power was already worlds beyond Sasuke's. And what's more, after enduring so many attacks, the resilience granted to him by the system's indomitable body had reached full strength. The damage per second he could withstand was now at its absolute limit. At this moment, even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju himself, would have been powerless before Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan yawned and commented, "I've got to admit, Danzo isn't lacking in strength or cunning. If anything, it's just the protagonist's halo that's made him act dumber than usual. That little string of smooth combos just now. Honestly, if it were Sasuke, he wouldn't have managed to come back in a million years." Shimura Danzo said nothing, pressing his relentless assault against Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. At first, his attacks managed to stir ripples of energy across its surface. But soon he realized his vacuum serial waves couldn't even make a dent. It was as if an invisible barrier was blocking out all his damage from the outside. This is unreal. Danzo ground his teeth, and in the next instant, unleashed with style to bind Uchiha Zhan, all while preparing a swift retreat. But Uchiha Zhan, inheritor of Madara's legacy that he was, saw right through Danzo's intentions. With a single tremor, he shattered the wooden bindings with barely any effort. Then he commanded his Susanoo, gripping a titanic 30-meter blade, and brought it down, slicing Danzo into bits. Danzo's form once again dissolved into dust, while Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes and spread his chakra outward, probing his surroundings. Barely 2 seconds later, a smirk curled Uchiha Zhan's lips. Found him. He dismissed Susanoo. After all, walking through the streets or swinging that colossal blade would cause as much chaos as the rampaging Nine Tails. Danzo's figure reappeared 300 meters outside the Hokage building in Konoha. Upon landing, without hesitation, he poured all his chakra into fleeing toward the Foundation's headquarters. He knew full well, revived as he was, it wouldn't be long before Uchiha Zhan caught up. Already, he'd died twice. Glancing at his hand, 2 of the 5 Sharingan eyes had closed, and his heart ached at the loss. Unlike the Danzo after the Uchiha massacre, he no longer had an ample supply of spare Sharingan. He had, at most, 10 remaining. The battle with Shisui had already cost him Uchiha Kageme's Mangekyo. And before that, he'd survived several assassination attempts, some even narrowly succeeding. But thanks to the Sharingan and a unique technique, Izanagi, he'd managed to escape. Izanagi, also known as the reality-bending technique, can be triggered by forming the hare, boar, and ram signs. During its activation, any misfortune or injury, including death, can simply be rewritten as if it never happened, choosing only the favorable outcomes to become reality. No matter how severe the injury, or even death itself, the caster can physically recover to a previous state. Though chakra spent cannot be restored, nor can a healthy Sharingan be recovered. However, the eye that activates Izanagi is forever blinded, which is why the Uchiha clan labeled it a forbidden technique. Once upon a time, the Uchiha clan plunged themselves into endless strife over the headship of the clan, recklessly wielding Izanagi and engaging in brutal infighting. In the end, it was the appearance of an even more domineering ocular jutsu, Izanami, that forcibly compelled those embroiled in conflict to accept its ideology. Those who refused to comply would be trapped in an illusory world, left to suffer endlessly. Only then did the Uchiha finally cease their mutual slaughter over the clan leadership, putting an end to the rampant use of Izanagi. One might say, in modern terms, that Izanagi is like reloading a saved game, while Izanami is akin to ruthless psychological manipulation. At least, that's the author's humble interpretation. Danzo Shimura felt a tremor run through his right arm. The imbalance between his yang and yin chakra was becoming obvious, causing the Hashirama cells to surge with activity. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Yet in the very next instant, a voice whispered coldly by his ear, "Just where do you think you're running off to?" Danzo's pupils contracted. Without so much as turning his head, he formed hand signs and unleashed a wind-released jutsu, shooting forth vacuum serial waves in the direction of the voice. But he missed his target completely, merely cleaving numerous trees in two. The next moment, a fiery fan swept down from above with overwhelming force, smashing Danzo into a pulp. A death more final than any before. Uchiha Zhan pressed on, continuing his search for Danzo's location, repeating his earlier approach. He charged forward again. Danzo, breathing heavily and gritting his teeth, could only curse inwardly. This Uchiha Zhan truly was merciless, leaving no room whatsoever for escape. If Uchiha Zhan could read the thoughts in Danzo's heart, he would have let out a derisive chuckle. Leave any roots behind, and they'll sprout back in spring. Since the decision had been made to act, he would see it through to the end without hesitation. 2 minutes later, Uchiha Zhan appeared once more before Danzo. "Brother Sun, wait, Lord Danzo, spare yourself the effort. You can stop running now. All your men have been subdued. As for you, you're now a bird in a cage, and there's no way out. If you're willing to expose Hiruzen Sarutobi's crimes, I'll promise you this. I'll merely keep you in prison for life. I won't lay a hand on you." Uchiha Zhan's words slithered out like the whisper of a demon. For a fleeting moment, Danzo almost wavered. Yet in the next heartbeat, he roared, "As the 5th Hokage, how could I allow myself to become a tool of yours for attacking the 3rd Hokage?" Summoning Jutsu, Baku. Danzo bit open his left hand, slamming it onto the ground as sealing scripts spread outward from his palm. As the summoning formation materialized, a creature with bristling orange fur appeared, its face adorned with an elephant's trunk and the tusks of a wild boar, a truly fearsome sight. Upon seeing his old companion, Danzo finally breathed a sigh of relief, the terror in his heart receding and a newfound sense of security welling up from within. The Baku materialized at Danzo Shimura's side, its breath billowing in soft clouds, while its long trunk exhaled streams of white vapor like steam. Its gaze glimmered intensely. Raising its foreleg, the beast stomped down upon the earth, causing the ground to cave in at once. Such power, Danzo believed, rivaled even the destructive force of a tailed beast strike. Of course, this was merely Danzo's own estimation. The author claims no part in it. "Oh, so this is your summoning beast, the Baku? Impressive. Quite a fine creature. What a shame it followed someone like you." Uchiha Sun shook his head, his voice carrying the weighty sigh of seeing pearls cast before swine. Danzo Shimura heard the mockery and sneered coldly. "You whelp? Do you think that just because you can defeat me, you can handle my summoning beast? Baku, show him your might." Danzo gave the creature a firm slap on the rear. The Baku roared mightily, channeling chakra deep into its lungs. Lifting its trunk, it unleashed a tremendous suction directed straight at Uchiha Sun. "Utiyasen Diaklith. Well, if you want to suck it all in, then by all means have your fill." He formed the ram hand sign. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A stream of fire erupted from Uchiha Sen's mouth. After 2 meters, it blossomed into a raging sea of flames, only to be absorbed in its entirety by the Baku. Uchiha Sun shot the creature a surprised glance. Interesting, it could really withstand it. The Baku looked quite pleased with itself at first, but that pride quickly faded. Why was Uchiha Sun still spewing flames? What was going on? Its trunk was turning crimson, and it felt a burning pain deep in its lungs. At last, unable to endure, the Baku ceased absorbing and instead expelled the flames right back along the path they'd come, pushing back against Uchiha Sen's blazing technique. For about 20 seconds it managed to hold out. Then Uchiha Sen's inferno surged forward once more. Danzo's pupil shrank, This was not a place to linger. He tossed 2 smoke bombs to the ground, then turned tail and bolted without hesitation. The Baku was stunned. Never had it imagined Danzo would ditch it so heartlessly at a moment like this. The look of panic on Danzo's face revealed just how much he feared this fire-wielding youth. Ah well, one last time, for the sake of old ties with the Shimura clan. One more effort on his behalf. So the Baku braced itself, digging its left forepaw into the ground and gathering strength for its innate ability, Savage Charge. Little did it realize that, at that very instant, Uchiha-sen's temper had finally snapped. Beast, step aside. If you don't, I'll kill you. His voice rang out, cold and deadly, while his eyes transformed, now aglow with the very same Mangekyo sharingan as Madara Uchiha himself. But the Baku paid no heed. With its power gathered, it charged straight at Uchiha Senator in response. Uchiha-san quickly molded chakra between his hands, manifesting a weapon shaped like a scythe, shimmering with raw energy. This was an application of chakra nature transformation. Although the system hadn't granted him the Uchiha twin scythes at this moment, he could still conjure one using Uchiha Madara's combat experience alone. Aiming for the dream taper's gaping maw, Uchiha Zhan shouted, "Ha!" His arms bulged with strain as he conjured the chakra-bladed twin scythe, swinging it in a wide arc, from the beast's mouth, slicing down through its belly, rump, and ending at its tail. A wet, tearing sound split the air as flesh and blood were severed. The dream taper, still frozen in its charging posture, seemed unaffected for several seconds. Then, after about 5 heartbeats, its upper body remained where it was, while its lower half, with all 4 legs, lurched instinctively forward, finally crashing into a massive tree. The summoning beast, the dream taper, was no more. Uchiha Zhan withdrew his chakra and pressed onward, searching for Danzo Shimura's whereabouts. Once he confirmed Danzo was at the root base, he unleashed all his chakra to accelerate at full speed. A metallic chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the advanced summoning beast, Dream Taper. Reward: advanced summoning beast, Snow, the ninja cat. But Uchiha Zhan ignored the system's notifications completely. He fully understood the importance of capturing the king to win the battle. He could not allow this scourge to escape alive, to flee and bring disaster to another village. If you do not pull the weeds out by the roots, spring winds will only see them sprout again. Transformed into a streak of radiant light, he dashed toward Danzo Shimura's root stronghold. Root base. Danzo Shimura drew deep, ragged breaths of the clammy underground air. He had retreated to his primary base, his life snatched back from the brink of death. Quick, shut the main gate now. And any ninja with Earth-style jutsu, start digging an escape tunnel. Immediately. Pack up all important experimental data. We're evacuating Konoha at once, so move it. The Hokage title, the so-called honor of being second Hokage's disciple, they meant nothing now. In the face of death, all that was nonsense. The root shinobi sprang into action at Danzo's orders. Yet one person remained hidden in the shadows, eyes as sharp as blades, watching Danzo's every move. Had Uchiha Zhan been present, he would have recognized him at once. None other than the dream fulfillment master of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the inheritor of Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu, and the man who ignited the initial blaze of the Fourth Ninja World War single-handedly, Kabuto Yakushi. By now, Kabuto knew the entire truth behind the death of his mother from the orphanage, Nono Yakushi. All because of Danzo Shimura. Danzo's schemes had robbed him of the only person in this world who had ever shown him kindness. It was Danzo who left him incapable of love. Once Danzo had collected himself, he glanced about, and, seeing nothing amiss, strode over to a stone door. He twisted a vase sitting nearby, 2 turns to the right. A hidden mechanism clicked, and the stone door swung open. Danzo slipped inside. 10 seconds later, the stone door slid shut behind him, and the vase silently returned to its original position. Yakushi Kabuto stepped out from the shadows just then, a cold smirk on his face. Let him be the one to send this old man to his final journey. His hand reached for the vase, ready to twist it open, when he suddenly felt something hard and cold pressed against his spine. Instantly, his body froze. As he turned his head, a chilling, murderous voice spoke up behind him. Do you know where Shimura Danzo has gone? Sensing his attacker's intent and hearing those icy words, Kabuto stopped his hand just as he was about to reach into his pocket for a scalpel. Instead, he raised both hands. Now he understood. This person was here to kill Shimura Danzo, which meant he was an ally. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ahem, brother, Shimura Danzo is right behind this stone door, Kabuto replied, smiling sweetly. Uchiha Zhan nodded, preparing to order him to open the door, when suddenly, a new voice broke the tension. Who are you? And why are you lingering in Lord Danzo's secret chamber? It was Aburame Torian. Originally, Torian hadn't noticed anything unusual until someone reported that the main entrance to the root headquarters had been blasted open by force and the intruders had disappeared. Torian's instincts immediately led him to suspect the secret chamber. No one could be allowed inside. The secrets hidden there, if exposed, would not only strip Lord Danzo of his claim to Hokage, but also cost him even his status as a citizen of Konoha. Realizing that the two men in front of the secret door meant trouble, Torian slid off his gloves and extended both hands. Swarms of venomous insect crawled out from his body, some tiny enough to go unnoticed, others thick, monstrous, and terrifying to behold. Uchiha Zhan's face darkened. Forming hand seals, snake, goat, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, he declared, fire style, great fireball jutsu. But he wasn't done. Swinging the grand Uchiha flame fan in a wide arc, the fireball expanded, filling the entrance to the secret chamber, surging straight toward Torian. Torian's expression shifted to one of alarm. In his heart, he cried out, there's no way his insects could survive against such a blaze. In a flash, tens of thousands of venomous insects were incinerated. Torian spat out a mouthful of blood, dazedly staring at the fireball rushing at him, and shut his eyes, bracing for death. Suddenly, someone yanked him up by the collar and whisked him away toward the main hall. Caught off guard, Torian wondered who had just saved him. Glancing up, he saw it was Yamanaka Fu, expressionless, gloved, and now tossing him onto the hall floor. Fu, Lord Danzo. Torian blurted out urgently, desperate to rush back and help. But Fu shot him a glare. Idiot, do you even know who that man is? That's Uchiha Zhan, the current clan leader of the Uchiha. His chakra reserves put us to shame. Gather 100 of us, and he'd still snuff us out with a single breath of fire. And you dare face him head-on? Yamanaka Fu rebuked Torian fiercely. Shino Aburame shivered involuntarily, shocked by how formidable that young man truly was. He had just experienced the boy's fire firsthand. Only moments ago, he'd unleashed 60% of all his parasitic insects in desperation. Now, Shino's blood and energy were depleted, his face pale, but he still struggled to his feet. Kaze, then tell me, what are we supposed to do? The tongue-cursed seal implanted by Danzo Shimura, coupled with years of training under his hand, had molded them completely. No, at this very moment, their minds were wholly preoccupied with Danzo's safety. Anyway, I can't let you barge in head first. If you try brute force, not only will you fail to rescue Lord Danzo, but will be of no use either. At this point, all we can do is wait, Yamanaka Kaze replied, frowning deeply. Wait? That guy is monstrously strong, his chakra overbearing. If we wait, Lord Danzo might be beaten to death right before our eyes. Shino barked with frustration. Yamanaka Kaze smacked him sharply across the head. You idiot, that's not what I meant. We wait for 3 minutes after they've gone inside. Then we make our move, launching our attack from both sides. With Lord Danzo attacking from the front and us at his back, how can we not seriously wound him? Think, if we manage to deal a heavy blow to Uchiha Zhan, not only will we save Lord Danzo, but we'll present him with an even more powerful sharingan. Wouldn't that make Lord Danzo value us even more highly? Yamanaka Kaze's words made Shino's eyes light up. He immediately jumped to his feet and gave Kaze a big thumbs up. That's brilliant, Kaze. We'll do exactly as you say. Kaze shot him a glance, and then called over another root ninja to perform the mind-body switch technique, taking control of Shino's body and sending him to scout the situation. At the secret chamber's entrance, Uchiha Zhan turned around to look at the newcomer, instantly recognizing the gentle expression and square-rimmed glasses. Kabuto Yakushi? Kabuto's eyes widened in surprise. He removed his cloak and murmured, I didn't expect Lord Zhan would know me by sight. Seeing the fire jutsu just now, along with the legendary Uchiha clan leader's fan of flames, it was clear. This must be Uchiha Zhan, whose name had been spreading like wildfire in recent days. Kabuto's lips curled in a subtle smile. Now, with Uchiha Zhan joining the attempt on Danzo's life, their success rate would jump from the 30% he'd first calculated to a full 100. Others might not know Zhan's true strength, but Kabuto was fully aware. After all, Orochimaru had given him a white snake to plant in a cave by the Nanga River, allowing him to witness everything firsthand, including how Uchiha Zhan incinerated vast swaths of the valley with a single blast of fire. Zhan himself froze. He recognized Kabuto because he'd read the manga countless times, but Kabuto knowing about him? Did that mean Kabuto had read the manga too? But soon, Kabuto Yakushi understood his confusion and offered an explanation. On the day of the battle by the Nanha River, I was fortunate enough to witness you set fire to the mountain. It was only then that Uchiha Zhan realized. He and Hayashi Hyuga had focused all their attention on Danzo Shimura and the root ninjas back then, paying no mind to whether anyone else was present around them. Or perhaps Kabuto had disguised himself as one of the root members at the time. But that hardly mattered now. You know how to open this door, right? Uchiha Zhan was already well aware of Kabuto's relationship with Danzo. Besides, in the chaos of these times, if Kabuto were actually here to protect Danzo Shimura, that would be downright melodramatic. Kabuto Yakushi bowed deeply. Honored Lord Uchiha Zhan, I'll open it right away, but I have one condition. You're bargaining with me now? Uchiha Zhan's tone grew curt, the edge of impatience rising in his voice. Kabuto quickly clarified. My condition is very simple. After we captured Danzo Shimura, may I be the one to interrogate him? As he spoke, a crimson flush crept visibly across his eyes, bloodshot vessels streaking from the corners and flooding into his pupils. A wave of murderous intent radiated from him. Uchiha Zhan understood, and so he reined in his own killing intent. Fine. Make it quick. The sound of the fight just now must have alerted Danzo. For all we know, he might be switching out sharingan eyes as we speak. Kabuto nodded and moved over to the vase, mimicking the gestures he'd seen Danzo use. There was a deep rumble. The stone door slowly creaked open. Without hesitation, Uchiha Zhan charged into the secret chamber first, with Kabuto hastily following behind. With Uchiha Zhan present, Kabuto didn't have to creep along, wary of every trap or mechanism. They entered the chamber together. Before they'd even taken 10 steps, Uchiha Zhan set foot on a particular floor tile that sank slightly. In the next instant, a hailstorm of sunbon needles shot toward them from both front and back. Uchiha Zhan immediately activated Susanoo, its ethereal armor enveloping both himself and Kabuto. Kabuto's pupils contracted in shock. Was this the legendary Susanoo? The same Susanoo wielded by the mythical Uchiha Madara. Each of those sunbon needles was stained a blackish purple, clearly laced with potent venom. A single scratch would mean instant death. But as they slammed into the Susanoo, their impact was marked only by a chorus of metallic chimes before the needles either snapped or crumbled to dust, spilling harmlessly to the floor. Kabuto could not help but tremble all over in awe at the sight. Such power, so overwhelmingly strong. Lord Zhan's strength was truly formidable. His eyes blazed with admiration as he gazed at Uchiha Zhan. Unlike Orochimaru's obsessions or Danzo Shimura's perversions, Kabuto was simply in awe of Uchiha Zhan's might. That someone with power this great would actually protect him, a near stranger upon first meeting, Kabuto found it deeply moving. The metallic clinking continued for a full minute. 500 poisoned sunbon rained down, each identical in their toxic coating. Looking closer, even flecks of rust were visible, clinging to the surface. Uchiha Zhan noticed every detail. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Poison, physical harm, tetanus. Who knows if Shimura Danzo had done this intentionally, out of carelessness, or simply because he neglected basic upkeep. Maybe he just never bothered to clean the traps, resulting in this bizarre array of hazards. Still, anyone else would most likely have perished right here. Uchiha Zhan spoke. Stay close to me. The ground is rigged with poison needles. As long as you stay within my protection, none of them will harm you. With that, Uchiha Zhan strode forward without paying any attention to Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto hurried behind, staying well within the Susanoo's protective reach, his mind awash with admiration for Uchiha Zhan's power, even as his analytical instincts zeroed in on the structure of Susanoo itself. Let's not forget, behind his dreammaker facade, Kabuto was also Orochimaru's assistant, a man utterly devoted to the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. Now, presented with such an opportunity, how could he possibly restrain his drive for insight and discovery? The secret passage was indeed long and bewildering. Sunbon, kunai, explosive tags, spike blades, crossbow bolts, compound bows. It seemed there was no trap the place couldn't contrive. Thanks to Susanoo, Uchiha Zhan simply charged straight to the entrance, unharmed. One could imagine that even Shimura Danzo himself would have to jump through quite a few hoops just to enter here. Within the hidden room stood a heavy iron door. Wasting no time, Uchiha Zhan swung a chakra-charged fist and blasted the door clean off its hinges. Shimura Danzo, who had just retrieved a jar from a cabinet, spun around at the explosive entry. As he turned, he very deliberately let both Kabuto and Uchiha Zhan see what he held, a glass jar filled with sharingan eyes. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, eyes narrowing to slits. The corner of his mouth twitched. Only Danzo would dare, parading a jar of Uchiha sharingan before the clan head himself. Was this recklessness or a death wish? He didn't dare even give a dry chuckle or make the slightest sound. The blood-chilling aura radiating from Uchiha Zhan beside him filled the air with a bottomless, icy, killing intent. Uchiha Zhan, how did you get here? And you? Who are you, and why are you wearing my Root Division's combat gear? Danzo's face drained of all color. With trembling voice, he clutched the jar close with his left, pointing frantically at Uchiha Zhan and Kabuto with his right. A cold, disdainful laugh escaped Uchiha Zhan. Danzo, you really have a death wish, don't you? Chakra blazing, he rocketed forward, wielding the Uchiha clan's blazing war fan. He brought it crashing down atop Danzo. Danzo had no time to react. In his eyes, pure terror flickered before he froze, struck where he stood and crushed into a pulp. Uchiha Zhan caught the jar as it tumbled from midair. For a brief instant, hatred smoldered in his eyes. The remnants of Madara Uchiha's will, embedded deep within him, subtly and relentlessly shaped his very soul. Today, when he saw the Uchiha clan's sharingan collected and arranged by Danzo Shimura, the darkness in his heart immediately surfaced. Uchiha Zhan was fused with the template of Madara Uchiha as the founder of Konoha, and at this point in time, Madara still remembered Izuna's dying wishes. He must look after the people of the Uchiha. He must protect the Uchiha clan. So, the moment he saw the sharingan clenched in Danzo Shimura's hands, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent surging in his heart. Kabuto Yakushi, standing by, was stunned. Was Danzo Shimura really about to die, just like that? It shouldn't be possible, should it? Kabuto's surprise was understandable, because only 4 people knew that Danzo possessed Izanagi: Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shibi Aburame, and as for the other members of Root, they knew nothing. While Kabuto stood frozen in shock, Danzo Shimura suddenly appeared overhead, a kunai gripped in his hand, eyes filled with murderous intent. If he was destined to die today, he would at least drag one person down with him. This man must be an accomplice, having brought Uchiha Zhan here. A chill swept over Kabuto. He looked up and saw Danzo descending toward him, panic flashing through his mind. When had this happened? Wasn't Danzo already killed by Uchiha Zhan? Damn it. But in the next instant, a Susanoo arm swept over, the giant hand opening wide and slamming Danzo against the wall. There was a harsh, bone-crunching sound as Danzo's body exploded, organs shattered, bones pulverized. Spitting blood, Danzo's eyes went wide. "Cursed fate!" he cried, his voice guttural. With those words, his body and blood crumbled once more into dust. Uchiha Zhan's expression was cold and grim. By his count, this was already the 5th time. There was only one more left. Danzo hadn't added any more sharingan. So with one more death, his end would be final. 20 seconds later, Danzo Shimura appeared right in front of Uchiha Zhan. Disbelief filled his eyes. "Why? If you want the position of Hokage, I'll give it to you. If you want the village, I'll surrender that too. Why? Why won't you simply give me a chance at redemption? Why must you kill me? I, Danzo Shimura, have devoted my life to the village, done everything for its sake. You, a mere child, barely days into your role as Uchiha clan leader. On what grounds do you pass judgment on me?" Danzo shouted hoarsely at Uchiha Zhan. He was the type of man history called a would-be conqueror. He never looked back or reflected on his misdeeds. His only ambition was to push relentlessly forward, to overcome his political enemies. He sought to seize supreme power in Konoha and revel in ultimate authority. People like that easily become powerful in reality, but this was the world of manga. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, and true strength ruled the ninja world. Schemes and plots could not create greatness here. Only overwhelming force could determine right and wrong. Today, it wasn't that Danzo Shimura lost because of some misstep. It was simply that Uchiha Sen's power far surpassed his. Years of Danzo's plotting and schemes were utterly destroyed in an instant. From this, it's clear, in the world of shinobi, cunning plans mean little. What really matters is strength. If someone talks strategy with you, perhaps it's just someone in power amusing themselves, watching to see how long you can keep up the charade. But in the end, no matter what, the weaker side will always be the one to lose. Any last words? Uchiha's son gazed coldly at Danzo, his eyes as indifferent as if he were already looking at a corpse. Danzo glanced at his pale right arm. Those 5 sharingan eyes had closed, and the yang chakra in his hand was starting to run wild, threatening to lose control. Hearing these words, Danzo's desperate shouts gradually faded into calm. His eyes flashed with resolve as he looked straight at Uchiha's son. This time, he wasn't going to run. He had run from Hidden Cloud Village years ago, run during the war in the Land of Rain, run the conflict with Hidden Sand, run during the chaos of the Ninetales attack. Always running. He'd spent his whole life running. But this time, he didn't want to run anymore. The Uchiha are Konoha's tumor, he thought. Today, he would drag the leader of that tumor down with him, and then atone to his teacher personally. Danzo's expression hardened with determination as he began to walk steadily toward Uchiha's son. Countless memories flickered through his mind, and the words in his heart rang out clearly. Hiruzen, from here on you'll be Hokage, the one standing in the light, admired by everyone, the radiant symbol of Konoha. But wherever there is light, there must also be darkness. Let me be the roots of Konoha, buried deep underground and hidden from the sun, doing what you cannot do yourself. Scene after scene replayed in his memory, while his right hand was beginning to slip completely out of control. Danzo, this is the most crucial battle of the Second Great Ninja War. Let's show the Sand Village our true strength. Danzo, I'm entrusting the front lines to you. Of everyone in Konoha, you're the one I trust most. Danzo, failure doesn't matter. As long as we survive, we still have a chance. Danzo, Danzo, Danzo. His mind was filled with the voice of Hiruzen Sarutobi, full of trust, encouragement, support, and doubt. Am I hallucinating? Is this what dying feels like? They say that, at the end, memories parade before your eyes like lantern slides. A bitter laugh escaped him. In the end, I still can't suppress the wild growth of Hashirama cells. Still, maybe before I die for good, I can do something for Hiruzen and for Konoha. Danzo's awareness snapped back to the present. A ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he charged at Uchiha's son, drew a kunai, and severed his own right arm. The pale right arm hadn't even touched the ground before it transformed, sprouting as a tree thrusting up from the earth. But Shimura Danzo paid it no mind. He staggered forward, charging straight at Uchiha-sen's Susanoo, and when he reached its front, he suddenly tore open his clothes. Mysterious seal patterns appeared on Danzo's skin. Across from him, Uchiha's son, well aware of the plot, recognized the forbidden reverse four symbols sealing technique, said to be able to seal a massive bridge within its grasp. Uchiha's son, I admit your strength, Danzo declared. You've surpassed me, surpassed even Hiruzen. But the will of fire tells me I must stop you here. If I don't, the future of Konoha will be lost to your hands. My whole life, I have done much for better or for worse, but all for Konoha. I have no regrets. Now, to die for the village, this is the highest honor I could desire. Uchiha-sen, die with me. In the Pure Land, at least, I will not be alone. Danzo roared. At that moment, a torrent of inky darkness billowed from his abdomen, the enormous power of the sealing technique flooding over Uchiha's son. Even his blue Susanoo was instantly shattered. Witnessing this, Danzo's frenzy reached a fever pitch, and he poured out the last of his chakra without restraint. Uchiha-sen's eyes widened, his face turning pale. Danzo laughed wildly, his voice echoing in the chamber. I never thought I'd be the one to take down the leader of this generation's Uchiha. It's worth it, His words were cut short as, the moment the reverse four symbols sealing touched Uchiha-sen's body, with a sudden whoosh, Uchiha's son dissolved into mist. Both Danzo and Kabuto's eyes narrowed in shock. Shadow clone. What had he? Just then, a voice rang out from the ceiling above. Danzo, loyal guardian who gave his all for Konoha. Even in death you use such extremes to end yourself and take the enemy with you. Impressive, truly impressive. Reality dawned on Danzo, and he roared in rage. Damn you, Uchiha-san, you wretch, you did it on purpose. You let down your guard just to lure me into this trap. That's right, but it's too late for regrets now. Once the reverse four symbols sealing begins, it cannot be stopped. Uchiha-san is here to see off the 4.5 Hokage, sending your soul to the Pure Land. With that, Uchiha-san dashed toward Kabuto. This spot was conveniently beyond the reach of the sealing technique. Without turning back, Uchiha-san watched as Danzo attempted to drag his body forward. But with the sealing nearing its climax, Danzo's body would not respond at all. Uchiha-san, I curse you. Danzo spat, his voice hoarse and desperate. May you die 1,000 deaths. May your end be 100 times, 1,000 times worse than mine. The Uchiha clan will be exterminated in the end. Even as the words left his lips, the sealing technique began its collapse, drawing inward. The sealed chamber, centered on Danzo, became a perfect vacuum, a 10-meter radius ring expanding outward. After contracting, Danzo Shimura's body, along with all food within 10 meters around him, was devoured completely. Only then did Uchiha Zhan turn back, gazing into the now empty center of the secret chamber, his expression unchanged. Kabuto Yakushi had witnessed the entire process. On one hand, he was deeply unsettled and frightened by Danzo's ultimate trump card, the four-symbol seal. On the other, he found himself oddly admiring Uchiha Zhan's cunning tactics. With the dust now settled, Kabuto suddenly realized that Uchiha Zhan had killed Danzo twice, each time using only his clones. If that was the case, then just how powerful must his true strength be? Kabuto stared at Uchiha Zhan with burning curiosity. Noticing the intensity of Kabuto's gaze, Zhan scratched his head and spoke. Sorry, Danzo chose to seal himself away. There was no way to preserve his body. Kabuto shook his head. If it had been him, he probably would have been killed by Danzo long ago. Even if by some stroke of luck he managed to force Danzo down to his last life. He wouldn't have had much strength or chakra left by then either. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to escape the four symbols reverse sealing jutsu that Danzo had just unleashed. Even if he took revenge for the director, he would have paid for it with his life. What's more, based on the battle that had just played out between Uchiha Zhan and Danzo, Kabuto knew that if he tried to face Danzo head-on, he'd almost certainly have been cut down on the spot. Uchiha Zhan let out a sigh, walked over to a petri dish, and began collecting the eyes of his clan members. Then he moved on to another row of containers. Labels read, Hashirama cells, basic, Hashirama cells, intermediate, and Hashirama cells, advanced. The danger levels were neatly marked. 1 star, 3 stars, 5 stars. There was also a note. 1-star experiments had 2 successful cases, Tenzo and Danzo Shimura. For the 3-star and 5-star trials, data was recorded, but without exception, all had ended in failure. Narrowing his eyes, Uchiha Zhan reached out to take the Hashirama cells, but suddenly he sensed something and swung around sharply. Kabuto's heart skipped a beat. He watched Uchiha Zhan's sudden movement and instinctively reached out toward a glass jar holding a lump of tissue. Tissue he instantly recognized. It was none other than the sample known as Hashirama cells, found in Lord Orochimaru's secret lab. In that moment, Kabuto was tormented by regret. Why did he have to know so much? At the same time, anxiety gnawed at him. Would Uchiha Zhan decide to eliminate him right here? Countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Zhan's mind, and indeed, one of them was to execute Kabuto on the spot. But just then, a system notification chimed in his consciousness. Ding! New mission. Recruit Kabuto Yakushi. Difficulty, 1 star. Hint, Kabuto is afraid of death. If you're enjoying the story and want to encourage faster updates, feel free to recommend it. Even if you don't tip. With the system prompt in his mind, the killing intent that had been buried deep within Uchiha Zhan instantly melted away, replaced by a slow, rising smile at the corner of his lips. The system surely wouldn't send me on an errand just for the fun of it, asking me to subdue Kabuto Yakushi. In other words, the system has taken a liking to Kabuto. Hey! Uchiha-san turned his gaze to Kabuto. Kabuto's whole body jolted, then he quickly nodded. Ah, Uchiha-sama, is there something you need from me? His voice was trembling at this moment. It was obvious he was truly afraid now, but no one could blame him. After all, anyone standing before Uchiha-san, who wielded the power of Uchiha Madara, would be terrified. Uchiha-san watched Kabuto's forced smile and let out a low chuckle. No need to be so tense. By the way, if I remember correctly, you've met Orochimaru before, haven't you? Kabuto's expression shifted instantly. Fear drained away, replaced by wariness. To him, Orochimaru was a benefactor, a teacher, and even a friend. Even in the face of death, he would never betray Lord Orochimaru. What puzzled him now was how Uchiha-san knew about his connection to Orochimaru. I'm not sure what you mean. Orochimaru? Isn't he a rogue ninja from the Leaf? The black market's got a 50 million bounty on his head. And besides, with how cautious he is, why would he ever meet someone as insignificant as me? Perhaps you're mistaken. Lord Senior Kabuto straightened, keeping his composure. He lifted his head and met Uchiha-san's gaze. The fear was gone from his eyes. This made Uchiha-san somewhat confused. Didn't the system say he was timid? Uchiha-san opened his system panel again, only to find, in tiny letters at the bottom right, a note. Whenever matters concerning Orochimaru are mentioned, Kabuto Yakushi becomes deadly serious, dropping all fears and going all out. Uchiha sen puronet. Damn it, was the system doing this on purpose? Such an important detail. It was written so small. With no other choice, he shut the panel and looked at the now formidable Kabuto before him with a feeling of resignation. Since things had come to this, Uchiha-san channeled his chakra, gathering it in his right eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye spun once. Demon Seed, go! Kabuto suddenly shuddered, then realized his whole body wouldn't move. What's happening to me? Wait, what's that? He noticed a crimson seed darting toward him. Let me explain, Uchiha-san said calmly. This is my Mangekyo ability. Instantaneous illusion paralyzes the body, imprisons consciousness, and I plant a seed in the mind. If my target dares disobey, the seed can be detonated at will. No sooner had Uchiha-san finished speaking than Kabuto's whole form convulsed, his consciousness slipping away, while the crimson seed passed through his chest, disappearing into his beating heart. His awareness was now locked within a pitch-black prison. Though he had lost control of his body, he remained a witness to everything unfolding. As soon as the demon seed entered his body, his consciousness was released as well, allowing him to regain control over himself. Before he had time to adjust or even process the sensation, a fierce, stabbing pain shot from his heart. God! Kabuto collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest with both hands. Damn it! The agony was so intense, he felt as if death would be a relief. Yet just as he was on the brink of collapse, the pain vanished. Weakly, he lifted his head and met Uchiha Zhan's gaze, looking down on him from above, eyes full of contempt. I'm not Orochimaru. I have no interest in your loyalty or your so-called talent, Uchiha Zhan said in an icy tone. Now that you've seen how I handle things, and you know what it is I want, the cells of Hashirama, I'll give you two choices. Submit, and continue your research in the police force's dungeon. You'll have 2 days off each week, with additional holidays off as they arise. Your salary will be tripled. Uchiha Zhan smiled as he said this. But a moment later, his expression turned cold. If you refuse all that, then the only option left for you is the Pure Land, where you can go keep Danzo company. Uchiha Zhan spoke each word with a hint of murderous intent. Kabuto didn't hesitate for a moment. He dropped to his knees. Lord Zhan, I'm willing to serve. I'll submit anything you wish. He remembered something that Lord Orochimaru once said. He who adapts to the times is a true hero. At a moment like this, what use was dignity? Uchiha Zhan regarded Kabuto for a moment, then leaned down and whispered by his ear, voice cold. The demon seed has already taken root. Unless you can swap out your heart, snuffing out your life would be as easy as snapping my fingers. You better not play any tricks. No matter where you run, if I activate my sharingan, the demon seed will explode, boom, taking your heart with it. With that, Uchiha Zhan straightened up, stretching his neck with a casual twist. All right, next, let's clean up some of these small fry ninja. Kabuto, follow me, and show me what you're capable of. Uchiha Zhan selected what was useful. Research on Hashirama cells, the list of root agents planted in various villages with their code names, and a method for breaking Danzo's tongue curse. Then, with a single blaze, he incinerated the entire secret chamber, the culmination of Danzo Shimura's life work. Among the materials were plans targeting the Uchiha clan, bloodline research, sharingan applications, and data on Jinjutsu resistance experiments. If all this ever got out, then apart from the handful of Uchihas who'd awakened their Mangekyo, how could anyone else in the clan survive in Konoha, or even in the ninja world? Before setting all ablaze, he gave the documents one final look. The more he read, the more disturbed and agitated he became. Out of every book, one part detailed the characteristics of the Sharingan's bloodline, and the other 8 described ways to counter it. Uchiha Zhan formed the Ram Hand Seal, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. A torrent of flames flooded the entire hidden chamber, consuming all those precious materials, whether they targeted the Uchiha or the many clans of Konoha, burning them to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After completing this, Uchiha Zhan dashed toward the chamber's entrance. Just as he readied his blaze fan to smash through the stone wall, his ears twitched. He caught a faint noise. There were people lying in wait outside. Sweat trickled down and splattered onto the ground. Faced with this, Zhan slung the blaze fan onto his back and declared, Susanoo. In a flash, a towering blue Susanoo erupted to life, answering to his will. A mighty blue arm materialized from thin air and swung down upon the stone door with a thunderous crash. The door crumbled, and a shout rang out. Now's the time. Root operatives strike. Use as many explosive tags as you need. As long as we can rescue Lord Danzo from Uchiha Zhan, you'll all be rewarded tenfold. Brothers, if we capture Uchiha Zhan alive, Lord Danzo will pile honors and riches upon us. Their shouts of murder filled the air, followed by the whistling of shuriken slicing through the darkness, a sound chilling enough to freeze the blood. Explosive tags detonated, billowing smoke and dust everywhere. Only when Yamanaka Kaze used his mind-reading jutsu to transmit a command did the scene break. Everyone, stand down and assess the situation. Don't risk hurting Lord Danzo. Once the attackers hesitated, the scent of sulfur in the air began to fade, smoke slowly thinning. Every ANBU's gaze was fixed, unblinking, upon the entrance of the secret chamber. As their sight cleared, what they saw made them gasp. A deep blue energy barrier stood tall, right before their eyes. Through it, they could see Uchiha Zhan with his arms folded, staring at them intently. Even Yamanaka Kaze was stunned by the sight, gaping blankly. What was that colossal energy being? Why was it so indestructible? That question echoed in every root ninja's mind. Confronted by such an immense force, a chill of dread crept into their hearts. Was this truly something they could overcome? Had enough. Uchiha Zhan let out a weary sigh, then continued coldly. If that's the case, it's my turn now. His eyes hardened to ice as he sent Susanoo charging into the crowd, sword swinging in a sweeping arc. With a fierce slash of the enormous chakra blade, more than 30 men fell instantly. Their faces wore a mixture of terror, pallor, and agony. Yamanaka Kaze could scarcely believe it. What unimaginable power was this? In a single exchange, half of his AMBU were slaughtered before his eyes. Run! Get out! That behemoth is beyond us! Kaze was the first to shout. Zhan's eyes found the source of the voice. Susanoo's enormous hand reached out and seized him in an instant. Kaze, Aburame Kuron, neglecting his own injuries, yanked off his gloves and unleashed a swarm of venomous insects, rushing desperately towards Susanoo's giant hand. Immediately after, he spewed a cloud of toxic gas, trying to channel it along Susanoo to affect Uchiha Senator. Unfortunately, Susanoo was capable of insulating against the poison. His little scheme had ultimately come to nothing. Uchiha-san noticed this scene and swung the hand grasping Yamanaka Kaze toward Aburame Torian. One was smashed into the wall, his organs squeezed by the impact. The other was crushed by Susanoo's giant hand, and when the hand finally released him, the force of release left him unconscious. The rest of the root shinobi watched Uchiha-san in terror, their teeth chattering as dread overtook them. Uchiha-san regarded them calmly as well. Do you choose life or death? Oh right, I almost forgot, Shimura Danzo is dead. He sealed himself away. At this, the root shinobi froze. Did this mean they were free? They looked down at the sealing technique on their tongues and sighed. Although they could now live, everything concerning Danzo remained unspoken. The seal was still in place. If the seal detected any disrespect towards Shimura Danzo, it would kill them instantly. Their reaction, of course, was just as Uchiha-san had expected. Uchiha-san spoke up. Here is the hand sign sequence to dispel the tongue curse seal. As he spoke, he made Susanoo carve the sequence, step by step, into the wall with its giant sword. Then, taking Kabuto Yakushi with him, Uchiha-san left the depths of root, leaving all the root shinobi momentarily stunned. They first glanced toward the direction Uchiha-san had departed, then turned to study the hand seals etched into the wall. Something called freedom began to break through the dead soil of their hearts. Whether or not the hand signs were genuine, they could not be sure. But it was clear they had endured enough of days like these. They used to have the heart to resist, but once they bore the tongue curse seal, their fate was even crueler than that of the Hyuga branch family. The Hyuga main family only used the cursed cage mark to threaten and punish the branch family. But Danzo? The moment you failed his expectations, failed his goals, the curse would activate immediately. These root shinobi would die on the spot, not even given the chance to appeal for justice. After years of oppression, a young member of the Hyuga branch was the first to follow the hand signs on the wall, channeling chakra and making the prescribed seals. Tongue curse, release. As soon as he spoke, he felt his tongue burn and quickly opened his mouth wide. The sigil, resembling a trigram, transformed into wisps of black smoke and drifted out from his lips. In about a minute, there was no trace left on his tongue. Suddenly, the Hyuga shinobi felt he was free. He shouted, Shimura Danzo was a traitor. He tried to usurp the seat of Hokage, an outrageous heretic. To ensure he was truly freed, he proceeded to unleash a rapid-fire string of expletives with gleeful ease, and to his delight, there was no discomfort, only a sense of exhilaration and liberation. Ha ha, it worked, he cried, bursting out toward the exit of the root base in a wild frenzy. For 10 years, he had lived like this, a prisoner in a world with no light and no hope. Now that he was about to savor the sweetness of freedom, how could he not be excited? And his success immediately ignited the ambition for freedom in the hearts of all the root shinobi who were still alive. One after another, they formed the necessary hand seals, releasing the cursed tongue eradication seal. With someone paving the way, they felt much more at ease. Their reactions varied. Some were wild with joy, others had tears glimmering in their eyes. But in their hearts, a heavy shackle had been lifted. Very soon, only Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torian, these two ill-fated comrades, were left in the root base. In fact, both of them had regained consciousness just moments before, but when they saw all their colleagues breaking free from the cursed seal, a complex mix of emotions and resignation passed through their eyes. The liberation of the root operatives was already a fact, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Besides, Lord Danzo Shimura was dead. Root had lost its head and was now a leaderless flock. As Danzo's henchmen, the two of them, if they had spoken up, might well have been killed by their own former companions. Now that only the two of them remained, they got up and exchanged a look. Then, following a hand-sealed chart posted on the wall, they too dispelled the cursed tongue eradication seal. Aburame Torian spoke first. Kaze, tell me, did we really do something wrong? Why is it that colleagues we used to work and joke with every day are all leaving so quickly? Yamanaka Kaze couldn't answer him. He, too, felt Danzo Shimura had been wrong, but he owed everything to Danzo's favor. Without it in the Yamanaka clan, he would never have made it this far. If Danzo Shimura hadn't valued him, would he even have a place to stand today? But since Aburame Torian was simple at heart and had always had a good relationship with him, Kaze finally replied slowly. Maybe it's just a difference in perspective. The two of us were brought here by Lord Danzo as children and entrusted with important tasks. He gave us that chance. But the others aren't the same. Many were outstanding shinobi who caught Lord Danzo's eye in previous years. He went straight to the Hokage to get them. And as soon as they arrived, they were bound by the cursed seal with their freedom taken. Anyone who dared resist was eliminated. So I think it's only natural that they feel this way. Yamanaka Kaze let out a long, weary sigh. Aburame Torian fell silent. After a long time, he asked quietly, "What kind of person do you think Uchiha-san really is?" He glanced over at Yamanaka Kaze. Yamanaka Kaze was taken aback and stared at Torian in disbelief. "Torian, don't tell me you. What kind of person was Uchiha-san?" Yamanaka Kaze mulled over Torian's words. He hadn't had much contact with Uchiha-san, but from that brief clash just moments ago, he could tell that son was a formidable man. His strength far surpassed that of Lord Shimura Danzo. In fact, he had a hunch that Uchiha Zhan's abilities would be on par with those of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. He's very powerful. As for the rest, I truly know nothing. Our paths have hardly crossed. Yamanaka Fu replied honestly. Objectively speaking, Shimura Danzo had been his boss, or rather, his former boss, and the one who recruited him. Hearing Aburame Torian's words now left him with a complicated feeling, a taste of bitterness. Yet inwardly, he could not help but waver. After all, in the shinobi world, power reigned supreme. Witnessing Uchiha Zhan's prowess had sparked a longing in Yamanaka Fu as well. "What do you think we should do now?" Torian asked, his expression dejected. "We, who were chosen to be Danzo's guards. Now that Lord Danzo has fallen, where do we go from here? You know as well as I do, Danzo's reputation in the village." Yamanaka Fu clenched his teeth. He'd been brought into root and had more than once raised a hand against his own Yamanaka clan, though it had been by Danzo's coercive orders. This had earned him a dismal reputation among his own people. Even though his relationship with Yamanaka and Noichi was still decent, the rest of the clan couldn't understand him. They couldn't see the strict necessity of Danzo's policy to eliminate loose tongues. To them, he was merely a traitor who had betrayed the Yamanaka. For a moment, he hesitated. Just then, Yamanaka and Noichi appeared before them. The sorrowful pair immediately stood up when they sensed someone approach, tracing the ripple of chakra in the air. Raising both hands in a gesture of peace, Inoichi smiled. "Congratulations, Torian." And, Fu. He shot a somewhat complex look at Fu, the genius of their clan. Once upon a time, Danzo's first pick had actually been Inoichi himself. It was only because Inoichi's father had been clan leader that the proposal was refused. But wanting to avoid a total fallout, they instead offered up Fu, the brightest prodigy of the Yamanaka at the time. Inoichi could still remember watching Fu walk away, his own eyes brimming with sadness and resentment. Over these past years, he had sought to understand Fu's choices, never expelling him from the family. Apart from the clan's upper echelons, few knew the details. They just knew that Fu had earned the stigma of traitor to the Yamanaka name. "Clan leader, Fu greets you," he said with only a nod, forgoing the formal bow. In his heart, he no longer counted himself as part of the Yamanaka. And if that was the case, why pay homage before Inoichi? Inoichi sighed. "Fu, I know you blame my father. I won't ask you to forgive him. But today, I'm here to show you a new path forward." Yamanaka Kaze's expression darkened at first, but eventually returned to normal. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then please, Chief Yamanaka, tell us, where can we go from here?" Even he was at a loss. To be honest, he didn't want to leave Konoha. Konoha was his home. Even if his clan head had been killed, his attachment to his home had not diminished. When Yamanaka Haichi heard Kaze mention us, he instinctively glanced at Aburame Toraijin, then finally nodded. Chief Shikaku said, "Now that Lord Uchiha-san is about to be inaugurated as the 5th Hokage, there's no way he'll build his rule solely with the Uchiha. When that time comes, it'll be your job, Kaze, to serve as the point of contact between the Yamanaka clan and the Hokage." As for Chief Aburame's side, "My sentiments are the same as Haichi's. Toraijin, you've suffered enough all these years." A man swathed tightly from head to toe, surrounded by countless parasitic insects, seemed to float into the room. A faint smile tugged at Yamanaka Haichi's lips as he heard the voice. "Shige, you're here." He turned and looked at Aburame Shige, enshrouded in insects. "That's right," Shige responded. "If an old-timer like you showed up, how could I not? And besides, Toraijin has always been the pride of the Aburame clan. If it weren't for Danzo Shimura, I would have taken him as my personal disciple years ago." As he finished, Shige patted Toraijin on the shoulder. Toraijin started biting his fingers, his whole body trembling with tension. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of this clan chief. Aburame Shige always seemed to blend into the background, but that only made his presence more intimidating. Time and again, whenever the Aburame clan found itself in peril, Shige would step in at the crucial moment, resolving difficulties no ordinary person could handle. "Toraijin, don't be afraid," Shige said with a gentle smile. "From now on, you'll be the liaison between the Aburame clan and the Hokage. This position is yours." Let's be clear, Torijin's innate talent outstripped even his own. The only reason the boy couldn't surpass him yet was his youth. No truly great clan would reject the return of such a gifted prodigy. And besides, his own son, Shino, idolized Toraijin, eager to learn from him the secrets of manipulating insects and laying curses. So what if Toraijin had, in the past, done things that harmed the clan? It was only because Toraijin had been forced to endure and bide his time, bound by that cursed tongue seal, with no other choice. Shige had already made up his mind. Once Toraijin returned home, he would personally select the choicest insect breeds for him, and turn all the hardships Toraijin had suffered into a legend. When the time comes, everyone will naturally feel compassion for her, care for him, accept him, and finally, when I reveal that everything was done by him, wouldn't that just bring everyone's hearts back to him? Aburame Shirway could hardly contain himself. His whole body trembled with excitement. In fact, some of his insects were so baffled by his rapid quivering that they quickly crawled out, worried something was amiss. Aburame Toraijin was in tears. Although he feared the clan leader had still shown him a clear path in this situation. Even if he failed, Shirway was willing to welcome him back into the clan as one of their own. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Toraijin clung to Shirway's coat and sobbed. Shirway, wearing his gloves, gently patted Toraijin on the head. While Toraijin was undoubtedly gifted, most people would hesitate to touch him directly. Yamanaka Kaze was not as easy to fool as Toraijin. He stared steadily at Yamanaka Haichi and asked, "Clan leader, what must I do then? Am I to relay messages for the Yamanaka every day, or become a spy at Uchiha Zhan's side?" Kaze didn't trust Haichi to be so generous as to offer him this valuable spot for nothing. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Haichi was momentarily caught off guard. He swore that when he relinquished the liaison position, he truly hadn't planned to ask anything of Kaze. But seeing Kaze's suspicious demeanor, Haichi felt a pang of guilt. Yet in Kaze's eyes, Haichi's reaction only confirmed his suspicions. Of course, he thought with a cold sneer, he wouldn't have come unless he wanted something from me. These clan leaders never do anything without benefit. As for Aburame Toraijin, he's just pure-hearted, and if the sly old Shirway is willing to take him back, so be it. Despite Shirway's low profile, he really does care for his clansmen. Deflated, Haichi spoke. "You misunderstand, Kaze. I only wanted to bring you home. I worried you might refuse, so I arranged for you to serve under Lord Hokage. As for passing on messages or anything else, I never intended that." Kaze met Haichi's gaze, clearly conflicted. Never mind, he thought, no point dwelling on it. Looking Haichi in the eye, he said, "If that's the case, I'll compete fairly for the liaison post between our clan and the Hokage. But understand, my family mustn't expect me to divulge anything about Uchiha Zhan. That is the foundation for a person and for a loyal servant." Kaze stood up straight, facing Haichi with resolve. Haichi nodded, replying, "Very well. When everything is settled, I'll see to it that you're included in Lord Hokage's selection for his inner circle. But with your strength and ability, I'm certain you'll be chosen." The mountain wind gave no reply, but, in its silence, neither denied nor affirmed his words. He possessed both the strength and the confidence to warrant such acceptance. Outside the root headquarters, as Uchiha Zhan stepped outside, he was met by a contingent of people. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, as well as the elite of the Uchiha clan. "Welcome back, Lord Zhan," Nara Shikaku said, bowing respectfully. "The unrest within the village has been quelled. All root shinobi have been arrested and imprisoned, awaiting interrogation." From this moment on, the difference in status between them and Uchiha Zhan became as stark as the clouds and mud. Now, Zhan stood as the Hokage, and they were all his subordinates. Uchiha Zhan raised his hand. Clan head Nara, please rise. I am but a young member of the Uchiha clan. How could I deserve such an honor from you? Though Zhan spoke with humility, his gaze remained commanding as he fixed his eyes on Shikaku, clearly lost in thought. But Shikaku was no fool. Keeping one knee to the ground, he replied, Lord Zhan, you are about to ascend to the seat of Hokage. And what of youth? Years ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi was but 15 or 16 when he became the Hokage of Konoha. Your strength, your wisdom, your sense of justice, all surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi's. You are the true Hokage. Shikaku repeated his pledge of allegiance. At his cue, Akimichi Choza gave a nod and promptly knelt as well. Indeed, Lord Hokage, Konoha has suffered under Shimura Danzo's shadow for far too long. Though you are young, your strength and vision far exceed his. I'd even say you surpass Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Catching his old friend's signal, Choza didn't hesitate. Now was the time to take sides, and he wouldn't be caught lagging behind. Uchiha Zhan let out a wry chuckle. You all are putting me in a tough spot. I'm so young, yet you intend to thrust me into the Hokage's seat. Can that really be appropriate? Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward with a bow. Zhan, if you become Hokage, the entire Hyuga clan will stand behind you. Wherever you point, that's the direction we'll charge. We will too. We will too. We will too. All the flattery had been claimed by these three clans. What else was there to say? Better to follow along. There could be no mistake in that. In a single moment, Zhan had won over more than half of Konoha's clans, those who held private armies and a vote in the Hokage's council. After letting the moment settle, Zhan finally spoke. We can discuss this matter at another time. For now, the unrest within the village is over. What's happening beyond our borders? Nara Shikaku rose to his feet immediately. To answer the Lord Hokage, Sunagakure has deployed its forces 30 kilometers outside the village. Their adversary is Lord Fugaku. As he spoke, Shikaku keenly studied Zan's reaction. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue in annoyance, then swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke. You all head back first. Shikaku, clan leader Hayashi, you two come with me. We're going to lend a hand. He didn't even bother listening to the delegations from Awakens or Kumogakure. Knowing his father's cautious ways, the Mangekyo Sharingan would never be unleashed until the very last moment, which was completely at odds with his own plan. What he wanted was to use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in this very battle, to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. He knew Fugaku's strength well. While victory was certain, it would inevitably come at the cost of their own people. After all, these were the very forces of Konoha, and, when it came down to it, Uchiha Zhan just couldn't bear to see his comrades injured or killed. Shikaku Nara's eyes sparkled at the chance. This was the perfect opportunity to observe what kind of leader Uchiha Zhan really was, what kind of commander he might become. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, well, Shikaku had already formed his opinion. A useless sack of trouble. Whether out of political motives or just incompetence, how could 2,000 proud Senju soldiers be wiped out under his command in the Second Great Ninja War? Shikaku genuinely couldn't fathom it. Sharp when it came to politics, perhaps, but as for anything to do with foreign relations, Hiruzen's approach made Shikaku want to retch. Win or lose, Konoha always ended up paying reparations. What on earth was that about? Their own village was already struggling to put food on the table, and yet they still handed resources to the enemy. Shikaku couldn't understand what was going on in that man's head. Yes, Lord Hokage. This time, I, Shikaku, will make sure we keep our losses to an absolute minimum and preserve as much of Konoha's fighting strength as possible. A faint, sly smile tugged at Shikaku's lips. After all, his clan had always boasted the best tactical minds of any era. No one understood this business better than they did. Uchiha Zhan paused, a look of surprise crossing his face as he turned toward Shikaku. Losses? What losses? Shikaku frowned. It's war. People are bound to die. I'll do everything in my power to minimize our casualties. He was suddenly confused. Why did Uchiha Zhan give him such a bad feeling? There won't be any losses. When the time comes, I'll charge straight into their ranks myself. Uchiha Zhan declared with a dramatic sweep of his arm, then immediately grabbed Shikaku and shot upward into the air. Shikaku's face went pale as he sputtered. What the? Wait, what? He hadn't expected Uchiha Zhan to simply drag him along like a wild beast, and at such astonishing speed, it felt like he was about to soar straight into the sky. At the Firewind front, the Sunagakure ninjas had already assembled, Raza standing front and center with his arms crossed, while Grandmother Chiyo sat in command at the heart of their formation. Though their clothes were torn and tattered, the fire in their eyes was unmistakably bright. Finally, war was upon them again, and they stood on the verge of battle. They needed money desperately. Victory or defeat, it didn't matter. Either way, the village would reap a generous reward. At the front of the Konoha lines, Fugaku Uchiha stood stiff and stern, his gaze fixed on the man opposite him. This was Raza, 4th Kazekage of the Sand, master of gold dust and the magnet release, heir to the 3rd Kazekage. While not especially gifted in strategy, he nonetheless led from the front this time. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, this man was nothing to fear. He paused, looking out toward the battlefield's center, where an elderly woman stood. She was the true pivot of this war. Granny Chiyo, a veteran of the 3 great ninja wars, was an old hand from Hashirama's era. Her mastery of puppet techniques was nothing short of unparalleled. To call her the greatest puppet master of the ninja world would not be an exaggeration. Yet, all that was mere artistry. Her true strength lay in her talent for concocting deadly poisons and commanding troops in warfare. One could say that throughout the 3 great ninja wars, without Chiyo's guidance, the Sand Village would have been no better than a band of wandering marauders. She alone was worth the strength of an entire army. "Who goes there? State your name," barked an Uchiha ninja with a fierce shout. Raza responded with a dismissive chuckle. "Raza of the Sand. Step aside if you know what's good for you. Once I break into the Leaf Village, I might just spare your lives. Resist, and this ground will be your grave." Raza would hardly have spoken so brashly. If it had been someone like Tsukumo Hatake before him, he wouldn't dare. But alas, Konoha had suffered too greatly. Tsukumo Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, one after another, either dead or vanished. With all Konoha's prime elites wiped out in their prime, it's no wonder Raza was growing so arrogant. Perhaps the old 3rd Hokage might have commanded some respect from him, but as for the rest, they were nothing in his eyes. "Uchiha Fugaku, clan head of the Uchiha. Is that identity sufficient for you?" Fugaku had merely intended to go through the motions, to keep up appearances and maintain a standoff. But this rascal was getting right in his face, coming on strong from the start. "Oh, I see. So you're the Turtle Chief, right?" Raza taunted, his sarcasm thick. The Uchiha ninja sneaked a look at Fugaku, pursing their lips in silence. Who would have thought their clan leader was so renowned? Even the Sand knew his name. Fugaku snorted coldly. "Watch your tongue, boy. What nonsense are you spouting?" "Did I say anything wrong, calling you the Turtle Chief?" Raza laughed openly, his mirth boosting the morale of the Sand ninja, who gleefully joined in the mockery. "Turtle Fugaku? Who hasn't heard of your great reputation?" "Exactly. Here you are, leader of Konoha's most powerful clan, practically able to check and balance the upper echelon. Yet you keep cowering step by step till your whole clan is driven to the village's edge. Who knows? If Uchiha Madara, in the Pure Land, saw how his descendants had turned out, would he return to this world himself, just to cut down you degenerates with his own hand? So much for the greatest clan in the ninja world. So much for the vaunted Uchiha." The Sand Shinobi unleashed all their scorn, hoping to provoke Fugaku into battle. As long as someone under Fugaku's command made the first move, they were confident they could bury them all right here. The Uchiha ninja gritted their teeth. "Lord Fugaku, how dare they mock us like this? Let's take them on." "That's right, Lord Fugaku. Let's do it." Even members of the Hyuga clan couldn't stand to watch any longer. The ninjas of the Ino Shikicho trio refrained from speaking, but their thoughts mirrored those of the Uchiha. They wanted nothing more than to obliterate the enemy. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. "They've obviously set everything up beforehand, ambushes and traps. That's why they're trying to provoke us, to make us attack first. We can't fall for it. Fugaku, are you really going to keep hiding like a turtle? They've trampled all over our pride. If you won't fight, then I will." One Uchiha Jonin, burning with rage, charged forward. The rest of the Uchiha clan glanced at Fugaku, then hurried after him. Fugaku's face darkened with frustration. Even though he understood this was all a ploy by Tsunade, everyone had already been goaded past the point of no return. The Hyuga followed suit, but the Inoshikicho trio held their ground, still waiting on further orders from Fugaku. Ever since the preparations for this campaign began, their clan heads had told them not to move unless Uchiha Fugaku gave the command. Though Fugaku's temperament was often said to be timid, his keen sense for battlefield intuition was second to none in the Leaf Village. There were barely 10 who could stand as his equal. At last, Fugaku gritted his teeth. Everyone attack. He had no choice but to try and save as many of his clansmen as possible. On the other side, Raza immediately cut off the taunting. He raised his right hand, and Chiyo quickly lifted the signal banner. The ninja of Tsunade moved as one behind the flag, swiftly forming a crescent formation that closed in on the Konoha forces. Raza soared behind the Konoha ninja atop a platform of sparkling gold dust, arms folded, chakras surging. Waves of gold sand burst from the ground, transforming into razor-sharp spears that thrust toward their unprotected backs. Magnet release. Gold dust spears. A barrage of spears launched with piercing force, targeting the Konoha ninja from behind. Members of the Akimichi clan immediately used their expansion jutsu, taking on the role of living shields to block the assault. But the gold dust spears were exceedingly sharp, quickly piercing through their defenses. Thankfully, the spears sank only into their layers of fat. The Akimichi ninja, faces stricken, cried out, "Lord Fugaku, Raza's magnet release is powerful. We can withstand one attack, but if there's a second wave, we'll be in mortal danger." Ahead, the puppet army had already begun its assault. As weak as they seemed individually, their overwhelming numbers were difficult to resist. After barely 10 minutes, everyone on the battlefield began a flag. Seeing this, a sly smile played on Raza's lips. It looked like there was much to gain from this battle. "Sunagakure Shinobi, he my command. Release the Senbon," he ordered, signaling his forces to prepare for a long-range attack. Uchiha Fugaku's face was clouded with darkness. Things couldn't go on like this. Just as he was about to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, a figure suddenly shot through the air, knocking Raza, who had been barking out orders, straight off the pedestal of gold sand. Raza was left in complete bewilderment. What had just flown over? He barely had time to look up before the cold edge of a kunai pressed hard against his throat. "Don't move, or I'll end your life right here." Nara Shikaku had arrived, and at this very moment, he had Raza firmly at his mercy. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan descended from the sky, unleashing Susanoo in a stunning spectacle. Shisano. With that vibrant roar, Susanoo surged forth in its third form, wrapping every Konoha ninja participating in the assault safely within its protective embrace. In the next instant, the crisp, metallic clang of kunai and poisoned Senbon striking Susanoo filled the air, each hit ringing out sharp and clear. Witnessing the power of the defense, Chiyo immediately signaled everyone to cease their attacks. Uchiha Zhan spoke with authority. "Your Kazekage has been captured. It's not too late. Surrender now." As he controlled Susanoo, he swept its giant blade in an arc, the tip coming to rest, unwavering, right at Raza. Shikaku, lowering his head quickly, took the opportunity to snatch away Raza completely, cursing inwardly at Uchiha Zhan's ruthless methods. Just moments before flying in, Zhan had snapped to him, "There's no time, Shikaku. Here, I'll toss you some credit for this." Before he could even reply, Zhan had literally flung him into action. If not for his quick reflexes, he wouldn't have been able to seize Raza, nor dodge the broad sweep of Zhan's sweeping attack. This guy absolutely brutal. By now, Raza was collecting his wits and tried to fight back. But the kunai was still poised at his throat, and a dull ache throbbed in his chest. 2/3 of his body was weighed down by Shikaku, firmly restrained. If he made even the slightest move, if even the wind rustled, the lean, wiry ninja pinning him down would have no hesitation to slice open his throat. "No, this can't be. I schemed and plotted so hard to get here. There's no way I can die now. I absolutely can't. If I die here, Granny Chiyo will never let go of what happened with Yi-Tsong." Fear and frustration mingled in Raza's eyes as he desperately tried to swirl his chakra, calling upon the gold sand hidden deep underground. But he underestimated Shikaku and failed to realize that in this world, no one was born to always be the hero, nor destined to forever linger in the background. The man pinning him, Nara Shikaku, was no slouch. The instant he sensed the flow of chakra, he would unleash the Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu. Not only could he instantly seize control over the fourth Kazekage's body, but he could also disrupt and break through any defensive or underhanded techniques Raza tried to muster. The irony almost made Raza laugh with bitterness. If the likes of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages ever heard of him losing this way, they'd probably laugh at him even in their dreams. After all, the often overlooked Uchiha Zhan had just pulled off a high-flying maneuver the likes of which none of them had ever seen. The key point was that Raza didn't even have time to react. He was knocked from the sky and captured alive, which was rather humiliating. Furthermore, he was the head of this village, yet after being taken prisoner, he showed no temper, no attempts at resistance whatsoever. Coward. On the front lines, the massive Susanoo summoned by the Uchiha enveloped the villagers within its protective barrier. Facing the deep blue Susanoo, the sand village's shinobi glanced at each other, puzzled and uncertain, confusion written plainly in their eyes. Only the elder Chiyo furrowed her brows as fragments of long-buried memories began to resurface. Even in her gaze, there was a glint of reminiscence. When Chiyo was 15, on that day, Retsudo was not yet the first Kazekage, but he was in the midst of discussing important matters with the heads of several clans. "Lord Retsudo, I saw it with my own eyes." Uchihara, relying solely on his own strength, summoned a colossal giant, 200 or 300 meters tall, and waged a final battle against Hashirama, the leader of the Senju clan. That Uchiha wielded the giant like a warrior, both hands gripping swords, and wherever those blades swept, nothing was left unscathed. Any ordinary shinobi, even grazing the aftermath, would have one foot in the grave. It's fair to say that while these two were fighting, not a single shinobi dared enter the surrounding kilometers. Indeed, but the leader of the Senju clan wasn't an ordinary man either. He summoned a massive wooden Buddha that erupted from the earth. Its size was nearly equal to the giant summoned by Uchiha Madara. With that, the Buddha and the giant clashed with wild intensity. In the end, however, Madara was narrowly defeated by Hashirama and captured. The Sand Village ninjas recounted all this with vivid excitement, while Retsudo sank into deep thought. At the same time, he quietly resolved never to provoke either the Senju or the Uchiha clans. He understood that none of those present would lie. Their fates and interests were all bound together. At that time, Granny Chiyo, or rather, young Chiyo, could only marvel at the overwhelming power of those two. After all, she hadn't witnessed any of it herself. As the saying goes, hearing is not believing, seeing is believing. So she remained skeptical, until many years later, when a letter arrived at the Sand Village from the Leaf. It read, from Hashirama of Konoha, inviting Lord Retsudo, Kazekage of the Sand, to the Land of Iron for a discussion on the fate of the tailed beasts. Retsudo ordered Chiyo and Ebizo to accompany him as guards. That was the first time Chiyo saw Hashirama, which piqued her curiosity. Just what kind of person was this legend of the shinobi world? But that meeting left her somewhat disappointed. Even though Hashirama held unrivaled power, he yielded at every turn, and for that elusive thing called peace, he even bowed to the 4 founding Kage. At the same time, there was a hint of admiration. This man was willing to risk everything for the sake of peace. Yet, such peace was nothing more than an illusion, beautiful but unattainable, like a flower reflected in a mirror or the moon shimmering on the water. It was also because of this meeting that Hashirama Senju personally distributed power to the 4 great hidden villages. After his death, Jinchuriki, the hosts of the tailed beasts, were often sent onto the battlefield, used as instruments of intimidation and destruction against the other hidden villages. But the legendary days of the Great Buddha and Susanoo never returned to the battlefield. Gradually, people began to forget the memories of that warring era. Now, as Chiyo found herself face-to-face with the colossal Susanoo, she finally understood. The stories she'd heard long ago were all true. Such a giant had indeed once strode across the battlefield. Thousands of ninja had attacked it, yet their weapons couldn't even scratch its surface. In this moment, she could feel the wild and perilous chakra emanating from the giant, turning her face deathly pale. Everyone stop! Granny Chiyo shouted at once. Her authority was like an anchor in the stormy sea. Her formidable reputation allowed her to bring her entire army under control in an instant. Immediately, everyone pulled back, though their faces remained tense and watchful as they stared at Susanoo. On top of Susanoo's massive head, Uchiha Zhan stood, gazing down coldly, saying nothing. With her head tipped back, Granny Chiyo spoke up. You must be the prodigy of the Uchiha, the one who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan, correct? This Susanoo, it's been nearly 50 years since it appeared on the battlefield. This time, Konoha claims victory. We of Sunagakure concede, Granny Chiyo sighed. But the Sunagakure ninjas frowned, unwilling to accept it. Their Kage had been captured, but they had yet to deal a fatal blow to Konoha. Why surrender now? They didn't feel defeated. Lady Chiyo, what are you saying? We're just getting started. Why should we admit defeat now? That's right, the Kazekage has been taken, but are we really just supposed to stand by and let Konoha gloat before our eyes? Granny, we can't surrender. If we seize Konoha, everyone in Sunagakure can finally live somewhere better. Land of Fire is rich and fertile, with abundant water. We'd never have to go back to those miserable days. In truth, few of Sunagakure's ninjas truly mourned Raza's capture, for that man had sacrificed even his own wife and brother-in-law for the sake of one-tail training. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, there was only one person they truly cared for and respected from beginning to end, Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo looked at these young ninjas with a complex expression, her heart full of complicated feelings. It's not that she doesn't want to fight, it's that she simply can't. More than 50 years ago, Susanoo appeared in the world, and the one who controlled Susanoo was none other than Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world, regarded as the equal of the god of shinobi. Moreover, hasn't the fact that no Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared in these 50 years only further underscored just how rare and powerful the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo truly are? My friends, I know you're eager to engage, and I would be as well. But do you even realize what that giant is? Elder Chiyo narrowed her eyes and drew in a sharp breath, her expression grave. Her words instantly quieted the entire crowd. The sand shinobi stared warily at the giant. Nothing needed to be said. Its overwhelming presence alone suffocated them with its sheer size. That is Susanoo. Perhaps the name is unfamiliar to you, but surely you've heard of Uchiha Madara, haven't you? That blood-soaked demon from 50 years past. This was the very power he wielded. Chiyo sighed, her voice tinged with both fear and awe. Her clouded gaze bore a hint of finality, weighed down by the unknown. She couldn't understand. How did the Uchiha clan, amidst Konoha's internal strife, manage to field a shinobi who possessed Susanoo? The winds of the ninja world were about to shift. Uchiha Zhan stood on high, initially puzzled that Chiyo recognized the Uchiha clan Susanoo. But as he recalled history, it clicked. Of course, back when Chiyo was still the bloom of Sunagakure, she had seen Hashirama Senju. Everything made sense now. A heavy silence shrouded the sand shinobi below, as if the specter of death itself drifted among them. Even if they'd never witnessed Uchiha Madara in person, the history books recorded everything in vivid detail. That man's strength was such that he could wipe out an entire nation with ease. Now, with Susanoo manifested once more, it was clear the Uchiha clan's rise was inevitable. The Konoha Civil War would surely end in their victory. And for the Sand Shinobi, that was an ominous prospect. Are you done talking? Uchiha Zhan called down, his gaze imperious as he looked at Chiyo from above. Chiyo frowned, eyeing Uchiha Zhan with measured caution. Uchiha Zhan had Susanoo raise its massive blade and, with a sweeping motion, brought it down upon them. The blade cleaved through the air towards Chiyo and the gathered Sand Shinobi. Chiyo's expression changed in an instant. Scatter, all of you. While issuing her command, her hands flashed through practiced motions, tossing a scroll into the air. In the blink of an eye, the finest puppets in the ninja world appeared. The 10 Chikamatsu puppets. Secret white technique. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Chiyo called out. Threading chakra lines from her 10 fingers into the puppets' bodies, she breathed life into them. From that moment on, the Chikamatsu 10 puppets became an extension of her will. A puppeteer's true ability is measured by how many puppets they can control simultaneously. And Chiyo, a master among masters, was widely hailed as the greatest puppeteer in the world. It's Granny Chiyo's Chikamatsu 10 puppets. Incredible. We might still have a chance. That's the Sand Village's greatest invention. Even Susanoo should fall before them. Go, Granny Chiyo. The ninja surrounding Chiyo seemed suddenly invigorated, bursting out with enthusiastic cheers. However, they each knew their own limitations. Granny Chiyo herself had no real confidence that she could withstand such an earth-shattering strike. As for attempting a secret puppetry technique to save someone, she did it only out of duty as a high-ranking member of Sunagakure and the wife of the first Kazekage. Hurry and go. Make your way back to the village. Ebizo, prepare the letter of surrender. I'll hold him off, Granny Chiyo shouted. A complicated look flickered in Ebizo's eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, no words came out. After a moment, he spoke again, this time his voice trembling with barely contained frustration. All members of Sunagakure, fall back to the village. This enemy cannot be fought with force. The massive blade of Susanoo fell from the sky, filling Chiyo's heart with cold dread. Still, she knew one must stand tall before overwhelming power, for succumbing to fear would only embolden the enemy to torment them further. Puppet art, radiant shield block. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Chiyo's fingers twitched. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets swiftly moved into position, each one raising its arms. Drawing chakra from Chiyo's own chakra threads, they exerted combined strength and conjured a colossal shield. Granny Chiyo was left breathing heavily, hating her own aging body. If she had been 10 years younger, this technique would have been even stronger. Oh, this move is interesting, but I'm not Sasori of the Red Sand. I won't hold back, said Uchiha Zhan, his chakra surging forth relentlessly. The great sword, already plummeting at terrifying speed, now burst in a blue flame, its power amplified even further. Chiyo braced her arms against the heavens, her jaw clenched tight. She doubted she could weather this assault, but even so, she was determined to hold out for just a little longer. She needed to buy every precious second for the Sunagakure ninja to escape. A ringing clash resounded, a wave of metallic resonance, as Uchiha Zhan's blade crashed into her radiant shield. A surge of hope ran through the people of Sunagakure. They had stopped it. Granny Chiyo had actually stopped it. She was so powerful. Only Chiyo herself knew how much she was enduring in that moment. The instant Susanoo and the radiant shield collided, she felt hot blood surging from her chest to her throat, that metallic tang rising threateningly in her mouth. Yet she dared not show weakness. She forced herself to swallow it down and intensify the chakra flow, channeling a full 30% of her reserves in a single burst, barely withstanding the assault for a heartbeat. In truth, the blade continued to press downward. She was far from out of danger yet. Uchiha Zhan sneered coldly. Let's see how long you can hold your breath. Chiyo, you are impressive, very strong. But I'm stronger. Uchiha Zhan's right hand suddenly tensed. Susanoo's eyes flashed as the pressure intensified. This time Chiyo could no longer contain herself. A stream of blood spilled from her lips. In her eyes, as she gazed at Susanoo, there was both terror and an odd sense of relief. She still carried two regrets. The unexplained deaths of her son and daughter-in-law, both lost within Sunagakure. The other was her little grandson, Sasori. She had no idea how he was doing. Was he getting enough to eat out there? Did he have enough money? Did he ever think of her? At that moment, the mirror-like chakra shield shattered, and the Susanoo blade, brimming with murderous intent, swept down toward Chiyo, poised to cut her down. Seeing Chiyo's impending doom beneath the blade, one of the fleeing sand ninja broke down in tears. Lady Chiyo, please don't. Grandma Chiyo, what will become of Sunagakure's future without you? We have no idea what to do next. I beg you. Isn't there anyone who can save Lady Chiyo? The sand ninja wailed in despair, while Grandma Chiyo, standing directly beneath the massive blade, closed her eyes and silently murmured in her heart, My son, it's time. Mama is coming to be with you. You must have been so lonely down there. Just wait for me. Even in the Pure Land, I'll keep you safe. And as for Sasori, I still don't know where you are, my dear child. Oh, how I wish I could tell you. I've discovered a technique that could bring your parents back, though it isn't quite complete. Just give me a few more years. A gentle smile touched the corners of Chiyo's lips. But right then, everything changed. Suddenly, 20 puppets clad in reddish-brown robes shot through the air, intercepting the descending Susanoo blade. The ground shuddered. A grotesque-looking puppet burst up from beneath the earth. It grabbed Grandma Chiyo and vanished underground with her in tow. Uchiha Zhan took in the entire scene at a glance, his eyes narrowing. He recognized both the Hiriko puppet and the legendary performance of 100 puppets. So, he had come after all. From this, Uchiha Zhan understood a significant truth. Though Sasori of the Red Sand had joined the Akatsuki, he had never stopped watching over his family, especially his beloved grandmother. Unsurprisingly, the 20 puppets attempting to block Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo blade were crushed to pieces in a fraction of a second. But that fleeting moment was all Sasori needed. Through Hiriko, he carried Grandma Chiyo far from the battlefield. From his vantage point, Uchiha Zhan gazed over the now-crumbled sand ninja ranks, but chose not to give chase. After all, he had only just quelled an internal rebellion. The village was still unsettled, and marching out for a distant pursuit wasn't wise. Protecting the village had to come first. Underground, Hiriko was desperately burrowing a tunnel, heedless of his puppet hands being ground down, uncaring for the materials wasted. All that mattered was getting the old woman to safety. Chiyo's eyes snapped open. Seeing her strange, underground surroundings, she was briefly stunned. She'd survived, and her savior appeared to be a puppet. Perplexed, but guided by a puppet master's instincts, she couldn't help but start examining the puppet itself. Hiriko ignored her, continuing to dig. Only after leaving the field of battle between Konoha and Sunagakure would he let the old lady down. Suddenly, Sasori heard a voice, and even Hiriko's movements faltered. Sasori, my precious grandson, is that you? Feeling the warmth of their blood bond stir within her, Chiyo couldn't help but break into tears. When she saw Sasori hesitate, tears began to stream down her face. My dear grandson, you've been gone for so long. Why didn't you say a word? Your grandmother has searched for you, suffering every moment. Chiyo wept openly. At that moment, Sasori, who had already transformed himself into a puppet, could not shed tears, yet his heart beat unevenly with suppressed emotion. Quietly, he let Hiriko turn his head, allowing him to watch his grandmother. He saw her clutching the puppet with tender sorrow, her eyes brimming with pain and love. Sasori's feelings were complicated, but he did not intend to explain himself. Instead, once he got his bearings, he had Hiriko burst out from underground, gently laid Grandma Chiyo on a stone large enough for her to lie flat, and turned to leave. As he did, Grandma Chiyo grabbed Hiriko's arm. Sasori, can't you stay this time? As long as I'm here, I can handle the business with the third Kazekage. Hiriko was silent. Then, his tail curled around Chiyo's neck and tapped her gently. Chiyo's eyes rolled back as she fainted. Hiriko left behind a secret scroll, which instantly released 20 intermediate-level puppets, each pre-filled with chakra for her protection, and then turned to depart. Sasori didn't want his grandmother's reputation stained on his account. He hated the White Fang. He hated the third Kazekage. With that, Hiriko left, walking away as if a dramatic resolve had crystallized in his heart. A father's debts are paid by the son. Kakashi Hitaki, Raza, get ready for me. Sasori's voice echoed from within Hiriko's form. Raza was the third Kazekage's disciple. In essence, the Kazekage's own son. After more time spent mastering his synergy with the third, he would seek them out for vengeance. The Crimson Sand Sasori vanished from sight. On the battlefield, Raza watched the retreating Sand Ninja and, unable to restrain his anger, burst out cursing. You people, how could you abandon me like this? Was I ever unkind to you? Uchiha Zhan released his Susanoo state and slowly walked toward Raza, his face emotionless as he stared down at him. So, even you couldn't cut it? Truly, to fall so low as Kazekage, what a disgrace. Raza's face darkened, and he gazed at Uchiha Zhan with hollow resolve. Words are useless now. If you want to kill me, kill me. My children will one day raise the Hidden Leaf Village to avenge me. He shut his eyes, stretched out his neck, and fell silent. Uchiha Zhan studied him with interest. In the end, the man might have had questionable character, but at least he had the courage to face death. Seize him, Uchiha Zhan ordered coldly, and make sure Sunagakure pays for his return. No less than 200 million. This man can mine gold from beneath the earth. His value is certainly more than 200 million. Yes, sir. The ninja from the Inoshikicho trio sprang into action. Watching Nara Shikaku suppressing Raza, they were anxious. This was the collective hope of all three clans. He could not be allowed to fall. Seeing his own junior arrive, Nara Shikaku let out a breath of relief and got up from his seat. Meanwhile, Raza below was seething with anger, struggling fiercely. To him, this was an act of unmistakable humiliation by Uchiha Zhan. Pure and blatant humiliation. If you resist any further, I'll smash you into a pulp right here now. Uchiha Zhan had already drawn his flame fan, lifting it high in warning. Immediately, Raza froze in fear, going completely still and no longer putting up any resistance. Uchiha Zhan nodded in satisfaction. Now, wasn't that much simpler? Did you really want to force me to get rough with you? And so, Raza was restrained and obediently escorted back to the Konoha prison without further incident. Uchiha Zhan glanced at Fugaku, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. Father, why didn't you use Susanoo? Are you hiding your strength? I don't quite understand the point of keeping it secret. Konoha is currently lacking in top-tier powerhouses. Aside from a handful of us, there are barely any who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the best. That's precisely why the other villages dared to come and test you this time, Fugaku explained. The purpose of this battle, he continued, was to show them that Konoha now follows the Uchiha's lead, that our village is powerful, far beyond what any rival could hope to match. With a sweeping gesture, Uchiha Zhan seemed to stir up a wave of awe and support, capturing the admiration of nearly 90% of those present. It was clear, then, that people here had endured a miserable stretch of years. Otherwise, how could a few words elicit such impassioned response? Uchiha Fugaku fixed Zhan with a stern look. I understand what you're saying, but have you really thought through the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan? He asked quietly. Only with the eternal Mangekyo can one use these powerful techniques, and Susanoo without limit, Fugaku reminded him. In battles against Kage-level opponents, do you realize how long you'd have to sustain Susanoo, or how many times you'd have to use your ocular abilities? If, after this battle, our Uchiha clan was left blind, would the victory mean anything at all? Fugaku's voice dropped to a confidential tone as he spoke these words. Uchiha Zhan pressed his lips together, realizing now how simplistic his thinking had been. Fugaku's words struck home instantly, clearing his mind. First, not everyone in the clan possessed the eternal Mangekyo like he did. Most only had the standard Mangekyo Sharingan. With each battle and each use of their ocular abilities, irreversible damage was being done to their eyesight. Second, if the Mangekyo's weaknesses were to be exposed, would it not spark another great war? Did he really think other villages would give them time to cultivate a new generation of Mangekyo users? Third, if within their own village, the Uchiha were to go blind, how could they possibly keep the other families in check? The third Hokage, Hiruzen, whose ambitions seemed dead, might well find them revived once again. Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath. Understand, father. I'll handle things more carefully from here on out. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Uchiha Zhan with a complicated expression. He's only in his teens, yet the heavy responsibilities of Konoha and the entire ninja world are about to be placed on his shoulders. Can he truly handle it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for recruiting Yakushi Kabuto. Reward. Hashirama cells without side effects. Complete decrypted data. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Sunagake your head-on. Revat, Uchiha Vasai. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing Raza alive and locking him up. Reward. Uchiha Eye Health Routine. Prevents overuse of the Mangekyo from causing blindness or excessive health damage. It can even restore vision loss and other negative effects from using the Mangekyo. The system's mechanical voice concluded. Please leave comments, promote the book, like, and support with your love. Thank you, everyone. I love you all. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up. This system truly is a mind reader. Just when he needed it, it came through with exactly what he wanted. He had only been discussing the Mangekyo Sharingan and health issues of the Uchiha clan with his, well, conveniently close father. Now, the system rewarded him with the Uchiha health routine. And wasn't there just now a weapon, too? Uchiha Zhan tried to summon it, and soon enough, the Uchiha War Scythe appeared in his hands, solid and real. Mist Village, Mountain Cave. Uchiha Obito roared in fury. Damn it! Who is it? Who stole my special weapon? Fine, take the flame fan if you must, but at least leave me with something I'm used to. And now even my last war scythe is gone. Whoever the thief is, they'd better hope I never find out, or I'll make them pay dearly. At that moment, Obito stood in the cave, wearing his white mask, and slammed his right fist hard against the wall. With a heavy crash, the wall trembled. Battlefield. Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but laugh as he gripped the Uchiha War Scythe in his hands. This is a true treasure. Every time, he'd been smashing enemies with the flame fan, but honestly, that wasn't quite right. Not to mention the chore of cleaning up all the red and white stains left on the fan afterward. It was a pain. And let's not forget the Hashirama cells without side effects, and that completely decoded data. Uchiha Zhan hurriedly skimmed through it in his mind. For a while, he could keep up. First, we take a sample. But soon enough, the flood of formulas and calculations left him dizzy and cross-eyed. In the end, he simply gave up and shook his head out of frustration. He decided that he should just write all of this down and hand it to Yakushi Kabuto. That sort of technical work was better left to professionals. Kabuto glanced at Uchiha Zhan with puzzlement. Why was he looking at him like that? He couldn't work it out, but whatever. If you can't figure it out, just don't bother. Besides, the seed of control was already implanted in him. At this point, he completely belonged to Uchiha Zhan. His new master could end his life at any moment, so chances are he wouldn't be set up or tricked. As for the eye health routine, with so many people around and prying ears, it wasn't the right time to mention it just yet. Uchiha Zhan turned to Fugaku and said, I understand. In that case, I'll leave this place to you, father. I need to go support the others. With those words, he grabbed Nara Shikaku, who was currently doubled over, retching onto the ground. Nara Shikaku was completely bewildered. Wait, are you serious? You're dragging me along again. Before he could protest, he was swept into the air once more. Whoa, wait, hold on. Seriously? The surrounding ninja were left speechless as they watched the two disappear into the distance. But Kabuto Yakushi seemed unfazed, quickly channeling his chakra and following after them. West of Konoha, Inoki was in no hurry to launch his attack from 30 kilometers outside the enemy's stronghold. Instead, he waited for news from Sunagake. Of the 4 great ninja villages besides Konoha, Sunagake was considered the second weakest. He could use them to test the waters. If they failed, he'd simply withdraw. But if they succeeded, he'd throw his full strength into the offensive. Suddenly, a scout from the Awakens forces dashed up to Inoki, his face pale and anxious. Lord Tsuchikage, urgent report from Konoha. They've summoned a giant onto the battlefield. That giant stood over 300 meters tall, wielded a gigantic blade, and with a single strike, mountains crumbled and the earth split apart, blue sword energy erupting from the ground. Inoki's expression changed as he listened to the report. The description sounded all too familiar. Could it be the Susanoo that Uchiha Madara wielded all those years ago? Was it really possible that, after 50 long years, Susanoo had returned to the world? Perhaps, he thought, this might be the perfect chance to finally cast off the shadow of the past. He turned to the scout and asked, Did you bring an image of the one who summoned it? Inoki was eager to see which Uchiha prodigy it might be this time, Uchiha Shisui, perhaps, or Uchiha Itachi. The scout knelt and respectfully presented a scroll, holding it above his head with both hands. After Akatsuchi carefully inspected the scroll and found nothing amiss, he offered it to Inoki with deference. Inoki accepted the scroll with a cheerful grin, but the moment he unfurled it, his smile froze. His eyes filled with unmistakable panic. The figure in the painting wore crimson Sengokura armor, with an Uchiha clan fan strapped to his back and a pair of war scythes in hand. His bearing, his features, they were the very image of Uchiha Madara himself. Beside him on the scroll was a depiction of Susanoo. Inoki stared at it, memories long buried, now breaking through to the surface. Why? Why is this happening? The young Inoki in his mind's eye gazed at Madara in confusion. Lord Hashirama, clearly. Everyone around watched Madara warily, their stance defensive, while also glancing at Inoki with something like admiration for his courage. You're braver than most, Inoki. Madara, cold and composed, fixed his eyes upon the child. There will be no alliance, he said quietly. You will submit to Konoha's might. And one more thing, Madara paused. Closing his eyes, he opened them again, revealing the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't you dare mention that ninja's name in front of me. In an instant, Susanoo was unleashed. Death scatter, no. Susanoo surged forth from the ground, muscles and bones taking shape into its third form, letting out a furious roar. The roar shattered the composure of Inoki and Mu. Before they could react, Uchiha Madara's terrifying chakra had already knocked them off their feet. Both of them hit the ground hard like two lifeless dogs. But unlike the other, Inoki raised his head, teeth clenched, and glared at Uchiha Madara, who was enveloped by Susanoo. Echoing through his mind were the words of the first Sachikage, who had once taught him. That is a wall. In one's path, a wall can easily make someone abandon their will. You start making excuses for yourself, using hatred to replace the will you've lost. Listen carefully. Your will must never be cast aside. Hold firm to it, no matter what. The words of Stone River, the first Sachikage, resounded in young Inoki's memory. The younger Inoki grabbed a stone at his feet and slowly stood up. Mu, his master, looked on in amazement. His student was showing surprising resolve. Madara, too, was unshaken. He lifted his chin slightly, still eyeing them coldly down the bridge of his nose. So you still want to dance? You're much too green for that. Madara closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he cast a Jinjutsu at Inoki. Inoki's right hand let go of the stone. It thudded to the ground. The young Inoki's eyes went utterly blank, and he collapsed to his knees. Madara glanced at his two adversaries, scoffing, then turned and walked away. The next morning, when Inoki woke, his arm was trembling uncontrollably. In his dreams, he had been killed by Madara over and over, utterly helpless to resist. He died, revived, died, and revived again. At first, his fighting spirit burned, but as the nightmare wore on, he only tried to dodge, desperate to avoid death. The taste of dying was unbearable. It left him hopeless. You're awake. Mu, wearing an expressionless mask, added a few sticks to the fire. In his eyes was resignation mingled with fear. Sensei, where is Uchiha Madara? Inoki looked toward the house above them. He's gone. He left, Mu replied, his relief just barely showing. Gone? Wasn't he here to kill us, or to force Awakens to surrender to Konoha? Inoki asked, voice heavy. For someone with power like his, there's no need to kill us. Alone, he could wipe out the entire hidden stone. As for why he attacked us yesterday, my guess is he was bored, just wanted to stretch his limbs. Mu's gaze turned unfathomably deep. Humiliation, resignation, and reluctant acceptance swirled in his eyes. Really, in this entire shinobi world, who could possibly challenge Uchiha Madara? Aside from Hashirama Senju, was there anyone else? Inoki stared blankly, listening to his teacher's words, his face twisted in unwillingness. All at once, his gaze fell upon the stone lying on the ground, which he himself had once gripped, that symbol of the will of stone. With that, he finally lowered his head. That day, master and disciple exchanged glances in heavy silence, weighed down by the fate of Awakens's future and gripped by a quiet fear of Uchiha Madara. They both understood that Madara hadn't even needed to use half his power to defeat them. It was impossible to imagine just how terrifying he must be at his full strength. Their thoughts returned to the present. Inoki stared at the portrait of Uchiha Madara drawn on the scroll. His limbs went numb, his legs were trembling, and his heart pounded fast in his chest. This can't be. How could it be him? Didn't he? Wasn't he already dead? Why? Why? How has he come back to life? Someone please tell me why. Inoki was frantic. In his frustration, he tore the scroll apart, then collapsed, limp and shaken, onto a nearby boulder. Akatsuchi had never seen that Sachikage lose his composure like this. He quickly pulled out a canteen and offered it up. Inoki didn't refuse. He raised the cup and drank until he'd finished all 800 milliliters. Only then did the symptoms subside a little. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Order a full retreat at once. The rear guard is now the vanguard. Everyone withdraw immediately. There must be no mistakes. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. With that, he tossed the canteen back, pushed himself to his feet, and started to walk away on unsteady legs. But a moment later, he switched to lightweight boulder jutsu, lifting himself and flying off instead. Akatsuchi scratched his head, still confused, but followed closely behind. In this way, the gate guarded by Uchiha Itachi faced no further issues that day. But things weren't so easy for Uchiha Shisui. The fourth Raikage, charged at him with wild fury, every strike aiming directly for vital spots. "Taste my duck neck," he shouted. "Lightning armor. Lightning ninja." Uchiha Shisui, a speed-type ninja, combined his reflexes with his sharingan to keep up, trading blow for blow with the fourth Raikage. The Raikage loved a one-on-one battle, so he declared that the ninja armies were forbidden to interfere, insisting they settle this in single combat. He was eager to see for himself just how powerful this man was, the one hailed as both Shisui of the body flicker and a peer to the famed Yellow Flash 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. "Taste my duck neck." Electricity danced across A's right arm, transforming his forearm from a natural flesh tone to a pale arc of crackling lightning. His punch shot forward with blinding speed, splitting the air with a deafening blast as it barreled toward Uchiha Shisui. Shisui's eyes narrowed, his three-tomo sharingan instantly evolving into the mangekyō sharingan as he formed hand seals. Activating his mirage flicker technique, Shisui split into 7 afterimages, scattering in all directions. But the Shisui forming hand seals couldn't dodge in time, and was struck by the Raikage's electrified blow. A's lips curled up in a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes flashing with predatory glee. Lightning storm. Sparks erupted from his right hand, crackling with a fearsome surge of lightning. In his mind, there was no way Shisui could have survived that attack. But the moment his hand passed right through Shisui Uchiha, his expression changed sharply. What? How could this be? The one weaving signs isn't a real body? Just as his astonishment washed over him, a figure flashed to his back. What? Just as I braced himself to take the blow head-on, a tentacle whipped in from the side. Suspended in the air, Shisui frowned. These people from the Hidden Cloud Village really have no sense of honor. It was supposed to be a fair duel. Yet here, they're interfering at the critical moment. But then again, you know nothing of the Mirage Body Flicker technique. Unfazed, Shisui Uchiha continued his attack, slicing down hard toward Ice-exposed back. A swift, lethal move. Chakra coursed through his blade as it effortlessly sliced through Ice Thunder armor, carving a gash nearly 12 inches long across his flesh. "You're courting death." Killer Bee roared in fury, directing a massive tentacle to pierce Shisui. The tentacle stabbed straight through Shisui's body, but not a single drop of blood appeared. Killer Bee frowned in confusion. He didn't hit him? That shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, the truth dawned on him, and a shiver ran through his whole body. Could it be? He scanned the battlefield, eyes wary as he studied the other images of Shisui, flickering among the chaos. This Uchiha is formidable. His technique blurs illusion and reality to such an extent that it's impossible to guard against. He can swap places with any phantom at will, dodging harm while dealing devastating strikes. "Killer Bee, Brother Ox, what do you think? How can we defeat him?" Killer Bee asked, anxious. The Eight Tails pondered for a moment, then watched Killer Bee with amusement in their shared mental space. "I do have a way, but if you use it, whether it's Konoha or the Uchiha, they're all finished." He licked his lips, bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Killer Bee froze. "What is it?" The Eight Tails didn't answer directly. Instead, he laid out an analysis of the situation for Killer Bee. When it comes to the Mirage Body Flicker technique, this monstrous power to freely swap with phantoms, no conventional tactic will do. There's only one way to send him to the Pure Land. Killer Bee closed his eyes, realization setting in, and then asked softly, "There's no other way?" "None. At this point, Hidden Cloud Village has no retreat. Either we break through our foe, or we're broken. Your choice." The Eight Tails' voice was calm and cold. Killer Bee struggled, but finally spoke. "Brother Ox, I trust you. I leave it to you." He relinquished control of his body, and the Eight Tails seized it, slipping away from the battlefield to a secluded spot with a clear view of the entrance. Then, the Eight Tails, now commanding Killer Bee's body, opened his jaws wide. A surging tide of different energies gathered, coalescing into a dense, black orb. The Eight Tails stared fixedly at Shisui's position on the field, not blinking once. When the energy was finally concentrated, the Eight Tails, using Killer Bee's body, launched the tailed beast bomb straight into the heart of the Shisui clones. Uchiha Shisui felt his hair stand on end, and in the next instant, he unleashed the secret technique of the Mangekyō. Susanoo. A green Susanoo erupted from the ground, immediately manifesting in its fourth form, clad in armor, with a shield in one hand and a knight's lance in the other. He turned just in time to see a tailed beast ball hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Shisui's pupils contracted sharply. He hastily maneuvered the green Susanoo to thrust its giant shield into the earth, pressing both hands against it, holding back the tailed beast ball's onslaught. If he failed to block this attack, the ones hurt most would be the innocent villagers of Konoha. So, even if it cost him his life, fleeing was not an option for him now. Meanwhile, the Raikage quickly seized the chance to pull away from Konoha and widen the distance. He couldn't help but offer an approving nod to Killer Bee. For Shisui, holding back the tailed beast ball at this moment wasn't too taxing. Yet he realized that wielding Susanoo, especially blocking the attack, was draining his Mangekyo power at an alarming rate. His vision was growing dimmer and blurrier by the second. From this, a troubling realization dawned on him. If the Mangekyo Sharingan is overused, blindness would be inevitable, and light would vanish from his world. What's more, once all light was lost, he had no idea whether the Mangekyo's abilities would remain. But one thing was certain, he'd never strike true again. He longed to charge at Killer Bee, but with this distance, there was no way he could reach him in time. Meanwhile, Killer Bee had every opportunity to evade and continue firing tailed beast balls at Konoha. With no other choice, Shisui could only grit his teeth and endure the storm, bearing the relentless barrage as Killer Bee attacked with wild abandon. The Eight Tails roared with raucous laughter. Huh, how fascinating. What a show. Back in the day, when Madara Uchiha came for me alone, he didn't care who he hit as long as he could vent his rage. Now, his descendant has awakened Susanoo, but for the sake of the villagers, can only take my blast head on. Ah, truly, destiny comes full circle. Heaven shows no mercy to anyone. The Eight Tails swaggered and raged, letting loose tailed beast ball after tailed beast ball, hammering away at Shisui's Susanoo shield. Shisui gritted his teeth and held on. If not for the village at his back, he'd have already rushed forward to let the Eight Tails taste the horrors of his genjutsu. Inside his mind, Killer Bee watched all this play out with mixed emotions. He wondered just what kind of torture the Eight Tails had endured at Madara's hands to now hold such venom toward Konoha. Shisui quickly had the ninja from each clan scatter with urgent messages, summoning Uchiha Zhan for reinforcements. Only with his arrival would Konoha have the faintest hope of survival. The clan ninjas, upon receiving the order, retreated into the city. This battle had grown too intense for them to hope to intervene. The only path now was to obey Shisui's command and seek the aid of Uchiha Zhan as quickly as possible. So, Konoha's ninja withdrew into the city, desperately searching for any trace of Uchiha Zhan. Unbeknownst to everyone, as Uchiha Zhan passed by the west gate, he heard the explosions coming from the north gate, and his face turned utterly dark with anger. Damn it, the Cloud Village has some nerve, openly deploying weapons of war like this. Fine, if you can't keep things under control, then just step aside. With a sudden burst of speed, Uchiha Zhan took off, so fast that Narashikaku felt as if he was about to die. He couldn't even muster the strength to protest. Seeing tailed beast bombs launching from the woods, Uchiha Zhan's lips curled into a chilling smile. So, this is a Jinchuriki, and he's chosen such a remote area for the confrontation. Well then, let me see what you're made of. Uchiha Zhan quieted his presence, and this time he set Narashikaku down at the foot of the mountain. Two targets together were just too conspicuous. Besides, tailed beasts have a keen sense for unfamiliar chakra and the scent of danger. Their perception is razor-sharp. Only a ninja, like Uchiha Zhan, who has fused with Uchiha Madara's essence, can truly restrain and manipulate his own chakra at will. Anyone else, to some extent, would inevitably leak chakra. That's exactly why Shikaku was left behind. In the grove, the Eight Tails Bullocks was letting out a triumphant laugh, madly drawing in natural chakra and launching tailed beast bombs one after another. Explode, explode. Let's see how long you can withstand this, you green giant. Who do you think you are? Uchiha Madara? Can you really keep Susanoo going forever? As long as you falter, the village behind you will be rubble in an instant. Huh, just thinking about raising the village co-founded by Senju and Uchiha makes my old heart race. He was speaking to Killer Bee, but also to the heavens and his 8 siblings, wanting them to know that Eight Tails, the Ox Demon, would avenge them. Hey, enough noise. Yuki, you're the one bombing Konoha, aren't you? Uchiha Zhan's voice floated out, cold and eerie, as he gripped the Uchiha War scythe in both hands. The Eight Tails bellowed with laughter. That's right, little brother. Check out this beast bomb of mine. Perfectly round, rich in chakra, isn't it grand? But suddenly, his expression froze. He turned to see a lone human. At first, he figured this fool was just asking for death. But then he caught sight of the crimson battle armor, that familiar face, and the war scythe in the man's hands, and terror drained all color from his features. He remembered all too well Uchiha Madara cutting off all 8 of his tails in one brutal encounter. That memory shook him to his very core, making him tremble uncontrollably. Uchi, Madara. Why are you here? How could a human live so long? And why do you look even younger than before? Even the sage of 6 paths wasn't exempt from life and death. So how can you be? The 8 tails halted, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Zhan, full of grave suspicion. A thought flickered through Uchiha Zhan's mind. Perhaps borrowing Madara's identity might not be a bad idea. With that, he began to recall what Madara's voice sounded like. He adjusted his voice and began to speak. Oh, I didn't expect you, beast, to still remember me. And would you look at that? 8 arms, all grown out now. Upon hearing Uchiha Zhan's words, the 8 tails' composure shattered. At first, it had assumed this was just someone in disguise. But as soon as he heard the tone, the way he was addressed, and the mention of his 8 arms, the 8 tails was sure. The man before him was Madara Uchiha? It's all a misunderstanding. Lord Madara, I just wanted to help you deal with the Senju. I would never dare lay a finger on the Uchiha clan. Not for anything. Lord Madara, you know what I'm like. Little Hachi here. No. This humble beast is the gentlest of all tailed beasts. I had no choice. That's the only reason I unleashed a tailed beast bomb here. The 8 tails stammered, sweat pouring down his body. Standing beside him was the king of the warring states Uchiha, the rose of the battlefield, the Azura of the ninja world, Hashirama's only match, who once destroyed an entire nation alone, Madara Uchiha himself. 8 tails, is it? Huh, 8 tails indeed, Zhan replied with icy disdain. You truly dared to raise your hand against Konoha, which Hashirama and I founded. Show me your hand. After a fierce struggle within his own mind, the 8 tails let out a sigh and chose to return to his true form. Losing a tentacle wouldn't matter, it'd grow back. But if he lost an arm, that'd be a permanent loss. Lord Madara, which one would you like? The 8 tails asked meekly. Zhan chopped off the largest tentacle, his sides slicing cleanly through the air. A flash, and the thick squid limb hit the ground. Uchiha Zhan promptly stored away in a sealing scroll. Not only did the 8 tails keep his temper in check, he even managed a sycophantic smile. Madara-sama, is there anything else you require? If not, I'll just return to the Land of Lightning. I promise I'll persuade everyone to withdraw immediately. You can speak on behalf of the Raikage now. Zhan asked, cold eyes fixed on him. I couldn't before, but with Lord Madara here, I'm confident I can convince everyone in the hidden cloud. The 8 tails replied with a faint, nervous smile. He wasn't joking. With Madara Uchiha present, who in the hidden cloud could hope to defy him? Neither the 4th Raikage, nor the so-called strongest 3rd Raikage. Even those who could wrestle the 8 tails wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on Madara. He simply existed on a different level from the other Kage. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Zhan's interest was piqued. But remind me, who was putting on the best show just now? Who was letting loose the fiercest barrage? Are you dissatisfied with me? Or do you have a problem with Hashirama? And me? I wouldn't dare. The 8 tails forced a grin, swallowing his disgust. Madara-sama, you have my undying loyalty, always. He had no other choice. As a tailed beast, he might be second only to Kurama, and even went by the nickname Brother Ox with Killer Bee. But in front of Madara Uchiha, he was nothing more than a little brother. There's no need for you to go and persuade him yourself. Just get some good rest. With a triple Tomo sharingan, Uchiha Zhan instantly unleashed his Mangekyo, casting a powerful jinjutsu that dragged both Killer Bee and the 8 tails into its illusionary realm simultaneously. In that moment, the true form of the 8 tails appeared. However, its eyes were a lifeless white, devoid of any consciousness. After about 10 seconds, its pale pupils transformed, taking on the distinctive pattern of Uchiha Zhan's Mangekyo sharingan. Then, a deep, earth-shaking bellow echoed across the entire battlefield. The bellow of the bull demon, half beast, half bull, reverberated with an oppressive force impossible to ignore. At that instant, the 4th Raikage, was hiding behind a massive boulder. He'd wondered why Killer Bee had suddenly stopped using the tail beast bomb. When he heard that thundering roar, he understood. It wasn't that Killer Bee was exhausted, but that Killer Bee had gone beyond his limits. Complete tailed beast transformation. To break through Konoha's defenses, Killer Bee was even willing to risk everything and unleash this ultimate form. With this power, how could Kumogakure ever fail to breach Konoha's gates? All forces of Kumogakure, hear my command. The 4th Raikage, swung his arm forcefully. Attack Konoha at once. Whoever breaks the gates first shall receive 1/10 of the spoils we seize. Stirred by A's words, and by the sight of Konoha's wealth and splendor, the shinobi of Kumogakure tensed, Their breath quickened, and their eyes reddened with excitement and greed. Their village had always lived by the law of the jungle. The strong thrive, the weak fall. Before Kumogakure rose to power, the land of lightning had been dominated by clans of bandits. That's right, bands of raiders and brigands. Even the Uchiha had once begun this way, until their rivalry with the Senju clan reshaped their destiny. Eventually, the Uchiha dedicated themselves solely to fighting the Senju. And though most of those bandit clans had since sworn allegiance to Kumogakure, the instincts of the raiders still flowed in their blood. And at this moment, they awakened that savage heritage in all of them. Wow! Slaughter the Konoha dogs. The women of Konoha. Now, there's some real beauty. Ha! When the walls fall tonight, we all get a share of the spoils. Uchiha Shisui gazed coldly at the mob. Controlling his Susanoo, he strengthened the long green spear, gripping it tightly and sweeping it in a wide arc. With a series of thunderous crashes, nearly 20 charging Kumogakure shinobi were smashed by that single sweep. The moment their bodies touched the massive spear, they were overwhelmed by irresistible force. And in their final moments, each of them seemed to glimpse an ancestor beckoning from the other side. This sight sobered the mob, snapping some of them out of their bloodlust as they turned pale and stared at the gigantic green Susanoo, their hearts pounding with fear. Seeing this, a spat in disgust and shouted in fury, "Cowards! It's just a single Susanoo. We have 3,000 warriors. Are we really afraid of just one man?" Just then, the Eight Tails arrived. Its entire body was slick and glistening, but it moved with surprising speed, swiftly reaching A's position. AI hadn't taken a close look at the Eight Tails or the figure standing on its head. Had he done so, he certainly wouldn't have acted with such confidence. He called out loudly, "Bigo! Hold off, Uchiha Shisui. If we break through Konoha this time, you'll have the highest merit." He laughed heartily, his muscles bulging with energy. But suddenly, the Eight Tails came to an abrupt halt, turning its head toward AI. AI frowned in confusion. Why be stopped? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a giant octopus tentacle lashed out at him. AI's pupils contracted as chakra surged furiously throughout his body. "You bastard! What are you doing? Come here, you troublemaker!" Crackling lightning sprang from his right hand as he aimed at the tentacle, letting out a thunderous shout. With a flash, his hand sliced through the incoming tentacle with a burst of electricity. Normally, the Eight Tails would have roared in pain, but this time it didn't react at all. It simply glanced his way before charging straight toward the Kumogakure ninjas. A realization struck AI. Stop. Those are our comrades out there, our brothers in arms." His plea was answered by another lashing tentacle. Gritting his teeth, AI unleashed another lightning-powered burst, smashing the oncoming limb to pieces. But the Eight Tails had prepared a parting gift of its own. Its tailed beast ball was now fully charged, and its aim was right at the center of the Kumogakure ranks. The area was crowded with shinobi, poised in formation to confront Uchiha Shisui. They too had seen the Eight Tails, but assumed Lord Killer Bee had come to support them, not realizing a battle was taking place between him and the Raikage. "No!" AI roared, cloak crackling with lightning chakra mode. He dashed in front of the Eight Tails, grabbing one of its tentacles and trying to swing it aside. But he had overestimated himself and underestimated the Eight Tails. Paying him no mind, the Eight Tails unleashed the tailed beast ball. The sphere, swirling black and red, slammed into Susanoo, drawing triumphant laughter from the Kumogakure shinobi. But that laughter soon froze on their faces as the attack hurtled toward them. Unlike Susanoo, they had no such defense. Their barrier jutsu proved as fragile as rice paper, useless against the overwhelming force of the tailed beast bomb. No, how could this be happening? The Eight Tails is out of control. Sorry Lang, asterisk. Lord Killer Bee, what are you doing? Bee, what have you done? Amid the clamor of blame, terror, and furious shouts, the tailed beast ball exploded with a deafening roar. Countless Kumogakure ninja were obliterated in the blast, leaving behind nothing but charred remains. A few fortunate souls managed to evade the direct impact, but even they lost limbs to the explosion, their bodies now slick with blood. Silence. Total, oppressive silence. A boundless grief descended upon the Kumogakure forces, some driven to bloodshot fury, glaring at the Eight Tails, wishing they could tear it limb from limb. Atop the Eight Tails' head stood Uchiha War, surveying the carnage below with a faint, wicked smile. These rogue shinobi, he thought, would pay dearly for their empty boasts. Asterisk note, sorry Lang, appears to be an exclamation or proper noun from the original text. If it should be adapted differently, please specify. No. At this moment, it was utterly consumed by madness. He unleashed his lightning-release chakra mode, gathering chakra into his legs and, racing along the eight tails' tentacles and body, made his way swiftly to its top. There, he finally saw Uchiha Zhan. In an instant, he realized it was all because of this man. Without hesitation, it charged straight at Uchiha Zhan. "Here's a duck neck for you, you beast." Uchiha Zhan spared him only a cool glance. Blue Susanoo bones materialized around him. Unlike his foolish younger brother who would dare take on a Kage-level opponent with nothing but freshly awakened Mangekyo eyes, Zhan was far beyond that. He now wielded the eternal Mangekyo. The gulf between them was vast, utterly incomparable. Author's note: please keep encouraging, rating 5 stars, and urging for more updates, brothers. I'm begging you. The fourth Reikage A's strike, fueled by rage, could only be described as breathtaking. A move that touched the very threshold of the so-called Super Kage. Anger can be a source of driving force. At times, recklessness awakens hidden potential within a person. Yet, even so, the fourth Reikage's effort merely earned him a ticket to enter the battlefield, where Uchiha Zhan had long fused the template of Uchiha Madara. A dazzling white light burst forth, the razor-sharp, aggressive lightning release attack, causing Zhan's Susanoo skeleton to tremble, urging Zhan to take his opponent a bit more seriously. As expected from the fourth Reikage, your killing intent came through with this strike. But, as his words trailed off, Uchiha Zhan increased his chakra infusion into Susanoo. Raw courage and brute strength alone will never accomplish anything great. The reason you lost today is simply because you have no true sense of how vast the gap between us really is, he declared, summoning an enormous Susanoo hand that seized A in its grip. I tried to evade, but to Zhan, every maneuver was far too naive, far too clumsy. With his sharingan, all it took was a glance at the way A's muscles tends to see through every move he would attempt. Thinking of diving under? Before A could even put his escape plan into action, the Susanoo hand closed down precisely on the spot he aimed for. There was a heavy smack as the giant hand closed tight. His heart leapt. What was happening? Before he could fully process it, Susanoo hauled him directly in front of Uchiha Zhan. "Mere rubble. Not even worth comparing to me," Uchiha Zhan said coldly. The grip of Susanoo's hand tightened, crushing pressure against A's organs. Blood surged up and burst from his lips. "Lord Reikage! Bastard! Let go of our Reikage right now. You fiend! You dare attack the shadow of a village. Are you trying to start a war between cloud and leaf?" Though the shinobi of the hidden cloud were reeling from the devastation caused by the eight tailed beast bomb, they still regarded Reikage A as the village's final hope. They could die, but Lord Reikage must survive. "Stubborn fools," muttered Uchiha Zhan with a click of his tongue. He was determined to make everyone present witness, right before their eyes, the death of A, the man they revered as if he were God and saw as their beacon of hope. Just as Uchiha Zhan was about to tighten Susanoo's massive hand once more, a barrage of 20 blue fireballs suddenly crashed against it with explosive force. This caught Uchiha Zhan's attention. He glanced up, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was her. "Let Reikage go and I'll spare your life," the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, said coolly. At her fingertips, a tailed beast ball swirled in alternating shades of black and deep crimson. "Now this is interesting," Zhan said, flinging aside the limp, battered A like a discarded dog. He turned to face Yujito. "So, the little kitten has arrived." "Matatabi," Zhan sneered. Matatabi's entire frame tensed as she urgently warned Yujito. "Yujito, run." The chakra swirling around this man is vast and oppressive, and his presence fills me with foreboding. Yujito, seeing Reikage rescued, knew her duty was fulfilled. As for Killer Bee, she was sorry, but against Uchiha Zhan, she stood no chance. There would have to be another opportunity. With a flick of her right hand, Yujito launched the tailed beast ball, saturated with wild, natural chakra, straight at Uchiha Zhan. This act enraged him. A bug shaking the tree, a spark daring to rival the full moon. Complete body, Susanoo release. Instantly, Susanoo's skeletal frame materialized, followed by muscle, skin, armor, and a massive Tachi blade, rising like a titan 300 meters tall before the gates of Konoha. A mighty wind howled across the land, storm clouds choked the sky, and thunder roared, splitting the heavens. BGM, does it matter if you're king, noble, or a general, or if you rule the ages and dictate the flow of time? The complete Susanoo of Uchiha Madara was reborn. Deep blue light, almost tangible in its lethal intensity, flooded the area, saturating the land for hundreds of miles around Konoha with killing intent. Yujito raised her arms to shield herself from the gale, forced to close her eyes against the onslaught. In her mind, Matatabi spoke urgently. "Yujito, let me take over." I can run with you. Now, I remember this presence. Without hesitation, Yujito slipped into sleep, surrendering her body to Madatabi. In that instant, she transformed into a semi-tailed beast form. Her eyes flew open. Her pupils, once black, were now vivid feline blue. Without pausing, Madatabi rapidly formed tailed beast balls, hurling them relentlessly at Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo as she retreated. Only by widening the distance could she hope to feel safe. Elsewhere, Uchiha Shisui looked up toward Uchiha Zhan. The 300-meter-tall Susanoo made his heart lurch with dread. Now, at last, he understood the gulf between his power and Uchiha Zhan's. The Susanoo he controlled was no more than 170 meters high, and even that could easily block a tailed beast ball, overpowering even top-ranked Kage-level fighters in real combat. Even so, when he witnessed Uchiha Zhan's fully manifested Susanoo, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Zhan, is this truly the extent of your power? No wonder you could defeat both me and Itachi with such ease. Huh, Uchiha Shisui murmured. At this moment, all of Konoha's top combatants had gathered on the observation deck, watching from afar in the direction of the hidden cloud village, following the battle of Uchiha Zhan. Hiruzen Sarutobi was speechless. His eyes, once resolute, now gazed into emptiness. Never had he imagined the Uchiha clan would possess such overwhelming power. He thought suppressing the Uchiha was for the good of the village, but now, all he felt was bitter regret gnawing at him. He had already received news of Danzo's death. He had tried not to believe it at first, but after witnessing the full extent of Uchiha Zhan's strength, he finally closed his eyes. A single tear slid down his cheek. It was impossible to tell whether that tear mourned his regret, or if it grieved for Danzo's memory. With Uchiha Zhan here, I doubt anyone will ever dare challenge Konoha again. They say heroes are born young. Now I finally understand why the Uchiha have such confidence. If only our clan's youth had this talent. He was cut short as someone quickly clapped a hand over his mouth. Are you trying to get yourself killed, kid? The speaker glanced all around, only releasing him after making sure the coast was clear. They're both the third Hokage and Uchiha clan shinobi around here. How many lives do you think you have to be talking like that? Realizing his indiscretion, the young man scratched his head sheepishly, his apology clear. But the Uchiha clansmen cared little for the opinions of others. Their eyes blazed with excitement as they gazed at the blue, fully armored Susanoo, a symbol of their current clan leader, the one now steering the Uchiha's destiny. One could hardly imagine how far the Uchiha would go under Lord Zhan's leadership. The position of Hokage, that now seemed almost too small for their ambitions. Staring down the incoming tailed beast ball, Uchiha Zhan drew his twin blades. With a single sweeping strike, he launched a ferocious wave of sword energy. The slash cut through the air and, from afar, split the rampaging tailed beast ball clean in two. The ball did not explode. Instead, it quietly dissipated into the purest form of natural chakra. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Yujito, the Eight Tails, and Killer Bee, the ones who moments before believed themselves invincible, looked on in disbelief, as did the wounded cloud shinobi scattered around the battlefield. With his Susanoo cleaving the tailed beast ball, not only did he prevent an explosion, but he had sliced open its very core, channeling chakra to disrupt the natural chakra's flow, causing it to simply vanish and return to nature itself. We're in trouble, Yujito. From here on out, I'm using every ounce of strength I have to get you out. Don't look back. Rakage, Killer Bee, the Eight Tails, they don't matter now. Survival is all that counts. Madatabi flooded Yujito with natural chakra, pushing her to maximum speed. Uchiha Zhan's twin blades danced ceaselessly, slicing through every tailed beast ball hurled by Yujito, neutralizing each attack one by one. By the time he finished, Yujito had already vanished without a trace. Uchiha Zhan had no intention of pursuing her. Looking down from above, he saw that more than 80% of the hidden cloud village shinobi had retreated, leaving behind only those mortally wounded, beyond saving. But he paid it no mind. After all, today's greatest prize was none other than Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. He released his Susanoo, his body slowly descending to the ground. Upon witnessing this, members of the Konoha clans who had pledged allegiance to Uchiha Zhan rushed out to greet him, beginning immediately to clear the battlefield. With a genial smile, Uchiha Zhan acknowledged them before turning his gaze to the Eight Tails. The pattern of his Mangekyo sharingan spun, and with a swirl, the Eight Tails vanished, replaced by the form of Killer Bee. Kneel, Uchiha Zhan commanded, his eyes radiating an authority that brooked no refusal. Though Killer Bee longed to resist, his consciousness was locked away in a pitch-dark prison. He could see everything unfolding outside, yet he was powerless to change any of it. Faced with such a predicament, Gyuki, the Eight Tails, merely endured. Whether it was a binding seal or the control of the sharingan, to him, it was all the same, just another method by which humans sought to dominate and exploit the power of the tailed beasts. Allegiance was all the same. Besides, after witnessing the overwhelming strength Uchiha Zhan had just displayed, it would be no exaggeration to call him the most powerful ninja in the world today. Perhaps staying in Konoha would be far easier than returning to the Hidden Cloud. Killer Bee, his face blank, dropped to one knee. Against Uchiha Zhan's command, resistance was simply not possible. With a heavy thud, Killer Bee knelt to the earth, and everyone present, even the Konoha villagers, watched in shock and disbelief. Killer Bee, known as the Killer Bee, the linchpin of the AB duo, the sworn brother of Hokage, was now bowing down before Uchiha Zhan of the Leaf. Hidden Cloud shinobi who didn't understand what was happening felt as if the sky had caved in. Why was this happening? Why? Why had Lord Bee knelt before the enemy? Why had he raised his hand against his own people? No matter how much they tried to convince themselves it was a trick, the pain racking their bodies and the stumps of severed arms told them the truth. Everything was real. Killer Bee of the Hidden Cloud had truly knelt. Uchiha Zhan let out a hearty, ringing laugh. Well done. Well done. Bee, from now on, you must protect the Leaf well. Killer Bee nodded. Yes, Lord Zhan. If anyone dares attack our Konoha, I'll make sure they never return alive. Very good. Now, then, everyone, prepare to head back to the village. Sweeping his gaze over his followers, Uchiha Zhan was in high spirits, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. At the foot of the mountain, come evening, Shikaku Nara shivered as he hugged his arms. Why was the Hokage taking so long to finish things up? The next morning, while Uchiha Zhan was still deep in sleep, someone knocked at the door. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was jarring and left Uchiha Zhan thoroughly annoyed. Who could it be, disturbing a pleasant dream so early in the morning? Reluctantly, he dragged himself out of bed and opened the door, only to find Nara Shikaku staring at him with a face full of silent reproach. In that instant, it hit Uchiha Zhan. He'd forgotten to inform Nara Shikaku yesterday. What a mess he'd made of things. Feeling guilty, Uchiha Zhan began to sweat under Shikaku's scrutinizing gaze. Forcing a smile, he said, Lord Shikaku, what brings you here so early? Please come in and have a seat. Someone bring us some tea, and make it the good kind. Soon enough, a beautiful Uchiha woman gracefully entered and began to prepare the tea. Nara Shikaku knelt with respectful formality, deliberately avoiding Uchiha Zhan's gaze. Zhan scratched his cheek in embarrassment. After all, he had promised to pick him up, only to completely forget. Thankfully, as soon as the teacups were set before them and their drinks poured by the elegant attendant, both men took a delicate sip, and Shikaku's expression finally began to soften. He looked at Uchiha Zhan and asked, Zhan, how much longer do you intend to keep waiting before you change outfits? When do you plan to make your ascension? Uchiha Zhan was momentarily caught off guard and put down his cup. The change of season should be in about 3 days, I think. I can't just rush into it. Waiting 3 days seems reasonable, doesn't it? The corners of Shikaku's mouth turned up. The winter cloak is ready and waiting for you, anytime you wish to try it on. The Hokage robes are prepared. You can assume the position whenever you please. With a sigh, Uchiha Zhan's gaze lingered on the tea in his cup as his thoughts wandered. It's clear now that my supporters are growing impatient. After all, they've joined me in this rebellion. Now that the palace coup has succeeded, if I don't move forward, how can we rise together? This is only human nature. In that case, Lord Shikaku, please inform everyone that I will collect the new robes in 2 days' time. Also, tell our craftsmen that, from now on, they'll be making custom attire for me alone. With that, Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes and finished his tea in a single gulp. Let them know, in 2 days, we'll hold the coronation ceremony, and inform the daimyo that from this day forward, Uchiha Zhan will be Hokage. Shikaku broke into a broad smile. I'll spread the word at once. He drained his cup and bowed deeply. Thank you for the tea, Lord Hokage. One more thing, Uchiha Zhan said as he slowly stood up. Shikaku, halfway through rising, paused in anticipation. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, Lord Hokage? Zhan walked over, patted Shikaku's shoulder, and said, with winter nearly upon us, I'll need you to keep a close watch on the village's heating situation. In the days to come, I'll be relying on the Nara clan's wisdom and counsel. Shikaku froze for a split second, then broke into a grin of delighted surprise. Thank you, Lord Hokage. For him, it was clear, Uchiha Zhan intended to place great trust in his family. Uchiha-san waved his hand. Go ahead, he said with a smile, sending his guest on his way. Nara Shikaku nodded and took his leave from the Uchiha district. The Uchiha clansmen treated him with deep respect, for it was he who had masterminded plans and secretly bribed other ninja clans, aiding the Uchiha in their uprising. The people of the Uchiha clan were simple in their ways, grateful for every favor and relentless in avenging every wrong. Shikaku returned every greeting with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with each person. This felt far more comfortable than a strictly regimented Sarutobi compound. Even their emotions were worn openly on their faces here. Oh right, there was one exception, Uchiha-san himself. His mind, Shikaku mused, was as cunning as anyone from the Nara clan, perhaps even more skilled when it came to tactics and strategy. You've been reading for a while, don't get lost on the way. Hit update, leave a 5-star review, and cheer me on. The Sarutobi residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his back. In his left hand, he held a cage, inside which perched a canary with golden feathers. A cheerful smile played across his face as he teased the canary, occasionally making playful, whistling sounds to amuse it. At this moment, he was no longer wearing the ceremonial robes of the Hokage. In his ordinary attire, he felt considerably less burdened. Cradling the birdcage, he strolled towards a stone table. Seated there were Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, both watching Hiruzen with stern expressions. Hiruzen acted as though he hadn't noticed their stares. He placed the birdcage gently on the stone table and beamed. Koharu, Hamura, take a look at this bird. Isn't it beautiful? Hamura was just about to reply when Koharu stopped him and gave a slight shake of her head. Hamura closed his mouth and settled back into his seat. Koharu spoke up in a slow voice. Hiruzen, are you truly going to hand over your seat to the Uchiha clan, the very clan our sensei despised? You know as well as I do, they're a group of battle fanatics. We can use their strength, yes, but entrusting them with rule over the village is another matter entirely. Hiruzen shot her a quick glance, but continued to amuse his bird. For a long while, he said nothing. Then finally, his voice drifted lazily in the air. I have already decided to pass the title of Hokage to Danzo. Whether or not he actually succeeds, or even if the Hokage post is handed to the Uchiha, that's no longer my concern. If you want to hold someone accountable, go to Danzo. I certainly have not appointed an Uchiha as Hokage, so don't try to pin that on me. With that, Sarutobi continued to play with the bird, seemingly unconcerned. Hamura couldn't hold back any longer. Sarutobi, what's gotten into you? Don't forget, you are the chosen successor of the Will of Fire, handpicked by our teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. And now, the Uchiha, whom we've long feared as a malignancy within the village, are about to seize what our master left behind. How could you just stand by and do nothing? You've truly disappointed me. Hamura's voice trembled with anger as he jabbed a finger in Sarutobi's direction. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Sarutobi's right hand struck the stone table, splitting it open. Even the canary in its cage fluttered about in confusion and alarm. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Mito Minion's expression changed dramatically. He glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, only to see that Sarutobi's face had already darkened with displeasure. Minion wanted to plead with Koharu Uchiha, but Koharu turned her head aside, deliberately ignoring everything that was going on. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the birdcage and stood up, his gaze lingering on Mito Minion, his tone flat but edged. Minion, we've worked together for so many years. If you have something to say, just say it outright. Don't try to test me with these little schemes. The reason you and Koharu have come to me, wanting to persuade me to compete for the Hokage's seat, is simply because you're afraid that once Uchiha Zhan takes power, there'll be nothing left for you to gain. In fact, even the position of Hokage advisor may not be yours anymore. For the sake of your power, your status, your wealth, you want me to fight Uchiha Zhan for the top spot. That's all this is. As for scheming in politics, you Mito Minion still aren't up to the challenge. With those words, Sarutobi looked away, turning his attention to teasing the canary, occasionally letting out a faint chuckle. He didn't drive them out immediately, because he wanted to hear what Koharu had to say. He'd noticed she seemed different, shrewder, with more of a commanding presence than before. Unbeknownst to him, it was all thanks to the Genjutsu Zhan had cast on her earlier, giving her the memories of a lifetime as a female Hokage and sharply improving her political awareness. Koharu spoke. Hiruzen, you're right. Our concern about our own interests is real. I won't deny that. But what concerns me more is you. Can you really bring yourself to let go of the Hokage seat and all its power? These words struck at the heart of the matter. Sarutobi's expression changed instantly. His hand hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking from the force. Koharu noticed this, her eyes lighting up. She knew well that Hiruzen could never be content as anyone's underling. She got up and slowly walked to Sarutobi's side. Hiruzen, don't forget, you are the direct disciple of the Senju clan. The The legacy of Hokage is about inheritance. Remember, Madara Uchiha, who was once the most likely successor to the position, not only defected, but also waged war against Konoha. The death of Hashirama Senju, our first Hokage, was inextricably linked to Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha clan carries his blood. With such a history, what right do they have to aspire to the Hokage's seat? Koharu's smile was laced with irony. She argued from the perspective of history. How could the child of a traitor ever command the people's trust? What right would they have to ascend to the highest office? Koharu's words made Hiruzen's pupils contract, a flash of excitement shining in his eyes. He set the cage aside and seized both of Koharu's hands, his breathing quickening. Koharu, go on. He had a feeling. If Koharu Uchiha spoke up for him, he might have a chance to reclaim the title of Hokage. A blush crept across Koharu Uchiha's cheeks. She shot Midokado Hamura a quick glance and said, Hiruzen, someone else is here. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly came to his senses. He withdrew his hand awkwardly, his expression tinged with embarrassment, and then walked over to face Midokado Hamura, whose face was now ashen. Hamura, Hiruzen said, making a polite gesture. Perhaps you could step outside for a moment? Midokado Hamura felt a sharp sting in his heart. For nearly 3 or 4 decades, he had remained unmarried, always waiting for Koharu Uchiha. He knew, deep down, that Koharu Uchiha had harbored quiet feelings for Hiruzen all along. Yet he always thought, if Hiruzen ever got married, surely one day she would finally turn her eyes toward him. But when Hiruzen did marry, Koharu Uchiha still could not forget him, remaining single all her life. At that point, Hamura resolved to spend the rest of his days warming her lonely heart, hoping she might one day change her mind. Yet today, seeing Koharu grow so bashful when Hiruzen reached for her hand, there was no mistaking it. No matter how hard he tried, he could never compete with a mere beckoning gesture from Hiruzen Sarutobi. With a wry, bitter smile, Hamura took off his glasses. I'll go, he said, though it sounded like he was speaking to Hiruzen. In truth, he directed those words at Koharu Uchiha. Koharu's face remained impassive. She turned away, refusing even to look at Hamura. He too turned his back. Between them, it was time to bring the story to a close. Sometimes, when two people simply aren't meant to be, trying to win their heart with time and persistence just won't work. Years may pass, and in the end, you'll realize you gained nothing, neither love nor fortune. Deep devotion can turn out to be little more than water poured into a woven basket, fruitless and empty. It's time to wake up. Of course, I'm talking specifically about Midokado Hamura and Koharu Uchiha, not anyone out there reading this story. With the unwelcome third wheel having left, Hiruzen Sarutobi strode over to Koharu Uchiha, his face brimming with anticipation, ready to ask for counsel. Koharu darted him a bashful look. Don't say a word. Kiss me, and I'll tell you everything. Hiruzen's eye twitched, and for a moment, it was as if he'd swallowed a fly. But for the sake of reclaiming the Hokage seat, he was willing to go all in. 10,000 words omitted here. Please, urge me for more chapters, like, and leave a 5-star review. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned shakily against the wall as he stepped out of the room. Ever since Sarutobi Bawako passed away, he had led a life of restraint and self-discipline. Who could have predicted that, for the sake of power, he'd descend to such folly today? A cold glint flickered in his eyes. All of this, he thought, was the fault of that man called Uchiha-san. Before long, Koharu Uchiha emerged from the room, naturally hooking her arm around Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Hiruzen, do you remember what I just told you? Besides questioning Uchiha Zhan's candidacy as the legitimate choice, there's something else. You need to call your student, Jiraiya, back to the village. Tsunade would, in many ways, be the more suitable option, but given her background and beliefs, she was never destined to walk the same path as us. Jiraiya, however, is different. He values loyalty above all else. With a little guidance, you can inspire unswerving devotion in him. When the time comes, even if he holds the title of 5th Hokage, he'll turn to you for counsel and follow your guidance. That is the surest way to preserve your power in the long run. There's no need for the name of Hokage when you can have its true authority. What do you think? Koharu smiled slyly. Hiruzen said nothing, but his silence spoke for itself, silently affirming Koharu's arguments. Suddenly, Asuma Sarutobi strode in. Father, Shikaka Nara has made the official announcement and is organizing Uchiha Zhan's inauguration as 5th Hokage in 3 days. You. Abruptly, his eyes went wide as he witnessed a scene that would remain etched in his memory for the rest of his life. Hiruzen sat frowning, exuding the silent threat of an aging tiger, while Koharu wore a cheerful expression, a hint of cunning glinting in her eyes. Father, you too. Asuma gritted his teeth. His mother had passed away 6 years earlier, and in all that time, Hiruzen had kept away from romances, playing the role of a devoted widower. Yet today, he saw Koharu clinging to his father's arm, and his father did nothing to resist her touch. The shock felt like a lightning bolt through his chest. At the same time, Asuma's addressed father snapped Hiruzen out of his power-driven reverie. He noticed his son's jaw clenched tightly, grief and accusation filling his eyes. Immediately, Hiruzen moved to pull his arm from Koharu's grasp, but Koharu refused to let go, tightening her hold with a teasing smile. What's done is done. Sooner or later, you'll have to face it. Hiruzen, don't tell me you'll just toss me aside when I'm no longer useful. Koharu had no intention of letting Hiruzen slip away from her influence. Hiruzen's face clouded, torn between emotions. Let go now, he said sternly. At that, Koharu finally released his arm without further protest. She understood a woman must know when to advance and when to yield. For now, she still needed to rely on Hiruzen's reputation and network, so it was wise to respect his wishes. Only then did Hiruzen turn to Asuma. Asuma, you're saying Uchiha Zhan and the others are planning to hold the title and succession ceremony for the 5th Hokage in 3 days' time? Asuma glanced at his father, then merely nodded. Whatever desire he had to speak with his father had died within him. Koharu Uchiha? At her age, really? How desperate was his father to accept anyone with no standards at all? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh. What was destined to come would come regardless. He turned to Asuma Sarutobi and gave his orders. Asuma, you need to make contact with Jiraiya, and you must do it before Uchiha-san takes the seat of Hokage. Remember, be quick. Our Sarutobi clan's future rests on your shoulders, Asuma. With that, Hiruzen patted Asuma on the shoulder, then turned and walked away. Asuma stood there, stunned, watching his father's retreating figure, complicated emotions swirling in his chest. He couldn't understand it. His father was almost 70, yet why was he still so obsessed with power? Never mind whether the old man's mind was as sharp as before. Could his aged body endure it? The affairs of the Hokage were endless and exhausting. Trivial or inconsequential issues would spiral into countless meetings and tedious deliberations. He'd also read plenty of issues of the Konoha Times and couldn't fully endorse his father's governing style. Whenever he pressed his father with questions, the old man's mood would turn foul, sometimes even telling him bluntly to get out. Koharu Uchiha let out a long sigh, her gaze lingering on Asuma, a shadow of disappointment in her eyes. She truly couldn't fathom how someone as cunning and shrewd as Hiruzen could have such a dull-witted son. If only Shinosuke Sarutobi were still alive, Hiruzen's troubles would be far fewer, for in looks, temperament, and quick wit, Shinosuke had always resembled Hiruzen the most. What a shame that he was lost during the Third Great Ninja War. If not for that, would Minato Namikaze, or Orochimaru, or even White Fang ever have had a chance as Hokage candidates? The great clans, meanwhile, either lay in wait or schemed for their own advantage, each seeking a share in the rise of a new leader. In those days, backroom deals and open skirmishes were too numerous to count. In the end, it was Danzo Shimura's machinations that brought down White Fang and drove Orochimaru away. He even plotted to remove Minato, but Hiruzen moved first, ultimately handing the position of Hokage to Minato Namikaze. Kakashi, standing quietly in the shadows, caught every word. He'd always suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi was no easy man, and certainly not one to give up without a fight. He chose to eavesdrop in secret. Once he'd heard the entire exchange, a steely edge appeared in Kakashi Hataki's gaze. Of course, this sly old fox never knew how to keep still. His next step was clear. These messages must go to Uchiha-san, and not for any noble cause, but because the very man who had truly avenged his father's death was Uchiha-san himself. Rumor had it that, as for Danzo Shimura, he died and came back, killed and resurrected 5 times in total before he was truly put to rest. Kakashi figured that, even if he tried to assassinate Danzo himself, at best he might manage it 3 times before his own chakra ran out. And when that happened, what awaited him was certain: Danzo's ruthless vengeance. He didn't even need to imagine what would follow. Drained of chakra, his sharingan gouged out, and his body consigned to become another grisly subject of human experimentation. Or perhaps he could leave behind his genes, and through medical technology, clone a little Kakashi, a child raised from birth to never utter seditious words, instilled from the start with the belief that he must always obey Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Zhan was holding a genuine copy of Ica Paradise, feeling a flush of heat across his body as he took quick, heavy breaths. This book is something special. I've barely started reading, yet I can feel my blood flowing faster and my whole body energized. The contents are rich and detailed. It's a shame there isn't a rating system here. If there was Uchiha Zhan would definitely give it a glowing 5-star review and demand weekly updates. Uchiha Zhan declared with conviction, then continued to immerse himself in Ica paradise. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Startled, Uchiha Zhan quickly stuffed the book under his covers, took a couple of deep breaths, and waited for the flush in his cheeks to fade. With a calm tone, he called out, "Come in." Uchiha Zhan kept his back to the door, hands folded behind him, assuming an air of calm authority. Kakashi Hatake trembled slightly. The moment he saw this, he dropped to his knees. Former ENBU squad captain, Hatake Kakashi pays his respects to Master Uchiha Zhan. The night breeze drifted in, carrying a hint of chill. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan and Kakashi were seated atop the beams of the house, separated only by a wooden tray laden with 2 flasks of sake and 3 plates of sweets. Kakashi still appeared somewhat uneasy, but Uchiha Zhan felt no such reservation. He casually picked up a flask and took a hearty drink. The sake was smooth and cool, not too strong. He downed in one go, savoring its refreshing taste. Kakashi swallowed hard. He'd been eavesdropping at the corner for quite some time, and during that stretch, he'd neither eaten nor drunk anything. Faced now with fine sake and delicious desserts, even though he was famished and parched, he dared not overstep his bounds. "Kakashi, this is the first time you've come here since the village was pacified, isn't it?" Uchiha Zhan gazed up at the stars as he spoke slowly. "Reporting to Lord Hokage, during this period, I've been collecting information from all the clans in the Leaf. I've also sent former ANBU operatives to keep an eye on those families who haven't pledged their allegiance." Kakashi hurried to rise as he spoke, but Uchiha Zhan caught him by the hand. "Sit down, what's the rush?" He cracked a smile. Hearing Kakashi's response genuinely pleased him. Who would have thought that this guy, Kakashi, was actually quite dependable? If these were just ordinary rumors and idle chatter, I suppose you wouldn't come here yourself, captain of the ANBU. Let me guess, is it to do with the 3rd Hokage? Uchiha Zhan looked at him, a half-smile playing on his lips. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Lord Hokage to see through it so easily. Uchiha Zhan pulled Kakashi closer and asked, "Well then, tell me, what tricks are they up to this time?" Hearing this, Kakashi immediately relayed everything he'd overheard, sparing no detail. Once he was done, he dropped to one knee once again, awaiting his orders. Uchiha-san listened and let out a cold chuckle. Legitimacy? A tainted past? These people know nothing about what really happened, yet they love to spread rumors. In that case, let's wait for the investiture ceremony. I'll make sure they see the truth from all those years ago with their own eyes. Uchiha-san remembered the original story well. Their conversation atop the Hokage rock, replayed before everyone in the form of an illusion. Then we'll see if they have anything left to say. As for Jiraiya, well, that man is an excellent writer, but when it comes to politics, he's hopeless. What matters most is that he's self-aware, things he's capable of, he'll never shirk. But what isn't within his power, no matter how you try to trick him into it, he simply won't agree. You have to admit, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Konoha have really oversimplified things. The surprising part, according to Kakashi, is that this whole scheme was actually proposed by Konoha. Someone so irrelevant in the original story. Who would have thought she had such a mind? Flawed as it was, the gist of the plan held together pretty well. If Jiraiya really had been held back by his old bonds with his teacher, all this intrigue around the investiture could have caused some real trouble. But only just a little. If things couldn't be resolved by peaceful negotiation, Uchiha-san had no qualms about unleashing his Susanoo and sending any who opposed him straight to hell. "You didn't tell your teacher Minato?" Uchiha-san asked, smiling. "There's no rush on Minato-sensei's side, so I figured I'd report to Lord Hokage first." Kakashi replied, grinning sheepishly. Uchiha-san regarded him with a complicated expression, then picked up a jug of sake and held it to Kakashi's lips, catching him entirely off guard. He wasn't quite sure what Sen intended. "You've been reporting for a while. Your throat must be dry. Have a drink, and besides, after eavesdropping for so long, you must not have eaten, so eat these pastries too." "You've done well," Uchiha-san said gravely, looking straight at Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi froze, his heart thundering in his chest. A warmth spread through him, growing stronger with every pulse, a feeling he had never expected. To think that the soon-to-be Hokage, the man known for cutting down tailed beast bombs with a single stroke, would show him such genuine care. "For the Hokage, I offer my loyalty." Hatake Kakashi fell to one knee, pressed his right hand to his chest, and bowed his head. Background music. If only you'd enter from the east, returning to me a world of pristine snow. How I long to taste the flavors of Guangdong. Uchiha-san could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He knelt down to help Kakashi up. Kakashi, caring for your subordinates' well-being is something every good leader should do. Didn't the third Hokage do the same? Kakashi Itachi's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't tell whether Uchiha Zhan was truly unaware or just pretending not to know. The third Hokage not only failed to show any concern for his subordinates, he'd even drive them to the edge of exhaustion. Subordinates in Konoha were treated little better than draft animals, their salaries delayed time and again, and every time you asked about it, the answer was that the village was struggling, so everyone needed to pull together for the greater good. There were even cases where people were required to pay out of their own pockets just to keep their jobs. There were countless stories like this. But considering that Hiruzen Sarutobi used to be the top leader, even if people suffered grievances, no one dared to say a word. After all, in a place where every position has someone eager to fill it, if you're not willing to do the work, there's always someone else who will. The village won't stop running just because you're gone. And yes, I'm talking about Hiruzen Sarutobi. So let's keep a level head, everyone. Kakashi shook his head, trying to banish these thoughts, and went on to describe the way the third treated his subordinates. After listening, Uchiha Zhan nodded. No wonder he called himself a politician. No wonder that by the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan could pull together a 3,000-strong Sarutobi army. Turns out this guy was just the epitome of a capitalist in disguise. Who said he was muddle-headed? His numbers were always sharp and precise, at least the ones he wanted others to see. As for accounts that seemed confused, it's because he didn't want anyone to figure them out. Get it? Yeah, now I truly understand. There's a reason Konoha, once the greatest village, has ended up so weak it even has to watch out for the likes of the Cloud and Stone villages. This is what people mean when they say that one incompetent general leads the whole army to ruin. No, actually, that's not quite right. Hiruzen Sarutobi isn't incompetent. He's extremely capable. Capable at currying favor for his own clique, capable at using public office for personal gain, at ceding territory and making deals, and at suppressing those within his own ranks. Uchiha Zhan's words left Kakashi momentarily speechless. But he couldn't find any words to refute him, because in Kakashi's mind, this was exactly what Hiruzen Sarutobi had been like. In fact, every word Uchiha Zhan used to describe Hiruzen Sarutobi was measured and fair, neither overstated nor understated. Suddenly, Uchiha Zhan's brow shot up. You two, have you listened enough? Come out here. As his words fell, two figures leapt down from the trees. At first, Uchiha Zhan hadn't noticed them, since this was the Uchiha clan's compound. Uchiha Shisui hadn't died, and Itachi hadn't been deceived, so Uchiha Zhan hadn't bothered scanning the area for chakra signatures. But just a moment ago, Itachi stifled a yawn, and although Shisui quickly covered his mouth, the faint sound did not escape Uchiha Zhan's keen ears. After all, he had merged with the Madara Uchiha template. In the Warring States era, when a single misstep could cost you your life, only someone like Madara could become the ultimate warrior, a man whose powers of observation were second to none. Moonlight poured down like water, stretching the shadows of the two young men in their Uchiha robes long across the ground. Uchiha Zhan didn't say anything more to them. After all, eavesdropping was never considered polite. Itachi Uchiha showed little reaction to Uchiha Zhan's gaze. After all, social niceties were not his strength, and his way of handling matters often bordered on the outrageous, always leading to trouble. But Shisui Uchiha was a different story. There was a time when he served as a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village, skillfully tailoring his words to whoever he met. He was especially sensitive to matters like this. Forcing a smile onto his face, he said, "Zhan, this is all just a misunderstanding, a simple misunderstanding. The two of us just happened to pass by. We definitely didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation with Captain Kakashi." At that moment, Shisui even shot meaningful glances at Itachi and pleaded silently with Kakashi. Itachi blinked in surprise, but nodded, admitting that Shisui was telling the truth. Kakashi turned his head away, feeling awkward. He had just pledged his loyalty to Uchiha Zhan, and now Shisui was winking and nudging at him. What did he expect him to do? Should he agree or not? Wasn't this putting him in an impossible position? So, Kakashi pretended not to have heard a thing and looked up at the moon. That moon, it was as bright and real as ever. Shisui was left a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he dropped to one knee. "Lord Hokage, please forgive us. We were on patrol in the clan, just planning to change our position when we saw Senior Kakashi enter your room. We just wanted to ensure your safety, Lord Hokage. Please don't blame Itachi, the idea was entirely mine." Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan finally nodded. "I don't mean to place blame. As fellow clansmen, I just hope that we can be open with one another. Moreover, after the investiture ceremony 3 days from now, Shisui, Itachi, Kakashi, I plan to entrust you all with important roles. We're all kin at heart, so there's no need for secrets. Zhan added with a warm laugh. Shisui was deeply moved by Zhan's words, to the point where his eyes reddened. If not for Zhan's help back at Nankawa, he might not have survived at all. And during the battle at the North Gate, with the Eight Tails and the Raikage fighting so ruthlessly, had Zhan not arrived to rescue him just in time, Shisui would surely have been crushed sooner or later. He might have even lost his sharingan forever. Itachi glanced at Zhan, silent but proud. In his heart, he still believed himself to be the elder brother. Yet seeing Zhan treat him so well brought a rare peace to his heart. Kakashi, too, watched Uchiha Zhan in admiration. This was a true leader. Even without words, just by standing there, he radiated an air of authority. And when he spoke, it was like spring warmth dispersing winter's chill, making others feel at ease and eager to offer their loyalty. Zhan's methods were far more effective than the third Hokage's. He balanced grace and strength perfectly. After all, without the strength, benevolence alone would only make people see you as a pushover. It was just like the old saying among the villagers, a slap followed by a sweet treat. Leaders mustn't be too merciful. True feelings fade, but carefully crafted strategy wins hearts and minds in the end. These were all things the shinobi world had never heard of, yet Uchiha Zhan had learned them from a website in another world called Yang Shitsi's novel site. Dealing with these people was an effortless affair for him. The group chatted about everything under the sun, from astronomy and geography to history and medicine. Uchiha Zhan always seemed to have something insightful to say, creating an impression that he was extraordinarily knowledgeable, his depths unfathomable. With this, both Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi found themselves feeling even more admiration for Uchiha Zhan. Although Uchiha Itachi remained silent, the hunger for knowledge in his gaze betrayed the restlessness stirring within him. Meanwhile, at Awakens, Inoki and his entourage journeyed through the night, pushing themselves without pause to return to the hidden stone village as quickly as possible. Only when Inoki finally set foot inside the village did he let out a sigh of relief. What should have been a 4-day trek from Konoha to Awakens had been reduced to just a day and a half by sheer determination. Hurry, tell me, did anyone from Konoha come after us? Quickly answer me. Inoki panted, his face drawn with anxiety. Lord Sachikage, no, not at all. Konoha's army never even got close. Akatsuchi replied, worriedly eyeing Inoki's frightened expression, hesitating to say more. At that, Inoki finally relaxed and promptly fainted. Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi both went pale. Lord Sachikage, Grandpa. Before long, the village elders hurried over and saw Inoki unconscious at the gate, their faces blanching as well. They quickly called for a Wagakire's medical ninja to come and examine him. The medic, realizing that the patient was Inoki himself, dared not slacken for a moment. With practiced hands, he set down his medical kit and got straight to work checking the Sachikage's condition. After about 10 minutes, the medic finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to the gathered elders, as well as Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi, and said, Lord Sachikage simply suffered a sudden shock, which threw his energy and blood out of balance. The immense tension he's been under finally snapped, and that's why he passed out. He just needs some proper rest to recover. As he finished speaking, the medic packed up his kit and reassured everyone. As long as he rests well for a while, he'll be fine. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. Here's your consultation fee. Akatsuchi said, ever the attentive bodyguard to the third Sachikage, adept at all the nuances of etiquette and gratitude. The medic refused a few times, but seeing Akatsuchi's insistence, he finally accepted it. Kuratsuchi, too, let out a breath of relief. She loved her grandfather dearly. If anything ever happened to him, she truly didn't know what she would do. In the end, Akatsuchi carried the third Sachikage home on his back, gently laying him down on his bed to rest. Kuratsuchi poured Akatsuchi a cup of hot water to thank him. Akatsuchi grinned. Thank you, Mississippi. Kuratsuchi shook her head. Your grandpa's bodyguard, and I'm his granddaughter. We're all family. No need for thanks. She sat in a chair, crossing her long, snowy white legs, watching her grandfather as he slept, her thoughts drifting far away. Daranai, where are you? Do you know Grandpa fainted? Have you thought about me at all? Are you eating well while you're away? Akatsuki. Deidara was kneading his spider clay when, all of a sudden, his chakra slipped out of his control, causing the spider clay to explode right then and there. Boom! The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire base. Nagato opened his eyes and glanced over at Conan. Did Deidara just blow something up again? Conan rubbed her head. Nagato, you should get some rest. I'll go take a look. Wait a moment. Nagato spoke, then closed his eyes. In the next instant, the Deva Path appeared in the main hall. I'll have Payne's Deva Path go with you. Otherwise, I can't relax. A faint smile played at Nagato's lips. Conan looked at Nagato, then at the Deva Path. Her gaze softened. All right, Nagato. If you're feeling tired, please get some rest. Don't keep burning through your chakra. Your body may be in decent shape right now, but overusing your chakra will eat away at your lifespan and take a toll on your health. Conan's voice was gentle, but held a note of earnest concern. Nagato was silent for a moment, then managed a small smile. Go on then. Deidara can be unreliable sometimes, but there's no doubt he's among the top 4 in our organization. Don't let him get hurt. He's a key player in our future plans. Nagato urged Conan to go. Conan cast a worried glance at Nagato. As long as she was here, she could keep an eye on him. But once she left, who knew if Nagato would be reckless with his chakra again? In the end, it was only after Nagato's gentle persuasion that Conan agreed to leave. After Conan had gone, the doors were shut by the Azura path of pain. At that moment, Nagato's eyes narrowed, and he was racked by violent coughing. A harsh, rasping cough tore from his lungs, ending with a spatter of bright blood on the floor. At once, the Pretapath pain cleaned the ground and disposed of the paper. Taking a deep breath, Nagato looked in the direction Conan had gone. Conan, just wait for me. When I make the world feel true pain, when they no longer dare to wage war, then at last we'll see real peace. Conan and the Deva Path made their way toward the organization's main hall, where they found Deidara standing amidst the chaos. His face was smeared with soot, and his mind seemed far away as he stared at his hands, frowning. Deidara, what on earth are you doing? Conan scolded him. She caught sight of the crater in the hall's floor. Her heart ached just thinking about how much it would cost to fix. Deidara shook his head. I don't know what happened. The explosive clay just went out of control. This is the first time it's ever happened to me. Really? That's even possible. Sasori glanced over at Deidara. Though he never understood Madara's obsession with art, the two of them were, after all, united by their pursuit of it. Now, hearing Deidara say he'd lost control of his explosive clay, this was serious. Conan quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on Deidara's arm, her brow furrowed. There's nothing wrong with your body, so what could have caused this? Deidara shook his head, feeling an emptiness inside. He lowered his head, his spirits weighed down. Seeing this, Pain spoke in a gentle tone. Are you feeling homesick? Deidara was momentarily taken aback at the question, but quickly shook his head. There's not much about the Hidden Stone Village that I miss. If anything, it would just be the old man and that little brat, Kuratsuchi. But the moment I chose to defect, all paths for turning back closed behind me, Deidara sighed. If the old man hadn't pushed him so hard back then, insisting that he learn dust release, perhaps he'd still be a jonin in a Wagakure right now. Pain fell silent. He stepped in front of Deidara and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Once we've achieved our shared goal, you'll have a chance to see them again. Deidara nodded and then strode out of the organization's hall, heading for his exclusive training grounds to work on refining his explosive release ninjutsu. Pain suddenly turned and looked at Sasori. I hear your last trip caused quite a commotion. Sasori replied with a nod, dropping his gaze as he resumed repairing his puppets. Nearly a fifth of his puppets had been destroyed while saving Chiyo during their previous operation. He needed to work overtime these days to restore what was lost. Pain. He just shook his head, heading deeper into the organization's hideout. As for the damaged flooring, he decided to call Kakuzu. When Kakuzu learned the whole story, his face went pale, and his beady eyes quivered with disbelief. Leader, let me be clear, I'm not stingy. I just think spending money on something as trivial as the floor is a waste. All right, you're dismissed. Remember to bring the money, Pain said, rubbing his forehead. He really had no energy to debate with Kakuzu. When it came to spending, even a single Ryo would give Kakuzu enough reason to lecture you all day long. Kakuzu glared resentfully at Pain, cursing him inwardly. Clearly, you never have to manage the household, so you don't understand how these little expenses add up. That floor? At least 100,000 Ryo. Sure, 100,000 isn't much, but 100,000 here, another 100,000 there. Sooner or later, it'll all be gone. Still, since the boss had spoken, the money had to be spent. So Kakuzu tracked down a craftsman and bought the cheapest materials for repair. The craftsman, intimidated by Kakuzu's reputation, agreed at once and started the repairs without protest. Kakuzu felt a thrill of satisfaction. This way, he could even save a bit on labor costs. Conan watched Kakuzu, lips twitching in exasperation. After all these years, how is he still so miserly? With all the jobs the Akatsuki had taken in the black market, they must have earned at least 1 billion by now. And yet, over a measly 100,000 Ryo, he'd throw away his pride? If Kakuzu knew what Conan was thinking, he'd surely shout in protest. Of course it's worth it. Every bit counts. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, preparations for the grand inauguration of the 5th Hokage were underway, and excitement filled the air among those involved. Uchiha Zhan planned to visit the Hyuga clan as a guest, and when the guards at the Hyuga compound saw it was him, they naturally didn't dare to stop him. One went to inform Hyuga Hayashi, while the other accompanied Uchiha Zhan for a leisurely stroll around the Hyuga grounds. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of a fight, which piqued Uchiha Zhan's curiosity. Following the commotion, he saw Hinata and Niji Hyuga engaged in a lively spar. Even as he fought, Niji offered guidance. Keep your footwork steady, make your strikes precise. Let your fists move with gentleness. Your palms carry a hidden strength. Though it's called the gentle fist, true mastery combines both gentleness and power. In the original story, Niji Hyuga might never have shared his insights about the gentle fist with Hinata, but things were different now. Freed from the curse of the caged bird, he had finally gained his freedom. The dark shadow that once clouded his heart had given way to light. He viewed the world with new patience and joy. Niji could clearly sense Hinata's strength drawing closer to his own. This realization showed him that Hinata's natural talent was in no way inferior to his. Uchiha Zhan laughed and said, "Now this is how siblings should act around each other." Hearing his voice, Niji and Hinata paused, turning to see where it came from. Spotting Uchiha Zhan, joy lit up both their faces. They stopped sparring and ran toward him together. Hinata spread her arms wide, asking for a hug. Uchiha Zhan crouched down and scooped her up. Her face broke into a smile, and she pressed her soft, round cheek affectionately against his. A smile tugged at the corners of Uchiha Zhan's mouth, and Niji smiled too. Clearly, his little sister had grown fond of Uchiha Zhan. A good thing, he thought. Their budding love would be guarded by Niji himself. "Niji, Hinata, and Zhan, you're all here." Hyuga Hayashi's voice trailed off when he caught sight of his daughter being so affectionate with Uchiha Zhan. His heart was struck as if by lightning. His eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted, but the guard quickly caught him. Clan leader, please stay with me. Someone hurry, help. The clan leader has collapsed." Hinata's face filled with worry as she looked to Uchiha Zhan for guidance. Uchiha Zhan nodded, set her down gently, and went to Hayashi's side. He checked Hayashi's pulse and let out a sigh of relief. "It's nothing serious. Clan leader Hayashi just needs some rest." With that, he pressed an acupuncture point to help revive him. In no time, Hyuga Hayashi slowly regained consciousness. He realized he'd just had a terrible nightmare. He dreamt that his daughter was flinging herself into Uchiha Zhan's arms. It was simply terrifying. I must have dozed off. My apologies," Hayashi said as he sat up, only to find Uchiha Zhan crouched in front of him and Hinata holding out a cup of tea for their guest. Uchiha Zhan graciously accepted, then gently patted Hinata's head. She lowered her head, cheeks flushing scarlet, almost as if steam were rising from the top of her head. When Hayashi Hyuga witnessed the scene before him, he nearly fainted again. But then Uchiha-san spoke up. "Hiruzen Sarutobi and his lot are still scheming. They just can't let things rest. If you pass out again, I won't come looking for you." Upon hearing these words, Hayashi immediately perked up. He straightened his back, looking at Uchiha-san with determination. "Son, just tell me, what should the Hyuga clan do? From now on, we'll follow your lead." Since what followed was of great importance, Hayashi led Uchiha-san to the meeting room. At this moment, the meeting room stood utterly empty, the silence almost oppressive. Only with the arrival of Uchiha-san and his companions did the place regain a trace of life. Uchiha-san began. "Clan head Hayashi, you believe the Uchiha are burdened by their past, and as a member of the Uchiha, am I even worthy of becoming Hokage of the Leaf?" He lifted his teacup, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on it, waiting for Hayashi's answer. Hayashi frowned deeply. "Who said that? Whoever came up with such words is truly malicious to attack you over your lineage. But you still haven't answered me." Uchiha-san pressed, sipping his tea, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Do you think I'm fit to be Hokage?" Hayashi didn't hesitate. "Son, of course you're fit. I support you. If you don't become the next Hokage, who else possibly could?" Uchiha sin teaklith. "And what about Jiraiya?" The mention of Jiraiya made Hayashi's expression change instantly. "You mean the third intends for Jiraiya to succeed as the fifth Hokage?" Uchiha sin nodded. "To put it plainly, there's no real difference between Jiraiya and Minato. If I were Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'd also pick Jiraiya as his successor. That way, he could maintain control from the shadows, like a retired emperor pulling the strings." From Uchiha-sen's words, Hayashi learned that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still refused to step aside gracefully. This made Hayashi furious. He's been offered a dignified exit, yet he clings to power. Does he really think the other clans in the Leaf are nothing but clay in his hands? Hayashi slammed his hand on the table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Jiraiya is chosen to be the fifth, I'll never agree to it. Uchiha smell it. Nothing. No need to get so worked up. Am I worked up? Hayashi lifted his chin defiantly, his face flushed red with emotion. Niji Hyuga dared not utter a word. He was just a low-ranking ninja, and matters concerning the fate of the village were beyond anything he could meddle in. Hinata Hyuga looked at Uchiha-san, her eyes full of worry. Would he come to blows with her father? If it came to that, whom should she support? Her father or Uchiha-san? This matter isn't settled yet. Uchiha-san continued. Besides, does Hiruzen Sarutobi really take the other clans for fools? Back when the fourth was in charge, every decision followed the third's blueprint. That's already happened once. Did he really think he could pull the same trick again? Uchiha-san let out a derisive laugh. Hayashi Hyuga's eyes lit up. So, Zhan, you already have a solution in mind? Uchiha-san nodded. Minato, the key to handling this matter is him. Don't forget, his teacher is Jiraiya. You mean? Hayashi's brows knit together in thought. Izakaya. Jiraiya held a copy of the Konoha newspaper in his hand. At the same time, he was sipping sake and savoring grilled skewers. Back then, I thought the old man's worst mistakes were merely ceding territory and paying reparations. Looking back now, those are the least of our worries. He downed a bottle of sake in several gulps, then burst into heartfelt laughter. That's the stuff. Suddenly, a pale silhouette appeared at his side, its hoarse voice breaking the air. Jiraiya, are you still planning to help the old man? The familiar voice made Jiraiya's pupils narrow in surprise. He turned his head to find Orochimaru lifting a glass in his direction. Jiraiya's eyes reddened. Orochimaru, why won't you come home? Don't you know I've been looking for you all this time? He tipped back another flask, then let out a drunken belch. Orochimaru looked resigned. Do you really think a village like that deserves to exist? A Hokage turning against his own people, running experiments, abducting villagers behind closed doors. And after finishing his experiments, he wanted to kill off anyone who knew too much. I was utterly disappointed in Konoha. Still, lately, there's been an intriguing youngster. Orochimaru picked up the newspaper and glanced at the editor's name, Uchiha Zhan. The pages not only chronicled Hiruzen Sarutobi's deeds over the years, but also included photos of Uchiha Zhan injuring Chiyo, capturing the eight-tails Jinchuriki alive, and slashing a tailed beast bomb with his sword. Orochimaru, are you saying you were forced to leave the village because the teacher set you up? Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this truth. That's right. For you to figure that much out with your head, I'm impressed. But it wasn't the old man who acted directly. He just allowed Danzo to do his dirty work. You see, what Hiruzen Sarutobi needed was an obedient puppet, not a Hokage capable of thinking for himself. Actually, you were his first choice all along. But since you were out searching for me, rarely returning to the village, he had to settle for second best and pick your student, Minato. Orochimaru finished another cup, closed his eyes, and took in the flavor. Truly, nothing compares to an izakaya. The drinks here were leagues above anything he had at his hidden bases. Jiraiya's mind was reeling. He hadn't imagined just how calculating the old man could be, always holding so many cards close to his chest. Orochimaru, noticing Jiraiya's bewildered expression, patted him on the shoulder. How about a little wager between us? What are you betting on? Jiraiya was taken aback, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. The two of them used to make bets all the time, though it was always Orochimaru who ended up winning, leaving Jiraiya nursing his wounded pride. This time, Orochimaru was the one proposing the wager, and in this familiar setting no less. It made Jiraiya feel as if he'd stepped back into the old days. Let's bet on this. Today, Hiruzen Sarutobi will send someone to find you and ask you to return and take up the position of 5th Hokage. If no one comes looking for you, I'll follow you back to the village and stand trial. How about that? Orochimaru's lips curled into a playful smile. All right, Jiraiya started to agree, but before he could finish, Orochimaru pressed his slender finger against Jiraiya's lips. Hold on. If you're found, you have to promise me one thing. Play along in a little show with him when you get back. Jiraiya hesitated, but the thought of Orochimaru returning to Konoha made him determined not to lose the chance. Orochimaru let out a peal of high laughter. Someone's coming. Time for me to disappear. With that, he transformed into a small snake and coiled himself around Jiraiya's wrist. Jiraiya looked at his wrist in surprise, but said nothing more. Suddenly, a brash voice echoed at the entrance of the izakaya. Konoha business. Everyone else, clear out now. The patrons, hearing it was the famed and powerful ninja from Konoha, scrambled out as fast as they could. Nobody wanted to risk being too slow and getting cut down. These days, the status of ninjas was supreme, while commoners were seen as little better than livestock, to be disposed of at will. The izakaya owner broke down, crying out, "You haven't even paid yet. Don't go. Heaven help me. Are all Konoha people so overbearing?" One of the ninjas frowned, ready to silence the noisy innkeeper for good. But in a blur of motion, Jiraiya appeared in front of the owner and struck at the ninja with a mighty palm. With a resonant crash, the Konoha ninja was sent flying across the room. Sorry, everyone. The author had a temperature of 38.3 degrees Celsius yesterday, and it's up to 38.5 degrees Celsius today, so this update is a bit late. Please urge for more updates and leave a 5-star review. Ouch, that hurts, it really hurts. Who the heck are you? Are you out of your mind? Attacking a Konoha ninja? Do you have a death wish? The Konoha ninja, doubled over in pain, shouted through gritted teeth. Huh, my name's Jiraiya. What, do you have a problem with that? Jiraiya scoffed coldly. He had no patience for those who relied on force and privilege to swagger around. Jiraiya, your Lord Jiraiya. The ninja scrambled to his knees, eyes going wide with joy and reverence. Save the ass-kissing. Tell me, why are you acting so high and mighty? Don't you realize behavior like this tarnishes Konoha's reputation? Jiraiya's eyes flashed with anger. Please, Lord Jiraiya, forgive me. I have my reasons. It's not what it looks like. The Konoha ninja pleaded, his face filled with embarrassment and regret. First, compensate the owner of this izakaya, Jiraiya commanded, his tone brooking no argument as he stared coldly at the Konoha ninja. After that, explain to me what happened. The ninja, unable to bear the pressure, hurriedly paid the bill for all of today's food and made amends for the damaged items as well. The owner wanted to kneel and thank Jiraiya, but Jiraiya waved him off. He's only compensating for what he should. If he dares cause trouble here again, come find me at this address. I'll personally skin him alive. Jiraiya cast a sharp glance at the Konoha ninja, making the man shudder from head to toe. The ninja quickly stammered that he wouldn't dare try anything like that again. Only then did Jiraiya let him go. He grabbed the Konoha ninja and marched him toward the backyard. When they reached a place secluded from others, Jiraiya loosened his grip and tossed the ninja to the ground. You worthless mutt. Unless you give me a proper explanation right now, I'll drag you to prison myself. At these words, the Konoha ninja's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground in a panic, prostrating himself. Lord Jiraiya, we truly didn't mean any harm. We heard that Leaf Village spies had tracked you to this street. The third Hokage immediately sent us out. He pleaded pitifully and told us to bring you back, no matter what it took. So, I may have used some extreme measures. You mean to say the old man ordered you to do this? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, a murderous aura radiating from him. The Konoha ninja seemed to realize what he'd just admitted, that he might have betrayed the Hokage's trust. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, I acted alone. This has nothing to do with the third. Please, Lord Jiraiya, return to the village. If you must punish someone, let it be me after we're home. Jiraiya let out a cold laugh and was about to refuse when a jolt of pain shot through his wrist, a sharp reminder from Orochimaru, urging him to play along for now. Jiraiya's expression shifted. He gently stroked the small snake coiled around his wrist until it stopped biting. Very well, Jiraiya said at last. I suppose I should pay the old man a visit and see what's driven him to such ruthless means. All this just to find someone, even going so far as to drive out and beat ordinary people. With that, he strode out of the izakaya. He was greeted by a formidable sight. The place was already surrounded by Black Ops shinobi, all loyal to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Beyond them, a curious crowd had gathered, the townsfolk murmuring, staring at the spectacle. Who could possibly warrant such a show of force? The moment they caught sight of Jiraiya, the ANBU shinobi knelt as one and shouted in unison, Lord Jiraiya, please return to the village. Lord Jiraiya, please return to the village. Lord Jiraiya, please return to the village. Their thunderous voices echoed, making Jiraiya's face darken with irritation. Enough. Stand up. But his command went unanswered. The ANBU remained kneeling, looking up at him stubbornly, making it clear they would not rise until Jiraiya agreed to come home. Jiraiya could barely stand the strange, suspicious looks from everyone around him. Lead the way, he barked at last. The moment he spoke, the Umbu moved in perfect unison, rising to their feet. They split into two groups, one leading the way up front, the other following closely behind to keep a sharp eye on Jiraiya. It felt less like a welcome back to the village and more like a criminal being escorted under guard. Jiraiya's annoyance was obvious, but Orochimaru urged him to bear with it for a while longer. When they arrived at the gates of Konoha, the gatekeepers recognized Jiraiya at once and quickly made way for him. After all, he was the respected personal disciple of the third Hokage, a legend with extraordinary feats in both the second and third ninja wars. Jiraiya waved them off dismissively and entered the village. Once inside, one of the Umbu spoke up. Lord Jiraiya, please come with us to the Sarutobi clan compound to meet the Hokage. The Sarutobi compound? Aren't old man Sarutobi and his paperwork glued together back at the Hokage's office? Jiraiya already knew all about Hiruzen Sarutobi's recent actions. This question was little more than a test for the Uzumbu. The Uzumbu looked pale, unsure how to answer. In the end, he simply repeated himself, Lord Jiraiya, please come with us to the Sarutobi clan compound to meet the Hokage. Jiraiya's interest vanished in an instant. He waved his hand. Tell the old man to wait. I've just gotten back from a long journey, covered in dust, and I haven't even taken a bath yet. Once I'm cleaned up, I'll come. The Uzumbu tried to say more, but the fierce glint in Jiraiya's eyes made them fall silent immediately. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. We'll report to the third Hokage at once. With that, the Uzumbu scattered in a flurry, while Jiraiya headed straight for his own home. After all, he still had Orochimaru in tow. There were some things that he simply had to get to the bottom of. Once home, Jiraiya closed the door behind him and set up a ceiling barrier to prevent anyone from spying on his conversation. When everything was ready, Jiraiya spoke. All right, the ceiling formation's up. Say whatever you need to say. On hearing this, Orochimaru dropped his transformation without hesitation, sprawling unceremoniously across Jiraiya's couch with a sly smile. Jiraiya twitched at the sight. If you need my help for one of your performances, just say so. No need to put on a show. You know I'm not one for negotiations. Jiraiya stood glaring, but Orochimaru wasted no time with small talk. You're going to cooperate with Hiruzen Sarutobi and help pave the way for the fifth Hokage. What? Are you serious? You want me to go along with the old man and become the fifth Hokage? Jiraiya frowned and shot back without missing a beat. You know, I know you're a free spirit who hates politics. Orochimaru cut in, his gaze sharp and unwavering. But I'm not asking for that. Just cooperate. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes, and his tongue flicked out in a predatory gesture. During this time, I'll continue to disguise myself as a wristband and hide on your person, said Orochimaru, closing his eyes as he finished speaking. But this time, it seemed Jiraiya finally understood. His lips trembled. Orochimaru, you want to assassinate the old man? Are you out of your mind? He's our teacher. Konoha has rotted to the core, and the root cause of all this is Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Jiraiya, you and I, we both come from humble backgrounds. We know how hard life is for people like us. Yet, ever since the old man took power, everything he's done has only weakened Konoha further. If he isn't removed, I'll never have peace. And if Konoha is destroyed, have you ever thought about how ordinary folks like us will survive? Or have you forgotten about those 3 children from the Land of Rain? Those kids who were also born as commoners? Orochimaru's eyes reddened as he looked at Jiraiya. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, raw with fury and emotion, Jiraiya clenched his fists. When he looked up and met Orochimaru's gaze, he saw nothing but burning red. It was as if he'd been struck by a powerful blow. He sank down onto the floor, gripping his snowy white hair. In his heart, the concepts of morality and loyalty to the village battled fiercely. Orochimaru, as long as you let me help you take out the old man, I'll accept whatever happens after, trial, punishment, even if my life is forfeit. I'll have no complaints, because all I want is to protect our village. Orochimaru was about to kneel before Jiraiya. Jiraiya hurriedly caught him, his mind drifting back to shared memories. He took a deep breath. I understand. This time, I'll help you. Jiraiya suddenly felt weak all over, longing for nothing more than a long sleep. The barrage of revelations had left him reeling. The old man wanted to make him a puppet, and now Orochimaru wanted to kill that same old man, all for the sake of the village. With each new shock, his mind spun. Orochimaru supported him, then said, I'll go boil some water. Since I mentioned a bath, we must go through with it. The old man mustn't suspect a thing. And here, take this. If you run into any questions you can't answer, I'll guide you. Orochimaru handed Jiraiya an object that looked like a magnet. This is for communication. Hang it on your ear, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Jiraiya did as he was told. Orochimaru then shut his lips and poured chakra into the magnet in his hand. Jiraiya's pupils shrank. He could hear Orochimaru's voice inside his head. Orochimaru smiled faintly. This device is something I just invented. For now, it'll do for the 2 of us. Jiraiya nodded, finally settling down to rest, while Lady Snake, no, Uncle Snake, tended to boiling the water. At the Sarutobi family compound, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, with Konoha Uchiha seated beside him. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew all too well that with Jiraiya's character, the moment he returned to the village, he would come to visit right away. After all, Jiraiya had always been his most devoted pupil. Suddenly, several figures appeared outside the door and knelt down. Hiruzen rather enjoyed this sense of ceremony, rising slowly from his seat and strolling toward them, with Konoha close behind. But as he drew nearer, Hiruzen's expression darkened. This isn't a message. Didn't Jiraiya promise to return to the village? So, where is he? Hiruzen asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Lord Hokage, Jiraiya said the journey left him covered in dust. He plans to go home and wash up first before coming here, answered an ANBU ninja. Hiruzen paused for a moment, amused. Since when did his precious disciple become concerned with personal hygiene? But if that was the case, he would simply wait a little longer. He nodded, dismissing the group with a wave, and began pondering what he should say to Jiraiya when he arrived. How could he persuade Jiraiya to work with him, to take up the mantle of 5th Hokage? Hyuga clan compound. Just as Uchiha Zhan was deep in conversation with Hayashi Hyuga, plotting how best to counter Hiruzen's Sarutobi schemes, someone knocked abruptly on the door of their meeting room. Uchiha Zan's words cut off, and Hayashi couldn't help but frown. Who could this be, showing so little sense of propriety? Hayashi shot Niji a look. Niji nodded and walked to the door. When he opened it, he found Uchiha Itachi standing outside, dressed in full Uchiha battle attire. Seeing him, Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. If his guess was correct, Jiraiya had returned to the village. Itachi stepped forward and addressed Zhan. Jiraiya is back in the village. Shall we proceed with our plan? He gestured with a hand, drawing a line across his throat. Zhan shook his head. We wait until he returns from meeting with Hiruzen. Then we pay him a visit. Bring Shisui along. If he refuses to listen, we'll let him experience the true meaning of conquering someone with virtue. Zhan said almost playfully. Itachi nodded his assent, bowed respectfully to Hayashi, and left the hall, quietly closing the door behind him. Hayashi swallowed hard. Your brother, is he always like this? Zhan nodded. In his eyes, there's only the mission and his little brother, though I mean Sasuke specifically. Hayashi nodded in understanding. He sensed Zhan didn't wish to continue on this topic, so he wisely let the matter drop. But, Zhan, when you said conquering someone with virtue, isn't persuading with reason already conquering with virtue? Hayashi asked, clearly puzzled. Zhan chuckled. I named my Susanoo virtue. If he doesn't know what's good for him, and I use Susanoo to convince him, isn't that literally conquering with virtue? That smile and tone sent a chill down Hayashi Hyuga's spine. Thankfully, he was on the same side as Uchiha Senator otherwise. He might have died without even realizing why. To win people over with virtue. So this is what they really mean by that, he thought grimly. Forcing a smile, Hayashi poured Uchiha's son another cup of sake. Ahem. Son, let's drink. Let's try to stay calm. After all, Jiraiya's prestige in the village is still immense. Uchiha's son tipped back the cup and emptied it in a single gulp, then sighed. Of course I know. He's a hero, a remarkable man. But now, things have come to this point. Do you think we can still turn back? If we retreat now, do you think the clans that rose with us and helped destroy Shimura Danzo's faction will accept it? If we pull out, my Uchiha clan might remain unharmed. We have 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. But what about Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi? Uchiha's son asked solemnly. Hayashi Hyuga trembled, then poured son another cup and nodded gravely. In that case, if Jiraiya refuses to cooperate, we'll simply have to send him to the Pure Land. Next year, I'll lead the entire clan with flowers and offering money to pay our respects. Hayashi reflected that he had been far too soft-hearted. Starting today, he would change. Uchiha's son glanced at him, then gave a small nod. I'm feeling a bit hungry. They say the chefs of the Hyuga clan are legendary. If the fish goes in the pot at just the right moment, it stays at its tenderest. I wonder, will I have the chance to try some today? Hayashi's face lit up with delight. He nodded. Of course you will. Then he asked Hinata to summon the chef and have fresh fish prepared at once. Hinata, knowing that this was Uchiha-sen's request, dashed out the door at top speed. To Hinata, it simply seemed like Uchiha-san wanted to eat fish, not realizing that those who shared a meal were considered comrades. In other words, Uchiha-san saw Hayashi and the entire Hyuga clan as his own, which was why he did this. As for fresh fish, as wealthy as the Uchiha clan was, armed with their Sharingan, what sort of fish couldn't they get for themselves? Why insist on eating here? Meanwhile, Jiraiya sat in a hot tub, hands resting on its rim, eyes closed. Using chakra, he manipulated the water to wash his body clean, drawing out the grime from within. Orochimaru, on the other hand, munched on potato chips as he flipped on the TV. With the Konoha daily in hand, he eagerly read the explosive revelations, Shimura Danzo's and the old man's unspeakable secrets, their crimes, and the evidence behind them. Whoever invented the Konoha daily is truly a genius, he declared, savoring his snacks. The villagers, lacking information, have been branded as fools. Yet with newspapers, not only can we enlighten the people, at a deeper level, this is a powerful tool for shaping public opinion. As long as you control the newspaper, whichever clan you want to praise instantly becomes the pride of Konoha, and whichever one you want to smear becomes nothing more than a pile of dog dung. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in amusement. Jiraiya stood up. The grime and filth that had covered him were now cleansed, making his signature white hair shine even brighter. 3 shades whiter, in fact. Without even turning around, Orochimaru tossed him a kimono. Jiraiya caught it and quickly slipped it on. So what do you think? If we started something like that, could we win back the trust of the people? Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave him a look reserved for the hopelessly naive. First of all, let's put aside whether you could even put together such a newspaper, whether you'd have the inspiration for it at all. Even if you managed to pull it off, do you think the Uchiha would let you get away with it? The moment Susanoo comes out, you and your little shop would be selling in the afterlife, not here. Jiraiya realized he did have a point. He scratched his head, feeling sheepish about his wild idea. He picked up a towel and started drying his hair. All right, let's get going. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, transforming himself once again into a small snake-shaped link and coiling around Jiraiya's wrist. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder whether Sarutobi-sensei's way with words had improved over the years. Would the old man still be spouting those lofty, hollow ideals about the will of fire, or Orochimaru simply didn't know. But it wouldn't be long before he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi again, and then he'd have his answer. Sarutobi clan grounds. Hiruzen Sarutobi waited and waited, but Jiraiya just didn't show up. Frustration simmered inside him. Still, needing Jiraiya's help now, he forced himself to be patient. In truth, barely 30 minutes had passed. But time has its quirks. Agonizingly slow for the one waiting, pleasantly easy for those being waited on. It was just like those college students waiting under the dorms at 8 in the morning to bring their girlfriend's breakfast. Classes could be skipped, but not that morning delivery. If you got lucky, it was happiness both in love and career. If not, well, sometimes you just had to count your blessings. Kohuru Uchiha, standing nearby, also looked disgruntled. What was going on with Jiraiya? Had he turned over a new leaf? Just then, the main door swung open and in strode Jiraiya, dressed in a slim-fitting black kimono that made him look even leaner and highlighted the striking brilliance of his freshly washed white hair. Jiraiya's here. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face blossomed into a broad smile. He even got up from his seat, hurried over, and grabbed Jiraiya's arm, radiating happiness. If my teacher calls, of course I'll come home. Jiraiya flashed a sunny smile. With an outsider, Kohuru, in the room, he couldn't just call Sarutobi the old man to his face, so addressing him as teacher felt just right. Hiruzen's smile grew wider at these words, and he led Jiraiya into the room, brimming with delight. Jiraiya chose to comply in his own way, when suddenly a voice rang out. Tiske, don't you just want to inject a lethal dose of poison into the old man's veins? That way, even if he survives, he'll be gravely wounded. Then, I can finish him off with a single sword. Jiraiya hurriedly circulated his chakra and replied, Whoa. Orochimaru, don't be rash. If you do that, I'd probably be exiled from the Hidden Leaf Village. If not for that very concern, I would have acted already, Orochimaru responded, clearly having already plotted out an escape route for Jiraiya. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, someone suddenly arrived with a message. Report. 3rd Hokage, Lord Sarutobi, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi are here to see you. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in good spirits thanks to Jiraiya's return, but as soon as he heard that both Minato Namikaze and Kakashi had come, his expression sank. Not seeing them. Just tell them the old man isn't home, Sarutobi declared, just as a sharp voice cut in. Hand over the kidney, and a figure appeared in the center of the room, a Rasengan spinning rapidly in his palm. Come now, Lord 3rd, you're clearly home. Why lie to me? Uzumaki Naruto's body, controlled by Minato, lifted his chin and sneered coldly. Protect Lord 4th, Kakashi Itachi called out, stepping forward at once. The group of Umbu behind him were all former neutrals, those who had chosen to follow Kakashi. At Kakashi's command, the Umbu immediately stepped forward, surrounding and shielding Naruto's body, wary of any underhanded tactics from a 3rd that might harm the son of the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya stared in disbelief. How had he ended up caught in this tug of war between the old and new Hokage? All he wanted now was to run far, far away. But Kakashi had the exit tightly blocked. At that moment, Orochimaru communicated in a low voice, Don't panic. Just watch. No matter what happens, your life isn't in danger. Minato cherishes bonds above all else. You've taught him too much as his master. He'd never hurt you. If the 3rd blames you for refusing him, all he can do is admit defeat and step back from the fight for power. But if there's any change and a new Hokage takes the throne, the third will regain control of the village. This must never be allowed. So, Jiraiya, in a moment you should pretend to side with the old man. When the coronation comes, I'll shoulder all the blame for you. Orochimaru's voice was calm, and his analysis of the situation moved Jiraiya deeply. Young Daimai, shouldn't you have informed this old man of your arrival beforehand? I could have at least prepared tea for you. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke coldly. Sarutobi's tea isn't something I can afford, nor do I deserve to drink it. I came here to remind my sensei not to lose his way, Minato Namikaze replied, looking at Jiraiya with genuine concern. Jiraiya lowered his head under his burning gaze. Minato Namikaze trembled. Could it be that his teacher had made up his mind? Even if the third Hokage's crimes were unspeakable, even if he threatened the very village itself, was Master Jiraiya still determined to help him seize the title of fifth Hokage? In that instant, 1,000 thoughts whirled through Minato's mind. Suddenly, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, broke into laughter. Jiraiya, you really must teach your disciple a lesson. When faced with grave matters, he loses all sense of judgment. Everything I've done has been for Konoha, for Lord Tobirama. Remember, it was I whom Lord Tobirama personally named as Hokage. I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Hiruzen's voice suddenly burst forth, ringing with conviction. Oh, if Lord Tobirama could see what you've become, he'd probably clean house himself, Minato replied with a cold sneer. If nothing else, the third's coldness toward his own son had long obliterated any old bond between them. Father. In his consciousness, Naruto had recently learned the truth of the past from both the Nine Tails and his own father. The gratitude he once felt for the third Hokage had now curdled into hatred. Minato, you're still so young. You don't understand. I'll give you one chance. Step aside, or don't blame me for what happens next, Hiruzen threatened, flicking his right hand. Enma. In the next moment, a staff of black iron appeared in his palm as he took up a battle stance. You want to hold back? What? Are you planning to slaughter me and my son together? Enraged, Minato guided his son's body, calling upon the chakra of the Nine Tails. The corners of the Nine Tails' mouth curled up. This kind of brutal infighting among humans was his favorite spectacle. He was more than happy to lend his power. In an instant, Naruto's body blazed with golden light as the natural chakra of the Nine Tails surged within him. A sword forged of love appeared in Minato's hand, which he drew close and held protectively before his chest. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but remember fighting Minato in the past. He'd struck the very same pose. Only now did Jiraiya truly believe that Minato's soul resided within Naruto. An apprentice's apprentice drawing his blade against his master's master. Truly the legacy of our Hokage line. Seems that killing one's teacher has become a tradition. Still, this Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly deserves it. Orochimaru murmured, licking his lips and sending a message telepathically. Insolent. The third Hokage roared, casting his iron staff. At the last moment, just before it struck Minato, it transformed into a cage, wrapping tightly around him. Hiruzen's hands flashed through signs. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. A dragon-shaped torrent of flame burst from his mouth, hurtling straight for the cage, holding Minato. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Fire on top of the cage? The old man is taking this all the way. I have to stop him. Just as Jiraiya was about to make his move, a kunai shot out from the cage. In the blink of an eye, Naruto Uzumaki appeared outside the cage, tossing 2 more kunai. One flew straight toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the other arced above him. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Was this the Flying Thunder God technique? Although Hiruzen had never mastered the Flying Thunder God himself, he still understood some of its intricacies from his studies of sealing techniques. He placed his right hand behind his back, gathering chakra, preparing to unleash the wind release, Gale Palm. In the very next moment, as expected, Naruto Uzumaki appeared. Hiruzen's gaze hardened, his right hand glowed white, swirling with the trembling force of wind, and he struck out at Naruto. But Naruto's mouth curved into a sly smile. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared just above Hiruzen. This move is called the Flying Thunder God, second stage. I developed it during the chaos of the Nine Tails attack. It's over for you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, HAA. In Naruto's palm, a Rasengan quickly formed. Not the usual blue, but a blood-red ball swirling with the chakra of the Nine Tails. The vermilion Rasengan. He drove it straight down at Hiruzen's neck. Seeing how dire the situation was, Jiraiya flashed into action, his white hair instantly extending, wrapping around Hiruzen to shield him. Naruto's pupils contracted in surprise. He hadn't expected Jiraiya would help Hiruzen. The vermilion Rasengan struck, but didn't inflict serious harm on Jiraiya. Forgive me, Minato. No matter how much you hate Hiruzen Sarutobi, I cannot stand by and watch you kill him here in Konoha. Don't forget, you are a ninja of Konoha. He is the third Hokage of the village. Jiraiya murmured, closing his eyes and retracting his hair, letting out a heavy sigh. As Naruto landed, a look of confusion crossed his face, then faded into a bitter smile. So that's how it is, Jiraiya-sensei. This will be the last time I call you sensei. With that, he slowly walked out toward the entrance, his steps hollow and disheartened. Knowing his days were numbered, he had resolved to remove the third Hokage to ensure Naruto's future. Now, there was only one person left whom he could turn to, Uchiha Zhan. As a parent, he never wished for his child to rise to great heights. He only wanted him to grow up safe and sound. But the actions of the third Hokage had made Minato realize, as long as Hiruzen lived and held power, Naruto would never be safe. Today, his true purpose had been to persuade Jiraiya not to get involved. Yet Jiraiya had chosen old loyalties over everything else. That left only a single path. He would have to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. But just now, Jiraiya had used Needle Jizo, a protective jutsu, with his own hair taking the brunt of the Rasengan and robbing Minato of his best chance to strike at the third Hokage. In other words, there was nothing he could do now to kill Hiruzen. Everyone come with me, Naruto commanded. He turned sideways, casting a cold glance back at Hiruzen. Hiruzen's mouth curled into a knowing smile. Jiraiya watched Minato Namikaze walk away, lost in thought, pondering who knows what. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up. Jiraiya, you've done well, just as I expected from my most prized disciple. Jiraiya snapped out of his reverie upon hearing those words. The most prized disciple, huh? He remembered now. When Hiruzen uttered that phrase in the past, it was first about Orochimaru, then Tsunade. As for himself, he'd always been the one lagging behind. If not for receiving the inheritance from Mount Myoboku, he would likely still be just an overlooked shadow in the background. Now, with two of the legendary Sannin already gone, he had finally become the most prized disciple. How ironic. But of course, none of this should show on his face. Later, Jiraiya and Hiruzen spent a long while chatting, but everything revolved around one single purpose: persuading Jiraiya to become the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya declined, insisting he had no idea how to run a village. Hiruzen's eyes twinkled at this. Whatever you don't know, just ask me. I promise I'll help however I can. In the end, after this odd conversation, Jiraiya agreed, much to Hiruzen's delight. The old Hokage personally poured his disciple a drink in celebration. Koharu Uchiha also chimed in cheerfully with a toast, and Jiraiya played along with their little performance. After the gathering ended and everyone left, he made his way home. Upon stepping into his living room, Jiraiya was struck by a wave of heat and darkness. He turned on the lights, headed into his bedroom, and changed into something more comfortable. But when he came out of the bedroom, he froze in shock. Half his drunkenness instantly vanished. Sometime while he was away, 3 young men had appeared in his living room. One lounged in the center, another guarded the doorway, and a third stood right beside him. When he opened his door, all 3 pairs of sharingan eyes fixed their gaze on him. Good evening, Jiraiya-sensei. Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Zhan, the boy on the couch said, rising with a polite yet unsettling smile. Jiraiya hadn't even gotten a step from his room before the Uchiha next to him raised his sword, the blade pressing cold against his throat. Steel glinted sharply under the lights, nearly dazzling Jiraiya's eyes. From the couch, Uchiha Zhan addressed him with that same insincere grin. You've made quite a name for yourself. Word is you eliminated Danzo and fended off the 3 great shinobi villages at once. Now, Lord Jiraiya, that's not quite right, Zhan replied with his trademark fake smile. It was thanks to the collective efforts of the people and the ninja clans that we rooted out Danzo, the bane of the leaf. Together, united, we drove off the invaders. Jiraiya couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, silently grumbling. This kid's got a silver tongue. He could turn night into day with nothing but words. At that moment, Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle and released his transformation jutsu, stepping away from Jiraiya's arm. Fixing his gaze on the man standing nearby, he spoke slowly. It's been a long time, Itachi. Itachi Uchiha wore a blank expression, radiating an unmistakable aura that discouraged anyone from approaching. Orochimaru, however, didn't seem to mind. Instead, he turned his attention to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan, your earlier words left quite an impression on me. Let's all work together, rooting out the poison and driving away the intruders. Oh, Orochimaru-senpai, you're interested in those remarks as well. Uchiha Zhan looked over at him. I suppose you could say so. What truly intrigues me, though, is how someone your age understands the political game even better than us old veterans. Orochimaru observed Zhan intently. Zhan's face remained unmoved. Maybe it's just talent. Just as our Uchiha clan is naturally gifted with the sharingan, a gift that so many desire but so few ever attain. His words were deliberate, directed pointedly at Orochimaru. After all, Zhan knew that Orochimaru had, in the past, coveted Itachi's sharingan, and even now that desire hadn't faded. Orochimaru's face changed imperceptibly, a flicker of caution flashing through his gaze. Inwardly, he thought, does this boy suspect that I'm after the sharingan? Well, enough about you, Orochimaru said, changing the subject. Today, our main purpose is to find Jiraiya's senpai. With that, Zhan exchanged a meaningful glance with Itachi. Itachi nodded in silent agreement and set aside the steel blade he was holding. Zhan strode toward Jiraiya, speaking evenly. Jiraiya senpai, are you truly willing to wade into the murky waters surrounding the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Think carefully. By doing this, you'll be standing against 7/10 of Konoha's ninja clans. What's more, if things go wrong, no matter that you're one of the legendary Sannin, your reputation could be utterly destroyed, your life's work ruined. Zhan was not simply warning him. This was a threat, undeniable, undisguised. He was pushing Jiraiya, daring him to back down. Jiraiya was not a man to be cowed so easily. Regardless of Orochimaru's plans, even without him, being threatened like this was something he would never take lying down. Kid you, Jiraiya started, anger simmering in his voice. But before he could finish, he saw Zhan's eyes shift. The 3-tomo sharingan suddenly began to morph, blossoming into the pattern of the Mangekyo sharingan. From within Zhan, a dark, cold chakra surged forth, heavy and boundless, rolling like relentless waves crashing against the shore. The moment Jiraiya and Orochimaru sensed its force, their faces turned pale. They felt as if they were tiny fishing boats caught in a raging tempest, desperately praying the storm would soon pass as they faced powers far greater than themselves. Jiraiya, let's not escalate things. Uchiha Zhan, clearly there's been a misunderstanding. Why don't we all calm down and withdraw our chakra? Orochimaru said with a careful smile. His gaze stayed fixed on Zhan, wary and calculating. Just now, with one brief test, Orochimaru understood. He and Jiraiya combined were no match for this youth before them. Zhan watched him coolly, then finally withdrew his chakra, quietly waiting for their explanation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have intimidated Orochimaru and Jiraiya. You are rewarded with the complete version of the reanimation jutsu and a Mount Maya-boku summoning scroll. Uchiha Zhan was momentarily stunned. There were rewards for this? The reanimation jutsu was certainly a nice prize, but what was the deal with the Mount Maya-boku summoning scroll? Did the system expect him to sign a contract with Mount Maya-boku himself? Lord Zhan, did you drift off for a moment? Orochimaru probed. Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan snapped out of his thoughts. What were you saying? What did I misunderstand? Seeing Zhan's reaction, Orochimaru detailed to him the plan to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Zhan raised his eyebrows. This was typical Orochimaru, always willing to go to extremes. But Zhan turned a questioning gaze to Jiraiya, then spoke slowly. Are you certain that Jiraiya won't turn on us? Orochimaru fell silent, looking toward Jiraiya, then back at Uchiha Zhan. If he betrays us, I, Orochimaru, will take my own life in front of you as an apology. At those words, Shisui and Itachi both frowned, and Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Orochimaru kept his gaze steady on Jiraiya. I said it before, Konoha has rotted to its core. Only radical action can breathe new life into this decaying village. For that, I'm willing to shoulder the blame. If your heart still belongs to the old man, then my life isn't worth much. You might as well take my head to him in exchange for your future. With that, Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi sword, holding out the hilt to Jiraiya and placing the blade against his own neck, smiling as he locked eyes with his old comrade. Now is the time. Make your choice. Will you side with the old man, or with me? Orochimaru's tone was breezy, but his eyes never left Jiraiya's face. The scene left Uchiha Zhan momentarily at a loss. There was no denying Orochimaru's daring and charisma. No wonder so many followed him with absolute loyalty, refusing to betray him. With this kind of courage, he truly deserved his reputation as the most captivating figure among the Hokage. Jiraiya tossed the sword aside, closed his eyes, and drew in a long, steady breath. Understand. Orochimaru grinned and slung an arm around Jiraiya's shoulders. I knew you couldn't abandon me. Jiraiya shoved him off with a snort. Orochimaru didn't mind, turning to Uchiha Zhan. Well, do you trust us now? Uchiha Zhan considered for a moment. Ido. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth lifted. Thank you. But, Orochimaru, Zhan added with some hesitation, I'd planned to clear your name and bring you back to the new Konoha to continue your research. After what you just did, I don't know if that's possible anymore. After all, who in the world of Naruto didn't know? Orochimaru was the one who held the keys to the most vital secrets. What a waste it would be not to recruit such talent for ourselves. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. He looked at Uchiha Zhan, unable to process everything right away. You mean, you don't mind what I've done in the past? Orochimaru's eyes fixed sharply on Uchiha Zhan, intent on discerning whether these words were truly sincere. Danzo, Shimura, and Hiruzen Tsurutobi used the Senju clan and the villagers for their experiments, but I am not like them. When the time comes, I'll hand over only the most savage and wicked criminals to you for your research, said Uchiha Zhan calmly. So long as we don't betray the fundamental principles of humanity or the bonds we share as villagers. Uchiha Zhan and Orochimaru conversed for a long while, both leaving the meeting at last with satisfaction. Shortly after their parting, Uchiha Zhan ran into Minato Namikaze and his companions. He saw Minato striding purposefully toward Jiraiya's house, a look of grave seriousness etched across his face. Zhan hurried to intercept them and, casting a Genjutsu on Naruto Uzumaki, shared the recent events with Minato, Naruto, and Kurama, allowing them to see everything that had just transpired. Only then did Minato's expression ease, and he addressed Zhan politely. Thank you truly. Please, fourth Hokage, there's no need for such formality. My father was once your dearest friend. Now that you've returned, why not come enjoy a cup of hot tea in the Uchiha compound? Zhan replied with a smile. Of course. Minato broke into a genuine smile, and with Kakashi and the others in tow, followed Zhan into the heart of the Uchiha district. Outside Jiraiya's home, a sake bottle smashed against the window, startling both Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The two exchanged glances and immediately stepped outside to see what the commotion was. There stood Tsunade, her face aflame with anger as she glared at Jiraiya. You bastard! Acting so high and mighty, weren't you supposed to be carefree, seeking out the child of prophecy? And now, look at you, returning to be saddled with the fifth Hokage nonsense. Has Konoha not fallen into enough decay? Jiraiya, answer me, she shouted, shoving him up against the wall, her hands pinning his arms, fury flashing in her eyes. Don't you realize the old man just wants a puppet? And there you go, playing right into his hands. Do you want to see Konoha destroyed? Tsunade, thoroughly drunk, didn't care if anyone overheard her tirade. Her words tumbled out, raw and forceful. Jiraiya, watching her intoxicated outburst, swallowed hard but offered no explanation. Instead, he simply turned his head away. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils narrowed sharply. What did that mean? Was he just going to ignore her? Clenching her teeth, she drew back her fist, large as a boulder, ready to strike. Orochimaru, who had been enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines, now widened his own eyes in alarm. He rushed forward to restrain Tsunade. Big sis, calm down, please, just hear me out. It's not what you think. Tsunade was caught off guard at first by Orochimaru's voice. But hearing him insist it wasn't as she thought, she grudgingly decided to let it go, allowing herself to de-escalate with his intervention. Striding in with an air of self-importance, she plopped herself down on Jiraiya's sofa, cheeks puffed in indignation, ready and waiting for an explanation. Shizen followed her in, looking rather embarrassed. Orochimaru, without even a word, delivered a swift chop to her neck, knocking her out cold. He couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. After all, secrecy was crucial, and this girl was Kato Dan's niece. Tsunade saw what happened and said nothing. Jiraiya, sitting across from her, opened his mouth as if to speak, but soon swallowed the words back down. Seeing Jiraiya so hesitant and meek only made Tsunade's temper rise. Her mood soured that much more. Orochimaru cast a helpless glance at Jiraiya. He recalled after the Second Great War, Tsunade had asked Jiraiya what he intended to do next. There had been a spark in Tsunade's eyes back then. Orochimaru had thought perhaps his old friend was about to embark on a new chapter of happiness, only to be disappointed. Jiraiya had said he planned to search for the child of prophecy, the one destined to reshape the world. Orochimaru could still remember vividly how the light in Tsunade's eyes faded. She'd murmured, so this is Jiraiya's destiny? But those were matters for another time. Right now, they needed to deal with the situation at hand. Tsunade, you've gotten it wrong. This whole thing, Jiraiya inheriting the title of fifth Hokage, was a scheme of ours, Orochimaru said, laying out the full story. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. Orochimaru, have you ever considered what would happen if you failed? If things went wrong, wouldn't Jiraiya end up like you, a rogue ninja? The old man isn't so easy to deal with. He may be old, but his strength is still unfathomable. What if he has cards up his sleeve we know nothing about? What then? Orochimaru scratched his head in exasperation. Arguing with Tsunade was hopeless. She was like a tigress, impossible to reason with. Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, her gaze sharp. Honestly, at your age, you're still getting mixed up in political coups. Aren't you afraid the Uchiha brat will turn on you afterward and put all the blame on your shoulders? You're 45 now, getting older, but apparently not any wiser. Or are you just planning on making me collect your body someday? She bit her lip and turned away, unable to continue. Orochimaru shot a glance at Jiraiya, urging him, Asterisk, now's your chance. Go, asterisk. But Jiraiya stayed put, letting out a long sigh. Orochimaru's face darkened, frustration mounting. Asterisk, I can't take this anymore. I'm at my limit, I can't do this. Psych counselor, I need backup. I'm out of steam. Asterisk. In the end, the three Sannin of the Leaf Village shared a meal of Odin at Jiraiya's place, had a little sake, and then turned in for the night. Tsunade claimed the bed, Orochimaru took the sofa, and Jiraiya settled on the floor. In the darkness, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Jiraiya, can't you see how Tsunade feels? Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. The child of prophecy has finally appeared, but I still haven't found him or taught him. The last child of prophecy was destroyed. I can't let this one slip through my fingers as well. With my own strength alone, I cannot change the entire ninja world. But I believe that the child of prophecy can. When that time comes, the ninja world will become a place where everyone truly understands one another, showing empathy and sharing each other's hearts. Orochimaru looked up, his gaze complicated as he stared at Jiraiya lying on the ground. He couldn't tell if Jiraiya was genuinely naive or just pretending to be. With beauty in his arms, he denied himself happiness, choosing instead to believe in this elusive child of prophecy. If Orochimaru were to say anything, it would be this: why not simply band together with the Uchiha and sweep across the ninja world? It would be faster and save much more time. Jiraiya looked at his own room, then glanced at Orochimaru, whose eyes remained wide open. With a sigh, he spoke. Mount Myaboku. The great toad sage woke with a tremendous yawn, then immediately summoned the two elders, Shima and Fukisaku. Tell Jiraiya, the child of prophecy has changed. He will usher the ninja world into the greatest upheaval scene in 100 years. Support him. Only then will you survive. The great toad sage drifted back into sleep. This prophecy had drained him so completely that he fell into a deep slumber as soon as the words left his lips. Elder Shima and Elder Fukisaku hurried to send a message to Jiraiya. Just as Jiraiya was about to go to sleep, he sensed the elder's summons. He turned to Orochimaru and said, The two toad sages want me to go to Mount Myaboku. Got it. The sooner you go, the sooner you're back, replied Orochimaru, rolling over and continuing his nap. Jiraiya nodded and used the summoning scroll to travel to Mount Myaboku. Elder Fukisaku and Elder Shima greeted Jiraiya with grave expressions. Jiraiya, the great toad sage, just woke up, and this prophecy consumed a lot of his strength. He fell asleep again right after making his prediction, Elder Shima explained. Jiraiya paused. Is it about the child of prophecy? He fixed his gaze on the two toad elders, earnestly seeking an answer. Yes, Jiraiya, listen closely. Elder Shima repeated the words of the great toad sage, while Elder Fukisaku nodded solemnly at her side. After hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed. Upheaval unlike anything seen in 100 years. His own fate at stake? This was intense, almost overwhelming. He hadn't expected that this trip to Mount Myaboku would yield such shocking news. The new child of prophecy would bring a transformation to the ninja world unlike anything in the past century, and even Jiraiya's own fate would be tied to his actions. Elder Fukisaku, seeing Jiraiya frozen in place, tapped his staff against the ground. Jiraiya, are you listening? The previous child of prophecy can be set aside for now. From this moment, you must focus all efforts on seeking out this new child of prophecy. At the sound of Fukisaku's voice, Jiraiya gave a firm nod. I understand. He turned and left, while Fukisaku watched his retreating figure, a look of quiet reflection in his eyes. Jiraiya, the burden on your shoulders just got a little lighter. I hope you make the right choice. 2 days later, in Konoha, the investiture ceremony. Uchiha Zhan sat quietly at home, while Uchiha Makoto knelt behind him, carefully tending to his hair. From now on, our Uchiha clan will finally have a Hokage among us. This way, life will get a little easier for everyone. Listening to her, Uchiha Zhan spoke up. Mother, at the ceremony, no matter what is said, please stay calm. After today, our Uchiha clan leading Konoha will be an unshakable fact. Uchiha Makoto's hand paused. He could feel her fingers trembling just slightly, though her voice remained gentle. Are you certain? If not, perhaps we shouldn't. Her worry for her son's safety far outweighed any desire to see him become Hokage. Hearing Zhan's words, Mikoto immediately realized that today's ceremony would not be peaceful. Uchiha Zhan continued slowly. Today it's taken so much for me, Uchiha Zhan, to tear open the barrier that Tobarama's faction placed around our clan. If I give up now, this opportunity may never come again. Mother, I know you worry for me, but now all of Uchiha, all of Konoha, even the entire shinobi world, are watching us. If I back down today, not only would I become a laughingstock, but the Uchiha name itself would be nailed to the pillar of shame. And if reason cannot win them over, I won't hesitate to use force to sweep all obstacles aside. As Zhan spoke this last line, a sharp determination flashed in his eyes. Mikoto was momentarily stunned, then let out a quiet sigh. She nodded. All right, no matter what, your mother will always support you. Just promise me you'll take care of yourself. She pulled Zhan into a warm embrace. He nodded, offering comfort in return. It'll be fine, don't worry. Oh, mother, please bring me the ceremonial cloak. He held his arms wide as Mikoto helped him into the cloak, a white ceremonial robe, its sleeves embroidered with crimson clouds, and 5 prominent characters across the back. 5th Hokage. Zhan straightened the cloak. It fits well. Which shop made this? He joked with a smile. It was made by Izumi, together with the young ones in our clan. Speaking of Izumi, I really don't know what Itachi is thinking. Such a good girl, and he neither accepts nor rejects her, Mikoto muttered. Zhan gave a wry smile. It seemed he'd have to help his elder brother sort out his love life. Otherwise, Itachi might never move forward. But that would have to wait. He needed to handle what was in front of him first. With resolve in his expression, Zhan bid farewell to his mother and opened the door. The heavy doors swung open. Everyone in the courtyard fell silent and turned to look at the entrance. In a single moment, a flush of excitement and anticipation colored every face. They looked toward Uchiha Zhan, who stood tall at 1.8 meters, their breaths quickening, partly from nerves, partly from awe at his striking appearance. What truly stirred their hearts was seeing him clad in the ceremonial fire robe, an emblem of the Hokage's office, now resting on Uchiha Zhan's shoulders. Emotions surged wildly within them. Excitement, pride, and disbelief wove together in a heady rush. At last, someone choked out, "Our Uchiha clan has finally produced a Hokage." Indeed, another echoed. With a Hokage to watch over us, the days ahead surely won't be as arduous as before. Hokage-sama, allow us the honor of escorting you to your inauguration ceremony. A single voice from the crowd sparked a fervor, igniting the passion of everyone present. We wish to escort Hokage-sama to the ceremony. The shout caught like wildfire, rows of Uchiha shinobi bowing their noble heads before Uchiha Zhan, eyes shining with irrepressible zeal. Uchiha Zhan let out a soft sigh. Sometimes such adulation could be more burden than blessing. Still, with the inauguration moments away, the swelling crowd blocking the way wasn't helping. His gaze shifted to Uchiha Fugaku, seeking a solution. Fugaku cleared his throat, commanding attention. Everyone, let us escort him together, so no one is left out. But bear in mind, there are less than 30 minutes before the ceremony begins. If we don't clear a path now, Zhan risks missing the best possible time for the inauguration. At these words, relief and pride flashed across their faces. What a rare honor it was to personally escort the clan's first Hokage to his inauguration. Fugaku's suggestion had neatly resolved any doubts about who should bear this distinction. But then, realization dawned at the tail end of Fugaku's speech. Dread washed over them. Ceremonies marking ascension, departure, or ancestral tribute were bound by auspicious timing. Should they delay Hokage-sama's ceremony, they would bear guilt beyond measure. Quickly, they organized and cleared a path, a broad, dignified road leading from the compound to the heart of the village. Just as Uchiha Zhan was about to reassure them, Hyuga Niji strode over to report, a small smile tugging at the corner of Zhan's mouth. Brothers of the Uchiha, let's move out. Those 4 words, let's move out, echoed with far more warmth and acceptance than any apology or reassurance could have done. With spirits ablaze, the Uchiha shinobi clenched their fists and cheered, "Long live Hokage-sama." Uchiha Zhan gave a faint, contented smile, then strode through the gate, followed by rank upon rank of Uchiha in their signature black attire. To the informed, this was the proud Uchiha clan proceeding to the Hokage's inauguration. To outsiders, it might well have looked like the arrival of a formidable syndicate come to collect their dues. Fortunately, the clans who'd once joined forces against Shimura Danzo now guarded this road to the ceremony. They'd long since set up barricades, keeping villagers at bay to avert any untimely disruptions. Uchiha-san greeted the clan heads of the various ninja families stationed at each intersection, as well as the villagers gathered behind the security lines. The warmth of his smile, paired with his strikingly handsome face, made countless young women blush with shyness. Before long, news titled Konoha's most handsome Hokage was spreading throughout the village, accompanied by a dazzling photo of Uchiha-san's beaming smile. Meanwhile, the spies from the other villages and the Sarutobi clan, hidden among the crowd, slowed their movements and began to retreat. They intended to report every detail. When Uchiha-san set out, where he was heading, and how far he still was from the venue, all faithfully relayed back. Upon receiving these updates, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled into a smile. He murmured, "At last, the day has come." Turning to Jiraiya, a fiery anticipation burned in his eyes. The venue for the investiture ceremony was set up right in front of the Hokage Tower. A temporary platform, framed by steel scaffolding, stood at the center. Above it hung a large banner reading, "The Investiture Ceremony of the 5th Hokage." Residents clustered at street corners or waited quietly behind the security tape, most with a sense of casual curiosity as they looked on at this important event. When the feudal lord of the Land of Fire heard the news, he dispatched his trusted attendant, Jinyuan Feishue, to Konoha to witness the ceremony. Along with him, he brought 3 years' worth of development funds, a grand total of 1 billion ryo. The funds, securely locked in a chest guarded just behind him, were to be handed over to the new Hokage at the close of the ceremony as a gesture of goodwill. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the ground accompanied by Jiraiya, and, spotting Jinyuan Feishue, he hurried over to greet him. Brother Feishue, have you come as well to witness the investiture of Konoha's 5th Hokage?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said, beaming. Jinyuan Feishue paused, finding the voice oddly familiar. Looking up, he remarked, "Ah, Lord Hiruzen, it's been a while. I still remember the last time we met, right after the 4th Hokage sacrifice, when you returned as acting Hokage. You come in civilian dress today. Have you finally let things go? I've long said you're not getting any younger. It's time to relax. Even the feudal lord is concerned about your health." Jinyuan Feishue replied with a hearty chuckle, giving Hiruzen a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Hiruzen's face clouded. He felt that Jinyuan Feishue was taunting him for having been forced aside by the younger generation, especially by someone from the Uchiha clan. It was embarrassing. And here he was, being told not to let his anger affect his health, almost as if Feishue was warning him not to get too close if he fell ill from spite. But in truth, Hiruzen misunderstood. Jinyuan Feishue was simply trying to encourage him, hoping that he could move on and enjoy a well-earned rest in his later years. Hiruzen forced a polite laugh. "You're right, I'm getting old. But the future of Konoha truly ought to be passed on to my most outstanding student, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, come greet Lord Jinyuan properly. He is a favorite of our Land of Fire's feudal lord. To speak plainly, when the feudal lord isn't present, Lord Jinyuan's word is as good as his own." The bodyguard trailing behind Jinyuan Feishue suddenly paused in his steps, then cast a scrutinizing look at Jinyuan Feishue, his eyes filled with curiosity and probing intentions. Jinyuan Feishue grew anxious. "Sarutobi, you're going too far. The daimyo and I are worlds apart. One in the heavens, one on earth. How could I possibly compare to him? You're trying to sow discord between me and the daimyo, aren't you?" At this moment, Jinyuan Feishue's impression of Sarutobi Hiruzen took a nosedive, especially when he glanced at the burly man following behind Sarutobi. That unruly face could only belong to someone up to no good. Jiraiya had just caught up and had no idea what had transpired, only knowing the old man had called for him. As soon as he arrived, he saw Jinyuan Feishue's face twisted in anger, while the old man had a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Jiraiya, let me introduce you," Sarutobi Hiruzen began, but Jinyuan Feishue waved him off. "No need for the trouble. Besides, there's really nothing for us to talk about. We're here, on the daimyo's orders, to establish friendly relations with Konoha's new Hokage. I hear he's from the Uchiha clan. But looking at your apprentice, built like a bear, wild hair everywhere, there's nothing Uchiha about him at all, so I think I'll pass." Jinyuan Feishue flipped his eyelids with a scoff. After Sarutobi's earlier trick, there was no way he was going to do him any favors now. Jiraiya scratched his head, showing no special reaction, while Sarutobi Hiruzen only snorted in cold irritation. The air grew tense, and Jiraiya began to feel caught in the middle. A voice drifted in from Orochimaru. "Master Sarutobi truly never lets a slight go unpunished, though it's all just sharp words in the end." Jiraiya sighed. He nearly forgot. The old man didn't have much time left. What explanation would he give for everything soon to unfold? Meanwhile, Tsunade sat perched on a rooftop, surveying the bustling street below from her lofty vantage point. No matter who inherited the Hokage's mantle, she was determined to ensure this new leader would be a boon to Konoha, not a detriment. She remembered Minato Namikaze well. During the previous war, he single-handedly turned the tide on the battlefield. With his flying Thunder God Jutsu, he moved effortlessly through the ninja world. Whenever he faced an enemy, it was a decisive, lethal strike, the origin of his moniker, the Yellow Flash. Not only did he command respect on the outside, but inside the village, his reputation was beyond reproach. That assurance had allowed Tsunade to leave Konoha without worry. After all, Konoha was the life's work of her granduncle. It could never be handed over to someone unreliable. Her great-uncle had already made a mistake once. She couldn't let history repeat itself. Shizen sat beside Tsunade, clutching a little pig. "Lady Tsunade, aren't you cold? I brought a blanket for you." As she spoke, Shizen reached for a woolen blanket, draping it over Tsunade's shoulders. Morning winds on the rooftop were still brisk. Tsunade glanced at her and shook her head. "Shizen, don't worry about me. Himno delicata frue." Back in a land of rain, storms and gales never fazed me. Shizen felt a bit awkward. She wanted to say, "Back then you were only 26, now you're almost 50. A woman's age is always a sensitive subject. Shizen wouldn't dare test Tsunade's temper, not even in hushed tones. Tsunade stood with one foot on the edge of the roof, the other dangling naturally. Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed toward the Uchiha clan's territory and spoke in a quiet, measured voice, "He's here." Shizen was caught off guard by this, glancing in the same direction Tsunade watched. "Where is he?" This time, Tsunade said nothing. Instead, she focused on the man wearing the ceremonial robes of the Hokage. His chakra smoldered with a power all too familiar to her. Even the necklace at her throat began to tremble. From within the crystal of the necklace, green chakra began to swirl and coalesce, gradually forming the shadowy outline of a person. The apparition opened his eyes, his voice faint and muttering. "Madara, so you're still alive?" "I knew it." In a heartbeat, that surge of chakra vanished without a trace. At the front of the Uchiha procession, Uchiha Zhan suddenly paused mid-step. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Remnants of Hashirama Senju's soul detected. Target has been lost." The announcement startled Uchiha Zhan. Remnants of Hashirama Senju's soul? Could it be that Hashirama had left behind some final contingency? The thought of Minato Namikaze flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Minato had managed to survive this long by relying on chakra and sealing arts to forcibly borrow the Nine-Tails power. And it was no small thing that Hashirama's wife was Princess Mito of the Uzumaki clan. Her mastery of sealing techniques far surpassed even Namikaze Minato's. If Hashirama truly relied on his wife's formidable powers and left behind some hidden card, all for Konoha's protection, that was one matter. But if he were to turn his hand against Uchiha Zhan himself, then things would be downright disastrous. "Hokage-sama, is something on your mind?" Hyuga Hayashi suddenly asked, peering at Uchiha Zhan with a look of genuine puzzlement. Uchiha Zhan snapped back to attention. "Oh, it's nothing, just got a little lost in thought. By the way, Hayashi, is everything in place on our end?" Hayashi nodded. "Everything is ready. No matter what happens today, the title of Hokage will be yours." Those words brought a faint smile to Uchiha Zhan's lips. He'd already arranged for 3 Manjikyu Sharingan users to be on standby. Should anyone violate the rules, he would crush them with overwhelming force. He had 2 goals. First, to root out restless schemers who dreamed of using the Hokage as their puppet and disrupting Konoha's peace. Second, to send a message to the spies of other nations. Uchiha would now lead Konoha, and the game had changed. With a nod, Uchiha Zhan led his people toward the ceremonial platform. Suddenly, someone cried out from the crowd. "It's the 5th Hokage." "Yes, the 5th Hokage is here. How dashing." "That's him, the one who outmaneuvered Chiyo, who cut down the Cloud Ninja, captured the 8 Tails with a single hand, and shattered a tailed beast bomb with his blade. The 5th Hokage, Uchiha Zhan." Wonderful. With such a powerful protector watching over the village, Konoha's security just soared several notches. We can finally enjoy peace again. The voices of the people rose one after another. Over 90% of them were simply relieved that Uchiha Zhan, a warrior of unfathomable strength, would ascend to the position of Hokage. In a way, the villagers of Konoha had endured so much hardship. Although they belonged to the strongest ninja village, their daily lives were anything but easy. Compensation payments here, fundraisers there. These kept popping up, leaving most families just enough to eat and stay warm. Anything beyond survival, such as networking or entertainment, was simply out of reach. Under Hiruzen Sarutobi's rule, the AMBU would levy taxes for all sorts of reasons. Though hardly anyone went hungry, These measures prevented any real improvement in their quality of life. It's in human nature to yearn for something better, never content with the status quo. Yet Hiruzen always maintained with righteous conviction that suffering loss is a blessing. Resentment against him had already been simmering among the people. Their support for the Konoha Times campaign against him was, in fact, their own will. One mustn't underestimate the discernment of the masses. Uchiha Zhan waved at the villagers in acknowledgement, which immediately drew Hiruzen's disapproval. With a cold huff, he muttered, "Laugh all you want. Enjoy it while it lasts. Soon, you'll be the one crying." But at that very moment, Uchiha Zhan turned his gaze toward Hiruzen, startling him so suddenly that Hiruzen quickly lowered his head in alarm. The sight made Uchiha Zhan chuckle inwardly. Clearly, Hiruzen held a guilty conscience. Now, who could it be that might jump forward to challenge me in a moment? All right, silence, everyone. I will now preside over the formal investiture ceremony for the 5th Hokage. Will the Hokage candidate please come to the stage? Nara Shikaku kept a stiff expression. Though he was loyal to Uchiha Zhan, he knew that, on this occasion, he must present himself as impartial and selfless. Otherwise, the entire ceremony would become a farce. Uchiha Zhan strode purposefully toward the platform, casting his gaze over the crowd. Typically, there would be 1 to 3 Hokage candidates, each expected to have both battlefield achievements and great prestige. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was out of the running. At present, only Shisui and Uchiha Zhan possessed both renown and military merit. But Shisui wasn't about to challenge Zhan for the Hokage seat. That meant there was but one candidate today. Just then, Jiraiya made his move. He walked onto the stage in an indigo kimono, his stature tall and his broad back instilling a sense of reassurance in the crowd. Whispers broke out among those who saw Jiraiya take the stage. "Is that Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? He actually showed up. What's going on? Wasn't Jiraiya busy with his writing? Why has he returned to the village all of a sudden? I thought he was the last person who cared about power. Well, isn't this interesting? Are they planning to install another 4th Hokage? It seems our 3rd Hokage still isn't ready to give up the reins." Many sharp-eyed people had already figured out the reason and looked at the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with eyes full of disdain and contempt. But Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed oblivious to these looks, smiling instead at his own disciple. Shikaku Nara seemed puzzled for a moment, but quickly caught on. He smiled and spoke. "All right, let's have our 2 Hokage candidates shake hands and introduce themselves. Then, the representatives of both the shinobi clans and the ordinary villagers will cast their votes. The one with the most votes will become the 5th Hokage." Shikaku Nara finished, gesturing to the 2 candidates to shake hands. Jiraiya took the lead, turning around and extending his hand, rough and calloused from years of battle. Uchiha Zhan looked at it and nodded. Yes, these were the hands befitting a hero. Jiraiya, Uchiha Zhan. The 2 exchanged brief greetings before turning away to begin their speeches. Jiraiya's speech was almost identical to the one delivered years ago by the 3rd Hokage. After all, the script had been given to him by Hiruzen himself, with instructions to memorize it word for word. But as the crowd listened to these empty platitudes, their brows furrowed. To them, Jiraiya sounded rather unremarkable. Not a single constructive idea, just the same tired cliches. When he finally finished, applause broke out, led by the 3rd Hokage and the other family heads. The clapping echoed throughout the hall. Uchiha Zhan let out a cold laugh, thinking silently, well, they've certainly come prepared. He was about to start his speech when suddenly a voice cut through the air. Hold it right there. It was a deep, aged voice, and everyone turned to find the source. It was Hamura Midokado. It's him, this old follower. He was actually willing to stand up to Uchiha Zhan, just for the sake of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharyudatane. The leader of the Midokado clan turned pale as a sheet. With terror playing on his face, he dropped to his knees with a thud, mumbling, it's over, it's over. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes. He had expected someone to stir up trouble, but never imagined it would be this Hokage advisor. Hamura Midokado drew a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Zhan up on the stage, then pointed a finger at him. Uchiha Zhan, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, how do you have the face to lay claim to the village founded by the 1st Hokage, let alone take on the title of Hokage? The entire hall fell into a heavy, breathless silence. In the next instant, families allied with Uchiha Zhan exploded in fury, shouting back at Hamura, "Old Midokado, say that again if you dare." Uchiha Zhan wiped out Danzo's criminal root organization and managed to drive away the 3-pronged alliance of sand, stone, and cloud without the loss of a single soldier. We'd like to know, aside from the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju himself, who else could have accomplished such a feat? As tempers flared, someone even grabbed a handful of eggs and hurled them at Hamura Mitokado. A messy splat rang out. The egg landed squarely on Kohara Mitokado's forehead, its whites and yolk sliding gently down his face. But Mitokado seemed unfazed, as if pain simply glanced off him. He cast a glance at a nearby building, where Kohara Uchiha stood smiling at him, her eyes brimming with encouragement. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy course through his body. Taking a deep breath, he declared, setting aside the events of today, let's talk about the Uchiha clan's past. Didn't Uchiha Madara, our ancestor, betray the village and later attack the hidden leaf with the 9 tails at his back? This is something you all know, a tale you've surely heard before, isn't it? Wiping the egg from his face, Mitokado let his words hang in the air. The aftermath of that battle claimed Lord Hashirama's life. He fell in exhaustion. Konoha lost its greatest protector. So tell me, does the Uchiha clan not bear guilt for that? Support the author. More chapters coming soon. Please like, share, leave a review, 5-star rating with love and gratitude. Mitokado's words sent a ripple of controversy through the crowd. The older villagers began to regard Uchiha Zhan with suspicion in their eyes. It had to be said, Mitokado's words struck a deep and ruthless chord. Many in the crowd found their pride rooted in being from the Leaf Village, and nothing stirred their pride more than their legendary leader, Senju Hashirama, the man revered as the god of shinobi. Hashirama founded the village, bringing peace and honor to Konoha, a legacy that none could dare challenge. Now, Mitokado seized upon the infamous duel between Madara and Hashirama. Though Madara had fallen by Hashirama's blade, the battle also claimed Hashirama's life soon after, robbing the ninja world of a legend. With Madara long dead, the villagers' anger naturally shifted toward his descendants, the Uchihas, who became lightning rods for their resentment. That's right. The first Hokage united the clans, founded Konoha, and devoted his life to the village. He poured his heart and soul into our prosperity. He even erased the Senju name, blending into the common folk, a selfless soul whose greatness knew no equal. Yet he perished in battle with Madara. How can the Uchiha escape their blame? The Uchiha aren't worthy of the Hokage's seat. Let them step down. Such voices, whether from the rabble or from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kohara Uchiha's hired instigators, rose in orchestrated waves, stoking the flames. Uchiha Zhan responded with a cold, mocking laugh, his eyes flicking toward Mitokado. Without raising his voice, he mouthed a silent curse, a curse that Mitokado read all too clearly. Lapdog, may none of you die a good death, especially you old fools. Mitokado's face darkened, tinged with both rage and embarrassment. He glared back at Uchiha Zhan, eyes brimming with malice. In the next instant, Zhan raised a hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down. Yet the agitators had no intention of letting him regain control. They pressed on, ready to stir up more chaos. Little did they realize that, unnoticed, the Uchiha and Hyuga shinobi had already slipped behind them. In a flash, the sharp sound of blades drawn, Uchiha-style sword techniques, was followed by the forceful swish of the 8 trigrams palm. Those henchmen were either executed on the spot or sent flying off the platform with a single strike. Blood spattered, and heads fell to the ground. Such a spectacle was far more persuasive than any words or negotiations. Everyone present was shaken. Their faces turned pale, and the crowd fell deathly silent. Even Kohara Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi had not expected Uchiha's son to be so ruthless and decisive. A chill crept into their hearts. Mito Hamura, the people you arranged are a bit too obvious, Uchiha-san said in a calm voice, sweeping his gaze over the assembly. Everyone saw it. These people were nothing but sneaky rats, stirring up trouble and deliberately provoking hatred toward the Uchiha. Despicable cowards. As for who sent them, I need not say more. Since you claim the Uchiha have betrayed Konoha and the Senju, I invite you all to witness the truth for yourselves. With those words, a wave of chakra surged from Uchiha-sen's body like a rising tide. His eyes transformed into the shape of the eternal Mangekyo. An endless flow of chakra shifted, turning to its een aspect, fueling the Mangekyo. In an instant, everyone present, including Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi, was drawn into a powerful illusion. Now, they found themselves viewing the illusion as disembodied observers, souls floating above the scene. I once thought it was only a dream, yet here it is, made real, and by our own hands, Uchiha murmured, holding a green leaf perforated with holes in his fingers. Well, who could have guessed? Hashirama Senju replied, his smile warm as always. Generation after generation, fathers and grandfathers alike have fought endless battles. Too much blood has been spilled, Too many innocents lost to the chaos of war. Madara, thank you. If you hadn't brought the Uchiha to join hands with me, this day would never have come. Hashirama stood atop the Hokage rock, gazing over the village rising up from the earth. Oh, come on, Hashirama. We've both longed for a day like this, and now that it's real, let's not be gloomy about it. Madara replied with a rare laugh. Huh, Madara, did you just laugh? I have to say it suits you. Why not smile more often? You're always so stern, Hashirama teased playfully once again. It seemed that only in Madara's presence did Hashirama's smile become truly heartfelt, a joy that surfaced from deep within. Madara's smile faded. He lifted the leaf, holding it up before his eyes, gazing toward the distant sky through its tattered shape. Hashirama turned to Madara, a small, earnest smile curving his lips. He asked sincerely, for the shadow that guards the land of fire. What if we call the leader of the ninja Hokage? After all, you're the master of fire techniques, so Hokage seems fitting. The onlookers watching this vision were utterly stunned. So this is how the name Hokage came to be. Anyone could see that Hashirama had chosen the name for Madara's sake. As for protecting the land of fire, aside from Hashirama Senju, who has truly done that? Weren't they all just employment relationships? With each generation, the standards slipped, and by the time of Hiruzen Sarutobi, things had even worsened. Danzo Shimura even dared to go straight to the feudal lord's mansion in the land of fire, threatening the lord himself with a kunai. But this wasn't the end. Hashirama Senju went on to say, I want you to be the village leader, the Hokage. The moment the words left his mouth, the entire room erupted. What? Back then, Lord Hashirama actually nominated Madara Uchiha to be the first Hokage? How is it that none of us knew this? Exactly. So why wasn't the first Hokage Madara Uchiha? Why was it Hashirama Senju instead? The villagers were baffled, while Uchiha Zhan crossed his arms, listening with a cold laugh. The eyes of the Uchiha clan's ninjas glimmered red. Who could ever understand that the Uchiha truly believed they were the ones who should have been the first Hokage, that there should have been the dynasty of the village, not the role of outcasts or traitors? Madara Uchiha was still lost in his thoughts when Hashirama's words drifted over to him. Madara, snap out of it. I heard that some nearby ninja clans, the Sarutobi and the Shimura, are already planning to join us. Hashirama exclaimed, beaming with delight. Madara's eyes narrowed. Are you serious? You rascal. Hashirama threw his hands on his hips and burst into laughter, a joyful, booming sound. Although this is great news, we ought to come up with a name for our village, Hashirama continued, his expression suddenly serious. Then, turning to Madara, he asked, Madara, what do you think we should call the village? Madara stared blankly at the leaf he held in his hand. After a moment, he lifted it, holding it up before his eyes. How about Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves? What do you think? After all, Uwield would release, so calling it Konoha feels especially fitting. Konoha, huh? That's so simple. Feels a bit shallow, doesn't it? Hashirama looked disappointed, his tone a touch critical. This scene left everyone stunned yet again, appending everything they thought they knew. Since when did the formidable first Hokage, the legendary Hashirama, act so coy? And the person he was playfully teasing was none other than the so-called demon of the ninja world. Wasn't this a bit too out of character for such legendary figures? Meanwhile, Hashirama's spiritual form was watching the illusion unfold, his brows raised in quiet delight. To think that I could meet Madara here again, what a joy that is. But how did this youth know so much about those long-ago events, even all the little details? He was certain he'd never mentioned any of this to anyone. This was supposed to be a secret between himself and Madara, and yet someone else knew all about it. Wait a second, how could that be? Hashirama's soul stared at Uchiha Zhan, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. Wait, this Zhan looks so much like Madara. Could he really be a descendant of Madara Uchiha? And the scene continued to unfold. What's the difference between that and your title of Hokage? And another thing, have you still not shaken off that habit of falling into despair at the drop of a hat? Madara shouted, stamping his foot in frustration. All right now, from here on, the true work of building the village begins, and the Hokage is going to be busy, Hashirama Senju said, his voice pausing with significance. That's why we need to carve your enormous face right into the cliff below our feet, Hashirama said with utmost seriousness. As a symbol to watch over and protect the village. Madara felt a jolt in his heart and the corner of his mouth twitched, though he couldn't hide a flicker of joy within him. Well, what kind of joke is this? Hashirama only grinned, squinting one eye in a mischievous wink, playing up his charm. But your face looks way too fierce. We'll need to soften it a bit. Madara's brow quivered, and he replied with a smirk. Well, it's still better than your pathetic, soul-crushed expressions. Hashirama switched expressions in an instant, as if swapping masks, and immediately slumped, muttering, "Am I really that embarrassing?" Seeing Hashirama so crestfallen, Madara couldn't help but burst out laughing, his voice clear and hearty. "Oh, absolutely. It's downright humiliating." At that moment, everyone could see that Uchiha Madara was nothing like the legend. He didn't seem cold, ruthless, or bloodthirsty at all. Instead, he looked every bit the wild, roguish, and strikingly handsome young man. "Is that so?" Hashirama laughed as well, their figures slowly fading into the distance. The illusion faded. Uchiha Zhan withdrew his chakra, and everyone gradually returned from their trance, still spellbound by the powerful vision. Hayashi Hyuga was left stunned. "Lord Fifth, is that really how the village was founded, and how the name Hokage came about?" Uchiha Zhan nodded, smiling. "Exactly so." With each question and answer, all doubts seemed to melt away. Yet another layer of curiosity rose to take its place. If that's how it was, then why wasn't Uchiha Madara made the first Hokage? Why was it Senju Hashirama instead? Yeah, now that I think about it, Lord Madara seems perfectly qualified to be Hokage. If that was the agreement, why did Hashirama end up as Hokage in the end? Everyone sensed that something was amiss, and suspicion spread among them as they turned their eyes back to Uchiha Zhan, hoping for an explanation. "That," Zhan replied, "brings us to someone who wielded open schemes with absolute mastery. I'm talking about our second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Compared to Lord Hashirama, he may have appeared less extraordinary, but that's because he devoted his entire life and energy to dealing with the Uchiha clan," Uchiha Zhan said with a cold, cutting laugh. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi could stand it no longer. Uchiha Zhan had just begun to insult his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. As the first disciple of Tobirama, and as a successor, Hiruzen found it impossible to tolerate anyone, especially a Uchiha, show such disrespect to his master. "Uchiha Zhan, you're out of line. Do you realize that Lord Tobirama Senju has already granted the Uchiha department, one second only to the Hokage in power? That entire unit is dedicated to serving your clan. Isn't that enough?" Uchiha Zhan glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, but offered no further explanation. Once again, he unleashed his Genjutsu. This time, Madara Uchiha watched silently from outside, lips pressed tight, while inside the house a commotion broke out. "Brother, do you even realize what you're doing? Your strength is in no way inferior to Madara Uchiha's. So why would you hand the title of Hokage over to someone so unstable?" Tobirama Senju's voice was grave and laced with doubt. "Tobirama, that's enough. I made a promise to Madara. Once we resolve things for the village, I would let him become Hokage, and I would support him. No matter who tries to stop me, it's impossible." Hashirama Senju rose to his feet, about to leave. Sasuke Sarutobi, Hiruzen's father, entered just then, exchanging subtle glances of understanding with the second Hokage, Tobirama. Hashirama seemed to notice nothing unusual and was about to take his leave after a brief greeting. Just then, Sasuke Sarutobi spoke. "First Hokage, you should hear the will of the people of Konoha." Hashirama paused and turned to Sasuke. "What do you mean by that?" Sasuke smiled and said, "I once conducted a survey on who should be the first Hokage. Nearly 90% of the shinobi clans and ninjas wished for you, Lord Hashirama, to take up the mantle of Hokage for the village." As he spoke, Sasuke produced a prepared report and offered it forward. Hashirama hesitated, but Tobirama snatched it up without waiting. His white hair and unmistakable air of sarcasm made his stance abundantly clear. He skimmed through the report at lightning speed, then handed it to Hashirama. "Brother, you don't have to listen to me, but you can't ignore the voices of the villagers, can you? Don't forget, it cost countless lives for us to achieve today's peace. If you stubbornly disregard the will of our people, the village of Konoha will be doomed sooner or later." Tobirama seized upon Hashirama's greatest weakness. With the weight of public opinion and the future of the village thrust upon his shoulders, Hashirama had no choice. He was forced to accept the role of Hokage, forced to give up Madara Uchiha. This time, Hashirama didn't argue back, but his face fell into shadow. After a long, heavy silence, nearly 5 minutes, he quietly responded, "I understand." Then, radiating bleak determination, he headed for the door. With a final lingering look at Sasuke Sarutobi and Tobirama, Hashirama yanked the door open and strode out. Bang! Sasuke Sarutobi flinched, watching Tobirama out of the corner of his eye. Tobirama, for his part, simply stared in silence at the closed door. Outside the window, Madara Uchiha gritted his teeth, but in the end he still chose not to reveal himself. Yet, deep down, he understood, based on his knowledge of Hashirama and the methods of Tobirama, that the title of first Hokage would probably slip from his grasp. Still, it didn't matter. If Hashirama were to become Hokage, and he himself stood at Hashirama's side as an aide, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. And so, for the first time, Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju found themselves at an impasse, setting foot on roads that led in opposite directions. Inside the room, sitting in his office chair, Tobirama Senju spoke. Sasuke, well done. This report on public sentiment. It's a fake, isn't it? Sasuke Sarutobi blinked in surprise, stealing a glance at the door. Once he was sure Hashirama had left, he couldn't help but smile. Nothing can get past Lord Tobirama. It's true, the report is a forgery. Tobirama gave a slight nod. You handled this perfectly. If you hadn't devised this plan, there's no way my brother would have given up on making Madara Hokage so easily. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Misunderstandings are like seeds secretly planted. You're utterly unaware at first, but by the time you realize, they've already taken root and sprouted. Tobirama's scheming left the watching villagers of Konoha stunned, drawing sharp breaths of disbelief. They finally understood why they'd never heard much about the contest for the Hokage seat. All they'd ever known was that Hashirama simply became the first Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth hung open. Was this really how it happened? To think his own father had once been tangled in the battle over Konoha's highest position. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that his sensei had chosen him to be the third Hokage because of his father's involvement back then? Now it all made sense. No wonder Lord Tobirama always seemed to have a special fondness for him. Hashirama's lingering spirit clenched his fist tightly. Well played, Tobirama, my dear little brother. If it hadn't been for you, perhaps Madara and I never would have reached such a point of no return. Konoha today would never have fallen so far. How foolish I was. And with that, to everyone's astonishment, the spirit of Hashirama began to weep. In the Pure Land, Tobirama trembled all over, seized by a strange sense of foreboding. He couldn't shake the chill that seemed to linger at his back. Hashirama opened his eyes and glanced at him. Tobirama, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hashirama's voice brimmed with concern. Tobirama's expression softened. Don't worry, brother. It's probably just my imagination. Hashirama nodded. I wonder where in the Pure Land Madara is. I haven't seen him for 20 years. I must admit, I really miss him. Tobirama's face froze at those words, and he fell silent. He knew all too well that Madara Uchiha was the thorn in his brother's heart. Nowadays, Madara this, Madara that was all he ever heard. He couldn't for the life of him understand why his brother was so enchanted with that handsome Uchiha. Wasn't Lady Mito just as captivating? At the same time, unease gnawed at him. After all, it was his own scheming that drove Madara away all those years ago. If Hashirama ever found out, Tobirama didn't even dare to imagine. Would his brother sacrifice him in the name of justice? Konoha. The Uchiha clan members were fuming with anger. Damn you, Tobirama. Our clan leader and Hashirama shared a bond with Konoha that was as thick as blood. And yet, for your own selfish desires, you went and forged the census, driving a wedge between Lord Hashirama and our clan leader. It's clear now, when those at the top are corrupt, the entire system rots. No wonder Konoha's top-tier fighters get fewer and weaker by the day, while the Hokage's grip on power only grows stronger. It's all the same rotten lineage, cut from the same cloth. Putting Konoha in your hands is squandering its future. Down with Tobirama's bloodline. Down with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Uchiha shinobi no longer cared to keep up appearances. They tore off all pretense and began hurling furious accusations at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tobirama Senju. Taking the chance, Hayashi Hyuga led the Hyuga clan to join in, lending their voices to support the Uchiha and help them denounce the third Hokage with righteous indignation. The Inoshikacho trio stepped forward as well, making their allegiances clear. Once you take a side, neutrality is off the table. It's time to help your allies strike at those who are down. In the end, nearly 70% of the ninja clans were criticizing Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen's face went pale. He didn't know whether his father truly had the people's support, but he was painfully aware that the people were no longer with him now. Jiraiya hadn't uttered a single word throughout. He wondered to himself. Even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who created countless forbidden jutsu to protect the village, had his dark side? Uchiha Zhan raised a hand, signaling for silence. Before, people might have ignored him. But now, after ruthlessly disposing of Danzo and gaining full control over the Genjutsu broadcast, everyone fell quiet at once. Hiruzen watched this unfold, feeling a deep ache in his heart. He knew now that he could no longer use his status to manipulate the situation against the Uchiha. At that point, Uchiha Zhan ended the Jinjutsu. Suddenly, everyone snapped out of the illusion. They patted themselves down, making sure they weren't harmed, and then, all eyes burned with fiery curiosity as they stared at Uchiha Zhan. Just how many hidden cards did this man have left? Simply being able to draw thousands into a Jinjutsu was far beyond the reach of any ordinary person. Moreover, it seemed Uchiha Zhan knew even more of Konoha's deepest secrets. The assembled shinobi were eager spectators, desperate for the next reveal. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan spoke up. Everyone, please remain calm. Now's the time to solve these problems. He turned to Kohuru Utatane and said, Old relic, you claim the Uchiha are unworthy? Let me ask you, do you truly believe the Uchiha clan is unfit for the seat of Hokage? Koharu's face flushed bright red. If she said they were unworthy, wouldn't that be betraying their very roots? The first Hokage himself, Senju Hashirama, said that Madara Uchiha was fit to be Hokage. To deny that now would be a direct challenge to the will of the first Hokage, wouldn't it? If I agree that I'm worthy, wouldn't that make my earlier condemnation of Uchiha Zhan seem completely contradictory? It would be as if everything I said before was utter nonsense, a slap in my own face. Now, Midokado Hamura found himself trapped with no way out. He looked over at Uchiha Zhan, only to find the young man staring back at him coldly, making it clear he would not grant him the chance to escape his predicament. Shifting his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he saw that the older man had lowered his head, avoiding his eyes altogether, his meaning unmistakable. You're on your own this time. There's nothing more I can do for you. Suddenly, Hamura let out a bitter, mirthless laugh. Ha! Ha! Who would have thought? Who could have known that I, Midokado Hamura, would put my trust in the wrong people? A friend who would watch me die without lifting a finger. Drawing a sharp breath, Hamura swiftly pulled a kunai from his ninja pouch and drove it toward his own throat. The motion was lightning fast and utterly unexpected. No one had anticipated such a ruthless move. Uchiha Zhan reacted instantly. Itachi. Understood. The moment the command left his mouth, Uchiha Itachi appeared at Hamura's side like a shadow, seizing the elder's wrist just as he was about to strike. In the next instant, the Mangekyo Sharingan's Tsukuyami was unleashed. Hamura's pupils contracted sharply. His body went limp, and the kunai clattered to the floor. Itachi finally exhaled, relieved. This was the grand investiture ceremony for his clan, for his younger brother as well. He couldn't allow this old troublemaker to ruin the occasion. That would have been a terrible omen. Uchiha Zhan nodded in appreciation. Well done. Itachi only shook his head, then hoisted the now unconscious Hamura over his shoulder and carried him back to the Midokado estate. After all, Hamura was never the true mastermind. He was just a pawn, flung forward to act on the will of others. Now that the board had changed, even a vanguard piece was abandoned. Many among the clans watching felt admiration for Uchiha Zhan. His actions were powerful and carried a sense of moral righteousness. Yet there were also those who saw his mercy as naive, believing he'd let an enemy targeting him slip away. Then again, that's the nature of these high-profile ceremonies. Every gesture, every word is scrutinized and recorded, the substance of your character analyzed by all. Surely, after what you've just witnessed, no one will use the fact that I am an Uchiha against me anymore. Will they? Who said someone from the Uchiha clan can't become Hokage? Who says the Uchiha are traitors? Today, I stand to restore the name of the Uchiha. Ours is the most ancient of families, the original founders of this village. We have every right to inherit anything here, including the title of Hokage. Uchiha Zhan's true intentions were laid bare. As chakra surged from him, a mighty presence swept across the assembly. Such power, his chakra dominated the space, leaving many gasping in shock. With Hamura's departure, the question of legitimacy was no longer a doubt. The Uchiha now stood indisputable. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was clouded with gloom. In that case, let the Hokage candidates continue with their speeches, he said, glancing meaningfully at Uchiha Zhan. This fellow is so young. What possible talent could he have for delivering a speech? In contrast, Jiraiya's speech was something we elders hurriedly crafted through the night. How could a complete outsider even come close to matching that? I'll just sit back and watch you make a fool of yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood motionless, a brooding air radiating from him that sent chills down people's spines. The villagers began to slowly distance themselves from him. Yet both Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaka Nara looked invigorated. Their eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage, who was brimming with chakra. A hint of anticipation flickered in their hearts. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Uchiha-san raised an eyebrow. Then he quickly drew in his chakra and leaned into the microphone. Jiraiya folded his arms across his chest, watching Uchiha-san with keen interest. Inside his sleeve, a white snake quietly poked out its head, flicking its tongue and observing Uchiha-san with slitted, curious eyes. On the rooftop, Tsunade cradled a jug of sake, regarding Uchiha-san below with teasing amusement. Unbeknownst to her, a green spirit had materialized behind her, arms folded, gazing down at Uchiha-san below, its eyes equally filled with hope for the next generation. To begin with, I did not prepare for this report. No speech draft, no plan, because in my opinion, that would just be too fake. Uchiha-san's first sentence landed like a sudden clap of thunder. The villagers were immediately intrigued. After all, speeches in the past had always been serious affairs, delivered with careful preparation and rehearsed scripts, lest a single misstep invited laughter or shame. But Uchiha-san chose to defy convention, and that alone piqued everyone's interest in what he might say next. Jiraiya nodded approvingly. Bold and gutsy, better than I am. Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, slyly remarking, "Half fool. What he's really saying is that your previous speeches were all empty, just rehearsed lines with no true feeling. But isn't he right? Wasn't my speech just now exactly like that?" Jiraiya asked quietly. Orochimaru opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. He simply thought to himself, Jiraiya really is simple-minded. If I were Hokage, from this day forth, all the ninja world would hold Konoha in highest regard. Whoever dares harm our people, be it rival villages or bandits and thieves, would face swift retribution. The village will make sure justice is done. Uchiha-san reached out his left hand and raised a single finger, every word ringing clear and resolute. The entire crowd was stunned. Shock and disbelief showed on the villagers' faces. This Hokage candidate seemed utterly unlike any who had come before. From this first declaration alone, he was already showing more resolve than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga looked at Uchiha-san with unwavering eyes, gripping his hands tightly. If this had been the way of things back then, if these words had been spoken, would Hizashi have had to die? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold chuckle as he witnessed this. Easy to say, hard to do. Don't just talk. Let's see some action. His remark struck a chord with many present. The onlookers now turned to Uchiha Zhan, suspicion in their eyes. Unperturbed, Uchiha Zhan spoke again. Second point. Once I, Uchiha Zhan, become Hokage, I swear there will never be any ceding of territory or making indemnity payments, much less paying tribute to other nations. As he spoke, he shifted his hand, now holding up both his index and middle finger. The declaration won nods from the clan members present. Hadn't these past years seen enough already? Trying to smooth things over, Hiruzen Sarutobi had offered gifts and aid to neighboring villages many times. And just where had those acts of generosity come from? Haven't they all been taken from the villagers and the clan shinobi themselves? The common folk might not notice, since their money had long been collected through taxes. A flicker of displeasure passed over Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. What did Uchiha Zhan mean by this? Was he openly questioning his conduct? Everything he'd done was always with the village's best interests in mind. Besides, it was hardly more than money and material goods. How could any of that compare to genuine peace? And let's not forget, back then, didn't the Sarutobi clan also contribute a fair sum? Why fixate on this now? If Uchiha Zhan knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, he might well have laughed. How did your Sarutobi clan contribute? Tax breaks, military service, inheritance from fallen warriors, funds from the village's lifeblood, siphoned out from the shadows. Those who serve in the military were all absorbed into the Sarutobi Legion. Officially, it was called a sacrifice, but in truth, it was a way to quietly gather strength for themselves. If only the other clans could make contributions in such a way. I support this. I'm with him too. I've had enough of this life. Always paying, win or lose. Damn it. Every time we win a war, we still have to pay. Do they think we're pushovers? Watching it all unfold, Uchiha Zhan's lips curved in satisfaction. Everything was unfolding just as he'd anticipated. The villagers' outrage was understandable. After all, with the shining example set by Hiruzen Sarutobi, anyone else would come out looking better by comparison. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. Narrowing his eyes at the gathering of shinobi around him, he wondered, could it be that Uchiha Zhan had also planted supporters among the crowd? This was hardly a major issue. So why did it spark such anger among all the clan ninjas? To begin with, the very foundation of Konoha was a coalition of major shinobi clans from the Warring States period. They came here partly for shelter and partly for the promise of shared gain. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had wielded overwhelming power, enough to subdue an entire era. So joining the village offered a powerful guarantee of safety. Then, there was fame and fortune. Being part of the most renowned village was something others could only envy. A mighty guardian, fertile lands, rich mineral deposits, medicinal herbs, bountiful food. These resources gave every clan a prosperous and vibrant life. Thirdly, when future wars break out, Konoha will surely emerge victorious. As the saying goes, since ancient times, conquerors claim wealth and power. If we win, as the triumphant side, shouldn't we expect reparations? Shouldn't those reparations belong to the village, to everyone here? Our village needs to grow. Our people deserve better lives. Instead, after winning, we see no benefit at all. Worse yet, every household is forced to take from their own coffers just to appease the defeated enemies. Isn't that just throwing away precious resources, never to return? Don't be fooled by Sunagakure calling Hiruzen Sarutobi the valiant ninja, or Kyumogakure formerly referring to the esteemed third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In truth, they all think of Hiruzen Sarutobi as a weakling. After all, for him, winning means little risk, losing means no real loss, and even in defeat, he hands money to his enemies. They've never seen anyone so ridiculous in their entire lives. The worst is, Hiruzen isn't ashamed of this at all. In fact, he seems quite proud, telling everyone it's precisely due to his wisdom and foresight that the people of Konoha can live in peace and security. Uchiha Sen's speech wasn't even over, yet already the crowd was burning with excitement. Quiet, quiet, everyone! Hyuga, Hayashi, and Kakashi stepped up to restore order, realizing that if the chaos continued, it might interfere with Uchiha Sen's momentum. Seeing the ANBU and Hyuga clan members at work, people slowly pulled themselves out of their anger. Gradually regaining their composure, they turned their eyes to the stage, focusing on the man with a sly smile and bright, captivating eyes. All right, I understand. For all these years, you've suffered under a spineless Hokage. You must have felt wronged. Uchiha-san jested, his voice echoing across the crowd. Hiruzen Sarutobi's teeth were clenched so tightly it was a wonder they didn't shatter. He glared at Uchiha-san with the ferocity of a starving wolf sizing up its prey. Catching this glare, Uchiha-san arched a brow and called out, "What do you say, Hiruzen Sarutobi?" With that single question, Hiruzen was pushed into the spotlight, and all eyes shifted to him. His face went utterly pale. I refused to answer. With that, he turned away, yet it was clear he didn't intend to leave. Instead, he waited for the village's decision. Indeed, even now, he clung to a glimmer of hope. He wished that, in memory of the blood he'd shed for Konoha, for all he'd contributed, as well as Jiraiya's sacrifices in the Second and Third Ninja Wars, the people might choose Jiraiya. If so, it wouldn't matter how much humiliation he suffered today, for history is always written by the victors. As long as Jiraiya became Hokage, then the fate of Konoha would remain in his grasp. And third, from today onward, Konoha Village will value talent above all. Any capable ninja, regardless of clan, lineage, chakra, or rank, can report their abilities to me. I will see to your employment and your pay. The fourth item, draft a letter of compensation and deliver it to the Hidden Sand Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Stone Village. Since they raised an anonymous army to wage war against us, Konoha deserves an explanation. If they refuse, we'll bring the fight right to their doorsteps. Uchiha Zhan's voice rang out, passionate and resolute. In an instant, more than 90% of those present were swept up by Uchiha Zhan's audacious spirit, their voices rising in unison with chants. Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! Zhan! 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 Jiraiya watched Uchiha Zhan's retreating figure, a faint smile touching his lips. Perhaps this is precisely the kind of strong leader Konoha needs. Someone like him. He could never measure up in this lifetime. After today, he could leave with peace of mind. At last, Uchiha Zhan spoke once more. From this day forth, every honor that comes to Konoha will be ours to share. With that, he bowed deeply and stepped down from the stage. The villagers were utterly captivated by his final words. From this day forth, every honor that comes to Konoha will be ours to share. Every honor will be ours to share. Ours to share. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the scene of unity before him, a bitter feeling welling up inside. He had clearly underestimated Uchiha Zhan. This man was anything but a poor speaker. His oratory soared leagues above his own. Not a single empty phrase, every word rooted in the present reality. He saw it now. He had lost utterly and completely. With a sigh, he realized there was no longer any suspense about whom the villagers would choose next. Sure enough, as Uchiha Zhan concluded his speech, Shikaka Nara appeared, holding a box in his hands. Next, representatives of the clans and the villagers will come forward to cast their votes. This round of voting will be entirely anonymous. Once all votes are in, the results will be counted openly and fairly to determine once and for all who will be the next, fifth Hokage. So, I hereby declare the voting officially open. Shikaka Nara announced the rules and signaled to begin. The clan heads, their ballots already clenched tightly in their palms, lined up to cast their votes. Even though everyone already knew who they would vote for, the process still needed to be observed. Uchiha Zhan settled himself, serene and composed, eyes closed in meditation. Meanwhile, hesitation flickered across Jiraiya's face, as if he was struggling with some difficult decision. His unease subtly reached Uchiha Zhan, who looked up and said, "Jiraiya, if you can't bring yourself to make this choice, it's all right. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no threat to me." Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but closed it at last. "Forget it. I've already made a promise to Orochimaru. I won't go back on my word." Uchiha Zhan nodded and let out a sigh. Orochimaru, that guy never admits anything outright, and in the future, he'll even draw up a plan to destroy the Hidden Leaf. On the surface, it looks like an attack, but deep down, it's because he loves the village too much to let the aging and muddle-headed Hiruzen Sarutobi keep running things into the ground. Now, with my arrival, this process has simply been pushed forward a bit. Soon enough, the results of the vote were announced. Shikaka Nara cleared his throat before making the announcement. "I declare that Lord Jiraiya has received a total of 69 votes, while Lord Uchiha Zhan has received 241 votes. Let us all congratulate Lord Uchiha Zhan on becoming the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Everyone, give a big round of applause." As soon as Shikaka finished speaking, he took the lead clapping. The Uchiha clan followed, their enthusiasm so great that their hands turned red with the force of their applause. This was real excitement. The Hyuga clan quickly joined in, led by their patriarch Hiashi Hyuga and the young master Niji. The Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Aburame clans all followed suit. Even Jiraiya, who had contested for the position, applauded with a genuine smile on his face. Watching Uchiha Zhan's back, he felt a strong hunch. Konoha's future was in safe hands. Uchiha Zhan smiled and waved at the villagers, thanking them repeatedly. When Shikaku saw that the excitement had started to settle, he raised his hand to signal for quiet, and since he was Uchiha Zhan's chief strategist, everyone showed him due respect. Now, it's time for the transition between old and new Hokage. Let's invite the 3rd Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, to pass the Hokage's hat to the 5th, Uchiha Zhan. Shikaka Nara said this with a cold smile. He wanted to see if Hiruzen Sarutobi could keep his composure in front of such a large crowd. Hiruzen's face was grim, but he fully understood how crucial this moment was. Drawing a deep breath to collect himself, he softened his expression, doing his best to appear kindly and approachable. Next, he stepped forward. As he passed Shikaku, he picked up the hat that had accompanied him for nearly 30 years. Memories flooded his eyes. With a trembling, aged hand, he gently brushed the rim of the hat. At this moment, he had truly let go. With a sigh, he stepped onto the platform. Holding the Hokage's hat with both hands, he solemnly asked, "Uchiha Zhan, are you ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the Hidden Leaf, to lead your comrades forward without forgetting your original intentions, without losing sight of the will of fire?" While Sarutobi appeared to be asking Uchiha Zhan, he was, in fact, asking himself if he still remembered the ideals he once held dear. The answer eluded him, so he wanted to see how Uchiha Zhan would respond. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lost their usual trace of disdain and mockery. Standing tall, he replied, "Of course I am." A smile cracked Sarutobi's wrinkled face. With a nod, he prepared to place the Hokage's hat on Uchiha Zhan's head. But just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to crown Uchiha Zhan the Hokage, 2 coffins crashed down from the sky. Each was marked with the numbers 1 and 2, as well as the framing symbol of root. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. He knew Orochimaru would make a move, but he hadn't expected such a spectacle. Without hesitation, he spoke up, "This is bad. It's the reanimation jutsu. Shikaku, evacuate the crowd at once. Also, have the EMBU seal off the area. We can't allow the reanimated shinobi to rampage through Konoha." Nara Shikaku snapped to attention at the mention of the reanimation jutsu. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly took charge of the evacuation. "All AMBU, drop what you're doing immediately and help evacuate the crowd. Ino Shikicho, assist the ANBU and act together." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Hiashi Hyuga also issued commands. "All Hyuga shinobi, heed this order. Evacuate the crowd immediately, and stand ready for combat assignments." Uchiha Itachi shared a brief glance with Uchiha Shisui. Together, they summoned their Susanoo, encircling the stage to prevent anyone from escaping. In that moment, everyone present was reminded once again of the formidable might of the Uchiha clan. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Yet, glancing at the two towering Susanoo, he found a strange sense of reassurance as well. Jiraiya readied himself for battle. His gaze fell on the hunched figure of Hiruzen, a flicker of pity appearing in his eyes. He looked toward Uchiha Zhan, as if silently asking whether they could spare his old teacher's life. Uchiha Zhan remained silent. In truth, whether Hiruzen Sarutobi lived or died made little difference to him. It was the ninja clans who deeply feared Hiruzen's return of power, worried they might one day pay the price for old enmities. For now, it seemed unlikely anyone would step in to help. Everything now rested on whether he actually wished to spare Hiruzen's life. A chilling, drawn-out laugh echoed through the air. KHKHK, Sensei, it's been a long time. A woman appeared atop the platform. No one quite understood how she had gotten there. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned grave as he looked at the woman. You're Orochimaru. He braced himself, instantly on guard. Oh my, it's just like you, Sarutobi-sensei, to recognize your student at a glance. With that, the woman strode toward 3 coffins on the stage, her pale hand tracing the lids, an expression of rapture dancing in her eyes. However, Sensei, I didn't come here for a reunion. It's time we finally settled our score. With that, Orochimaru patted the coffins, and with a crash, the lids came slamming down. The covers dropped with a heavy thud, revealing the figures within, 3 shinobi whose bodies were marked with cracks. After Orochimaru struck the coffin lids, they slowly began to step out. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils shrank to pinpoints. These 3 people, one of them, clad in red samurai armor from the Warring States era, with long, flowing hair draped across his back, looked around in puzzlement. What? Where am I? Wasn't I just having a conversation with Tobirama? Beside him stood another man, armored in blue and crowned with a mane of silver hair, red streaks marking his face. He glanced around before fixing his gaze on Hiruzen, frowning. Monkey! With a heavy thud, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell to his knees. Master, first Hokage, I never thought I'd have the chance to see you again in this lifetime. Oh, so you're the monkey, huh? How did you get so old? Hashirama Senju exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Out from the coffin bearing the roots mark stepped a man whose expression was shadowed and somber. First Hokage, Master, Hiruzen. His face twisted with complicated emotions. This was none other than Danzo Shimura. Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't hold back his tears upon seeing his old friend appear before him once more. Danzo, glancing at the abnormal color of his own skin, quickly realized something was amiss. He suddenly asked, Hiruzen, what's happened? Why have you summoned me, along with both Hokage-sama? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, frowned as he eyed the bandaged arm of Danzo. Danzo, why do I sense the aura of a naturally wicked Uchiha child on you? What have you done? Uchiha Zhan let out a sharp, mocking laugh, his eyes glinting with a dangerous flame as he stared back at Tobirama. Old man, what do you have against the Uchiha? Every time you open your mouth, it's always naturally wicked Uchiha child this, evil that. Don't forget, it was your own brother who died at the hands of the Uchiha. Uchiha Zhan wasn't one to spare others' feelings. His retort landed like a blade, right at Tobirama's most sensitive wound. Tobirama immediately abandoned his questioning of Danzo, turning on Uchiha Zhan with fury in his eyes. His gaze locked on the young man's face, and his pupils narrowed in shock. You, what's wrong? Seeing my face makes you feel guilty. Uchiha Zhan replied coolly. All those things you did back then. How were you any different from a petty villain? If not for you, perhaps Konoha could have unified the entire shinobi world. Silence, you insolent brat. Wicked Uchiha, I'll show you. Tobirama's right hand shimmered with flowing water, rapidly spinning into the sharp edge of a water blade. The escalating argument drew in Hashirama's attention as well. Upon seeing Uchiha Zhan's face, Hashirama lowered his head, his expression clouded. He reached out, gripping Tobirama's shoulder with a resolute hand. Brother, enough. Can't you see? He's wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robes, the mantle of leadership from our own Konoha. Look, the fire shadow hat. Tobirama, up till now, had been too fixated on Uchiha Zhan's face to notice the attire. At his elder brother's prompting, he looked again, pupils contracting in realization. Indeed, this young man, bearing a chilling resemblance to Madara Uchiha, wore their fire shadow's sacred robes. That could mean only one thing. He was the Hokage. And Uchiha is actually the Hokage. Tobirama's world spun, darkness threatening to claim his vision. To him, this was a fate worse than death itself. And to make matters worse, it was someone who looked so much like that man. So what's wrong with an Uchiha wearing these robes? First Hokage-sama? Uchiha Zhan replied with a faint, knowing smile. Hashirama Senju shook his head. Of course not. In fact, you look amazing in it, very handsome. Seeing you like this reminds me of an old friend. If only I'd been a little more resolute back then and insisted that he become the Hokage of Konoha, perhaps our village would be even more prosperous now. Tobirama Senju, regaining his composure, immediately interjected, Big brother, you really need to stop thinking about the past. Besides, the man standing before you isn't Madara Uchiha. Hashirama nodded. I know that. If you know, then why do you keep stopping me? Tobirama's face flushed with anger. It's precisely because I know that I have to stop you, Hashirama said gravely. Tobirama fell silent, but nevertheless, he obediently withdrew his chakra. The hard-edged water release blade in his right hand vanished. Despite this, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Zhan, as if willing him to collapse then and there. If looks could kill, Uchiha Zhan would surely have died 1,000 times over. At that moment, Orochimaru's sinister voice slithered through the air. Haha, don't forget about me. After all, you're only here because I summoned you. Well, I suppose that's enough catching up. Now it's time to fight. With a wicked smile, Orochimaru produced 3 kunai, each bound with a paper talisman, and pressed them into the heads of the 3 reincarnated shinobi. As Orochimaru inserted the cursed kunai into them, the shine instantly faded from the eyes of the 3 reanimated warriors, leaving their gazes glassy and lifeless, emptied of spirit. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Sensei Sarutobi, the impure world reincarnation, is still far from perfect. The revive can only use a fraction of their true strength. But, given your abilities even now, I think you'll find this challenge quite manageable. The pupils of Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed with determination. Instantly, he shifted into a ready stance and glanced at Uchiha Zhan. 5th Hokage, I'll take care of Danzo. The other 2 are yours to handle. As he spoke, he summoned his contract beast, Enma, the Monkey King. Sharing a silent understanding, Enma transformed in a flash into a black iron staff, which Sarutobi grasped firmly in his hands. Danzo, snap out of it. Have you forgotten all the battles we once fought side by side? Even as he spoke, Sarutobi rapidly formed hand seals, drawing a sharp breath, and then roared, fire style, dragon flame bomb. A blazing dragon-shaped fireball surged forth, its jaws open wide in a furious onslaught aimed at Danzo Shimura. The onlookers were stunned. Sarutobi spoke of bonds and cherished memories, yet his attacks were ruthless and decisive. This one move alone reached Kage-level power. Danzo, seeing the fiery attack bearing down on him, quickly unwrapped his bandaged right arm and performed a one-handed seal, activating Izanagi. In an instant, Danzo disappeared before Sarutobi's eyes, leaving the 3rd stunned. But from behind, a whirling gust bullet tore through the air, flying straight at Sarutobi. Sexy son boy. Sarutobi's mind raced to react, turning to counter the attack. Yet, bound by the limits of an aging body, he could neither complete the necessary hand seals nor cast Earth Release, Earth-style wall in time. Shimura Danzo's vacuum great sphere slammed into his back, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, unable to withstand the force, was sent flying by the blow. Thud, 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 thud. Hiruzen bounced along the ground like a skipping stone, scraping against the dirt with each impact. It was only when he seized the right moment, stabbing the Enma staff deep into the earth, that he was finally able to steady himself. If not for the fact that Orochimaru's technique was flawed and could only harness a tenth of its true power, that one strike would have cost Hiruzen half his life, not just left him gasping for breath, hunched over his staff. Yet trouble never comes alone. A fresh wave surged before he could recover. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. From beneath the platform, countless towering trees burst forth, warping the landscape and converging into a dense forest. Hiruzen had no choice but to try and evade, but just then, a new voice rang out. Jinjutsu, bringer of darkness technique. In an instant, his vision was torn away. Hiruzen's world was swallowed by total darkness. What? What's happening? Hiruzen froze, dumbfounded. Weren't Uchiha-san and the others supposed to keep the 1st and 2nd Hokage at bay? Why'd it turn out like this? Uchiha-san twitched at the corner of his mouth. He had no clue either. He'd been ready to fight, only to see the 2 former Hokage glance his way and then charge straight for the 3rd Hokage. Right after, San turned to look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru met his gaze with a knowing smile and a slight nod, and suddenly everything made sense to San. All of this was the handiwork of Orochimaru. Poor Hiruzen Sarutobi, being toyed within the palm of his own beloved disciple. Though robbed of his sight, Hiruzen was once a Kage-level shinobi. Relying on his keen hearing, he kept dodging the ensnaring branches and explosive force of the deep forest assault. But age catches up with everyone. Stamina, once limitless, now runs thin. In the next moment, he was ensnared by the first Hokages with style, and before he could react, Tobirama Senju flashed in front of him. Thunderstrike. With lightning speed, Tobirama drew his blade and thrust it fiercely toward Hiruzen's heart. A surge of danger shot through Hiruzen. Instinct made him twist his body aside. The sickening sound of steel tearing through flesh filled the air. Stone cold, Tobirama drove his sword into Hiruzen's abdomen, missing his heart by a hair's breadth, his vital organs by a fraction. With a furious roar, Hiruzen cast, water style, water dragon bullet. Forming the signs, a mighty water dragon materialized out of thin air, seizing Tobirama by the waist and hurling him away. Perhaps because he had vanquished the caster, the blackness lifted from Hiruzen's eyes. A wash of dazzling, multicolored light returned to fill his vision once more. But just as relief showed on his face, a wooden beam came hurtling straight at him. Crack! The beam struck him full in the face, sending Hiruzen crashing backward, blood pouring from the fresh wound. Father! Asuma Tsurutobi rushed to help, only to witness this very scene. Orochimaru's lips curled in a sneer. Judging by the situation, Hiruzen Tsurutobi had likely suffered a concussion. When he woke up, he might even be paralyzed. If that were the case, there was still a chance he might survive, with some measure of life remaining. After all, there had once been a bond between master and pupil. Asuma Tsurutobi dashed forward, leaping in a single bound to catch his father, eyes rimmed with red. Uchiha Zhan knew he couldn't allow things to go on any longer. He spoke up. Itachi gripped the Totsuka blade firmly and sealed Danzo Shimura. Uchiha paused in surprise. Although he didn't know why, he realized Zhan understood the ability of the Totsuka blade. But this was hardly a moment for hesitation. Yes, understood, Itachi replied, and in the next instant he guided the blazing orange Susanoo straight toward the shadowy Danzo Shimura. Suddenly, Danzo Shimura regained consciousness. No doubt the handiwork of Orochimaru, who, truth be told, never much liked this particular collaborator. Come to think of it, it was this very man's hand that forced Orochimaru into becoming a rogue ninja. Is that, Susanoo? Itachi, Uchiha, stand down at once. Or do the Uchiha intend to rebel? Danzo tried to sound fierce, but his words rang hollow as he glared at Itachi. Itachi responded with a cold chuckle. Sorry, Lord Danzo, times have changed. My brother is the current Hokage, and by his command, you will be sealed. Prepare yourself. Itachi Uchiha had never wished for both his clan and the village to be destroyed. But now, with that fear behind him, why tolerate this meddlesome old man any longer? With that, Itachi raised his hand and brought it down. The orange Susanoo's eyes flashed, and its right hand drew back, brandishing the Totsuka blade ablaze with a fierce, dazzling flame, driving it straight through the reanimated Danzo Shimura. A sharp, tearing sound rang out, like a blade slicing through thick paper. Danzo Shimura froze. For a moment, he remembered, he'd already died once. Why should he feel fear? Just as murderous intent surged in his eyes, and he prepared to strike back at Itachi Uchiha. A powerful suction pulled from deep within his abdomen. Danzo's face twisted in alarm. He could no longer control his own body. He wanted to activate his Niji, but now even that hope was out of reach. At that moment, realization seemed to dawn on Itachi Uchiha. The sealing property of the Totsuka blade appeared to be naturally effective against the Edo Tensei. Itachi's Susanoo swung open its crimson gourd with a resonant pop. Danzo Shimura's soul was dragged inexorably toward the vessel. No matter how he struggled or wailed, it was utterly futile. In the end, his spirit was completely absorbed inside. Susanoo narrowed its eyes, clearly quite pleased by the acquisition of this soul. Well done. Uchiha Zhan nodded approvingly at Itachi, who offered a quiet smile in return. At last, he too could be of help to Zhan. Orochimaru's pupil shrank, and in a chilling tone he said, I always wondered why I was so obsessed with your eye, Itachi. To be able to seal the impure world reincarnation. Indeed, you are the perfect vessel. The expression of the Uchiha god of war turned cold. Orochimaru, are you looking to die? In the next instant, Uchiha War lunged forward. At first, it was true that he had felt a sense of respect for Orochimaru. But now that Orochimaru was coveting his elder brother's sharingan, things had changed entirely. Orochimaru seemed genuinely intrigued. I've long heard the legend, Uchiha War, the man who once made 3 villages retreat single-handedly. Today, let me witness your true might. He formed a hand seal, triple Rashomon. From the trembling ground, one after another, colossal gates carved with fearsome faces rose up, looming with imposing evil. Uchiha War clenched his right fist. At that very moment, a deep blue Susanoo took shape, its massive fists swinging out in unison. The first Rashomon gate shattered instantly, making Orochimaru's eyelids twitch in alarm. With a swift motion, Orochimaru bit open his right thumb and slammed his palm onto the earth. Come fort, Manda! Smoke billowed everywhere. Out of the haze emerged a hulking figure, its entire body a sinister shade of purple, hulking and monstrous, cold dread radiating from its sheer presence. Through the dissipating smoke, sinister crimson eyes flashed ominously. Hey, Orochimaru, calling out your Lord Manda again? This time, I want to feast on 100 humans. Manda declared with a swagger, clearly holding everyone in utter contempt. Orochimaru chuckled. Not a problem, Manda. So long as you don't run away this time, I'll prepare 100 bloody sacrifices for you. Manda paused, caught off guard. This was the first time Orochimaru had agreed without bargaining. Clearly, he must be in real trouble. Well then, let's see who. But as Manda turned his head to look, his eyes widened in shock. What the Orochimaru? Damn you. Though Manda had never seen Susanoo before, the overwhelming aura radiated by the third-generation Susanoo on the field made him feel as if death itself could strike him down at any moment. Manda, show some class. The ones we face now are them. Orochimaru rapidly formed more hand seals. Manda's array of 10,000 snakes. Suddenly, the battlefield changed once again. From the ground burst forth countless snakes, yellow, blue, green, each venomous, a riot of lethal colors slithering everywhere. Uchiha War ignored the terrain, his Susanoo tank charging forward and crushing the multitude of venomous snakes underfoot, their blood staining the earth red. Seeing his kin crushed so mercilessly made Manda's eyes burn with rage. To see Uchiha War massacre his brethren so wantonly filled him with fury. With a hiss, Manda weaved through the chaos, his serpentine form twisting as he targeted Uchiha War. Flinging his jaws open, he unleashed a dense, purple venomous mist from his long, lethal fangs. Unsure of Uchiha War's true strength, Manda decided to probe his enemy with poison first. After all, caution is the surest way to survival. Uchiha Zhan pulled out a wineskin of Realgar wine from the scroll and tossed it aside. Immediately, his hands formed the proper seals, Katan, majestic destroyer flame. He took a deep breath and exhaled, channeling fire nature chakra. In an instant, a sea of roaring flames swept forth. The wineskin, caught in the inferno, burst open as the fire met the wine, erupting in a powerful explosion. Boom! The billowing purple poison mist was instantly purified by the burning Realgar wine, transmuted into a cloud of white steam that faded into nothingness. Manda's eyes widened in disbelief at what was unfolding. His venom was no joke. Even the Whitesnake Sage had sung its praises. Yet today, it had been rendered useless? How could that be? But Uchiha Zhan had no intention of explaining. Without a word, he manipulated his Susanoo and summoned the Yasaka Magatama. Several spinning, blue Magatama shot toward the second Rashomon gate. This gate was visibly thicker, sturdier than the first. Still, all things are relative. Compared to Uchiha Zhan, who possessed the full might of Uchiha Madara, even Orochimaru's Rashomon gates were hopelessly fragile. In fact, they were little better than paper before him. One Magatama shattered the second Rashomon gate's surface, cracking it open. A second Magatama left the gate teetering, on the verge of collapse. And when the third Magatama struck, the second Rashomon gate exploded into dust. Jiraiya's face paled. Though he himself could break through Orochimaru's Rashomon, never could he do it so effortlessly. Orochimaru darted his gaze around, his desire to withdraw already planted. Uchiha Zhan was utterly invincible. Stack 3 of himself together, and they still wouldn't be a match. Suddenly, he caught sight of Senju Hashirama, and a bold idea sprang to life. What if he released Hashirama? Could Hashirama suppress Uchiha Zhan? He shook his head after a moment. His mission was to escape Konoha, and with Hiruzen Sarutobi already gravely wounded, his goal was accomplished. Continuing the fight would only bring more destruction to the village. So his gaze hardened, and he ordered Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to attack Uchiha Zhan in concert. Just then, the green light of Tsunade's necklace flashed and disappeared as an invisible surge of energy shot into the reanimated Hashirama's body. The next instant, Orochimaru's eyes flew wide with shock as he looked toward the first Hokage. He was beside himself with disbelief. Hashirama had broken free of his control. This is a disaster. Panicking, Orochimaru tried to activate another curse seal. He was already preparing himself to die here. Meanwhile, when Manda caught sight of Hashirama charging toward him, terror overtook him and he immediately ended the summoning jutsu, retreating back to the Ryuchi cave. Who was he kidding? This terrifying beast had once snatched the Nine Tails with one hand, chastising, "Kurama, your power is too great. I have no choice but to seal you away." He had no confidence at all that he could compare to the Nine Tails. Up against the Nine Tails, he was less than a fart. Hashirama Senju slowly twisted his neck. When he opened his eyes again, he let out a sigh. So that's how it was back then. It was my fault I let Madara down. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan shattered the last Rashomon barrier. Controlling his fully formed Susanoo, he swung his blade in a wide arc, slicing Orochimaru clean in half. Orochimaru let out a singular scream of agony before falling lifelessly to the ground. But with his deep knowledge of the story, Uchiha Zhan knew that if Orochimaru were so easy to kill, he wouldn't be Orochimaru at all. Odds were, by now, he'd already found some mysterious way to resurrect himself through a cursed seal. Still, it didn't matter. Orochimaru had already gravely wounded the third Hokage, and now, having killed him once himself, Uchiha Zhan felt that he'd fulfilled his duty to Konoha. Both outwardly and inwardly, his actions were justified. Jiraiya stood there completely stunned, unable to believe that Orochimaru had died just like that. But then, a white snake silently slithered up his sleeve and, using chakra to transmit its thoughts directly, whispered, "You fool, I'm not actually dead. Don't worry about me." With that, the snake wrapped itself around Jiraiya's arm, as motionless as a decorative charm. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, silently marveling at Orochimaru's tenacity. He truly was impossible to kill. Just then, Hashirama Senju arrived in front of Uchiha Zhan's towering blue Susanoo. Staring at the gigantic figure, his brows drew together. How could there be someone else with such similar chakra, and a Susanoo so nearly identical? This Uchiha Zhan must be hiding a tremendous secret. As Uchiha Zhan was preparing to finish things, a voice called out, "Hey kid, you must be Uchiha Zhan, right?" The voice was deep and resonant, impossible to ignore. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted as he spun around to face the direction of Hashirama Senju, a chill running through his heart. Hashirama Senju? How is he still alive? Shouldn't the Edo Tensei have been undone after the summoner's death? Uchiha Zhan glanced over at Tobirama Senju beside him. Tobirama was already beginning to dissolve into the air. Perhaps Hashirama was merely experiencing a brief surge of energy before fading away. But as Hashirama spoke again, it became clear he wasn't disappearing at all. "Kid, tell me, what's your connection to Madara? Why do you and he have identical chakra signatures, and even the same Susanoo?" Hashirama's gaze was piercing as he kept his eyes fixed on Uchiha Zhan. At that moment, Tsunade leapt down from the rooftop, tears filling her eyes. "Grandpa, Grandpa, is it really you?" she cried, as if she'd finally found her family. Hashirama, thrown off by this sudden interruption, looked toward the young woman. After a moment's thought, his eyes landed on the necklace she wore, and realization dawned. "Oh, you're Tsunade. I can't believe it. It's been so long, and you've grown into a fine young lady." Hashirama erupted into hearty laughter. "Grandpa," Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, she wasn't the legendary Sannin of Konoha, nor the revered master of medical ninjutsu. She was simply the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. You've grown up. So, is there a man in your life? Do you have any children?" Hashirama affectionately patted Tsunade's head, though his reanimated body kept shedding bits and pieces. Realizing this, he quickly withdrew his hand. Tsunade didn't mind at all. She took both of Hashirama's hands and placed them firmly on her head, then threw her arms around him for a fierce, loving hug. "If I don't have a man or children, am I not allowed to be spoiled by my grandpa anymore?" Tsunade pouted, feeling a bit wronged. She had missed her grandpa dearly after so long apart, and had looked forward to this reunion. But now, hearing his words, she gave a small huff of discontent, even as she clung tightly to his waist, unwilling to let go. A gentle affection flickered in Hashirama's eyes. Tsunade was his last remaining bond in this world of ninja, and he cherished her deeply. At this moment, Jiraiya also approached and bowed respectfully. "Sir First Hokage, it's an honor. I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha." Hashirama was momentarily surprised. Oh, studying the burly man before him, who looked even more robust than he had himself. Hashirama's interest was piqued. "The 3 legendary Sannin?" Jiraiya nodded. "That's right. The 3 Sannin are Tsunade, Orochimaru, and myself. Orochimaru was the one who summoned you here just now." Hashirama nodded enthusiastically, clapping one palm firmly atop the other. "Ah, I see. So you're one of the powerful shinobi from my granddaughter's generation. Young man, do you have a wife? Would you like one?" He let out a hearty laugh. winking mischievously at Jiraiya, and jerked his chin toward Tsunade in a not-so-subtle suggestion. For once, Jiraiya could only scratch the back of his head and blush, unable to find a reply. Hashirama narrowed his eyes, sensing that something interesting was afoot. Just as he prepared to tease further, Tsunade grew flustered. "Grandpa, nobody does what you're doing." She swung her fist at Hashirama, but he raised his hand with effortless nonchalance, brushing aside her furious punch as if it were nothing. The sharp crack rang through the air. Tsunade herself wasn't surprised, but Jiraiya's jaw dropped in astonishment. He knew all too well that, even in his own sage mode, he would never take Tsunade's full-power blow head-on. Uchiha Zhan was equally astounded. This current Hashirama wasn't even operating at a tenth of his strength from life. Far from it. So just how powerful would he be at full strength? Would he use force to stop Zhan from becoming the 5th Hokage? When it came to both skill and prestige, Hashirama was every bit his superior. At that moment, Hashirama suddenly turned to Uchiha Zhan and spoke. "Young man, you still haven't answered my question." His gaze was deep and unwavering as he looked intently at Zhan. Uchiha Zhan spoke calmly. "Everyone has their own opportunities, Lord First Hokage. Didn't you too awaken your would release one day, and then rise to greatness?" Hearing this, Hashirama Senju stroked his chin. "That does make sense." He nodded, then turned his gaze to Uchiha Zhan. "Uchiha Zhan, tell me honestly, are you truly ready to inherit the will of Konoha?" Uchiha Zhan hesitated for a brief moment, but then he sensed the immense chakra emanating from Hashirama. At the same time, his own chakra surged within him. Of course. The moment he replied, waves of blue chakra erupted from him, surging forward to meet Hashirama's head-on. Hashirama's expression remained unchanged as he continued to fix his gaze on the young man before him. At last, he withdrew his chakra and broke into hearty laughter. "So that's how it is. In that case, I'll entrust the village to you, and the promise between me and Madara, I'll leave that in your hands as well. I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will rise to new heights once more." Hashirama extended his fist. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan was moved to do the same. Flesh and blood met reanimated earth as their fists pressed together. With this gesture, the will of the Hokage and the guardianship of the village were passed on. This scene was also captured at the order of Shikake Nara. With this photograph, coupled with the Uchiha clan's newspaper, Uchiha Zhan now stood as the rightful successor. They were no longer rebels, but courageous warriors fighting to purge the decay within Konoha. Champions of justice determined to cleanse the factional rot left by the 3rd Hokage. Hashirama seemed to have more to say, but then green energy began to drift from his body, returning once more to Tsunade's necklace. He opened his mouth, but in the end closed it again. By the time he finally spoke, his form was already starting to dissolve. "Uchiha Zhan, I think, if Madara could see you now, wearing the robes of the 5th Hokage, he'd be very happy. I owe him that much. You must carry forward our original ideals. Don't let them go." Hashirama offered a gentle, heartfelt smile. Uchiha Zhan stood silent for a moment. Just as Hashirama was about to completely vanish, he spoke softly, "I will." Hashirama's joyful, booming laughter echoed briefly before fading away. "Grandpa." A single tear slid down Tsunade's cheek. She knew all too well that in his reanimated form, her grandfather could not remain long, but she hadn't thought it would be over so soon. The pain of losing a loved one struck her once again, and her spirits fell. At that moment, Jiraiya gently wrapped his arms around Tsunade. He immediately noticed her shudder ever so slightly, but she didn't pull away. This put his mind at ease. He spoke tenderly, "Don't be sad. I'm sure the 1st Hokage would want you to live each and every day with joy in your heart." Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears, breaking down completely, while Jiraiya softly whispered words of comfort to her. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand, signaling for Itachi and Shisui to dispel their Susanoo. He then instructed the Hyuga, Uchiha, and the Ino-Shikicho trio to clear the scene and tally the damages. The expenses for this will be covered by Konoha's treasury. True to his name, Uchiha Zhan, who had ascended to the position of 5th Hokage amidst times of war and chaos, now led those who had pledged loyalty to him, or more precisely, those clan leaders who once joined him against Danzo, towards Konoha Hospital. The 3rd Hokage was injured, and, as the new leader and newly appointed Hokage, it was his duty to visit and offer his regards. If the man was still fighting for his life in the hospital while you threw a lavish celebration and handed out rewards, it would be a clear violation of both protocol and compassion. With the arrival of Uchiha Zhan in the ceremonial robes of the 5th Hokage, the once quiet Konoha Hospital came alive in an instant. The hospital director himself hurried out to greet him. Hokage-sama, is there anything we can do to serve you? Facing the fifth Hokage, even the hospital director, a figure of authority, had to bow low in respect. Uchiha Zhan said nothing, merely glancing at Shikaka Nara. Shikaku understood immediately, stepping forward to speak. The fifth Hokage has come to visit the third Hokage. Please show us the way. The director nodded at once, quickly arranging for someone to lead them, all the while offering a report on Hiruzen Sarutobi's injuries as he walked respectfully behind Uchiha Zhan. Before long, they arrived at the intensive care ward, room 1111. Two ninjas stood by the door. One was Isuma Sarutobi, who stood leaning against the wall, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers. The other was his girlfriend, Kurenai Yui. Noticing a group approaching the ward, Kurenai tugged gently at Isuma's sleeve. Isuma, put out your cigarette. The Hokage is here to visit your father, she said quietly. Her words pulled Isuma out of his reverie, and he looked up at Zhan and the others, surprise flickering across his face. He knew well enough. His father had done more than a share to hinder Uchiha Zhan's path. And yet, here was Zhan, leading Konoha's entire leadership to offer their regards. Lost in thought, he didn't realize his cigarette had burned all the way to the filter, not until it singed his fingers and snapped him out of it. Hastily, he stubbed it out underfoot. As Uchiha Zhan reached the door, Isuma bowed deeply in greeting. Hokage-sama. Kurenai, lowering her head, followed suit, too nervous to meet the eyes of the new Hokage for fear of disrespect. Uchiha Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and addressed him. Jonin Isuma, we're here to check on the third. In the suppression of Orochimaru's rebellion, your father's efforts were invaluable. As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan placed a firm hand on Isuma's shoulder, expressing his recognition of the elder Sarutobi's contribution. Isuma was stunned, momentarily speechless. Kurenai, exasperated, pinched his waist with her delicate, white hand, snapping Isuma out of his daze. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Isuma dropped to one knee. No matter what position he once held, from this moment forward, Uchiha Zhan was the Hokage, and he himself was a Jonin. A Jonin must show proper respect to the Kage. Uchiha Zhan chuckled softly and stepped forward to help Isuma to his feet. Isuma, how is your father doing? A shadow crossed Sarutobi Isuma's face as he crouched down, sorrow evident in his voice. Lord Hokage, to be honest, my father suffered a severe head injury this time. There was intracranial bleeding. If it weren't for the timely medical intervention, he might have died on the spot. And the doctors say that from now on, my father will never be able to go without a cane. He can start moving a little in a month, but if there's any intense activity, there's a risk of bleeding in the brain again, and that would be fatal. Uchiha Zhan's expression grew grave as he listened. The director of Konoha Hospital, who had been accompanying Uchiha Zhan, immediately stepped forward. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? His tone was deeply respectful and humble. Uchiha Zhan looked at him steadily and spoke with weight in his voice. Spare no effort, no matter the cost. Make sure the third lord is cured. Yes, Lord Hokage, I understand exactly what must be done. With that, the director hastened away to begin preparations for the recovery plan. Uchiha Zhan then exchanged a glance with Shikaka Nara. Catching the signal, Shikaku turned to follow the hospital director. Isuma was deeply moved. He hadn't expected Uchiha Zhan to be such a magnanimous figure. He thought to himself that perhaps he should persuade his own father to stop opposing Uchiha Zhan. Meanwhile, Kurenai, noticing the look Uchiha Zhan had given, found herself deep in thought. She was clever enough not to say anything and kept her realization to herself. As for how the hospital would treat the third lord, whether or not they could truly heal him, that was anyone's guess. Uchiha Zhan then asked the various clan heads to put their things down, offered some words of comfort to Sarutobi Isuma, and prepared to leave. Isuma kept thanking Uchiha Zhan, while Uchiha Zhan just smiled, praising him for his honest and solid character, and assuring him that even Sarutobi Shinonasa couldn't compare to him. The future of the Sarutobi clan rested on Isuma's shoulders now. With all this praise, Isuma's loyalty and support for Uchiha Zhan reached a new height. After Uchiha Zhan finally left, Isuma personally saw him off, while Kurenai, who had witnessed it all, kept silent. In her heart, she only hoped that Uchiha Zhan might spare her old friend, considering how simple-hearted he truly was. As they stepped out of the hospital, the afternoon sun was already slanting across the village. Uchiha Zhan dismissed everyone else, leaving only Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaka Nara, and Fugaku Uchiha to remain. Naturally, no one had any objections. After all, these few people were the original stakeholders. Their positions were firmly established. Each was either drawn in by the Hyuga clan or by the Ino Shikacho alliance. How could their influence possibly match that of the founding members? The small group made their way to the Hokage's office. There, Uchiha Zhan sat in the Hokage's chair, directing his gaze toward Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi immediately understood and quietly closed the door behind them. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan's voice echoed in the room. "How did things turn out?" he asked, turning his eyes to Shikaku Nara. A slight smile played at the corner of Shikaku's lips as he replied. "The Third Lord has suffered grave injuries. I'm afraid he will only be able to rest quietly from now on." A glimmer of approval appeared in Uchiha Zhan's gaze. "Yes, that couldn't be helped. For that, I also feel truly sorry. A third Hokage left crippled would only serve to further unite the village, and more importantly, solidify its newfound stability." Hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga didn't think Uchiha Zhan was cold or ruthless. On the contrary, he felt this was how things ought to be. It was fitting and just. On one hand, he was loyal to Uchiha Zhan and naturally hoped for a stable regime under his leadership. The third Hokage had been their greatest obstacle, and with that obstacle gone, how could he not be pleased? On the other hand, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had caused the death of Hayashi's own younger brother. He had harbored resentment toward the village for a long time, and now witnessing the downfall of the one truly responsible, his desire for revenge was finally satisfied. As for Fugaku Uchiha, his feelings ran even deeper. Given how dire the Uchiha clan situation had been in the village, it was impossible for him to believe it hadn't been sanctioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. For the real culprit to meet his downfall, it was a cause for nothing but joy. "Hokage-sama, please, don't blame yourself. None of this was your fault. It was all Orochimaru's doing. If not for him, the third Hokage wouldn't have ended up like this." Hayashi Hyuga spoke first, breaking the silence. "That's right, Zhan. Ultimately, it was all Orochimaru's fault. And by defeating him, you have avenged the third Hokage as well." Fugaku Uchiha added in a slow, measured tone. Shikaku Nara remained silent, but he kept a careful eye on Uchiha Zhan, suspecting there was more to Orochimaru's demise than met the eye. "All right then," Uchiha Zhan interjected, crossing his legs and resting his hands over his abdomen. "Since that's settled, let's talk about the division of power." Their expressions instantly shifted. They looked at Uchiha Zhan with utmost seriousness. This was what they truly cared about. It was the main reason they had supported his ascension to the seat of Hokage. Uchiha Zhan glanced at each of them, then broke into a gentle chuckle. "No need to be so tense. Relax, relax. I'd like to hear if you have any thoughts or suggestions," he asked, inviting their input. But none of them dared to speak up too readily, for at this moment, all authority rested in Uchiha Zhan's hands. If they asked for too much, they feared incurring his displeasure. If your demands are too modest, you may feel shortchanged and guilty toward your clan. Thus, the key to this whole matter lies in striking the right balance. If you master this balance, you'll be able to ask for more in the future. If not, you risk offending Uchiha Senso, and if he takes his anger out on you, even if you get what you want this time, you may still be cast out in the end. After a long moment of contemplation, Nara Shikaku finally spoke. The Nara clan wishes to assist the Hokage in handling paperwork and is willing to forego any request for power. Uchiha Senso raised his brows, clearly recognizing a clever man who advances by retreating. Right now, Shikaku was speaking not just for his own clan, but also for the Akimichi and Yamanaka families. No doubt, he was seeking benefits for both allied clans. As for the Akimichi clan, their strength lies in business and finance. I'd like to secure for them a position in charge of the village's finances. The Yamanaka, with their unique ability to probe the minds of enemies, are ideally suited for intelligence gathering. Shikaku bowed his head respectfully. Uchiha Senso let out a laugh. "Since it's a recommendation from Advisor Shikaku, how can I refuse? Once you return, please pass my message to the other two clan chiefs. There are vacancies for the heads of Konoha's finance department and interrogation department. I hope that Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka and Noichi will be willing to fill these posts and aid me, the younger generation, in managing our affairs." Shikaku's eyes lit up with excitement as he nodded and dropped to one knee. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. On behalf of the Ino Shikacho Alliance, I vow our eternal loyalty." It was well known. These two departments were at the core of Konoha. One oversaw finances, the other intelligence. One was the bedrock of growth, the other, the key to grasping information inside and outside the village, enabling Shikaku to analyze the situation at any given time. With control of both, and Uchiha Senso's trust, their three clans would become unshakable pillars of the village. "Very well. Clan leader Shikaku, go and relay the news. Make your preparations for tomorrow. I trust you all will not let me down," Uchiha Senso said with a smile. "Yes, sir." Shikaku's eyes shone with steadfast loyalty. The truth was, in the past, one of these departments had been monopolized by Mitokado Hamura, the other ruled by Shimura Danzo. Though the Ino Shikacho trio had been the oldest and had originally supported Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise to Hokage, they had requested such posts many times, only to be fended off with endless excuses. Disappointed, they eventually ceased pledging their loyalty. Now, Uchiha Senso showed no signs of favoritism, instead listening to the counsel of his most loyal retainers, a gesture that touched Shikaku deeply. With Shikaku's departure, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi found themselves uneasy. With the god of wealth and the master of information now spoken for, what could their own clans ask for? Hayashi spoke in a grave voice. Lord Hokage, the Hyuga clan wishes for authority over Konoha's defense, patrol, and reconnaissance operations. He looked up at Uchiha Zhan, feeling somewhat anxious, because what he was asking for was no small matter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he wanted control over the entire security of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan pondered for a moment, then said, "The authority to deploy defensive forces is out of the question. As for patrols and investigations, starting tomorrow, I'll appoint you as the deputy head of the police department, giving you access to 30% of the personnel roster. From now on, the police department will be jointly managed by the Hyuga and Uchiha clans." At first, when Hyuga Hayashi heard that Uchiha Zhan refused him the right to organize deployments, he felt a tinge of disappointment, and also realized he might have overreached. After all, how could a leader like Uchiha Zhan ever allow the safety of his people to fall under someone else's control? But then, as he heard that Uchiha Zhan was willing to cede a portion of the police department's authority to him, he was taken completely by surprise. The police department, though not well liked by some, wielded tremendous power, and he was well aware of that. It played an indispensable role in Konoha. If the Hyuga clan could gain a foothold there, they'd truly have tangible authority, a solid grasp on real power. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Hayashi's face lit up with joy, and he was just about to take his leave when Uchiha Zhan suddenly spoke again. From now on, whenever the police department sends people on a case, they must go in pairs, one Uchiha, one Hyuga. Mutual supervision, mutual encouragement, friendly competition. Ensure the fairness of law enforcement, and always clarify to yourselves whom you serve. When all's said and done, it's just 5 words: serve the villagers. I don't want you, over time, to forget your original intentions, to forget why you were given power over the police department. If that day ever comes, I'll not hesitate to set things right myself. Uchiha Zhan said slowly, his voice calm but full of warning. A slap, followed by a sweet date, reward and discipline, firmly in hand, using a classic blend of sternness and kindness. Uchiha Zhan's words rang alarm bells in Hayashi's mind, and he glanced warily at him. He realized there was a veil around Uchiha Zhan, a thin mist he couldn't see through. His thinking was truly a cut above, not just among his peers, but towering above the age itself. Hayashi understands. With that, he bowed and left at Uchiha Zhan's gesture. After he had gone, Uchiha Fugaku's lips curled into a slight smile. He said, "So should I call you Lord Hokage? Or should I just call you son?" Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes and replied in a measured tone, "Address me by my title when there's work to be done. At home, call me by my name." Fugaku instantly understood. He chuckled and said, "Well then, Lord Hokage, what authority does Uchiha get to keep?" The silence that followed was suffocating, as still as death. "Uchiha, everything remains as it is," Uchiha Zhan finally said, slowly and deliberately. Fugaku frowned. "Zhan." He didn't get to finish because Uchiha Zhan opened his eyes and fixed him with a steely gaze. "If you, clan leader Fugaku, think this arrangement isn't suitable, then by all means, speak your mind." From his own son, Fugaku could distinctly feel the oppressive weight of a true leader's authority. It was more intense, more absolute, than anything he'd ever sensed from Hiruzen Sarutobi. He was sweating profusely, but he still forced himself to speak up. "Why don't we hand over the root division to the Uchiha clan?" The moment those words left his mouth, Uchiha Zhan slammed his hand on the table. "Root division? Huh, you really dare to ask for that, clan leader Fugaku." When Konoha first allowed the creation of root, it was only because Hiruzen Sarutobi needed to keep Danzo Shimura in check, and because of their deep friendship that Danzo was given the green light. But in the end, what did root become? In name, Root and Hokage Zanbu were like brothers, but in reality, they were rivals. All it led to was 2 powerful factions fighting for control. "So, what is it, clan leader Fugaku? Are you trying to grab power from me? Or do you think I'm unfit for the position of Hokage?" Faced with these words, Uchiha Fugaku had nothing to say. He understood everything Uchiha Zhan pointed out. Still, as the head of the Uchiha clan, his family, the Hokage's maternal clan, had to secure some real authority, or else there would be criticism and resentment. Pressing his fingers to his throbbing brow, Uchiha Zhan finally said, "From now on, the Uchiha will be in charge of the logistics for ninja tools across all of Konoha's departments, under the authority of the finance division." Fugaku's discontent was clear. He was about to object when Uchiha Zhan slammed the table again. "Don't bargain with me. Take it if you want it. Otherwise, it's off the table." So far, there hasn't been anyone among the Uchiha who's truly distinguished themselves, someone who can handle things on their own. Besides this position I'm in, that's already the greatest benefit the Uchiha could ask for. As a clan of the shadow, the Uchiha have attained a very high standing. No one will dare trample us anymore, but don't go thinking you can act with unchecked arrogance. If I were to hand my own family too much power right away, it would only breed resentment and unrest among the other clans. I hope you can understand that, clan leader Fugaku. Power isn't something to be given all at once. It has to be earned gradually, bit by bit, carefully like you'd fatten the calf before the feast. Am I wrong? Uchiha Zhan's tone revealed both reason and emotion. In the end, Uchiha Fugaku relented, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll go see the Ninja Cat clan to discuss the next steps in ninja tool sales." Uchiha Zhan nodded. "Good, let's head back together." With that, Uchiha Zhan rose and left the Hokage building with Fugaku by his side. By now, the sky was dark. Stars scattered across the black heavens. Uchiha Zhan gazed up at the endless constellations and said, "Father, being Hokage is nothing like you imagined. It's about balance, progress, reading the times. If all you do is scheme for your own clan's benefit, you'll end up like Hiruzen Sarutobi, reviled, disgraced in your old age. If I give the Uchiha too much power, people will accuse me of abusing my office for personal gain. If I give too little, the clan will bristle and call me cold and heartless. The sale of ninja tools is practically the lifeblood of the Hidden Leaf's economy. Handing this over to the Uchiha is already the greatest concession I can make." Uchiha's son spoke up. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He understood these things, but he was too easily swayed by the opinions around him, one moment agreeing with this person, the next moment with someone else. This constant wavering had led to a severe split within the Uchiha clan. If Zhan hadn't stepped in, uniting the family as he did, the hardliners and moderates would probably still be crowded in that cramped hall, endlessly debating a coup. "I understand, and I appreciate the effort you've put in. I'll go talk to the others and make sure everyone is calm. Now that the Hokage of Konoha is one of us Uchiha, what more could the clan possibly be dissatisfied with?" Fugaku said. Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to head home. Upon arriving home, Zhan made his way toward his own room, when suddenly Sasuke appeared, dashing excitedly towards him. Zhan's expression instantly softened at the sight. "Sasuke, were you waiting for me here?" Sasuke nodded enthusiastically. He was about 7 now, a strikingly handsome little boy with boyish charm radiating from him. "Big brother, I heard, is it true? Is it true you become the Hokage of our Hidden Leaf village? That means I'm the Hokage's little brother. From now on, if anyone ever tries to mess with me, I'll just say, my brother's the Hokage. Let's see who dare ignore me then." Sasuke babbled with a silly grin. Zhan shot him an exasperated look. "Sasuke, yes, I have become Hokage. But even the Hokage can't just throw his weight around whenever he pleases. As the Hokage's brother, you should set an even better example. If someone truly wrongs you, you may mention my name. But if you're the one at fault, and you try to use my name, well, you'll have me to answer to." Zhan's teasingly stern, yet loving warning made Sasuke nod obediently. "Got it, brother," he muttered, pouting a bit, though he quickly scooted right up to Zhan, clinging to his side. "Brother, teach me some ninjutsu, please. I heard you found an amazing fire-style jutsu. That one where you breathe out and the flames just explode into a sea of fire. I want to learn that one." Sasuke's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Imagine pulling that off in combat class. He'd be the coolest kid in the academy. Zhan looked at Sasuke, a bemused expression on his face. He didn't even need to think to know why Sasuke wanted to learn ninjutsu. Not for the power, but just to show off. After all, as the joke went, the sky clears, the rain stops, and Sasuke once again thinks he's invincible. Flashes of his previous life flickered across his mind. Sasuke, proud member of the legendary four maniacal Uchihas, especially as the weak among the old, the sick, the disabled, and the weak, Zhan couldn't help but twitch at the memory. "Listen to me. That particular jutsu isn't for you right now. You're still too young, and your chakra reserves aren't enough. Even if you managed to pull it off, it wouldn't have nearly the same effect." Zhan's words, at least, were truthful. Chakra is the true foundation of all ninja techniques. As long as one has a steady flow of chakra, any elemental jutsu can unleash astonishing power. Take Senju Tobarama, for example. The man who forged a pact with the sea could evoke the feeling of standing at an ocean's edge, even while casting his jutsu on dry land. As for Senja Hashirama, that guy is in a league all his own, not worth using as a reference. Uchiha Sasuke pouted, still gripping tightly to Uchiha Zhan's Hokage robes. If Uchiha Zhan wouldn't teach him, he simply refused to let go. Uchiha Zhan ruffled Sasuke's hair and, after some thought, picked a fire-style jutsu from the memories of Uchiha Madara. A C-rank technique, fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Uchiha Zhan said, "Very well, I'll teach you the Phoenix Fire. Pay close attention to the sequence of hand seals." With that, Uchiha Zhan demonstrated the seals: rat, tiger, dog, ox, hare, tiger. Fire-style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. After forming the seals, Uchiha Zhan stepped back, leapt, took a deep breath, and unleashed a stream of fire towards a patch of open ground. 3 fireballs burst forth from his mouth, striking the earth with resounding impacts. The balls of fire gouged 3 shallow pits in the ground, leaving behind faint black scorch marks. This was already the effect after Uchiha Zhan deliberately reduced his chakra output by 100-fold. Yet to Sasuke's eyes, his brother's technique looked impossibly cool. "Whoa, that was amazing, big brother. So cool. I want to learn, please teach me." Sasuke dashed over to where Uchiha Zhan had just landed. Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but smile, thoroughly charmed by his younger brother's eagerness. He gave Sasuke's round cheeks a gentle squeeze and nodded. "All right, I'll teach you." And so, before bed that night, Uchiha Zhan taught Sasuke the hand seals for Phoenix Fire and walked him through the flow of chakra, sharing also Madara's understanding of the jutsu. To give credit where credit is due, Sasuke's talent was not in question. He could remember every instruction, word for word. And he didn't waste time. He threw himself into practice right away. With brows knit in seriousness, Sasuke began his training. Uchiha Zhan nodded in approval. There really was something of a future prodigy in his manner. Sasuke formed the seals, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He mimicked Uchiha Zhan's retreat and released a fireball. But what emerged was just a flicker, more like a spark than a true fireball, causing Uchiha Zhan's lips to twitch. Maybe Sasuke's natural gift had been overstated after all. Thank you for reading. If you're enjoying the story, please leave a 5-star review and comment. Every chapter is hand-typed by the author. I hope you love it. Sasuke practiced with special dedication. Aside from the great fireball that his older brother had taught him, this new Phoenix Fire Jutsu from his second brother was only his second C-rank technique. Most students at the Ninja Academy hadn't even learned one yet. Sasuke was determined to practice in secret, so that he could astonish everyone once school began. Uchiha Zhan watched Sasuke practicing and giving his all, and couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Truly befitting a main character, his values had always been upright from a young age. Suddenly, Zhan's ears twitched as he turned his gaze toward the doorway. "Big brother, you're back," he called out with a smile, looking over at Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Itachi was still under Kakashi's command, serving as part of the Umbu, responsible for cleaning up after battles and tallying the losses. He was doing some overtime today. Zhan figured Itachi must have just gotten off work. Itachi seemed momentarily taken aback by Zhan's voice. The cold, emotionless look on his face softened, a hint of warmth surfacing as he glanced at Zhan before turning to look at Sasuke. He then sat down beside Zhan and asked, "Zhan, what is Sasuke doing? The way he moves, he's practicing the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, isn't he?" Itachi's insight was truly that of a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Just from Sasuke's hand seals, he had instantly recognized the jutsu. Zhan nodded. "That's right. Don't be fooled by Sasuke's age. He's very earnest. He's already been practicing for over 2 hours. From barely making sparks, he's finally managing to shoot out small fireballs." Itachi fell silent for a while. He remembered that when he himself first learned the Phoenix Fire Jutsu, he'd managed to reach their father Fugaku's standards in one try. Now, seeing Sasuke's clothes drenched with sweat, a look of concern flickered in his eyes. Itachi stood up and walked towards Sasuke, while Zhan shook his head and made his way into the house. From the fridge, he took out 3 crunchy pears, washed them, and brought them out into the yard. Itachi was already gently ruffling Sasuke's hair. Sasuke's hair, which usually stuck up at odd angles, was now plastered down with sweat, but Itachi didn't mind in the slightest. He tousled Sasuke's hair for a bit and began sharing some tips about the Phoenix Fire Jutsu. A moment later, Zhan arrived, carrying a plate. He cleared his throat and called out, "Anyone up for a pear? Fresh from the fridge. They're icy cold and really sweet." Sasuke's eyes sparkled at once. He hurried over, picked up 2 pears, and beamed, "Thanks, second brother." Then, with quick steps, he darted over to Itachi, handing one of the pears to him. Itachi accepted it with a smile and took a bite. A wave of coolness and sweetness washed over him. Delightful. Sasuke, too, bit heartily into his pear, savoring it with gusto. Who could understand the happiness of this moment? After over 2 hours of practice, sinking his teeth into a chilled pear was bliss itself. Indeed, a bit of sweetness truly does bring joy. Zhan also bit into his pear, the luscious juice flooding his mouth, icy and subtly sweet, so delectable it was hard to put down. After a quarter of an hour, the three brothers finished their snacks and stepped inside, heading toward the master bedroom to visit Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku maintained his usual demeanor, eyes closed, seated cross-legged with an air of unwavering authority fitting the head of the clan. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, while Uchiha Sasuke looked somewhat nervous. As for Uchiha Zhan called out, "Old man, what are you doing? Why so serious? You're scaring my little brother, don't you know that?" As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan gave Sasuke's cheek a playful pinch. He had to seize the moment to tease his little brother. Otherwise, once the kid grew up, he'd be the one taking a beating. Fugaku's stern facade shattered instantly at those words. "You ungrateful brat. You lack both your older brother's composure and your little brother's obedience. You keep calling me old man and clan head Fugaku. Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Zhan grinned mischievously. "The sky of Konoha is mine." Frankly, it wasn't wrong. Now that Uchiha Zhan was Hokage, it was reasonable enough to say he held Konoha in his palm. Fugaku gritted his teeth, his molars noisily grinding together. How did he end up with a son like this? Looking back, maybe he should have just left him plastered to the wall. Ding! Congratulations, host, on becoming the 5th Hokage. Passive skill awarded, peerless strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating Orochimaru. Full version of cell regeneration technique awarded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on making your name known throughout the entire ninja world. Title awarded. Azura of the Shinobi world. Attack increased by 20%, defense increased by 20%, speed increased by 20%. A torrent of rewards surged into Uchiha Zhan, and he immediately felt his physical abilities rocket to a whole new level. Fugaku was still ranting away, but at this point his words were drifting farther and farther from Zhan's mind, as if swept away to the wind. Zhan! What are you thinking about?" Fugaku, noticeably annoyed, snapped him out of it. Zhan snapped back to attention, rolled his eyes at Fugaku, and replied, "You startled me." Fugaku clenched his jaw in frustration. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to lose his temper. "This is my own son," he told himself. "Getting mad will only hurt my own health, and if I fall sick, the dog will have its way. I called you all here today to announce 2 important things. The first, and by far the most important, is that someone from the Uchiha clan has become Hokage." Fugaku fixed his gaze firmly on Zhan. Zhan remained stone-faced, as if it was nothing noteworthy, which left Fugaku both proud and irked. The position of Hokage was something every ninja in Konoha dreamed of attaining, and yet this kid remained so nonchalant. Itachi nodded slightly. Having helped his younger brother with various matters lately, he was already well aware of this news. As for Sasuke, his eyes lit up at the announcement. After all, his father, Fugaku, was a senior figure in Konoha. If he said it, it had to be true, which meant his second brother really had become the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku finally nodded in approval after seeing his younger son, Uchiha Sasuke's reaction. Yes, this was how a normal person would respond. The second matter is this. From today onward, the Uchiha clan will be among the families of the Kage and entrusted with great responsibility. From now on, you must conduct yourselves with respect and humility. Do not let pride swell within you just because you belong to the clan of the Hokage. "I'll leave this matter in your hands, Itachi," Fugaku said, straightening his back. "If any member of the Uchiha dares misbehave or break the rules, report it to me immediately. I will show no mercy." Much of Fugaku's newfound confidence came from his second son, Uchiha Zhan, having become Hokage. The clan would no longer have to worry about being purged by those in power. Finally, the Uchiha could live ordinary lives, something Fugaku had always wished for, and now that dream had come true. Uchiha Zhan shifted his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, who looked right back at him. There was relief in both their eyes. From this day on, Itachi would no longer have to live the double life of a spy. He would no longer face the agony of choosing between his family and peace for the village. Those inner shackles snapped away, and he breathed in the taste of freedom. Seeing the faint smile on Itachi's face, Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. In the original story, Itachi was a withdrawn, misunderstood figure, used by the leadership and shunned within his own clan for being a double agent. In truth, those at the top looked down on him, and at home, he faced only cold shoulders from the clan. But starting today, everything would change. Why? Because he had a good brother, a Hokage brother. Not only would the clan treat him kindly and flatter him, but even villagers would want to befriend Uchiha Itachi. It was just as the saying goes, when one person rises to power, even his dogs and chickens follow. Uchiha Zhan chuckled softly, raised his cup, and sipped his tea. His journey to this world had not been in vain. Now, this felt like a true family, not a home of stiff rules and endless interrogations from superiors. Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Itachi, you're not a child anymore. It's time to consider marriage. Izumi is a fine girl. She's beautiful, has a good temperament, and most importantly, she truly likes you. Itachi blushed. Father, I'm still young. Isn't it too early to be talking about marriage? He was not quite 14 yet, and in the ninja world, that was old enough to wed and start a family. But because of Itachi's unusual circumstances, no family ever wanted their precious daughter to marry a reputed traitor or someone marked as a rebel. Only Uchiha Izumi, whose parents had both passed away, felt free enough to openly express her feelings for Itachi. She lived with her grandmother, and fortunately, her parents had left her a considerable inheritance. This allowed her to live in relative comfort. Her grandmother, an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, had no understanding of what Itachi Uchiha had done. Moreover, Izumi Uchiha was genuinely fond of Itachi Uchiha, a feeling she simply couldn't suppress. Even when all the kids around her gossiped about Itachi's misdeeds, she always took his side and told everyone, Itachi must have his reasons. Sadly, her defense in the original story was unfounded. Itachi Uchiha really did betray the Uchiha clan, joining forces with Uchiha Bido and bringing the clan to ruin. Yet, even in the end, Itachi's last gesture of kindness was reserved for Izumi. After Ibido killed her, Itachi cast the Tsukuyami, allowing her, within that world, to live out an entire lifetime with him. A life full of sweetness and happiness. Uchiha Zhan, fully knowledgeable of everything that transpired, quietly sipped his tea as he looked at Itachi. Thankfully, on Itachi's face, he saw shyness and a glimmer of joy. So Zhan stood up and said, Big brother, you're not that young anymore. It's truly time to think about settling down. Izumi is a wonderful person, and she has eyes for no one but you. While you walked your path as a double agent, she alone believed in you, supported you, and spoke up for you. To have someone who loves you so deeply is rare. Please, don't break her heart. If you want this, as your younger brother and as Hokage, I can personally arrange a grand wedding for you both, Zhan said with a warm smile. He wasn't doing this for Itachi's sake, but for Izumi Uchiha, the Izumi who met such a tragic end in the original story. She deserved better, a girl with a heart full of kindness, who should not have died cradled in the arms of the one she loved. Even if Itachi hadn't been the one to kill her, there was no denying. Izumi lost her life because of him. Itachi was stunned, his thoughts drifting far away. Back when he was 6 years old, Itachi trudged gloomily down the street. Because he belonged to the Uchiha, people often gave him the cold shoulder. He couldn't understand why. Was it really just because of his surname? He wandered to a lakeside and sat alone, ruminating on the meaning of life. Suddenly, a pleasant, sugary aroma drifted to his nose. He looked up to see Izumi Uchiha crouched down beside him. Hey, Itachi, what's got you looking so glum? It's dangerous to sit by the river all alone, you know, Izumi said with a cheerful smile. Itachi turned away, not responding. Still, he couldn't help thinking about the dango she held in her hand. Izumi followed to the side. He turned his head and piped up again. Itachi, I heard that when you're down, eating something sweet can really cheer you up. Here, why don't I treat you to some dango? As soon as the words left her lips, Izumi Uchiha picked up a skewer of tricolor dumplings and handed it to Itachi Uchiha. Here, take it. Itachi looked up, his eyes drawn to the pink, green, and white dumplings. He swallowed, then accepted the treat and took a big bite. The sticky rice was soft and chewy, with a sweet filling that lingered on his tongue. Most importantly, it was deliciously sweet, just the way he liked it. As he ate, his eyes seemed to light up with stars. In no time at all, the tricolor dumplings were gone. Seeing him so happy made Izumi smile with delight. She handed him another skewer, but this time Itachi paused. Have you eaten? Izumi arched an eyebrow. Yes, I've already eaten, and I'm quite full. I got these just for you. Hearing this, Itachi relaxed, took the treat, and continued savoring every bite. Izumi smiled as she watched him, and then said, Wait here for me a moment. I'll be right back. Itachi nodded, contentedly enjoying the last of the dumplings. Just as he finished the last one, Izumi returned, this time carrying a bag filled with 3 or 4 boxes of tricolor dumplings. Itachi's eyes grew wide, and he swallowed again, unable to take his gaze off Izumi. She grinned and said cheerfully, You look so happy eating them, I thought I might want some more myself. How about we eat them together? Izumi cooed at him as if comforting a beloved husband, gently coaxing him. Itachi nodded, and so the two of them sat by the riverside, chatting and eating dumplings, staying there until the sun began to set. Fugaku Uchiha quietly made his way to the riverbank above, watching Izumi as she talked with his son. For the first time, he didn't call for Itachi to come home immediately. Instead, he waited until their conversation had wound down before saying, "Itachi, time to go home." Itachi's smile faded before Izumi's eyes, his expression slowly settling into calm. Seeing this, Izumi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Itachi spoke up, "I have to go. Thank you for everything, Izumi. Next time, let me treat you to dinner." Izumi nodded, and as Itachi turned to leave, Izumi suddenly called out, "Itachi, if you're ever unhappy, you can always come find me. My house is at." Itachi gave a shiver, turning back with tears gathering in his eyes, only to see Izumi's eyes reddening too, as if she couldn't bear to see him go. Fugaku reached out and gently ruffled Itachi's hair. "If you like, keep in touch. But for now, it's time to head home. Your mother has made dinner." Itachi nodded deeply, though even he wasn't sure if it was meant for his father or for Izumi. Another summer had come. Uchiha Itachi looked exactly as he appeared now. He had just returned from an ANBU mission, battered and bloodied, his consciousness fading and his body on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a slender, delicate hand caught hold of him. A soothing sense of relief washed over him, and everything went dark. When he awoke, he found himself lying in a modest single-story house, not too spacious but not cramped either. He lay completely bare on the bed when a voice rang out, "You're awake, Itachi." The words brimmed with joy and surprise, and soon the speaker hurried to his side. Itachi took a close look at the woman's face, mentally rifling through his memories, and finally, an image overlapped perfectly with hers. Are you Izumi?" Uchiha Izumi had grown into a striking beauty. Many young men from the Uchiha clan admired her, yet she remained unmoved. Whenever others pressured her to marry, she always offered a firm and righteous refusal. This gave many the impression that Izumi was an unattainable flower atop a distant peak, but only Itachi truly knew Izumi's gentleness, and only he had seen her unique beauty. Now, Izumi wore her night clothes, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she looked at Itachi. "What a rascal you are. You promised you'd visit me often, and yet 4 years have gone by without a single word." Itachi replied, "My reputation is already tainted. If I were to seek you out, it would only bring you unnecessary trouble. That is the decision of the clan, and I cannot refuse it." The light in his eyes was all but gone. Izumi's expression softened with concern. Clan leader Fugaku really is cold-hearted. His own son is in this state, and he still only cares about missions? At her words, Itachi fell silent, a muted sigh in his heart. To be born in the clan leader's house meant shouldering heavy responsibilities, and as a member of Konoha, he must always strive for the village's safety. Seeing Itachi's silence, Izumi sighed too. She dipped a towel in warm water from a wooden bucket, then gently wiped Itachi's arms and face. Izumi actually wanted to do more for him, to clean the rest of his wounds, but Itachi, embarrassed, adamantly refused. In the end, Izumi could only leave the towel and the bucket in the room. Itachi took the towel, and as he lifted his blanket, he froze. The blood on his body had already been carefully washed away. Medicinal ointments covered his wounds, which had now begun to scab over. He stared in a daze towards the door. Izumi stood beyond the threshold, sunlight illuminating her figure, her silhouette casting a graceful outline against the door. Itachi's eyes narrowed. To say he felt nothing would be a lie. He was, after all, at the prime of youth, and like all ninja, mature beyond his years. Deep inside, after their shared childhood and now her recent care, Izumi had already planted a seed in his heart. The memory faded, coming to an end. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a long moment. During this time, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to interrupt him, but Uchiha Zhan stopped him with a glance. By the time Itachi came to his senses, Uchiha Zhan spoke up. "So what do you think, big brother? If you're willing, father can go ask for her hand in marriage first thing tomorrow morning. If you're not interested, I'll introduce Izumi to some other outstanding young men from the clan." Zhan teased with a mischievous grin. Itachi grew anxious. "No, Zhan, you mustn't. I am willing to marry Izumi. Please, father, make it happen." With that, Itachi dropped to one knee, earnestly beseeching his father. Hearing his voice, Mikoto immediately entered the room where the conversation was taking place. When she saw Itachi kneeling on the floor, Mikoto was instantly incensed. Pointing at Fugaku, she demanded, "Fugaku, what is going on here? Why are you making our eldest son kneel before you?" Fugaku was stunned, then quickly waved his hands. "No, Mikoto. Let me explain, just listen." A piercing cry tore through the whole house, echoing out into the night. The groan rang so sharply that even those outside could hear it. Lights flickered on across the Uchiha compound, as many clansmen, already ready for bed, peered out into the strange night. So that's what happened. Uchiha Zhan explained the whole situation to Mikoto after she had finished dealing with Fugaku. Only then did Mikoto realize she had wronged her husband. She hurried over to him. "Dear, I was wrong. It's all my fault." Fugaku turned his head away in a huff, feeling wronged but too proud to admit it. Zhan suddenly interjected, "Dad, Mom, can we focus on my big brother's future? This isn't the time to argue." Sasuke nodded fervently from his side, agreeing wholeheartedly. Fugaku and Mikoto quickly came to their senses and blushed with embarrassment. Ahem, Zhan's right. Since Itachi is set on this path, let's arrange to meet Izumi's grandmother as soon as possible. Itachi seemed a bit embarrassed. Mom, Dad, I'll go to bed now. And thank you, Zhan, Sasuke." Without looking back, he headed toward his room. Zhan and Sasuke exchanged a glance. Then Zhan bent down, picked Sasuke up, and said, "Mom, Dad, we're heading home too." With that, they left the scene. Fugaku looked after them with mixed emotions. He actually hoped they would linger and talk a bit longer because, "Darling, it's time to pay your dues tonight." Mikoto flashed Fugaku a bewitching smile, then grabbed him by the collar and led him toward their bedroom. Fugaku didn't say a word, but sweat was already forming on his brow. A shiver ran through him, and the spark in his eyes faded to resignation. He was already 40 years old. How could his wife still be so ravenous? Early the next morning, today marked Uchiha Zhan's official first day in office, and also the day when the families involved in the coup would be granted titles and positions. He rose with the dawn, and alongside him were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, both of whom still served as Umbu. Being of the Uchiha clan, it was only natural that they became the Umbu directly responsible for the Hokage's personal safety, a decision already confirmed with Kakashi. From this day forth, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui would report directly to Uchiha Zhan. Dressed and ready, Uchiha Zhan pushed open his door, only to find two formidable figures, one on either side, standing guard in full Umbu gear like a pair of temple guardians. "Whoa, what are you two doing here?" Uchiha Zhan exclaimed in surprise, not realizing he'd been assigned personal Umbu bodyguards. It was Shisui who patiently explained the situation to him, finally prompting Uchiha Zhan to nod in understanding. "I see, so that's how it is. Looks like I'll be counting on you two for my safety from now on." Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but feel delighted at the thought. The mere notion that his two bodyguards, each capable of unleashing Susanoo at a moment's notice, one orange and one green, would crush any foolhardy challenger without mercy, left him feeling quite assured. All right, let's go. Today's agenda is the assembly, the sharing of spoils. The assignment of positions and rewards. Uchiha Zhan chuckled slyly. With Itachi and Shisui at his side, he arrived a touch late, slipping into the Hokage building at 7:59, right at the last second before work officially began. Kakashi, the Umbu captain, immediately stood and bowed in greeting. Uchiha Zhan returned the gesture with a wave. "Thanks for your efforts." It was his way of expressing approval. All eyes followed as he made his way to the Hokage's office and took his seat upon the throne draped in the traditional ceremonial robe. Settling in, Uchiha Zhan addressed the assembly. "Shall we begin?" He rested his chin thoughtfully on one hand, smiling as he regarded everyone present. Nara Shikaku, finding himself the focus of all attention, stood up with a touch of resignation and spoke. "Lord Hokage, now that peace has returned to Konoha, every sector is in dire need of talents to preside over its revival." He kept his words succinct. Anyone who could ascend to the role of Hokage was, of course, no fool. "Well said, Shikaku. That is precisely what I had in mind. As the saying goes, each era has its ministers. With the third Hokage gravely wounded and unable to continue leading the village, the heads of various departments who served under him are now approaching retirement. As a nation can't go a day without a ruler, neither can the village's departments go without responsible leadership. Therefore, today, I'm prepared to bestow these positions upon all of you." Uchiha Zhan could tell that Shikaku's subtle words were his way of seeking recognition, so he took the opportunity to address this directly. And so, following the plans he'd made the previous day, Uchiha Zhan began allocating the key positions to the major departments. No one was surprised. After all, Shikaku, Nara, and the others were the earliest supporters and investors in Uchiha Sen's rise, so it came as no shock that they were now appointed to key positions. Had Uchiha-san not valued their contributions, those who joined him later would inevitably question whether he was truly worth following. Soon after, with Shikaku Nara's assistance, The remaining mid and small-level departments were thoroughly divided up among the supporters, leaving nothing for debate. There was not a single word of dissent. Now, in the Hokage's office, the faces of many clan representatives were beaming with delight as they exchanged compliments and pleasantries. Director Ding Yuan, we'll be counting on your generous support in the future. Director Fuchin, surely it's you we'll need most around here. Uchiha-san watched the scene unfold, feeling very much like an emperor observing his ministers jostling for favor in the imperial court. Just as everyone was basking in their shared joy, the office doors burst open. Instantly, the newly appointed officials, still flushed from their excitement, fell silent and turned to see who had entered. A masked ninja from the Umbu knelt on one knee. Honorable Lord Hokage, at the village gates a short while ago, an envoy from Awakens arrived. He introduced himself as Huangtu. Knowing today is your first day as Hokage, he came bearing gifts and reparations. He requests an audience with the Hokage, hoping to negotiate a friendship and cooperation treaty with Konoha. The Umbu finished his report all in one breath and then fell quiet. After listening, Uchiha-san did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced around at his newly appointed officials and asked, "How do you all see this?" With this, Uchiha-san sought to encourage open discussion, giving everyone the chance to offer their input on foreign affairs and reveal any hidden talents. Shikaka Nara exchanged a look with Uchiha-san, but Uchiha-san shook his head slightly, signaling Shikaku to observe a little longer before speaking up. Among the newly appointed officials, some sneered with disdain, while others looked entirely serious, and soon the crowd split into two camps. One group argued they should crush Awakens by force and resolve things once and for all. The other group advocated for defeating their enemies one by one in succession. Yet others suggested letting the four ninja villages turn on each other, allowing Konoha to reap the benefits as the hidden victor. As he listened to his subordinates debating fiercely, Uchiha-san felt a pleasant surprise. It seemed his supporters were not just empty suits. Finally, he turned to Shikaku Nara, who spoke up. In my humble opinion, Konoha has just secured victory in war, having repelled the three great hidden villages. Our top priority should be to rest and restore our strength. With the second and third great ninja wars behind us, and our recent battles at the village gates against the three villages, not to mention Orochimaru's betrayal, our people are weary and our village is impoverished. Waging war is no easy matter. It's not something done with a few heated words. War demands money, staggering amounts of it. And just where does Konoha's money come from? Most of it is funded by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, and the rest comes from the villagers themselves. If the villagers are all living in hardship, yet we still insist on waging war, it would be nothing but reckless militarism. In the end, it would only bring endless problems for the future. Nara Shikaku spoke at length, but in truth his words were a warning to Uchiha Zhan that war was not an option. Uchiha Zhan understood his meaning and responded with a simple sound of agreement. Since that's the case, let us meet the envoy from Awakens. As for talk of war, from this day forward, no one is to mention it again. Everyone nodded, returning to their seats in obedience to the fifth Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. AMBU Captain Kakashi gave instructions to receive the Awakens envoy, then led the visitor toward the Hokage's office. During the walk to the office, Huangtu took in everything around him, surveying Konoha with a discerning eye. He had to admit that Konoha's natural environment and geography were truly remarkable. Although Konoha hadn't put much effort into developing civilian life these past years, their people's standard of living was not unlike that of Awakens. It was well known that for Inoki, aside from warfare, tending to the village's livelihood was his top priority. Each time Awakens won a war and received compensation, instead of investing in more military power, the funds went straight to village development and benefits for ninja who had fallen. Yet, despite Konoha having to pay out compensations all around, their villagers still led comfortable, contented lives. It left Huangtu unable to suppress his admiration. No wonder they were known as the foremost ninja village in the world. The foundation here was indeed solid. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the Hokage's building, where Kakashi stood tall and poised, waiting. Seeing this, the Yanbiyu ninja introduced Huangtu to Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. The two immediately understood and stepped forward to thoroughly check Huangtu from head to toe. Only after confirming he carried no weapons did they nod to Kakashi. Kakashi smiled and extended his hand politely. Pardon the formality, Lord Envoy. The Hokage's safety is paramount, so we must check your belongings. Huangtu shook his head. It's only proper. At Awakens, gaining an audience with the Uchiha involves even stricter security. Kakashi nodded. Please come in. He gestured respectfully for Huangtu to proceed. Huangtu nodded in response, and glanced behind at his attendants, who were holding 5 or 6 chests filled with jewels. The attendants quickly set the boxes down, while Kakashi instructed the Konoha ninja to arrange them neatly to await the Hokage's inspection. Then Kakashi led Huangtu toward the Hokage's office. Inside, Uchiha Zhan lounged idly with his legs propped up on the desk, leaning back and dozing with eyes half closed. Abruptly, his ears twitched. He opened his eyes and spoke. "Everyone, our guests are here." With those casually spoken words, everyone below snapped to attention, straightening their backs. After all, they had only just earned their positions today. They mustn't let themselves lose face. Huangtu was brought to the doorway by Kakashi, who stopped and turned to him. "Envoy of Awakens, please wait here. I must first seek the Hokage's leave." Huangtu nodded. "Lord Kakashi, please go ahead." With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a bold confidence. As the son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and as a remarkable figure who distinguished himself on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, Huangtu had every reason to be both proud and assured. Kakashi gave him a measured glance before turning and walking inside. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, one behind the other, kept their eyes fixed on Huangtu's day. Just before Huangtu's audience with Kakashi, Uchiha Zhan had taken particular care to introduce Huangtu to them. Despite Huangtu's rugged appearance, an everyman face in his 30s, his strength was formidable and not to be underestimated. Most notably, his mastery of earth release techniques could cause the very crust of the earth to tremble, compressing it into a dome that could crush scores of enemy shinobi. Many Leaf shinobi had fallen to this jutsu, which explained why Itachi and Shisui were so vigilant around him. Moments later, Kakashi emerged from the office and announced, "Envoy Huangtu, you may enter to pay your respects to the Hokage." Acknowledged by Kakashi, Huangtu nodded and strode inside. He pushed open the door, sweeping his gaze from side to side, taking stock of the clans gathered in the office. Hayashi Hyuga of the Hyuga clan stood with arms crossed, his pale Byakugan eyes fixed on Huangtu, projecting an unspoken aura of dominance. Shikaka Nara eyed him from above, schemes flickering in his gaze, while Inoichi Yamanaka watched him intently, his expression inscrutable, as if trying to peer into Huangtu's mind. Choza Akimichi, meanwhile, was happily chewing on a chicken drumstick, a necessity, given his clans need to maintain their size for both defense and offense. After taking in the scene, Huangtu's gaze landed on a pair of legs positioned at the center of the room. To be precise, they were Uchiha Zhan's. Even now, Zhan sat with a brash air, legs stretched out. Though Huangtu could not see Zhan's face, he still bowed respectfully. Huangtu, son of Inoki, third Tsuchikage of Awakens, presents himself before the Hokage. At these words, Uchiha Zhan finally lowered his legs and sat up straight, resting his chin on one hand. As his sharingan eyes spun with 3 tomo, he looked down at the bowing Huangtu and spoke. "My honored envoy, I've heard that Inoki, shaken by recent events, fainted upon returning to your village. Is there truth to this rumor?" Every shinobi village had its spies, and since Inoki's collapse had happened publicly, it was hardly surprising that Konoha knew of it. Huangtu hesitated for a brief moment before regaining composure and replying, "The weather has been sweltering of late. Our Tsuchikage merely suffered heat stroke and fainted, nothing more. I must say, Lord Hokage, your reach truly knows no boundaries for you to be aware of matters within a Wagakure from so far away." Uchiha Zhan let out a cold laugh. "Come now, honored envoy. Is it so different from your people? Watching from afar as you learned about the Uchiha clan's plans for a coup, their bid to seize the Hokage seat? Didn't you then convene to discuss how best to help Sarutobi Hiruzen defend his position, so that Konoha might continue its decline?" Huangtu's expression changed dramatically. This time, the information Uchiha Zhan revealed was entirely different. What happened before took place at the village entrance, so it made sense for the scouts to discover it. But what Uchiha Zhan just described occurred inside the Tsuchikage's office, the meeting place for the highest-ranking members of Awakens, as well as its most talented young generation. News from within that room could only be described as top secret. Moreover, everyone attending such a meeting has to be thoroughly searched before entry. If Uchiha Zhan knew about these matters, could it be that the upper echelons of Awakens had already been infiltrated by Konoha? Who could it possibly be? Now, Huangtu was pale as a sheet. If the top ranks have been infiltrated, this is no small matter. Mishandled, it could cause panic throughout the village. If handled well, they might simply unearth and execute the traitor. But who was the traitor? And who could be trusted? The questions whirled in Huangtu's mind, leaving him unfocused and distracted. Uchiha Zhan, watching his reaction, felt a secret thrill. Go on, doubt and suspect each other all you want. You could rack your brains and never figure it out. This is Tongo's ability, after all, and Tongo can replay everything in crystal clear, high definition. Huang Tu took a deep breath, as if he had finally reached a decision. Dropping to one knee, he declared, Lord Hokage, I have a most unreasonable request. Uchiha Zhan had already guessed what was coming, so he replied, impossible. Some things, some matters, and some people simply cannot be bought. Not with money. Besides, I'm not the third Hokage, am I? At these words, Huang Tu's face lost all color, the light vanishing from his eyes. Uchiha Zhan was far more difficult to deal with than Hiruzen Sarutobi. This man had no fixed bottom line, or rather, his bottom line shifted as he pleased. If he could trick you from the shadows, he'd never face you out in the open. Huang Tu had hoped that Uchiha Zhan would name the compromised official, allowing him to offer generous compensation, a way of buying his way out. Buying safety with a pile of cash. But Uchiha Zhan would never agree. Even if he accepted, naming anyone at random and letting them handle the retribution, he'd be making easy money with no risk. Yet that would never rival the effect of letting a sword dangle over everyone in a Awakens. Never telling them who the spy is, forcing them into mutual suspicion and endless second-guessing, unraveling their unity and turning cooperation into hidden rivalry. That outcome alone was worth more than any payment. Envoy? Hey, envoy! Uchiha Zhan frowned at Huang Tu's dazed silence. Why was he still lost in doubt, unable to speak? Jolted back to the present, Huang Tu looked up at Uchiha Zhan and gave a slight bow. Lord Hokage, how may I assist you? Uchiha Zhan gave him a helpless look. Weren't you sent here with news from that old man Inoki? Let's hear it. How do you intend to compensate us? And how are you planning to draw up the deal? Uchiha Senya got straight to the point. He had no intention of wasting time with Kuratsuchi any longer. This blockhead, he truly wondered what Inoki was thinking, sending him as an envoy to Konoha. Was it just to broaden his horizons a bit? All his thoughts were written plainly on his face, making his intentions obvious. It was only then that Kuratsuchi snapped back to himself. He nodded and said, Honorable Hokage, my apologies. In the past days, though Awakens people entered the borders of Konoha, we did not act against the village. However, this may have aroused Konoha's suspicion. To show our remorse, we are willing to offer 400 million taels of silver as compensation for our rash actions. Currently, these funds are in the custody of the ANBU, awaiting your inspection, Hokage-sama. When Kuratsuchi brought up the matter of compensation, he straightened up, for he knew how diligently Inoki had sought to build up Iwagakire's treasury over the years. Konoha's coffers, by comparison, were running much lower than Iwagakire's. That much was certain. Just yesterday, the Akimichi clan had tallied up the contents of Konoha's vaults and found a mere 600 million taels left. That amount was sufficient to keep the village's basic daily operations going, but for advancing technological strength, it was a drop in the ocean, not nearly enough. With this 400 million now coming in from Awakens, it was as if Konoha's finances had received a much-needed transfusion. Uchiha Senya stroked his chin and suddenly broke into a smile. Awakens' sincerity has not gone unnoticed by Konoha. Now, I'm curious, how do you intend to formalize this agreement? Kuratsuchi took out a scroll with his right hand and offered it forward. This is the contract. Lord Uchiha Senya, please look it over. Should you consent to these terms, Awakens will meet them with matching sincerity. Unrolling the scroll, Uchiha Senya gave it a glance. The contents read, The villages shall treat each other as brothers. Awakens is willing to pay 300 million taels of silver each year to Konoha in exchange for protection. The two shall be strategic allies. Should one face calamity, the other must provide support, and the party receiving aid shall, in turn, compensate the other for the cost of mobilization after the crisis. There shall be no infringement upon each other's territories, nor interference in each other's domestic matters. There shall be mutual respect and a spirit of shared learning. At a glance, Uchiha Senya saw that the contract had been crafted with grand and elegant words, but throughout, he could sense only hesitation, Inoki's hesitation. He knew full well that Awakens' strength could not compare to Konoha's. Perhaps in the past he wouldn't have reached this conclusion, but ever since he had seen the scout reports and the images they brought back, his perspective had shifted. Childhood memories surged up within him, and in their wake, he realized Konoha had changed. Your Tsuchikage certainly is generous, Uchiha Senya remarked, giving the scroll a look before setting it down on the table, one hand still resting on it as he glanced up at Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi raised his head, silent, yet pride and confidence gleamed in his eyes. Lord Hokage, this amount of money is no more than a trifle for our Awakens. As long as you're willing to form an alliance with us, we will treat Konoha as our honored guest, Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi declared loudly and confidently. Are you so sure that I could be blinded by mere gold and silver? Don't you know that in the ninja world, strength is what truly determines everything? Uchiha-san stood up, his chakra flaring fiercely, pressing down on Kuratsuchi with an overwhelming force. Kuratsuchi's expression changed drastically. His legs began to tremble. Being crushed by that surge of chakra, he suddenly understood why his own father had been so terrified that he fled in the dead of night, and why his father had insisted that he must make a pact. Only by doing this could he preserve any hope for a Wagakure survival. Uchiha-sen's strength was simply invincible. In this moment, Kuratsuchi finally grasped the hardship that weighed on his father's heart. Lord Hokage, if the terms of the alliance aren't to your liking, please feel free to name your own conditions. We can negotiate, Kuratsuchi replied through gritted teeth, his face contorted with strain as he stared at Uchiha-san. Uchiha-san looked at him coolly, then reined in his chakra at last, closing his eyes as he sat back down. Every person in the room, whether it was Kuratsuchi or the Konoha shinobi present, let out a collective sigh of relief. If Uchiha-san had truly lost his temper, things would have gotten out of control. The contract can be signed, but the money is simply too little. 300 million? Are you trying to send away a beggar? Uchiha Kyo crossed his legs and sneered coldly. If that's the case, Lord Hokage, you only have to speak up if you're unhappy with the price. There's nothing a Wagakure lacks, except money is definitely not one of them. The mention of wealth brought Kuratsuchi's confidence back again. After all, emissaries were not to be harmed when two villages were at war, and his father, Inoki, was the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. He was certain that Uchiha-san would not kill him. 900 million a year. Uchiha-san named his price, his eyes intent on Kuratsuchi, carefully observing even the slightest change in his expression. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in shock. What the? But before he could blurt out his words, all the shinobi present stood up at once, their eyes flashing with deadly intent as they glared at Kuratsuchi. If he dared speak disrespectfully, they would leave him with a few fresh wounds, even if it meant risking the Hokage's wrath. Sensing the murderous energy all around him, Kuratsuchi decided to swallow his indignation. He forced a smile and said, Lord Hokage, surely you must be joking. Tripling the amount in one breath. 900 million ryo is no small sum. As far as I know, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire couldn't provide that much at once. Uchiha-san glanced at him, secretly impressed. The son of Inoki, indeed, he'd done his homework, knowing precisely how much the daimyo could afford. In that case, take this agreement back with you. If war breaks out in the future, we'll each fight for ourselves, Uchiha-san said, tossing the contract scroll back to him. Kuratsuchi's face shifted instantly. What Uchiha-san really meant was that he might still wage war in the future, and he seemed particularly interested in a Wagakure. No, this won't do. This simply won't do. Before he came, his father had given him the strictest instructions. Money is just a worldly possession. Only if our people survive does a Wagakure have hope. Huang Tu caught the scroll, his expression dark and uncertain. At last he spoke. Lord Hokage, the most I can authorize is 600 million per year. Any more than that, I'll have to go back. Uchiha-san maintained a calm facade, though he was delighted inside. Are you truly able to make that decision? He needed to confirm. Huang Tu nodded and looked directly at Uchiha-san. Uchiha-san turned toward Shikaku Nara. Receiving the signal, Shikaku spoke up at once. Lord Hokage, it seems a Wagakure sincerely wishes to forge an alliance with Konoha. Given this, perhaps we should accept their offer. Still, Uchiha-san hesitated. The next moment, Shikaku glanced toward Hayashi Hyuga, who rose from his seat. Lord Hokage, I also believe peace is hard-won, and a Wagakure's sincerity is evident. Why not agree to this? One by one, other respected figures of Konoha stood to urge acceptance. Finally, that last trace of hesitation vanished from Uchiha-sen's face. He looked earnestly at Huang Tu. Lord Huang Tu, since you have shown such sincerity, and considering the chaos that's plagued the shinobi world for so long, both our villages need peace. I will sign this contract. Uchiha-san then turned to Huang Tu and continued in a solemn tone. Huang Tu nodded. Lord Hokage, you are decisive. However, I have one more condition. If you accept this, Iwagakure will sign immediately. Uchiha-sen's expression darkened, and even Shikaku Nara frowned. Was Huang Tu really trying to press his luck? Huang Tu stated clearly, this alliance contract can only exist between Konoha and Iwagakure. Should another village attempt to sign such a pact, Konoha must not agree. This, too, had been Inoki's plan all along. He wanted to use financial ties to bind Konoha, then incite war against other villages, seize land, harvest resources. At that rate, 600 million ryo a year would be well worth it. With his setup, he could expect a return of tens of billions within a single year. Uchiha's son instantly saw through the ploy. Since you're adding a condition, he replied, then so must Konoha. Won't you know that, unconcerned? Very well, Lord Hokage. Add your term. In fact, he wouldn't care if the contract meant sending his own wife to Konoha, because to him, the honor of a Wagakure eclipsed all else. Narrowing his eyes, Uchiha's son continued, after the contract is signed, a Wagakure must not initiate war against any other village. If conflict breaks out and a Wagakure is attacked, Konoha will offer support. But if a Wagakure launches aggression, Konoha will provide no help whatsoever and may dissolve this contract at any time. Huang Tu's face changed at this. If these terms were enforced, wouldn't the annual 600 million just vanish in a thin air? Was this not just paying for protection? He regarded Uchiha Zhan with a stern expression. Lord Hokage, are you trying to get something for nothing? Uchiha Zhan responded with a cold sneer. Not at all. We simply cherish peace. Please speed up updates, give a 5-star review, and leave a comment. Huang Tu gritted his teeth. Is Uchiha Zhan really only 10 years old? Why does he seem like some ancient monster? How could he be so meticulous? Lord Hokage, this doesn't seem appropriate. Huang Tu took a deep breath and spoke. Whether it's appropriate or not isn't for you to decide. Uchiha Zhan replied with another icy laugh. If you're not convinced, we can settle it the old-fashioned way. See whether our Susanoo is tougher or his particle style is stronger. Huang Tu scoffed, preparing to storm out in protest. But then he remembered his father's fear and his solemn warning. My son, Huang Tu, no matter what, you must not become his enemy. If he discovers a loophole in the agreement, just follow the peace treaty and pay him as promised. Anoki, lying on his sickbed, gently stroked Huang Tu's cheek as he spoke. Huang Tu agreed immediately. Drawing himself back to the present, Huang Tu took a steadying breath. We'll do as you say, Lord Hokage. Let's sign. The other stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. 600 million Ryo a year from the Hidden Stone, just for a peace agreement? Such a thing was unheard of, unimaginable. Uchiha Zhan looked deeply at them, then gave the order, Shikaku, you handle the signing. Nara Shikaku bowed in respect. Yes, Lord Hokage. With an air of dignity, he led Huang Tu away to finalize the documents. Once the papers were signed, Huang Tu excused himself, citing illness and not being used to the environment, and chose to return home, promising, at the same time, to deliver the annual payment within 10 days. As Nara Shikaku finished giving his report, Uchiha Zhan smiled. Well then, what do you all think? Everyone exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of Uchiha Zhan's temperament, and no one dared to speak up. Uchiha Zhan shook his head, realizing he'd come across a bit too forceful. Enough, he thought. No need to be so strict on the first day. Today marks the first day that all of Konoha's departments are back at work. No need to be so tense. That concludes our morning meeting. You're all dismissed. Uchiha Zhan stood and was the first to leave the office. Akimichi Choza finally let out a sigh of relief. Our new Hokage certainly knows how to command a room. What a presence. Yamanaka in Noichi nodded. He's only 10, but that aura of his puts us all to shame. Let's not gossip. Just do your jobs well. Uchiha Zhan has never been stingy with his own people. As long as we focus on our duties, all will be well, Nara Shikaku advised. Hyuga Hayashi stood up silently and followed after Uchiha Zhan. Stepping out of the building, Uchiha Zhan was greeted by the blazing sunshine, so bright it forced him to squint against its intensity. The weather's nice, but the sunlight is far too dazzling. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue as he prepared to head home. At that moment, Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, would you like to join me for lunch? Hinata told me she's missed you a lot. Uchiha Zhan turned back to look at Hayashi, a teasing smile on his lips. I think it's not Hinata who misses me, but rather you have something on your mind about me. Isn't that right? It was the first time Hayashi was truly entrusted with real power, and despite being the leader of the Hyuga clan, now that he actually wielded authority, he seemed a bit lost. Hayashi coughed twice, then looked at Uchiha Zhan with hopeful eyes. Uchiha Zhan let out a sigh and nodded. Lead the way, then. Hayashi's eyes instantly sparkled, and, full of enthusiasm, he became the guide. This way, please. Amigakure. Hidden away in a mountainside cave, Uchiha Obito sat with his signature yellow mask, listening intently as Black Zetsu reported on the latest happenings across the shinobi world. Madara-sama, there have been many stirring events lately in the ninja world, and all of them, without exception, seem to revolve around Uchiha Zhan. Black Zetsu chuckled with a sly undertone. Obito's fingers tapped rhythmically against the stone chair, lost in wary contemplation. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Zhan, his focus snapped back. Go on, give me all the details, Obito said, straightening up to face Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu recounted one impressive feat after another. Uchiha Zhan single-handedly forcing 3 hidden villages to withdraw, exterminating Danzo, and even slaying Orochimaru. In every telling detail, his words carried a tone of admiration. In Black Zetsu's view, Uchiha Zhan bore not only a striking resemblance to Madara Uchiha, but his ruthless style mirrored Madara's perfectly. Now, Black Zetsu was making preparations on 2 fronts. Perhaps it would be possible to manipulate Uchiha Zhan just as he once had Madara. Obito listened, seething with anger. Had Madara not forbidden him from stepping out back then, perhaps Rin would never have died. The surge of murderous intent grew ever stronger within him. Kid, since you look so much like Madara Uchiha, don't blame me for making you the target of my wrath. The thought crossed Obito's heart, cold and resolute. Black Zetsu could sense Obito's simmering hostility and knew full well that trouble was brewing yet again. He had intended to remind Obito to be cautious of the consequences, but after some thought, he decided that letting him get roughed up this time might not be such a bad thing after all. Black Zetsu, what do you think? Could I kill him? Obito's hand instinctively reached for the Uchiha fan, only to suddenly recall that he'd lost it. A shadow flickered across his face as he changed his motion, reaching up to scratch his head instead. Black Zetsu shot him a sidelong glance. According to the latest reports from White Zetsu, Uchiha Zhan's strength was formidable. On some fronts, he was every bit Madara's equal. Of course you could, Madara-sama. Next to you, Uchiha Zhan is nothing more than a stray dog. Black Zetsu replied with a fawning smile, forcing himself to say the flattering words for perhaps the umpteenth time. But Uchiha Obito took it seriously. The corner of his lips curled up. Black Zetsu, just wait. I'll go and take Uchiha Zhan's head right now and show you what a real Shura of the shinobi world is. As he finished speaking, space shimmered in front of Obito. Kamui. His body began to distort, and, in an instant, he vanished from the cave. The moment Black Zetsu sensed Obito's presence had vanished, the sycophantic smile slipped from his face, replaced by a look of boundless disdain. Fool, do you really think you're on Madara's level? Your strength, your wisdom, your battle experience. Next to him, you're barely a child. If it weren't for your Kamui having its uses, I'd never have chosen you as my pawn in the first place. Black Zetsu hissed coldly, before sinking into the earth, heading out to spectate the coming battle. Konoha Cemetery. It was Kakashi's first day on duty, and with the Hokage already gone, he'd handed off tasks to his deputy and come here to the graveyard, ready to pay his respects to Obito and Rin. Meanwhile, on the great tree above the cemetery, Uchiha Obito set down his own personal marking. Space shimmered, and, a swirl later, Obito's figure materialized atop the tree, overlooking the scene below. What he saw was Hatake Kakashi, standing quietly at his grave, hands clasping a bouquet of fresh flowers, silent and pensive. Obito, if only you were still alive. Who knows, maybe you'd be the Hokage today, murmured Kakashi as he set the bouquet in front of the grave. This birthday gift you gave me has become the Mangekyo Sharingan now. After the events of this coup, I finally understand what it means to possess the Mangekyo, Kakashi said softly, his voice steady and low. Obito paused at Kakashi's words, momentarily taken aback. Could this useless Kakashi really believe I could have inherited the role of Hokage? Emotions clouded Obito's expression as he listened, ears pricked for Kakashi's every murmur. If you'd grown up healthy, with both Mangekyo Sharingan, maybe you really could have stood shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Zhan. And perhaps, Rin would have been proud of you too. Kakashi's voice dimmed, sadness leaking into his tone. Beneath his mask, Obito's face twisted, veins bulging, fingers clenched so tightly that the sound of bones straining echoed in his palm. Kakashi, who are you pretending for here? You were the one who pierced Rin's heart with your Chidori. Why do you have to speak of Rin? Why do you have to say she'd be proud of me? The resentment on Obito's body seemed to deepen further. My friend, I have no idea how you're doing in the Pure Land right now. But don't worry, the rotting roots of Konoha have been torn out, and the old era's sickness is gone, cut down by Uchiha Zhan. Our Konoha will only grow stronger, flourishing and rising higher, Kakashi said, a smile spreading across his face. Uchiha Obito listened to Kakashi's rambling, feeling a storm of emotions within him. At last, he let out a heavy sigh. Useless Kakashi, always going on and on. Then, with a flicker of intent, he cast Kamui once more and vanished into the void of the Kamui dimension. A wind picked up, ruffling Hatake Kakashi's hair. Gazing up at the endless blue sky, he pondered to himself, Obito, is that really you? So, you do understand what I'm trying to say. Hyuga clan grounds. Uchiha Zhan followed, closely behind Hyuga Hayashi, as they entered the clan compound. In the training yard, Hyuga Niji was locked in a fierce sparring match. But this time, his opponent was no longer Hinata. He now stood against the clan's elite. Despite being only 7 years old, Niji was boldly challenging 3 prodigies, each in their 20s and all possessing the skills of seasoned chunin. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Niji's gaze sharpened. Under his feet, a bright green trigram pattern sprang to life, inscribed with ancient symbols of heaven and earth. The trio of Hyuga elites found themselves ensnared within its bounds. Sensing danger, all 3 immediately activated their Byakugan. The veins around their temples bulged as they fixated on Niji's movements, none daring to underestimate him. After all, word had already spread across the compound that just yesterday, Niji had defeated 10 Hyuga genin single-handedly, an achievement none of his current opponents could hope to match. Niji's silhouette blurred as he flashed toward the first of the elites, transforming his fist into an open palm and driving it against the man's chest. The elite's eyes widened in alarm. He readied himself to deflect Niji's arm, but instead, he was hit by a rush of force that drew his chakra away at a rate visible to the naked eye. Pain flickered across his face. "Boss!" The other 2 Hyuga called out in panic. "Don't let him get close. His 8 trigrams palms can drain your chakra." With those urgent words, the first elite paled, his strength quickly fading. Niji, his face flushed with vigor, sensed that his opponent's chakra had dropped below half. With a sharp, precise strike, he sent the man flying. Now only 2 remained. The remaining Hyuga exchanged a quick glance, wordlessly agreeing to widen the distance between themselves and Niji. 8 trigrams, air palm, they shouted in tandem, gritting their teeth as they gathered chakra into their hands and unleashed a long-range attack upon Niji. Twin air palms tore through the air, streaking toward their target. Niji, poised and composed, waited for just the right instant. As the swirling blasts closed in, the wind whipped up, tossing Niji's hair. The next moment, a smile played at the corner of his lips. Calmly, he channeled his chakra, evenly drawing it from within to his forearms. Rotation. Rooted on one foot, Niji began to spin at lightning speed. Chakra erupted around him, forming a spinning blue barrier. When the air palm struck, the whirling shield ground the attacks into nothing. The eyes of the 2 Hyuga elites widened, astonished. Impossible. He's from the branch family, yet he's mastered the rotation technique. Could Lord Hayashi himself have taught him? They simply couldn't imagine that a true genius could ever comprehend the rotation on their own. Using rotation requires channeling chakra along precise pathways. It's a delicate art, and a single misstep can lead to injury. At best, the meridians might suffer damage, forcing one to recover with medicinal herbs before training can continue. At worst, the meridians might shatter altogether, rendering a person crippled for life. Many had tried to master rotation by themselves, but none had succeeded. It was precisely because of such tragic failures that the branch family had long abandoned this suicidal method of training. Yet now, Hyuga Niji was able to perform rotation. Aside from the teaching of Lord Hayashi himself, they simply couldn't conceive of any other explanation. Uchiha Zhan observed the scene, nodding in quiet approval. This kid Niji is impressive. He knows when to advance and when to retreat, and his sense of timing is excellent. He's a promising seedling. Pride swelled in Hyuga Hayashi's chest. This was his beloved nephew. To receive such praise from Lord Hokage Uchiha Zhan was an honor for the entire Hyuga clan. Niji, hearing the words, glanced at Uchiha Zhan, his eyes lighting up with delight. Then he called out, "Brother Zhan, give me just 1 minute. I'll settle this." With Uchiha Zhan's arrival, Niji lost all desire to toy with his 2 opponents any longer. He now wanted nothing more than to quickly defeat them and go speak with his big brother Zhan. How arrogant! To spout such bravado at your age. Today, for Lord Hayashi's sake, let me teach this wild child some manners. Fury flashed in the eyes of both Hyuga elite ninjas. After all, they were among the top 20 warriors of the clan, and yet here they were, being publicly slighted by a youngster. Without hesitation, one moved in close to unleash the 8 trigrams 64 palms, while the other targeted Niji's back, channeling chakra into an 8 trigrams air palm. This tandem assault did trouble Niji at first. He weaved and retreated, patiently waiting for the melee ninja to finish his combination. There would always be a moment of stillness at the end of a flurry. Seizing the opening, Niji shifted his palm into a claw, snatching the elite's head with a sudden grip, his power-absorbing technique taking hold. The close combat Hyuga instantly felt as if he were drifting upward, his very soul being yanked from his body. The ranged Hyuga, meanwhile, launched another 8 trigrams air palm at Niji. Sensing this, Niji flicked his gaze over, his other hand forming a palm, chakra flowing, and fired back with his own air palm. The two jutsu met in midair, colliding with a thunderous explosion. Boom! Boom! The shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust. The distant Hyuga's veins bulged as he activated his Byakugan, just in time to see his shape speeding toward him. He rushed to set his stance and counter with the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The moment he struck, however, something fell off. His target was the wrong size. Then, with a startled cry, he paled. That was his second brother's voice. Panicking, he halted his attack, rushing to check on his sibling. He knew he hadn't held back a moment ago. At that very moment, he heard the voice of Niji Hyuga. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. 2 palms for palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Each strike landed precisely on the chakra network points of the distant Hyuga ninja, and when the set was done, the opponent's acupoints were completely sealed. Now, that distant Hyuga ninja knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. I declare the match over. Hinata Hyuga raised her small hand with a bright smile, then turned her eyes toward Uchiha Zhan and began running in his direction. Uchiha Zhan welcomed her with a wide grin, opening his arms to scoop her up, but just then, the air suddenly warped. A hand shot out from a swirling vortex, reaching straight for Hinata. Uchiha Zhan's expression darkened instantly. He sprang into action. His massive blue Susanoo arm erupted forth, flooding the air with a wild and bloodthirsty aura, startling Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hinata, get out of there!" For a split second, Hinata froze. Then, her eyes widened in realization as she glanced behind her. A huge hand was lunging toward her. Her face turned pale with fear. Niji saw his chance. At the critical instant as that hand was about to touch Hinata, he unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm. A thunderous crash erupted. A torrent of chakra-infused wind smashed toward Obito, Uchiha's hand. Obito had been about to phase out of reality, but when he saw this, he had to delay for 3 precious seconds, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly through him. And 3 seconds is a lifetime in battle. Susanoo's giant blue hand settled protectively between him and Hinata as Uchiha Zhan blinked forward at blinding speed. One arm scooped Hinata up by the waist, the other hand flashing through hand signs. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. The Mangekyo Sharingan flared in his left eye, instantly amplifying his taijutsu and boosting all 5 attributes by half. With a single revolution of the Mangekyo, his fireball technique, already formidable, on par with an A-rank jutsu, was further empowered. The Grand Fireball doubled in size, its crimson flames bordering on golden, searing the air at temperatures soaring beyond 1,000 degrees Celsius. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, what a hassle. He hastily retreated back into the Kamui dimension, evading the blazing fireball hurled by Uchiha Zhan. If Black Zetsu ever found out he had to run and hide in Kamui just to escape a fireball for dear life, would he ever live it down? Roaring flames raged across the empty ground. The Hyuga compound was just a hair's breadth from being set ablaze. Uchiha Zhan stopped channeling chakra just in time. The Grand Fireball came to a halt a mere 0.01 centimeters from the compound. Such a spectacle, and the sudden spike in temperature, immediately drew the attention of both the ANBU and Hyuga clan ninjas, who swiftly closed in, surrounding the Hyuga estate. High above the Hyuga compound, a massive fireball blazed in the sky, filling everyone with such dread that no one dared to make a move, simply waiting for the flames to die out. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito plopped down unceremoniously, peering out at the world through Kamui. He had personally witnessed this seemingly ordinary fireball jutsu, which kept raging for a full minute. He couldn't help but wonder if the fireball technique he'd learned was some sort of sham. But what he would never know was that Uchiha Zhan's Mangekyo Sharingan could amplify not only the power of ninjutsu, but even his own mental faculties. Only true masters understand how powerful self-empowering abilities can be. Such buffs scale with the user's strength. The more powerful the shinobi, the greater the effect. Uchiha Zhan's technique amplified both his ninjutsu and himself. In fact, this could be counted as a double enhancement, essentially 2 abilities merged into one. Within that single minute, Obito's fighting spirit plummeted from its peak to rock bottom. First, he realized that defeating Uchiha Zhan was utterly impossible. Zhan wielded the perfect Susanoo, making him virtually invincible. If Obito manifested physically to confront him, he understood all too well that he'd be cut down before even landing a blow. That was why he turned to capture Hinata Hyuga to threaten Uchiha Zhan. Years ago, in his fight against his teacher Minato, he'd taken Naruto as a bargaining chip, and that had worked well enough. Though his combat experience didn't match Minato's, Minato himself couldn't strike decisively for fear of harming Naruto. But this time, the sense of death emanating from Uchiha Zhan was overwhelming, chillingly familiar. He'd only ever felt this kind of pressure from one other man, Uchiha Madara. A bleak thought took hold. Had it all been his illusion, imagining he could best Uchiha Madara in his old age? Uchiha Zhan's expression remained unchanged. Carrying Hinata Hyuga in his left arm, he spoke, "Hinata, hold on tight around my neck. We're about to enter a fierce battle." Hinata was bewildered, but her arms instinctively wrapped around Zhan's neck, her cool, delicate face pressed against his neck. They say that carrying a girl in your arms doubles your determination and pain. Zhan's right hand flashed through another sequence of seals, waiting for Obito to reappear and ready to launch another devastating area of effect ninjutsu. Obito watched from within the Kimui dimension, gripping his mask and gritting his teeth. Discretion is the better part of valor. Time to retreat. Uchiha Zhan, you're strong. Next time we meet, I swear I'll take your head. As the space around him began to twist, a swirling vortex appeared, carrying his voice as he disappeared. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Fire style, majestic dragon flame jutsu. Instantly, the flames coalesced into the head of a dragon, and at the same time, Zhan unleashed his left eye's ability, doubling the power of his ninjutsu. The ferocious fire dragon's speed, form, and power all doubled. With a sudden whoosh, it surged inward. Obito Uchiha was completely stunned. Damn it, why is this guy not playing by the rules? At that moment, regret washed over him, and he almost wanted to slap himself. Why did you have to provoke him? You clearly had a chance to escape, but instead, you just had to open Kimui's dimension and taunt him. And now look, he's unleashed his jutsu right into your space. With no other choice, Obito Uchiha hastily sealed off the Kimui dimension, and then, within his own Kimui space, Obito unleashed Kimui, dodging the raging 2-minute onslaught of the fiery dragon's attack. Uchiha-san gave a cold chuckle. Take care. Enjoy yourself. With that, Sun released his chakra, sensing the surroundings to make sure Obito was truly gone. Only after 5 minutes did he lower his guard, dispelling Susanoo and setting Hinata Hyuga gently down. "Phew, little Hinata, weren't you scared just now?" Sun said with a warm smile. "You were nearly snatched up by the bad guy. Good thing Niji's air palm bought me just enough time to save you." He then glanced over at Niji Hyuga. Niji gave a gentle smile. Although he was still a branch family member, the curse mark's confinements were now gone. And because of his natural talent, Hiashi Hyuga had rewarded him with all sorts of resources and let him live with the privileges of the main house. This change had eased much of the darkness that once weighed on his heart. Now, not only was he respectful towards his uncle Hiashi, but he was no longer so hard on his cousin Hinata as he'd once been. This time, his intervention had been nothing more than a brother caring for his sister. Hinata nodded. "Thank you, Big Brother Senior." Then she ran to Niji, bowed, and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Niji. Please urge for more chapters, give a like, and support with love." Niji paused for a second, surprised to hear his little cousin's gratitude. Then he turned away and spoke steadily. "From today on, your training time will be doubled. Only by sweating more in times of peace can you remain calm in a real crisis." Hinata's little Hokage popped straight up, and her face was instantly filled with dread as she looked pleadingly at her father and its son. Hiashi Hyuga coughed lightly. "Ahem, Hinata, as the main family heir, I have to say your cousin Niji is right." Hinata let out a soft cry. Glancing over at Senator, he raised an eyebrow. If Hinata puts in the work, she'll be able to protect those she cares about. Hinata was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then she quietly repeated, "To protect those I cherish." She glanced at Uchiha-san, and right there, resolve welled up inside her. All right. Her cheeks flushed bright red, but her gaze was unwavering. Hiashi felt a surge of pride. Surely his precious daughter was thinking of protecting her family, especially her dear old dad. But in truth, he was reading too much into it. As Hinata whispered her silent vow, her eyes remained fixed on that handsome figure in front of her. Niji Hyuga, on the other hand, took all of this in with sharp eyes, while also turning his attention to Uchiha Zhan. He noticed something peculiar. The Uchiha seemed to be quite the catch. It wasn't just his formidable strength. His looks were impeccable as well. In Niji's experience, Uchiha Zhan was simply the most strikingly handsome man he'd ever laid eyes on, bar none. Add to that his confident aura and the skillful way he could turn the tide with a simple gesture. It was no wonder women found him irresistible. Uchiha Zhan, meanwhile, gently patted Hinata on the head, then headed off with Hiashi Hyuga toward the reception room to discuss future plans and work arrangements. Cave outside the hidden mist village. Uchiha Obito stepped out from the space-time dimension, his cloak singed at the edges, clearly a lingering trace from being caught in the Grand Fireball Jutsu. He simply hadn't expected Zhan's reaction to be so swift. The man had the audacity to hurl a jutsu straight into the Kimui dimension. Who does that? Was it even humanly possible? From beneath the earth, the shadowy figure of Black Zetsu emerged and gradually took form, merging into a silhouette. Madara-sama, how did your confrontation with Uchiha Zhan go this time? His tone was unhurried. Not that Black Zetsu needed to ask. Of course, he already knew Obito had lost. What a joke. After all, every white Zetsu in the world served as his eyes. These days, the Hidden Leaf had no true censor or sealing masters left, which meant Konoha was now, for all intents and purposes, Black Zetsu's private playground. He could come and go as he pleased. That guy's not bad, Obito grunted. We fought for 300 rounds, and it ended in a draw. Black Zetsu. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I might have believed that bluff. When did Obito become such a braggart? Oh, really? That's amazing, Madara-sama. I'm sure with you around, the Eye of the Moon plan is destined to succeed perfectly. And at that moment, you'll be the savior, the second sage of the Six Paths. Black Zetsu deliberately fanned Obito's ambition, doing his utmost to push him down the path of madness. Sure enough, Obito burst out in uproarious laughter. Black Zetsu stood by with a smiling face, inwardly scheming. Just wait, mother. Hold on for me. I'll get you out of there, no matter what. These arrogant fools are nothing but tools in my hands. With that sly thought, Black Zetsu gave a subtle shudder and spoke up. Madara-sama, word has it a genius has emerged in the hidden mist, a woman named Terumi Mei. Quite a few clans are quietly preparing to back her as the fifth Mizukage. Shouldn't we make contact ahead of time? Otherwise, we might risk losing our grip on the Mist Village. For now, the Mist was too valuable to lose. It stood apart from the other great villages, having established itself as a seafaring nation, and it continued to bring a steady stream of wealth to the Akatsuki. He could not allow the hidden Mist Village to fall back into the hands of its own people, so he reminded Uchiha Obito. However, Uchiha Obito paid him no mind at all. The fools in the Mist Village could never possibly defeat the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu, you're just being overly sensitive, Uchiha Obito sneered, lounging back in a chair with unmistakable contempt. Black Zetsu felt like he'd been paired with the world's worst teammate. No matter what he said, good or bad, it made no difference. Still, seeing Uchiha Obito's dismissive attitude, he knew arguing further would do no good. Yet in his heart, he was certain Obito would regret his arrogance sooner or later. Sooner or later, he would pay the price for today's carelessness. Hidden Mist Village. In a rather secluded house, a lone figure pushed open the door and stepped inside. A young girl, looking no older than 16, was seated in the place of honor. At the faint creak of the door, she sprang to her feet. Master Genshin. At her words, the others in the room also rose, their eyes brimming with respect and hope. Master Genshin, they echoed, their voices overlapping with genuine reverence. An elderly man, stooped with age, entered the room. He looked around at those assembled, then nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, please sit, he said as he took the seat beside the young girl. The reason I've called everyone here today is simple. To discuss the coup happening in Konoha. Genshin's voice was low and grave, carrying a weight of solemnity. Everyone straightened at his words. The bloody era of the Hidden Mist had left their lives in ruins. No one was untouched by hardship and despair. That was why Genshin had gathered this circle, a group of those willing to rise against the Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi's tyranny. Genshin advised, and the brilliant young woman Terumi Mei led the cause. Here, in this secret chamber, their meeting was a council of rebellion, plotting the downfall of the tyrant Yagura. Please, Master Genshin, does the coup in Konoha give us any advantage? Terumi Mei's eyes were alight with anticipation as she turned to him. Genshin shook his head. I'm afraid not. However, AO has confirmed beyond doubt that the fourth Mizukage is under someone's control, and as far as I know, only one pair of eyes could wield such power. Master Genshin, do you mean the Sharingan? AO, ever insightful, especially after gaining the Byakugan on the battlefield, had deepened his understanding of bloodline dojutsu. Naturally, he knew a fair bit about the Sharingan, regarded alongside the Byakugan as one of the two great eye techniques of the ninja world. Genshin nodded. In my judgment, our Mizukage is almost certainly being manipulated by the Sharingan. That's the only explanation for so much cruel and senseless behavior. If that's the case, Master Genshin, what do you propose we do? Terumi Mei asked, her gaze intent on his. In return, Genshin met her eyes with equal gravity. To untie the bell, you need the one who tied it. If it's the Uchiha clan's dojutsu at work, then naturally, we must seek out a shinobi from the Uchiha to help us. Genshin's lips curled in a knowing smile. You mean, Meiterumi's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she had suddenly thought of a possibility. That's right. Right now, the only one who can unravel such a genjutsu is none other than the Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha's son. Master Yuan chuckled softly. Meiterumi frowned. Uchiha-sen. You mean the newly appointed 5th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha's son. A person's reputation precedes them, and Uchiha's son had single-handedly slain Shimura Danzo, who had entrenched himself in Konoha for many years, building vast influence and amassing immeasurable experience, an accomplishment that was nothing short of astonishing. On top of that, when 3 villages launched joint attacks on Konoha, Uchiha's son crushed Sunagakure, frightened Awagakure into retreat, and dealt a devastating blow to Kyomogakure. From what she'd heard, even today, Kyomogakure's Jinchuriki was still being held captive by Konoha. It could be said that by now, Uchiha-sen's name resounded throughout the entire shinobi world. But, Master Yuan, have you considered why Uchiha-san would help us? What'd he stand to gain? Besides, we know all too well the state we're in. Once, Kirigakure's ninja numbered close to 10,000. Now, there are barely 2,000 left. If we reveal the truth to Konoha, even if we gain their help, who's to say that they won't turn around and take advantage of our weakness, occupying Kirigakure outright? If it comes to that, we truly will be nothing more than slaves to Konoha. They're the closest village. Any stirrings from us, and Konoha would know within a day. Ao's tone was grave and resolute. In truth, beyond these concerns, what truly terrified Ao was the thought that if Uchiha-san ever laid claim to his Byakugan, there would be nothing he could do to stop it. He might even lose this precious eye, something he feared above all. Master Yuan understood this completely, but chose not to expose him. Instead, he spoke up. Right now, our lives are worse than those of slaves. We don't even know if, one day, for some imagined slight against the 4th Mizukage, we'll be slaughtered on the spot. I truly can't imagine a situation worse than the one we're in. Master Yuan heaved a long sigh. One by one, the others dropped their heads in heavy silence. Through all these years, every one of them had survived the blood-soaked trials of the village hidden in the mist. Each of them was among the strongest of their generation. Yet even together, they couldn't dream of rivaling Yugura, the 4th Mizukage, who commanded the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The original coup was planned for the 63rd year of Konoha's calendar. However, the success of Uchiha-san's coup had inspired them. Unable to suppress their own ambitions any longer, they wanted to act ahead of schedule. But strength was their greatest limitation. It had taken Master Yuan several days of consideration to reach this decision. He couldn't allow Ao's personal fears to close off this path for them. So Master Yuan declared, given the differences among us, let's put it to a vote. Do we seek outside aid to end the reign of blood mist and slowly rebuild? Or do we stick to the current way, dooming our children and grandchildren to slaughter one another generation after generation? All those in favor of bringing in outside help, raise your left hand. Those who wish to keep things as they are, raise your right hand. The vote begins now. Master Yuan announced, casting his gaze around the room. There were 10 people present, and with Master Yuan himself, that made 11, an odd number. It was bound to be a result. Even if no one agreed to bring in outside help, Master Yuan wouldn't mind. He had already done all he could to try to revive this village. If it truly couldn't be saved, then perhaps it was simply a matter of fate. Ao was the first to raise his right hand. He was adamantly against inviting Uchiha Zhan to Kirigakure. Even if it meant enduring the days of the bloody mist or stifling development, he could not risk his Byakugan being taken from him. But when he looked around at the others, his expression darkened. Except for Meiterumi, who remained undecided, the other 9 council members had all lifted their left hands. It was Master Yuan's last words that touched a nerve. The mention of their descendants turning on each other had cut deep. They had all survived the deadly trials of the bloody mist, barely making it out alive. Many among them bore hidden wounds, old injuries that would ache whenever the wind howled or the rain fell. They had consulted countless physicians, only to receive helpless sighs in reply. Some wounds wouldn't heal, only be soothed. So there was no way they could stand by and watch Kirigakure fall into civil strife again. That kind of pain was simply unbearable. Master Yuan looked around, sighing inwardly. It seemed everyone here saw things clearly. There was still hope for this village. Meiterumi lifted her head and glanced at everyone. She noticed their gazes were focused entirely on her. With her mastery of both boil and lava release, and her status as the future 5th Mizukage, she was the only one deemed worthy to inherit the title and lead them forward. Naturally, Her opinions carried immense weight. In fact, if Mei had chosen to raise her right hand, there was a real chance half the group would have changed their minds to maintain the status quo. Even Ao hung his hopes on Mei, yet she chose to follow the group's will, raising her left hand. Their first reactions, after all, revealed what they truly wanted in their hearts. She might be described as the heir to the fourth Mizukage, but in reality, she was only a jonin whose strength was just reaching the Kage level. Without the backing of these senior members, she never could have made it this far. Ao's eyes clouded, but it wasn't Mei's decision that disappointed him. He simply felt there was nothing more he could do. Master Yuan stroked his beard and nodded. In that case, we will send emissaries to the Leaf Village of the Land of Fire and seek the aid of Uchiha Zhan. With that, he prepared to bring the meeting to a close. Meitarumi spoke up. Elder Zhan, if Uchiha-san becomes more demanding and refuses to leave, what should we do? As the saying goes, inviting gods is easy, but sending them away is hard. If, because of this matter, Kirigakure attracts the attention of wolves and tigers, even if the bloody mist within the village is dealt with, they would still be guilty before Kirigakure. If it truly comes to that, Elder Zhan replied, his eyes filled with a steely resolve, then even if it costs me my life, I will make the world see the shamelessness of Konoha. Mei looked at him, let out a sigh, and finally said, in that case, we'll do as Elder Zhan suggests. Ao began to ponder where he might lie low for a while. Better to wait until Uchiha-san leaves before resurfacing, otherwise he would never know peace. Just then, Mei called Ao back. He hesitated for a moment, but stayed. At the doorway, Elder Zhan glanced back at them both before finally turning and leaving in silence. Mei turned to Ao. Ao, tell me honestly, today you'd rather risk the bloody mist within our borders than invite outside aid. Ultimately, is it because Uchiha-san is from Konoha's Uchiha clan? Are you worried they'll come to reclaim your Byakugan? Ao had never hidden anything from Mei. He nodded, answering frankly, yes. What he feared most was precisely that Konoha would demand the Byakugan back. After all, he had risked his life on the battlefield during the Third Ninja War to seize that precious Kekkai Genkai. How could he willingly return it to Konoha? If it was before or back when Hiruzen Surtobi ruled Konoha, I wouldn't be worried, Ao explained. He was a soft old man. Give him 10 breaks, and he'd never dare start a war over this. But as for Uchiha-san, you know his reputation. If he's displeased, he acts. With someone like him, how could he possibly overlook what I've done? Returning the Byakugan will be the best outcome I could hope for. In fact, Ao continued, his voice tinged with complexity, he might even come for my life. Mei placed a firm hand on his shoulder. That will never happen. As long as I draw breath, I won't allow Uchiha-san to touch you, even if it costs me my own life. Her eyes shone with unwavering determination. There was no hint of hesitation. Meeting Mei's gaze, Ao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He managed to smile. Of course, you're the future 5th Mizukage. The weight of your words is clear as day. In that case, I'll gladly count on your protection, Lady Mizukage. Ah, always joking, Mei chuckled before turning to leave. Watching Mei's departing figure, Ao's loyalty burned ever brighter within his heart. At that moment, Ao felt he would willingly give his life for Meitarumi. Konoha, Hyuga compound. Uchiha-san and Hayashi Hyuga were deep in conversation, discussing the future role the Hyuga clan would play in the village and how to wield the power in their hands. Their discussion continued well into the evening. Hinata, Hyuga, listened to the two men talking. At first, she felt a bit excited. After all, being included in a scene like this was a real honor for her. But as time went on, she started to feel bored, even sleepy. So, she curled herself up and nestled into Uchiha Zhan's arms, falling asleep. Hayashi Hyuga frowned when he saw this, just about to wake Hinata, but Uchiha Zhan raised a hand to stop him. If Hinata wants to sleep, let her rest. Let's keep our voices down while we talk, Uchiha Zhan said, smiling softly at Hinata's adorable sleeping face. Seeing that Uchiha Zhan didn't mind, Hayashi figured there was nothing more he could say. It wasn't until a Hyuga clan ninja knocked on the door. A sharp rapping, clear and urgent, echoed through the room. Only then did the two realize that evening had arrived. Uchiha Zhan stood up gently, worried about disturbing Hinata, who was sound asleep in his arms. But Hinata, sensing Uchiha Zhan moving, instantly woke up. She clung to the hem of his pants, her voice drowsy but anxious. Brother Zhan, you're leaving already? When will you come back? Uchiha Zhan was caught off guard, then chuckled. Haha, when little Hinata learns the 8 trigrams 32 palms, I'll come visit you again. Hayashi, however, spoke up, frowning. Hinata, mind your manners. Hinata, who had just been fired up by Uchiha Zhan's words, instantly wilted at her father's reprimand. Her head drooped, her lips quivered, and she looked like she was about to cry. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue and turned to Hayashi. Clan leader Hayashi, no offense, but you really ought to be more patient with girls. Hinata's still just a kid, and all day long you scold her for lacking manners. Hayashi coughed awkwardly. The Hyuga clan has always valued etiquette. Our children start learning protocols from the age of 3. Yeah, I get it. Spare me the lectures. I get a headache just hearing them. Besides, are you hinting I don't know manners? Uchiha Zhan squinted at Hayashi. Hayashi's expression shifted. Was this a warning from the Hokage? Was his fussiness getting on people's nerves? Seeing Hayashi take it so seriously, Uchiha Zhan let out a long sigh. Hayashi, I respect that you insist on proper manners when dealing with others, but with me, you don't need all that. You know me. I'm straightforward and care about a person's character and abilities. As for all this pomp and ceremony, just drop it around me from now on. Besides, we're all family now, partners in this whole coup. Loosen up a bit. Look at you. You're so handsome. You really ought to smile more. If you keep that stern face all the time, people who know you will get it, but anyone else might mistake you for my father-in-law. Uchiha Zhan finished with a mischievous grin, slipping into a teasing tone. Hayashi Hyuga nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Meanwhile, Hinata, standing nearby, had turned bright red with embarrassment. Her little head seemed to be practically steaming. Seeing Hayashi deep in thought, Uchiha Zhan quickly interrupted him. All right, enough thinking. Let's find out why your clansmen came to cut us off. I'm guessing it must be something important. As soon as Hayashi heard this, he nodded at once, abandoning his train of thought. Taking the lead, he opened the main gate, only to discover a Hyuga branch family ninja and another wearing an umbu uniform, both kneeling on one knee. Clan leader, Lord Shikakanara, sent this umbu ninja to deliver an urgent message to you and the Hokage. There's a matter of utmost urgency at the Hokage Tower, the Hyuga ninja reported. The moment Uchiha Zhan heard this, he stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Hayashi. The two exchanged a quick glance before Uchiha Zhan spoke. Get up. We'll head there immediately. With that, Uchiha Zhan and Hayashi strode briskly toward the doorway. To think that Shikakanara had sent an umbu to the Hyuga compound in person. It must be something major, Uchiha Zhan thought to himself. Hayashi followed close behind, and the two hurried toward the Hokage Tower, one after the other. At that moment, Shikakanara sat rubbing his temples in utter exhaustion. Who could possibly understand what he was going through? After spending the entire day buried in paperwork, he had just begun to look forward to heading home, when suddenly a messenger from Kirigakure arrived, claiming to have urgent business to discuss with Lord Hokage Uchiha Zhan himself. Shikaku had inquired further, but the messenger insisted that he could only speak directly to the Hokage. That's Lady Mei Terumi's direct order, he explained. Upon hearing that, Shikaku didn't press any further. Mei Terumi was, after all, quite well known. Though not as dazzling and unapologetic as Uchiha Zhan, she was nothing like the fourth Mizukage, whose reign was notorious for its cruelty and tyranny. Mei Terumi, in contrast, left people with an impression of intelligence, courage, and shrewdness. In fact, among the common folk, most believed Mei Terumi was the rightful fifth Mizukage. There were even those who risked everything to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, for her sake. But in the end, the outcome was always the same: death. Faced with the overwhelming strength of the fourth Mizukage, Mei Terumi had no choice but to avoid direct confrontation and bide her time. According to Shikaku's calculations, it would be at least another 10 years before Mei could claim the mantle of Mizukage. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the great doors to his office were suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Uchiha Zhan strode in ahead of the others, face unreadable. Shikaku, what on earth happened that would make you send an umbu all the way to summon me from the Hyuga compound? Veins of frustration stood out on Shikaku's brow. Zhan, you're the Hokage. You're the one supposed to handle all this paperwork, and don't get me started on that door. It's your property, and look at how you treat it. You come storming in and practically knock it off its hinges. Shikaku jabbed a finger at Zhan, losing himself in a tirade. Uchiha-san didn't dare make a sound. After all, he had left work early today, handing everything over to Nara Shikaku. He felt a bit guilty about it, so when Shikaku scolded him, Sun simply let him vent. It wasn't like it would cost him anything. Kakashi put on a serious face, holding it tight to keep himself from suddenly bursting out laughing. Uchiha-san noticed and narrowed his eyes at him. Kakashi, my younger brother is skilled in lightning release. I've heard your original jutsu, Chidori, is quite impressive. Why don't you come by my house tomorrow and teach my brother a thing or two? Lord Hokage, but Kakashi tried to refuse. Sun raised a finger. I'll let you pick one jutsu from the forbidden jutsu scroll. I'll do it. Consider it done. Kakashi's expression changed in an instant, a bright grin on his face. Are you kidding? With an offer like that from the Hokage, how could he refuse?